darkness falls across the land. The rhythmic hours close at hand. Upsets crawl in search of blood to terrorize y'all's group stage hood. And whosoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside elimination's shell. The foulest stench is in the air, the funk of 15 World Cup years, and grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your teammates start to shiver, for no mere mortal can resist the evil of the Gorilla. Welcome back to Halloween at the EOS World Cup 2025. And a true fright, the earliest match in World Cup history, the closest match by seeding in the contender groups, Vietnam versus Malaysia, a match that may very well decide the fate of both of these teams, whether they move on into the next round of the World Cup or whether they are eliminated here in the group stage. I'm Dio, and joining me for the honor of casting the very first match of the EOS World Cup 2025 is iFlame. Welcome back.
Thank you. I didn't know you were such a poet like that, but I'm so excited to be back finally for OWC 2025 group stage. We've got a brand new format, brand new teams qualifying, and a ton of good matchups here. So before we start talking about the teams, let's go over the format quickly because I'm sure a lot of people are not familiar. So out of qualifiers, the top 8 seeds were placed into the Legends group, and they get a bye straight to the winners bracket round of 16. Seeds 9 to 24, they are called the Challengers, and the Challengers are split up into 4 groups. The top 2 teams from each group will move on to the winners bracket round of 16 to play against the Legends teams. The bottom 2 teams in each group will, of course, drop to the lower losers bracket in round of 16, where they will face off against the contenders. That's going to be seeds 25 to 40. Top 2 teams again in each group are going to be seeded directly into that round of 16 losers bracket, and the bottom 2 teams in each group are eliminated. Of course, this matchup, Vietnam and Malaysia, we are going to be playing in the contenders group, and so this is going to be an important one. But Dio, talk to me about this Vietnam roster.
This is a roster that has had a lot of eyes on it, with one player in particular. It's Def, who plays every single map for this team just about, and has done a damn good job of it. Their best performer in qualifiers by a wide margin, the best tournament player in the country by a pretty wide margin, and has a solid supporting cast as well. Players like Casio, players like Another Guy, players like Shimi, players like Bao and Something Else, players... A lot of these players, honestly, are very, very solid as support for Def, who plays every single map on this team. And it's not just Def putting up the solid scores. I mean, you look at things like their DT1 run, Def's getting 575k. Another Guy is getting the full combo on that map in qualifiers. So this is a team that does have other players with the potential to pop off. You're definitely looking at Def as a solid core roster kind of backbone for this team, but there are going to be a lot of other players here who can put up some very good scores as well.
Yeah. Then on the other side, we've got Malaysia. They're going to be running a core of Mind and RAM packs on most maps, or Mint, and RAM packs on most maps. These are actually 2 individual placements apart in the qualifiers, but otherwise they've got a lot of very strong fill players. Malaysia was the kind of team in qualifiers that had very strong scores on certain maps and very poor scores on other ones, and that tends to mean pretty good things, at least for the group stage. Don't expect them to give up a lot of early break points. And overall, I think they tend to be a more well-rounded, at least balanced team in terms of depth compared to Vietnam. And keep in mind, this is a much easier pool than qualifiers. That qualifiers Nomad 1 was 7.4 stars. This week, the Nomad won 6.7 stars. So on a pool like the qualifiers, really favors a player like Def, who can put up those really strong scores on some of those harder maps and really give Vietnam a boost in the qualifiers. In the group stage, it's much more about team depth, team consistency, as well as settling those nerves for OWC, whereas Def will be a very strong player for Vietnam, of course, but in the group stage, it's going to be a lot more difficult to kind of make that individual difference. And so we're going to need to see some team consistency out of both of these teams. We are waiting for the ban for Vietnam to come through first. They're going to be banning out the DT2, that 255 BPM speed map. Interestingly, both of these teams were pretty even on the speed maps in qualifiers, but they don't feel like they want to take that this time around. Next
I
up,
think
Dan,
for the DT2 in particular as well, it's a lot more comparable to the DT1 from qualifiers, which was that kind of high BPM burst map, right? Malaysia's first run on that map, they had 3.9 million team score with 2 FCs from No Head and Rampax and an A-rank choke of over 1.1 million score from Mint Breeze. Vietnam's best score on that map was 2.7 million team score. So they just do not want to play against Malaysia when they have the potential to beat them by 1.2 million score on something like this DT2, which is overall pretty comparable to what we had in the DT1 last week.
Yeah, I think for Malaysia, in terms of bans, their biggest pain points in the qualifiers were things like the Nomad 2 and the Hard Rock 1, I think, are going to be the biggest areas of attack. Vietnam looked really, really solid on the Hard Rocks, whereas Malaysia struggled a bit. And then those tapping maps, Malaysia should struggle a bit as well, at least with the lower BPM stream maps, but they are going to be banning out the Nomad 3, that CS5 AR7 incredibly awkward reading map, and don't want to play gimmick against Vietnam. And Vietnam with the first pick, curious if they do want to opt into one of those Hard Rocks. I think really either the Hard Rock 1 or the Hard Rock 2 could be good picks for them at some point in this match. I'm also looking at things like some of the more tech-focused maps, things like the Nomad 4, as well as potentially things like the Free Mod 1 later on.
Yeah, I think this is a match that's kind of characterized by Vietnam really liking things like the flow aim, like tech, like reading, being very, very strong on a lot of the more gimmicky stuff, whereas Malaysia is really just going to want to pick mechanics. You look across the qualifier scores for both of these teams, they're right next to each other in seeding, 32 versus 33. Malaysia has a slight edge on the Nomad aim. Vietnam has a solid edge on the Nomad 2 flow aim test from qualifiers. Malaysia a little bit better on Nomad 3 from qualifiers on that alt map. Vietnam much better on the tech map. Malaysia better on the aim hidden 1. Vietnam much better on the low AR hidden 2 in qualifiers, which is also going to be their first pick here. Coconut Love by I Love You Orchestra, mapped by Funny. This is the remaining low AR map now that Malaysia have banned out that Nomad 3. And I think this is a pretty solid pick for this Vietnam team. They didn't have the best of runs on this in the qualifiers. You look at their team scores, it's 1.4 million, 1.2 million team score from them both times. But that's still better each time than both of Malaysia's team scores on the Hidden 2 in qualifiers, which were about 1 million team score flat each time. Malaysia really struggled on this map in qualifiers to get a decent score, and so this kind of a first pick from Vietnam, I think, makes a lot of sense. Even if it's not their best map, it's one of Malaysia's worst, and that's really all you need when you are picking maps in a tournament, right? It's not about getting the best score possible, it's just about beating your opponent, and that's certainly something that Vietnam should feel confident in doing on this Hidden 2.
Yeah, it's definitely a smart pick for Vietnam. Both of these teams have one player on each roster that's kind of just there for reading. So Electro Strike for Vietnam, as well as TV Maruko. Usually for Malaysia, I do expect to be the last player there, just in for the rating, so very possibly these might be their only mask. We're going to get a Hot Dog in instead for Malaysia, and of course the core roster for Vietnam of Def, Simi, and something else. We're going to be seeing these three on just about every map, and for Malaysia, this is kind of quite a few of the rating players, but slightly surprised not to see a Chibi Maruko in for this one. And as a reminder, each team only plays one match against every other team in their group. So in this group, we have Taiwan, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Denmark. Because you only play one match against every other team, every single match is so incredibly important. The only way to guarantee getting out of groups is to go 3-0, 2-1. You have pretty good odds, but it's not a guarantee. And especially a matchup between these two teams that are so close in seeding. If you lose this one, you still have to play the higher seeded Taiwan team later on. And so this match could very well be the decider between second and third if all else goes to plan. But here we go, Dio, our first map of group stage. It's going to be Coconut Love.
And the start of the very first match of the OS World Cup 2025, the earliest start we have ever had to an OS World Cup, Friday 14 UTC. Quite literally unprecedented. A couple of early misses here from Harumi Enna and Shime. For anyone who is somewhat new to tournaments, explain that real quick as we're just getting into this map and everything seems pretty stable. Another miss there from Harumi Enna, but better accuracy for Malaysia to keep things on their side. Goal in tournaments, just beat your opponent on a set number of maps. In this case, the first team to 5 map wins the match. And we see a massive number of breaks from quite a few people. Shimi, Harumi, Emma, Shiyu, and Electro Strike all finding breaks there. Still 2 full combos on each side, but there goes a hot dog. Make that 1 for Malaysia. Def and something else are just popping off right now, holding on to the full combos where it matters. And Mabayu for Malaysia doing the same, but unable to find a counterpart on their team to stand strong with them against Vietnam. And now Def and something else, now just Def, holding on to this full combo, should still be able to keep this on the side of Vietnam, but it's 1-to-1 matching full combos right now, and everyone else is just kind of having a rough time. But there goes Def, now Mabayu unmatched on the full combo for Malaysia, and whereas before there was no counterpart in his team, now there's no counterpart in the lobby. Mabayu standing alone for Malaysia, looking to force a breakpoint on Vietnam's first pick and take an unlikely win for the team on this Hidden 2.
Yeah, there are some very tough patterns at the end of this map, though. Mabayu does need to hold on to the combo. 120,000 points is nice, but it is not a secure lead, especially with some recoveries on Simi and something else. But that miss from Electro Strike not going to be helping things out, and very quickly, Vietnam are running out of time. We are barreling towards that breakpoint as the score lead continues to grow. Another miss from Def. There goes Mabayu. But I think it's too little too late, Theo, as the rest of Malaysia have solid combos as well. Now it's only Simi make that no combos left on Vietnam, and the first pick of OWC 25 group stage will be a breakpoint in favor of Malaysia.
Yeah, Mabayu just finding the pop-off play that mattered there. Very, very solid run for them. 2 missed, 97.5 A rank. And slightly better accuracy for Def, but just could not match the combo there. Everything else, I mean, pretty even across the board. But even then, I think the supporting scores for Malaysia were a little better than for Vietnam. So Def would not have just had to match, but also outperform by a couple 100,000 points. Mabayu's 720k there. So basically needed the FC to carry that, or needed the supporting scores to raise up a little bit around him, and that just did not happen this time around. Malaysia finding the break point, and talked about this a little bit before they, or as they picked the Hidden 2. You don't necessarily need to get the best scores on a map to win, you just need to beat your opponent. But if your opponent starts to perform a lot better, especially on a lower star rating pool, Malaysia is a team that's been around in the World Cups for a long time. They're always around top 32, top 24 area. This is a scary team that knows how to play these lower star rating group stage pools, and they're going to be able to put up some solid scores on this lower star rating. So Vietnam, unfortunately, maybe a little bit baited in by the worst performance in qualifiers from Malaysia, as now we get into what I think we should have expected here. A speed pick from Malaysia, the Nomad 2. Not a stream map, but a speed stamina map, 230 BPM. And one with one hell of a storyboard, I have to say. If you haven't seen it, hopefully we show it here. If we're not showing it here, go back and watch the map pool showcase once this match is over, because it's a great storyboard.
Yeah, the storyboard is so good. But this is a very dense tapping map. You don't need to worry about aiming a lot of these bursts too much, but we're going to see the dedicated speed rosters coming in for either side. And you mentioned Malaysia, pretty scary team. They did get eliminated 5-3 by Taiwan in the round of 32 last year. Now, in the same group, they have a chance to get their revenge, but they're going to have to get through Vietnam first as we wait for the lobby to fill out.
Now, we'll see if they're able to do that. Still, an early breakpoint is very good for Malaysia in doing so. And I think that's the one unfortunate bit of trouble that Vietnam has in this World Cup is they're a pretty much brand new team to the World Cup stage, right? They have not qualified into a main stage before. And so for this roster, every single player is new to the World Cups. Malaysia, they've been here before quite a lot. They're not going to have the same level of nerves. And definitely on the speed mechanics, you favor Malaysia just based off the qualifier results. Talked about the DT1 a little bit earlier when they went ahead and banned out that double time 2. Even on the DT2, they did have a bit of a better time as well. So both of those speed maps a little bit better for Malaysia than for Vietnam. But also, as we saw on the Hidden 2 just now, just because the qualifiers went one way doesn't mean the group stage can't go another way. We'll see if Vietnam is able to fire back with a breakpoint of their own here on the Nomad 2. Something else, another guy, Bao and Def versus Harumi Enna, Rampax, Nohead, and Mabayu.
Yeah, we play the maps for a reason. Vietnam last qualified for the group stage in OWC2, the second ever OWC. So it's been quite a while since then, and I think the players for Vietnam definitely could use a few maps to settle in, get used to those nerves. But as we get into this Nomad 2, the bursts very quickly start to pick up, and we're getting a pretty good idea of comfort level on both of these teams. It's a relatively short map, so these early misses do matter, but for now it's just going to be one miss on either side. Make that 2 for Vietnam, as they do have some early struggles with the accuracy as well. Something else and Bao down at 95. It's going to hurt them a fair bit. Accuracy is all looking incredibly solid now for Malaysia, but a big miss for Nohead is going to keep things even. Harumi Enna as well. Now it's going to be 2 FCs to 2. Vietnam keeping things close, but we still have a lot of map to go.
Still overall close, but there goes something else, and now it's 2 FCs to 1, and the supporting score is basically equal for both of these teams. Def on the solo carry run right now needs to pull it off. Rampax and Mabayu, just one of the two of them needs to match, and they are clear for Malaysia to take this. Another miss comes through for another guy as well. Harumi Enna and Nohead both still holding on to their combos. There goes Bao, and the supporting score is falling apart a little bit for Vietnam, finding these misses where Malaysia just is not. It's been 4 uncontested misses from Vietnam in a row. Def still holding strong with the full combo, but so are Rampax and Mabayu, and they're going to see the scores here. They're all going to know, hey, this is basically the only way we lose this is if all of us miss and Def FCs. So as long as that doesn't happen, we're in the clear. Just hold a little bit of combo here, guys, and we're all good to go. Harumi Enna, Nohead, Rampax, and Mabayu all on these massive combos. Another guy with a good support for Vietnam and Def on the FC. But, I mean, this is just getting way out of hand at this point, and at a 500,000 score lead for Malaysia, and that slider break from Def, unfortunate slow slider there. That is going to be the map with no contest from Vietnam, basically. This is a massive score lead for Malaysia. 2 full combos still intact. 1K on both of their supporting combos. iFlame, the qualifiers were accurate on this one. This is not particularly close between these two teams.
They certainly were. 3.2 million is an incredibly strong score coming through for Malaysia. And that's going to be the breakpoint consolidated as well. So Vietnam are really going to need to make the rest of their picks count, especially because this is the best of 9. You don't get that many chances to win back your breakpoint. There's only 4 picks maximum on either side. And that also means you really can't afford to give up any further breakpoints. So they're going to have to make their next pick very carefully. Now, there is no more low AR left in the pool. So we're not going to be seeing the reading once again. But does still feel like there's a lot of good options for Vietnam. Going off of qualifiers, I do still think the Hard Rocks would look good for them. But as we've seen on the Hidden 2, sometimes the qualifiers don't tell the whole story. And I do think there are some riskier picks, right? This precision map Malaysia does have a couple of solid precision players that could find them another breakpoint if you just get a couple unlucky misses on Vietnam. And for this group stage, the the point difference matters as well. So if two teams are tied in terms of wins in the group stage, it comes down to which team has the best map differential. So if Malaysia can get a few more quick points and win this match, by 2-3 points, I think it's going to put them in a really good spot for the rest of the group stage.
On the flip side, I think Vietnam is going to change gears a little bit here. And indeed they do. They're going for the free mod 2, not into something gimmicky, just into flow aim. We saw in the Nomad 2 in qualifiers, they were very solid on that sort of stream flow aim. This is a very similar type of map here. Nightmare Invitation by Ebemayo, mapped by Selena. This is also, I believe, a custom map for the OS World Cup 2025 group stage this year, as well as an original song from the Mania World Cup 2025. Mania World Cup 7K 2025. This map is very, very straightforward in terms of what it tests. It's just a flow aim stream map, 195 BPM. There are a few sorts of trickier patterns, like some 6-note bursts, especially in the first difficult section, that if you're not expecting them, can throw you off. But this is the OS World Cup after all. I think the players will have practiced those patterns and be just fine on them. For free mod, this map CS 3.8 AR 9.6 should be relatively comfortable. No mod, hidden, or hard rock. Teams, of course, need at least one hidden only, and at least one player taking hard rock in some way. So either hard rock only or hidden hard rock is just fine for the hard rock players. As we get into the third map of the match, Vietnam hoping to put a point on the board here with this free mod 2 pick and not let Malaysia, as you said, iFlame, start to rack up those points quickly and potentially close this out cleanly. Looking to avoid the sweep and keep this match close. Casio, Def, another guy, and Bao looking to extend the lead. Harumi, Enna, Nohead, Rampax, and Mabayu.
Yeah, we do see oftentimes in the early stages, lots of teams like to overmod some of these free mods, but this is one of the trickier free mods, so not going to see any overmods here. We're going to see Casio as well as Mabayu on the hidden, another guy, and Rampax running the hard rock. And this is one of those free mod maps where both the mods are quite a bit tougher compared to the no mod. So I think both teams are going to be relying a lot more on their no mod players to put up some really strong scores. I really like Vietnam letting Def play the no mod. You say, just have the easiest time possible. We want you to be able to put up, an FC or really as good of a score as possible, and just put on an absolute carry performance. So I do like when teams do that. And here we go into these aim control streams. There are a lot of sharp angle changes, lots of spacing changes as well. And it does have some tricky aim control patterns as well. Both games looking good so far. There's been a couple early misses on the side of Malaysia from Nohead and Mabayu, but they're not going to be too far behind. 50,000 point difference is not much all in a map like this. That's a bigger miss from Harumi, Enna, and Mabayu finds a second miss on that hidden. Meanwhile, Vietnam looking incredibly good on their second pick, still going for FC strong. Finally, we do see one miss from Vietnam out of Casio, but if they see 3 more FCs, they know they are heavily in the lead. We get into a bit of a trickier section now, some tougher streams, and a tricky slider aim kind of pattern approaching as well. We'll see if Vietnam drops any combos there, but now it's one FC against the Rampax, trying to fend off this Vietnam attack. Another guy finally misses. There goes Def as well. All of a sudden, Vietnam are down to just one FC, and Malaysia find themselves with a combo advantage.
Yeah, iFlame, it's Bao versus Rampax on the full combos. You favor the no-mod player there, but look at Nohead in the top right corner. 770 combo, just about 100 back from that FC. 99.5 accuracy here for Malaysia, and that 225k score lead has already gone down by 60k in just that short time since the miss, but Rampax immediately misses after the break. I think the nerves may have got to him there. That accelerating stream claims his FC, and No Head now versus Bao. You still have slightly better supporting combo for Vietnam as well. The score lead starting to go back up. Rampax finding the miss again, Mabayu finding a miss. 2 supporting combos gone for Vietnam, but I think the map is basically over at this point. Bao still on the FC. And we talked about this at the start of the match. Definitely a player of interest for Vietnam, part of this backbone, but it's the other players on this roster who often ended up finding the top plays on their qualifier maps. Bao this time around claiming that honor, 8 100s on the full combo and the only one in the lobby.
Yeah, Bao in the qualifiers, like you mentioned, looked really good for Vietnam on the Nomad 4 tech pick as well. At this one, obviously a lot more flow aim focused, but Bao is so incredibly strong on these flow aim tech focused picks. Of course, Malaysia does have the next pick and feels like they have quite a few options at this point. A Nomad 2 has been picked and that DT2 speed map has been banned. So if you're looking for more tapping, that would have been the Nomad 2, and so Malaysia are now going to have to change things up. They do have some areas they're incredibly strong on. They look solid on the DTs, as well as some of the alt picks last week's Nomad 3. But otherwise, I do feel like you kind of want to capitalize off of the previous successes. Maybe they can opt into something like a hidden one. Feels like it could be all right for Malaysia.
Yeah, I definitely think they're much better off going with something like the DT1, like the Nomad 1, like the Fremod 3 potentially if it gets down to it. And they are indeed just going to go with the DT1. I think that's the most obvious pick left in the pool. It's the only other speed map really left in the pool. Of course, stream maps, as we just saw, very favored towards Vietnam, but speed maps still quite good for Malaysia. Desire Shooting by Arnold, mapped by Lucent. This is there's some lore behind this map, if you don't mind me expounding a little bit from the qualifiers or from the group stage showcase for anyone who missed it. Miles was talking about his agenda to push Toho into the map pool, and for that purpose, bringing Lucent in specifically just to map this one song, and for Lucent under the condition that he only had to map this song and nothing else. So this is 2 Toho junkies conspiring to bring more Toho into the map pool. And it does work very well for this pool as well. About 260-ish BPM. 240-ish BPM, 237 overall, AR 10.3, a little bursty, a little aimy, kind of a combo sort of map here in the DT1.
Yeah, this feels, it's slightly more tapping heavy than your average DT1, but it is still that kind of, for the most part, the generic AR 10.3 consistency DT map. And so we're going to see a lot of players be able to build up some of those bigger combos. Of course, Malaysia, as we've already mentioned, looked incredibly good, getting 7th overall on the DT1 in qualifiers. This DT1 is slightly different. It's 40 BPM slower, which should make things more manageable. And they do have a hot dog in for this DT1 as well, a player who didn't play the qualifiers at all for Malaysia. So that is going to be a really nice addition for them. And as Def fills out the lobby, we should be getting into this one shortly. Looks like it's going to be Def, something else, another guy, Bao for Vietnam, up against Hot Dog, Harumi, Rampax, and No Head for Malaysia. Vietnam still looking to get their breakpoint back, but oftentimes you do expect those to come later in the match. So Vietnam will do their best on this DT1, but they may need to bide their time while they look for this breakpoint.
Well, see if they can keep things close on this DT1. This is definitely a lot more multifaceted than what we saw in the Nomad 2. Far less focused on the pure speed, far more focused on being that sort of hybrid pick. And this is, I think, a lot more accessible for a lot of players, being much more of an aim pick than it is just a pure speed map. So see if that benefits Vietnam at all. They were a little bit better on those aim picks in the qualifiers than they were on the speed picks, and an early break to come out for No Head does give over a little bit of a score lead for the side of Vietnam. A Hot Dog also struggling on the accuracy. That should come up as we get through the map, but it's looking like potentially offset issues for a Hot Dog. Does finally bring that UR bar toward the center, but potentially some offset issues there, and so that is maybe going to be a recurring issue as the accuracy is staying put around 94%. Something else, though, finding a slide break matching what is actually an early Bancho break for No Head, so still 4 full combos intact for Malaysia. Only 1 drop for Vietnam so far in this first Ki time. Everybody else just fine on the accuracy, just fine on the combo, as things are indeed kept close by both teams. Vietnam slightly ahead off the accuracy advantage, but the combo starting to matter a little bit more here. The score lead going down as we get farther and farther into the map. But there's a combo advantage for Vietnam now. Harumi Enna finding that break right after the first Ki time. 3 FCs to 3, and the teams will see it there.
Yeah, maps like these are the kind of maps that tend to be decided by just a couple misses on either side. This is very playable for a lot of these players, and we definitely could see a couple FCs on this one. Vietnam continue to extend their lead. This 4% accuracy drop from a Hot Dog really hurting Malaysia right now, and something else is on a really solid recovery. But here we go into the next Ki. A Hot Dog mis-aims the start of this Ki section. All of a sudden, Vietnam are absolutely flying as something else continues to recover. They're still holding 3 FCs strong, and Malaysia with their 2 FCs just can't keep up.
And iFlame, it's looking like we are going to get that breakpoint a little earlier than we may have expected. Nothing decisive so far, but 300k and climbing is a very, very good score lead for Vietnam at the moment. Making it through this burstier section without any issue is Vietnam. Still the 3 full combos intact. Still now a 400k score lead. And yeah, there's 2 FCs for Malaysia. It's not a bad team score at all, but Vietnam is going to blow that out of the water here. Already up nearly 500k, way up above 3 mil already. Malaysia just now joining them at that mark, and Vietnam must just see how high they can push this team score. Something else will find another break, gonna cap out around 750k there, and Bao also gonna find a break right before the end, but that is 4 million points for Vietnam. No issues on this map whatsoever. 4.2 million team score on this DT1. A very, very solid run, and one that I think would keep up with a lot of other teams in the group stage. This, of course, is a very accessible map, as we said earlier. I think this is a map where we're going to see very, very high average scores, but 4.2 million is still quite good from Vietnam. Very good scores there.
Yeah, it's quite the decisive breakpoint as well, winning that one by 400k. I think that's going to inspire a lot of confidence in Vietnam. After winning 2 in a row, they've got some momentum for them going for them now. We'll see if they can keep it up, as they do have the next pick, and if they can win 3 in a row, they're going to be absolutely rolling. Vietnam do still have a lot of picks, it feels like. Hard Rocks are largely untouched. They still have quite a few tech maps available. That Nomad 4 that they look so good on in qualifiers. The Nomad 5 is interesting because both teams were pretty similar in terms of precision. I'm just not sure if whether Hot Dog changes that for Malaysia, and so I think that one may end up being a bit of a later pick.
See if it ends up being a later pick. I mean, both of these teams only have 2 picks left maximum, right?
Yeah.
So Vietnam, of course, with first pick has a guaranteed 2 picks. Malaysia, if they lose another breakpoint here, potentially only have 1 pick left. So every pick from here really matters for both of these teams. And I think if you are Vietnam, you can maybe start to think about ducking into the DT3, into the Fremod 1, into the Hard Rock 2, into the Nomad 4. There's a lot of options, I think, here. It's going to be Hard Rock 1 instead, which I'm somewhat surprised at, but not too surprised at. You look at a lot of the skill sets that Vietnam was really solid on. It's the flow aim, it's the tech, it's the hard rock flow, and also precision. It's the kind of flow aim DT from qualifiers. And so a lot of that, what they have in common, is slightly gimmicky flowing or tech sliders, right? This map doesn't really have those, but Vietnam's also just a solid hard rock team, so this pick does still make sense there. I do think this is the more accessible of the two hard rock picks, though. So Malaysia potentially has some inroads into another breakpoint on this map. We'll see if they're able to convert on it, but I do think this is still a solid pick for Vietnam in the hard rock one.
Yeah, personally a fan of this pick. I think they're just informing that off of the qualifiers, where Malaysia had a pretty rough time with some of the hard rocks, hard rock one especially. Now that hard rock one was a lot more flow tech, whereas this one is definitely more of an aim tech map. So Malaysia are going to have their chances, but no hot dog on this one. And I think both teams did look quite good on some of the aim maps. I would say the tech on this map it's definitely there, but it's on the lighter side compared to an actual tech map. And you've got some awkward slider patterns as well to watch out for. And at this point, every point matters so much. You know, obviously nobody wants to give up a break point, but it feels like the maps are getting less in favor of either side now. And so especially as we approach that tiebreaker and we get farther into this match, it feels like these picks should start become a lot closer as we just wait for the players to ready up and we can get into Alien Friend Request.
Yeah, this map, by the way, for anyone unaware, is from a contest, I believe, Kyoku 2024 beat mapping contest, where entrants had to make everything associated with the map. So that includes the song, that includes the background, any storyboarding they did, the map itself, of course, hit sounding, everything had to be done from scratch. And so this is a massive collab between the team behind this map, Dash PC, Chai the Team, Melon Boy, and Wavewarp, all working on the song, the vocals, the lyrics, the background art, and the map.
Yeah, it's incredibly cool. I do know some players were struggling with the timing on this map, so we'll have to keep an eye on the accuracies. Hope all of them have their offsets sorted, as Rampax is going to find the first miss. And we do see a couple players falling a little bit behind on accuracy. Bao, another guy, and Rampax down around 96. It's going to be a slight lead for Malaysia, but this is where the map really starts to pick up in difficulty, and we could start to see some misses. The first big miss comes through for another guy, immediately followed up by Chiyu and Def, so it is going to be 2 FCs to 2, but Rampax now on a pretty solid recovery. This is a pretty lengthy map as well, so both teams have plenty of time to recover these combos and really bring this score lead back. This is a free advantage for Vietnam. The score should flip back over any second. That's a big miss from Harumi Anna, missing on the easier section. And that miss from another guy is just not going to be as important, as it's 2 FCs to 0 as Nabayu drops the final FC for Malaysia. Vietnam should really be able to push this score lead now going into this easier section.
Yeah, and one thing, we haven't really talked about it a lot, but this is a pretty hard map in this map pool. And so I think pretty obviously a hard map in this map pool. It's very multi-skill set. There's a lot going on at pretty much any point. You've got some flow aim, you've got a little bit of slider jumps, you've got some just high spacing aim and awkward aim in this map as well. A bit of overlap reading on some of these. So there's just a ton going on. Finally, a break comes through for Casio. That's one of the FCs now gone for Vietnam, but Bao still holding strong. Def and another guy also on good recovery combos. Make that just Def, but Mabayu to drop in turn for Malaysia, and Chiyu to drop as well. And now there's just no combo left on Malaysia. Rampax the biggest with just 320 combo. And it's Bao and Def ahead of everyone else in the lobby after that short break into an easier section here, as hopefully the tournament client wants to cooperate. Hopefully nobody's disconnecting or anything. Cool. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but we'll hopefully be fine. Surely it's fine.
Yeah, Bao has been, absolutely on fire these last couple of maps, and as I say that, looks like Bao has found a miss. Okay, it is Boncho. Bao still holding strong, so as we take stock of the situation, Vietnam up by 300,000 points. They've got all the combo. Malaysia are far out of this one, and Vietnam is going to be taking their 3rd point in a row. And I'm not sure if Bao missed at the start, but looking to put up another incredibly strong score back-to-back. And Malaysia, they're going to be looking towards the next pick already.
Yeah, very good pick here for Vietnam. Turns out just picking a difficult Hard Rock map works out very, very well for them in this matchup. And they're going to take this pretty convincingly, 500k score lead already. I don't know if we're going to be able to watch the end of this one, guys, but at the very least, it looks like we'll finish out the map. There we go. A couple of more misses to come through for actually everyone, as the ending claims all 8 combos. Maybe a little bit of a difficult section there. Not going to impact too much, though. 630,000 score lead for Vietnam on that Hard Rock one. It was 2 in a row for Malaysia to start off the match, followed now by 3 wins in a row for Vietnam in the back half of this match. We'll see now if Malaysia can stop that momentum, pick successfully, and tie things up 3-3 again. iFlame, if Malaysia lose this next pick, then Vietnam is at 4-2. That's match point. Vietnam has the next pick after that. If Malaysia lose this pick, they potentially just don't get another pick and they lose 5-2. So this is a really important pick. They should be picking their best map here in order to get as many points as possible, because as we discussed earlier in the group stages, if you do happen to tie with another team for match wins, let's say you have 2 teams that are 2-1, or let's say you have one team that goes 3-0 and 3 teams that are 1-2. Those 3 teams that are 1-2, those ties are broken by your point differential, so the number of maps you have won minus the number of maps you have lost. So Malaysia, you want as many points on the board in every single match possible, and I don't know about this DT3. This is a map that in qualifiers was extremely good for Vietnam. Now, that map was a lot more old-style, kind of Kirby McFlowame-esque. Definitely a more modern take on that sort of thing, but very, very Flow-Aim heavy DT alt. This is a lot more snap aim focused DT alt. So that sort of difference may be very good for Malaysia in this case. I was expecting more of kind of a straightforward aim pick, but Malaysia, they're out of speed maps, right? There's the DT1 is gone, the Nomad 2 is gone. They had also won the Hidden 2, so you could potentially go with the Hidden 1 here, but I wasn't really expecting this map. Maybe just with the much heavier focus on snapping, this is a solid pick for Malaysia. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I definitely see the thought process behind this pick. You mentioned the other aim maps in the pool, like the Nomad 1 for Malaysia, but you've just lost 2 aim-focused maps, right, in the Hard Rock 1 as well as the DT1, and so all of a sudden those get a little bit more scary, and maybe you're hesitant to keep picking into those aim maps, feel the need to change it up. The other thing that could be a big factor for Malaysia is that they have a Hot Dog who has looked really good on some of these DT picks. I think is going to be a strong performer for them on the DT3, and again was not available for them in the qualifiers. So even though Malaysia seeded 44th on the qualifiers DT3, with the more snap aim focus of this map, as well as the return of a Hot Dog for Malaysia, hopefully that is enough to get Malaysia a point on the board, because as we've discussed, giving up a break point now would very likely spell the end of Malaysia in this match. Now, this DT3 is an incredibly short map, and I mean, it's kind of a stand-in for your typical Nomad 3, since we don't really have a dedicated Nomad alt map in this pool. But there are a couple really, really tricky aim control patterns in this map. One especially difficult one, about 3/4 of the way into the map, that I expect to be claiming a lot of combos. So if we see any big combos left over at that point, we're gonna have to see if anyone can hold on, as Malaysia is DT3 their saving grace. They need to stop this momentum from Vietnam, stem the bleeding, and they did actually take Hot Dog out. So forget my earlier point about Hot Dog making the differences. They're going to be running Rampax, Snowhead, Mabiyu, and Harumi Enna up against Def, Simi, another guy, and Bao. The Vietnam core looking strong once again. Some accuracy struggles early on for Bao, but you generally expect that accuracy to recover as we go later into the map. Def going to be finding the first couple of misses along with No Head, followed up by Simi. So just going to be 2 FCs to 3 in favor of Malaysia. And these early misses really do matter a lot, but there are still some tricky patterns coming up. And if Bao continues to be on form, if only one player from these FCs hits that pattern at about 3/4, they could absolutely be the decider. Here we go into the next tricky section.
More of these back and forth snappy patterns, followed by some pretty high spacing flow aim immediately afterwards. Nobody missing so far, though. Everybody hitting this section at the moment. More of these difficult patterns coming through, more of the wiggle streams, more of these back and forth wiggles also coming through, but nobody dropping any combo at all in that entire section. Now we get into a bit more of a tricky section as well. Harumi and Shimi also finding the break. Mbayu also dropping now. It's one full combo for Rampax versus the two for another guy and Bao. Def matching no head. Bao falls. It's now basically completely even in terms of the combos. Another guy in Def versus Rampax and no head. FCs for another guy and Rampax. Good recovery for Def and No Head. Shami also finding another miss there. It's 200,000 score for Malaysia. And I think as the end of the map comes up here, that's not going to change at all. Malaysia taking it on this DT3. Rampax and No Head pulling up some really, really good scores. But as well, you look at the bottom row, it's a minimum 700K for everyone on Malaysia. And Vietnam, I mean, they got close to that, but unfortunately just not quite as good as Malaysia on this pick. And so it is indeed tied up 3-3. Last pick guaranteed for both of these teams, starting with Vietnam's last pick up next.
Yeah, we've got a best of 3 on our hands now between these two teams. Each team will get one final pick. And for Vietnam, outside of that first mishap, they've looked really good on their own picks. They've won them consistently then, and by decent margins as well. And when we take a look at what's left in the pool, we do have that Hard Rock 2. Vietnam has looked really good on the Hard Rocks. I think you tend to stray away from some of those more aim-focused maps despite winning the Hard Rock 1 and the DT1. Could they potentially look at something like a Free Mod 1, which is more of that aim control tech style, not so different. Well, it is quite different, but probably most similar to the Nomad 4 that we saw earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. For Vietnam, I'm looking at the Nomad 4. I'm looking at the Free Mod 1 and the Hard Rock 2, and it is just going to be the Hard Rock 2. I was kind of hoping we would get this from this team as well. Show Off Showdown by Memo Demo, the one OWC original in this map pool. Custom song, original song by Memo Demo for the OS World Cup 2025 group stage, mapped by Chaos Litz. I'm going to check on the background artist as well. Hopefully that's in the description here. Background by Antlion, and of course graphics design by Alex Dunk and Panthulu. Pineapple and Zeth contributing to design quality assurance. Video design by Sakura as well. Just goes to show you there's more than just the original artist and the mapper collaborating on these originals. There's a whole team behind basically every single one of them, which is always great to see. This map in particular, though, 140 BPM, CS 6.5 after Hard Rock, and very much focused on alt aim control with that higher circle size after Hard Rock. And we saw Vietnam do very, very well on that Hard Rock 1. This is a very different type of map, being alt aim control precision alongside a little bit of finger control. But it is still a somewhat difficult Hard Rock pick, a somewhat inaccessible Hard Rock pick as well, being both CS 6.5 precision and that lower BPM alt aim control.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one, and especially because the precision alt is not necessarily a skill set that a lot of players spend a ton of time practicing. Gonna want to keep an eye on Def on the side of Vietnam. Had the 8th best score of anybody in the tournament on the precision map from qualifiers. And while we wait for the players to get into the lobby, very quick reminder that if you want to show some support for your favorite OWC teams, you can get your country banner in the Osu shop and show some support. If you have the banner of the winning team, you get to keep that banner for the remainder of the year. So go show some love for your favorite team. I'm sure they greatly appreciate it. And good luck, have funs in the chat, as we've got Def, another guy, Casio, the precision fill player for Vietnam, along with Bao up against Rampax, Chiyu, NoHead, and Mabiyu. And Malaysia did have some really good precision scores as well, right? NoHead especially is a very strong precision player. They're going to be one to watch out for. And the first quarter of this map should be pretty easy for most of these players. So that's going to be more of a nerves test, as easy as the map may be for the first quarter. With CS 6.5 and the nerves of being on the OSU World Cup stage, it's not difficult to find some early misses that you wouldn't normally get in practice. I'll have to keep an eye on those as Vietnam starts their last pick.
Well, it's an early miss, unfortunately, for another guy on the side of Vietnam. Bao, Casio, and Def also filling out their roster. Rampax, Chiyu, NoHead, and Mabayu for Malaysia. Mabayu to find the first drop on their side, and now Rampax also finding the slider break there on that long slider. It's 8K in favor of Malaysia, but soon to go back the way of Vietnam with that FC advantage and the supporting combo for another guy being higher than either Rampax's or Mabayu's. NoHead and Chiyu still holding strong, though. Still a chance for Malaysia to come back in this very short Hard Rock 2. Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds here. Bao finds the drop for Vietnam. Casio and Def holding and matching Chiyu and NoHead. But another miss to come through for Bao. Another guy also dropping the supporting combo. And now the support very much in favor of Malaysia. But Chiyu drops the FC soon afterwards. It's NoHead versus Casio and Def. But the support for Rampax and Mabayu is basically matching an FC here, iFlame, and that score is pretty much staying put at 20K. Now going back the way of Malaysia with another miss to come through for Def, and this is just balancing on a knife's edge at the moment. NoHead needing to hold this FC, Rampax and Mabayu needing to hold this support to bring this back the way of Malaysia, but if any other misses come through for Vietnam, this is going to skyrocket over the side of Malaysia. Can Vietnam's FCs hold here? Another miss to come through for, actually no, just an act drop for Bao there. As we get closer and closer to the end of the map here, a bit of a break, 50K in favor of Malaysia.
Nobody falls to that start pattern, but the end of this map is the hardest section yet. And like you said, the balance of this map, hanging on knife's edge, 60,000 points for Malaysia, but one miss from any of these major combos, and that'll flip back over in a heartbeat. And everybody on both teams nailing these patterns right now. The next miss on either side could very well be the end, but that's kind of the map. There are a couple more tough patterns. Rampax with a big miss right towards the end. Does Vietnam have the time? They immediately find a double miss. It is traded back by Mabiyu, but I think the damage has been done. It's only another guy holding the FC. Actually, not the FC. Further down, it's NoHead only holding the combo, and that's going to be Malaysia with the breakpoint on Vietnam's last pick, and now they've got a chance to close it out on a pick of their own, and that's going to be a very strong score from NoHead, and that is why NoHead is Malaysia's go-to precision player.
Yeah, I mean, very, very solid run there for NoHead. Honestly, just a great run for Malaysia, holding those really high supporting combos until basically the end of the map. Casio and Def had really, really good runs as well, both over 1K combo, both over 730K, but just not quite able to match that FC from NoHead, and the supporting scores for Malaysia enough to just barely take them over the edge at the end of the map. And Vietnam now down match point against Malaysia. It was Vietnam with 3 in a row during the middle of the match, but Malaysia have bookended them with 2 on each side. Now up 4-3 with the last pick for themselves. And that nightmare scenario for Malaysia that we were talking about earlier of being down match point with Vietnam having the next pick, shoes on the other foot this time around. Malaysia now in control of their own destiny, can close this out cleanly and avoid that tiebreaker if they just pick correctly here for the last map of the match. That said, it's a pretty tough last pick. You've got Nomad 1, which a lot of teams I feel like avoid just because it is the most accessible sort of skill set, just basic aim. Tech in the Nomad 4, they probably don't want that given how much better Vietnam was than them in qualifiers on that sort of skill set. Nomad 5 could be a pick, but it's going to be Hidden 1 instead. Malaysia going for not hidden aim in the hidden one, but hidden alt tech in this map. I am color me a little surprised on this one. They did win the hidden 2, but against a team like Vietnam that does have some pretty good tech players on it, I think picking hidden alt tech is certainly bold, but there's not a lot of the map pool left, so I do get the pick here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of map that Simi, Def, and something else should all be able to play. Curious whether we do see Casio on this one. I think it's most likely we just see Bao filling in this time around. And yeah, I'm slightly surprised by the pick as well. But I think, like you said, that No Mod 1, especially in these early rounds, feels super coin flippy for even some of the lower seeded teams. And it really feels like more of a nerves test. And I have a feeling both of these teams right now are going to be feeling the nerves. Malaysia, they know they have a chance to close this one out right now, and Vietnam desperately want to take a tiebreaker. And I think both of these teams are aware that if they lose this one, it's going to be a very tough matchup into Taiwan based on the seeding. You do expect Taiwan to be the favorites against either of these teams. And so if you lose this one, you're far from guaranteed to make it out of this group alive. And I think, I'm sure the weight, the pressure of that realization weighing on both of these teams pretty heavily, as we do have another guy out, and we do see Casio in for Vietnam along with something else. Mabiyu rampacks a hot dog, and just waiting on that final player for Malaysia now. Wouldn't be surprised to see Harumi back in, and will absolutely fill this one out. Now, this HD1, as you mentioned, bit of a swing tech map, lots of alt at 133 BPM. And we'll see how many misses we get on the first pattern. That is unusually brutal for a start of the map, so but that players should be able to recover their combos immediately after. This is the kind of map that really picks up in difficulty as the map goes on. So it's going to be important to find a lead early, because if you find yourself down by 100,000 points going into the last quarter of the map, it's going to be really, really tough to make up that score difference. As good luck, have fun's in the chat. Malaysia now have a chance for their last pick, and Vietnam now looking to do what Malaysia did to them.
And it looks like there's potentially, there we go, another member coming in for Bao. It looked like Bao needed to be kicked there, and so now we should be ready to go for another guy, Casio, something else, and Def instead of Bao on the last pick of this match. Last pick for Malaysia. Vietnam hoping it's not the last map of the match, looking to force tiebreaker in the first match of the OS World Cup 2025. Malaysia looking to deny that tiebreaker and clinch the win in the last pick for themselves here, 5-3. Let's get into it. This hidden one, Overjoy Overdose by Luna Phaser. Originally from BMS, by the way. This is not even a like real VTuber song, quote unquote. This is from BMS, which is very, very unexpected.
Yeah, we do see some slightly concerning accuracies early on from another guy and something else, because they were the only two to miss that first pattern. But it's a lot more misses coming out from Vietnam already. Def is the last one holding an FC, and they're not too far behind in terms of combo, but this is an incredibly short map at 2 minutes and 26 seconds, so these misses are going to start adding up. We do get into the first tricky section of the map now, but Malaysia looking good on their final pick, still holding 4 FCs, and the map doesn't pick up in difficulty for quite a while. I think Vietnam, if they don't make that recovery now, they're going to have a tough time making a comeback into the end of this map, especially towards the 2/3 mark. It gets a lot snappy. There's another miss from Casio, and Vietnam just not having a good time rebuilding these combos. And we may not make a tiebreaker after all, as it's once again only Def holding 4-way FC still for Malaysia, and this might very well be it.
Yeah, I don't know how Vietnam is going to come back in this. They basically just need a 4-way break here halfway into the map. That's the only miracle they can hope for right now, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. 4-way FC is still intact, let alone 4-way break for Malaysia. Harumiena will find a drop for Malaysia, but iFlame, I think it's over. 570k in the bank for Malaysia, and climbing. there's just no possibility of a comeback. And there goes Defs FC. A hot dog will follow, another guy, and something else will follow as well. But this is demolition from Malaysia on this hidden one. And we weren't quite sure how this pick would work out, but it seems very well is the answer here. Even with 3 of their players finding breaks for Malaysia, all 4 have found them for Vietnam in this same section. And the score lead continues to grow as Mabayu continues to hold this FC for Malaysia. 860k and climbing for Malaysia. And that is finally a break from Mabayu. No FCs in the end, but Malaysia will completely tear down Vietnam in this last map and indeed bookend those 3 points for Vietnam. 2 in the front and 3 in the back for Malaysia is 5 points to take the match and the first win of the OS World Cup 2025.
Yeah, that is going to put them first in their group, of course, for the time being. Both of these teams will have 2 more matches to be played with 1 loss. Even if Malaysia does go 1-2 in the group stage, they do still have a chance to make it out if one team goes 3-0. But, you know, they could beat the other 2 teams in the group as well, right? Their destiny is still in their hands, so they're going to have to go back, and I'm sure they're going to be well prepared for their next couple of matches. Congratulations to Vietnam taking our first win. Both teams had some really strong...
To Malaysia taking our first win.
Yes, to Malaysia. Our next match is going to be 8 UTC Saturday. That's going to be China versus Thailand. Should be a pretty good one. And then we've got a couple more matches on Saturday. 11 UTC, followed by 14 and 16 UTC.
Yeah, lots and lots of matches this weekend and next. I mean, there's how many matches in each group? You have 24 matches per group, 48 matches over the course of the next 2 weeks, 47 to go with this one out of the way. As you said, our next match there, actually New Zealand versus Finland at 11 UTC on Saturday. So you can tune in for that one. And a very last thing, iFlame, what's your favorite way to prepare banners before you eat them? What's the tastiest way you can get them? Personally, I'm going barbecue rub on the smoker for a few hours, but I've seen people do some other stuff, oven roasted, pan seared. There's a few ways to prepare them, but it all starts in the OS store. So go out there, get your banners, and support your favorite teams in the OS World Cup. Eat banners. Thank you for watching the OS World Cup 2025. I'm Dio, he's iFlame, and we'll see you back here 11 UTC for New Zealand versus Finland.
You're ready for your second lesson. Let us look back and see what were the most important things you've learned from your first lesson.
is it that you want to do?
Good morning, everyone. We're here with the second match of the group stage here. We've got New Zealand against Finland. A pretty interesting match here. And I've got the great pleasure today to be casting this with a new voice to the World Cup team. So I'd like to welcome Semi as well. He's going to be casting this match with me. How are you doing?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, my name's Semi. I go by Burn Castell on Osu, and I'm doing incredibly amazing. Like, there are no words in the English language that can truly describe how glad and excited I am to be here, casting with you, and just enjoying this incredible match to kick off the Saturday between New Zealand and Finland. Seed 16 versus seed 22. All right, let's get into it.
I mean, this is also going to be our first like challengers group matches. So as we've probably said this enough times already, but I'm sure we'll be repeating it a lot over the course of the group stage, because this whole group stage thing is quite new, right? So all of the seeds 9 to 24 are essentially placed with groups all together. So this is going to be the first time we see the top side of that group, I suppose. We did see Vietnam, Malaysia earlier, but that was in the contenders group. So this time around, level of play is expected to be a little bit higher, and hopefully the match is going to be just as close, because, I mean, on paper, seed 16 and 22, pretty, it could realistically go either way. And I think this is pretty exciting, but, most notably, I think, for New Zealand, who gets to have a fairly high placement compared to prior years, and a lot of good players on this team. Semi, are you familiar with both of these teams? Do you want to talk about some of the players a little bit?
Yeah, of course, gladly. New Zealand actually stepping up their game this year after what I believe a lot of people believe to be kind of a fall off and losing players like Zoomer. But I mean, they showed up, they got seed 16, they did incredible on the Hard Rock maps in the qualifiers, getting top 5 on both, I believe even top 4. And you can immediately see that they're trying to capitalize off of that with their ban here. Nomad 3 going to be banned, Chocolate Disco, the reading map of the pool. Just making sure to have as many mechanics picks as possible open to pick against Finland, who, in my opinion, capitalize more off of their hidden and more off of their raw speed and less aim-oriented maps, such as DT1.
Seems to be pretty spot on. We're going to be seeing the first pick being a mere tech hidden map here, so yeah.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say that there's that anything control related, kind of feels like a toss-up between the two teams. So to open up with this pick for Finland is kind of odd, so to say.
I think for a map like this, it's probably really comfy. If you like playing this type of skill set usually, like it's just one of those where you kind of just throw up there just to get the nerves out, just to have like some stable footing, right? First match for all of these teams here as well. So sometimes it's good to have a comfy pick like this. It's also worth noting, I think with this pool, the group stage pool is notably easier than what round of 32 previously was, and is going to be notably easier than every remaining pool of the tournament, right? So for these challengers teams that are seeded relatively highly for everyone playing in the group stage, there's this expectation that you know, every team is going to be filling a lot of players that are kind of expected to get really high scores. There's this interesting dynamic, I guess, where I think these teams, these higher seeded teams, are probably expected to get 4 ways or close to that on most of the maps, whereas a lot of the contenders teams should be able to get through with like 1 or 2 people carrying with FCs, right? So I think for a match like this, you're definitely looking at depth of roster and just how many people on each team are going to be able to show up here.
Exactly. Rosters finalized on both sides. We see one of the new rookies on the Finnish side in Savoyu making the first map.
Yeah, a lot of familiar players on the Finnish team, but I guess that is a new one. I guess a lot of people are probably going to be familiar with Amasetic, who's been playing OWC for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years now, I think. Been here for a while.
Oh, he's not stopping. He will not let go, never. Yeah. However, I think the Finnish side also has a lot of players like step up their game over the time, because Allard, for example, winning the last 2 iterations of the Finnish OSU tournament, 1v1 tournament, gonna be an even greater asset to Finland, who historically just hasn't really been that great of an aim country. However, this guy, you know, he aims. Just trust me, he aims. On the Finnish,
I hope we get to see that.
Absolutely. On the other side, though, New Zealand, having their main core 4 mechanics players in for this pick, I mean, again, just look at their Hard Rock performance, their performances on the GT1 and the qualifiers. These people can aim, these people can tap.
Psycho going to be finding the first miss here. That was a little bit surprising, considering I think when people are looking at the New Zealand roster, Psycho is probably the top player that people are expecting to be seeing on this team. They have a lot of really high performers, but I think most notably that's going to be off of the back of Psycho. Although, again, on this pool, depth of roster is really important, and we're really going to have to see, you know, like no one person can really carry on a match like this. So we're going to have to see good performances out of everybody. And as we progress into this a little bit now, Finland found 3 breaks, and Amasetic is left alone, while Kyujin finally breaks, but Imilbus is now holding the remaining FC for New Zealand. It's really close getting up to the end here.
Yeah, Amasetic, the sole combo standing on the side of Finland. Everybody else kind of broke in the slope section, and then New Zealand was looking great with the 2 FCs against 1, but right after the drop, Kyujin finding the miss. It's incredibly close. 1 FC against 1 FC. The supporting combos are all that matter. 6,000 difference. You cannot tell me that the first map is this close, man. Come on. Oh, but Imilbus finds the miss.
Oh, hold on.
Amasetic trades it out immediately. Wait, it's so close.
Slight combo lead here, I guess. Kyujin managed to recover a little bit, so they have a little bit of a combo advantage, but a little bit left here. Not much to miss on at the end, and it's going to do it. New Zealand is actually going to take a break point here off of a nailed biter of a first pick here. Super close until the end.
What a twist of events. There were so many instances of Finland just having the combo advantage and losing it immediately after. So sad. Some of the misses on Allard, him breaking on a slow slider in the slow section. Very tragic. Could have absolutely been a win for Finland, but New Zealand going to be running away with the break point, and then now get to pick their first pick as well, which you would assume is their strongest. Probably going to be opting into the mechanics. I could see stuff like DT1. I could see stuff like No Mod 1, obviously. Any of the Hard Rocks, I think they have a clear edge on the Hard Rock maps. Obviously,
Yeah.
only Hard Rock 1 is open, with 2 being banned out by Finland.
Yeah, Hard Rock 1 I think is going to be a good pick for them. That's definitely, on paper, their most favored pick, especially if you look at qualifier results. That one has the biggest gap. However, maybe sometimes teams like to hold off on picking their like obvious pick like this. There's sort of a benefit to keeping it later when everyone is a little bit more warmed up. The nerves are out of the way, so maybe you're gonna opt for something else here. And oh yeah, it looks like it's going to be No Mod 2. And this does kind of line up with what you were saying. Yeah, New Zealand definitely having a little bit of the advantage when it comes to these more mechanics-focused maps here. We're going to be seeing, mostly, I guess you can call this speed, mostly stream-oriented pick, but with these early stage speed maps sometimes, these are the types of maps that we see for Wade like the most, from my experience. I don't know about you, but this is the one where you see 8-ways all the time.
I absolutely agree. I mean, I feel like tapping or like raw mechanics like this is just way too like straightforward of a skill set to not have this happen. Very, I mean, if you can tap it, you can just tap it. I don't really know how to explain it. I can't lie.
Yeah, there's not a lot to miss on maps like this, right? It's kind of just like a height check. Like, you got to be tall enough to ride this map, and then if you are, well, not much to miss on really most of the time. So this map, however, does have a lot of like pretty quick kick sliders that I think are pretty easy to break on, especially with nerves. So wouldn't be too surprised if we don't see an 8-way, but I mean, off of the back of last map where I feel like everyone on the board was actually doing pretty well, I think this one is going to be expected to have even higher scores here. So I think any miss is going to happen to be quite punished. They're quite punishing. I think we also see Silent Hill here for New Zealand, which I believe has not played qualifiers. So that's going to be the first time in OWC as well.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Silent Hill going to be filling in for Osbert's slot for this tapping map. And then on the Finnish side, we get Xepe, Isak, and Vadim Peukua, which is AJJ.
Yeah, I think
then,
for
of
the
course-
for the New Zealand team here, I think you're mostly looking at these 3 players outside of Silent Hill. You think these guys are going to be playing every single map pretty much? Saikyu, Mobus, Kyujin?
Alright, let's see it. I totally agree with you saying that this is going to be very close, and any miss is going to be detrimental.
Oh. Okay, well
Speaking of
that
devil-
one's pretty much at the start. Maybe it's
Yeah,
fine.
he's missing like 80 combo, but Silent Hill is going to be finding the drop afterwards, giving a very, very slight edge to the Finnish side. Accuracy's also looking very good.
A couple misses again from Xepe there. The more we get into this, I think slowly gonna go over the New Zealand, but yeah, I mean, it's fully expected that a lot of these combos are gonna be held for a long time. The accuracies are really high across the board. They're pretty much just Xepe with the 2 misses, and I guess a little bit of an act drop, but it is going to briefly swap over to Finland off of Silent Hill, finding that break a little bit later, I suppose. Halfway in now, Finland with, I guess, a sizable enough lead on this, but again, that can swap at any moment, and Silent Hill not having a good time on this one. Going to be finding their 3rd break here, right before the break as well. And Finland going to be finding themselves in a pretty good position off of that here, so I guess we might potentially be seeing yet another break point. two to start off the match here, but not over yet. Quite yet. There's around a quarter of the map left. There's not really much of a spike on this or anything, but
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier. Wait, but Isak actually misses.
I think.
Zeppe has slightly lower combo, but it's 3 FCs against 2 with the supporting combo on Zeppe.
Yeah,
Is it gonna be
still
possible?
fine.
I don't think
For
so.
now.
I mean, I don't think that they're gonna make it. Unless we see another miss from either side, but it seems to look pretty stable. You can see the blue bar not moving a lot. And Silent Hill missing again and again, gonna be contributing to that, and that is the second breakpoint of the match.
Yeah, right off the bat, I guess maybe a good description of how close these challengers group stages matches are expected to be. But 5 FCs on this map. I guess with Isak as well, with just one unfortunate break at the end, but not going to matter too much. Finland going to be able to find the breakpoint on that one, and we're all back to being even here. And there's still a lot of pool to be played. I believe both hiddens are up for Finland, right? The hidden 2 should be up as well.
I believe so. Noma 3 was banned by
Yeah.
New Zealand, so yeah. Both hiddens available to them. I think they're a little bit scared right now. They might be a little bit scared just simply because the hidden 1 was so shaky. But honestly, the reading is like way too... they banned Noma on 3. You obviously have another reading pick remaining with Coconut Love. Okay, well,
Yeah.
there it is, yeah. This one probably going to be a little bit more favored for the Finnish side. I mean, you're looking at players like Kalanlu, you're looking at players like Emesetic, who really... You should not sleep on that guy when it comes to reading. He's known for his speed, but he's an excellent all-rounder regardless of that.
Would not sleep on Anesthetic for anything, to be honest. Well, I think one of the most menacing early stage players, at least from past WCs, has been near the top of stats in the first 2 rounds a couple of times now. So
Absolutely.
Going to be seeing Savage come in for this one as well. Maybe some new players that we haven't seen in the match yet. I guess this type of map is going to feel pretty different from the ones that we've played already, even quite different from the Hidden 1. So maybe some new players here going to be swapped in for New Zealand, but I mean, fully would expect Saiku and Emilbus to come in for this, would you say?
I checked the qualifiers and it was actually Kyujin, I believe, that filled one of the hiddens, and then the Milbus. So I would expect those 2. Let me just confirm that. quickly.
Yeah, it does look like Kyujin played the Hidden 2 in qualifiers, which I guess is kind of a one-to-one transfer to this map. They're pretty much the same type of skill set, right? So would expect Kyujin to come in, and they do. So we have all 8 players here. Again, I think out of the maps that Finland has available to them, I think this is probably the most favored one for them on paper, would you say?
I absolutely think so. I mean, I want to say outside of P or Pi on the side of New Zealand, none of them really specialize in hidden. And you just have the monster that is Kalanlu and a incredibly reliable backup in Allard and Savaliu for him. So, in my opinion, this is going to be... I mean, obviously anything can happen in group stage, but I think this map on paper favors Finland a lot more than New Zealand.
Yeah, so far we did see a lot of anything can happen with the 2 breakpoints to start the game off, so...
Exactly.
I do think this one for Finland and Hard Rock 1 for New Zealand, I think I'd be pretty surprised to see breakpoints on paper, like just looking at the results. The Hidden 2 in qualifiers on New Zealand, even though that map is quite significantly harder than this one, definitely looked a lot less comfortable, not just in score, but also in accuracies. They had 2 players under 90% on that one, so so far Finland looking good on this one. A couple of breaks, but yeah, I mean, 3 FCs still on the side of New Zealand. However, the accuracy is not quite there. Osberg going to be breaking as well, and followed by Pi as well. Kyujin now the only remaining FC on the side of New Zealand, and Finland still looking quite good, even despite Kalanlu finding an early miss there.
Yeah, absolutely the player you kind of did not expect to break, but his team has absolutely got it back. Aller going to be finding another drop. Samuel actually dropping his FC as well, so now the lead is going over to New Zealand. Except it's not, because Keegan also dropped their FC.
That's a lot of misses.
That's a lot of
That is a lot of resets.
That's a lot of left and right. You know, my brain was overloaded, man. What am I supposed to commentate? Who's in the lead?
A lot of people missing, and at the end of the day, Colinu now, as expected, suppose looking like the best one, keeping Finland forward here with a 250k point lead here going into the ending. And there's not much combo really on New Zealand to be looking at here at a chance of a comeback. So perhaps looking good here for Finland to wrap it up and finally get a point on the board. That's not a break point. So
yeah, the combo on Pi kind of solid, but just absolutely blocked off by Lanlu. And already with the 270k lead established, that's going to be the next point for Finland on the board here. We do not see another second set of breakpoints.
yeah, this lead's not really moving here. Looks like Colin was actually not a real miss as well. I was about to say missing on the slider stream here was very relatable, but it was a banter miss at the end of the day. Well, sizable lead here for Finland, finally finding a solid footing here. So going to be taking the lead. However, New Zealand does have, I guess, it's probably fair to call Hard Rock 1 a little bit of a pocket pick for them. We'll have to see. Maybe we're wrong for that one, but that's certainly the way it feels to us.
I do strongly believe that we're going to see Hard Rock 1 win. I think Finland definitely answered with their first best pick. And I think New Zealand should probably do the same right now, just to make sure that Finland doesn't get the momentum off of potentially getting another breakpoint.
Yeah, there's a lot of maps in this pool that I guess are quite unknown in terms of, you know, which team has an advantage on these types of maps. There's a lot of maps that like weren't really present in qualifiers. We don't really have a reference point for a lot of these. Most notably the free mod pool. 1 and 3, I think, are kind of question marks. Maybe free mod 3, I think New Zealand would have a slight advantage on. I think due to that map, running Hard Rock on that map is a little bit of like you're kind of tanking the Hard Rock. Like for group stages, it's not necessarily a tank, but it's definitely meant to be a skill check if you're picking Hard Rock on that map. So if you have that type of player that's able to do really good on those, definitely looking to shine on free mod 3. But we are going to be going into free mod 2 here, a very streamy map, very flow aimy map here. And finally, I guess we're gonna have to, you know, ask the question: who's taking what in terms of mods? What do you think? You're pretty familiar with the Finnish players, right? So
I could see Allard go Hard Rock here. I could see Zeppe go Hard Rock here. I could see AJJ go Hard Rock. Honestly, Anesthetic probably going to be on the Nomad. Just going to be your solid Nomad player who's going for that FC, making sure he gets his 900k, 1 million points, whatever. And then for hidden backup, you got Kalanu, you got maybe Allard even as well on the hidden. All possibilities. I think they have Finland in terms of versatility is definitely better here. You know, because we're most likely going to be seeing the typical people that we have seen for the rest of the match on the side of New Zealand. ML Bus, Saiku, Albert, and then just waiting for Kyujin.
I will say,
there they are.
If Amasetic is going to be the fourth player here, this is probably a couple years ago now, but we've definitely seen Amasetic throw on the HDHR on some of these early stage free mods and look really good doing that. So I'm keeping that possibility open.
Who knows if he's willing to take the risk? I could see it, honestly. I would advise him to go Nomad though.
Yeah, this is probably one of those maps I think where it's hard enough that you definitely want like the good players on the Nomad here. I think, right? It's not. I doubt we'll be seeing much overmodding from any team on the separate map. There's a lot of random things to miss on for both mods. So, and here we go. We get into it now, so we get to see a couple of the mods that people are running. And yeah, Amaset going to be running the no mod, and yeah, Zeppe Hard Rock as well. 2 hiddens for New Zealand on Osbert and Emilbus, or fake PsyQ 5Q, if you were unaware.
Incredibly odd. I don't really remember him to be a hidden preference player, and he also didn't go in for hidden too. Oh wait, no, he did. My bad.
Yeah, I think I'm not too surprised that Emilbus is taking the hidden here, but opting to go for Osbert, which from my understanding is also kind of a hidden preference player, or mostly just here to play the hidden for New Zealand. But having 2 of them on a map like this, I think is perhaps a little bit risky. We'll have to see if it pays off, but off the bat here, 6 people holding their FC. Zeppe again found a very early miss. Same as last map. Zeppe getting the early miss strat out of the way. You know, don't have to worry about FC if you miss like 2 objects in. But Osbert going to be trading that one on the hidden as well, finding a couple of chain misses on this. And I think if you're going to miss on this map, it's going to be pretty punishing as well, because like this type of flow aim streamy map, you know, you don't miss just once. You're probably missing 5+ times. So score-wise, it's really punishing. But halfway in now, Finland going to be finding the slightest of margins with their lead. Zeppe having their combo a little bit higher from the breaks, but going to be chain missing really hard on that stream here. Going to be flipping the score over to New Zealand here.
Oh my goodness gracious. He finds more and more misses. Giving the lead, not only giving the lead over to New Zealand, but actually making the score skyrocket. Down to 3 FCs versus 3, but the supporting combo on Osbert.
Oh, that one
really,
was painful.
really
I can't lie.
here.
That was very painful to watch.
He probably lost like a solid 4% accuracy there, man.
Well,
it's gonna be really hard to come back from. It is a flowway map, so obviously there's more, likely. It's more likely to chain miss. So who knows what might happen? You know, again, it is group stage. We just don't know what's gonna happen. And despite New Zealand overmodding with their weakest mod, Isak finding a miss is probably gonna seal the deal here, most definitely. And New Zealand secures their 2nd point on the board.
I'm looking at it.
And Cuban has S's, by the way. I didn't want to mention it. That's an SS.
Yeah, this pick surprisingly working out quite well. With the 2 hidden, so honestly, they've recovered quite well as well. Emilbus also finding the FC on that one, but I believe there was 3 FCs
Yeah, and at one point it was looking pretty dire for Finland here, but 2 turns into the map, they've actually established quite a solid lead. On a longer map, 100k can mean a lot.
Yeah, I think if... Okay, Zeppe finally going to be missing to match the Hard Rock. I think the lead is going to be sizable enough. I think if there is going to be a spike anywhere here, it's going to be coming up pretty soon, but I mean, that's going to be quite spicy as Finland dropping one more full combo here. And they've only got one left, and it's going to be slowly creeping up over as long as Kyujin and Osbert keep holding here. Sammy, I think there's enough map left.
Yeah, the map like actually ending up in favor of New Zealand here. Oh, but actually it doesn't even matter because Southern is going to be finding the drop. One of the FC's gonna, now it is 2 FCs against one. This lead skyrockets over to the side of New Zealand. Osbert and Kyujin still going super strong, and it's looking worse and worse for Finland. You start finding another big. Allard absolutely on his own here, unfortunately. Trying to fend off as much as possible. Still SSing, by the way. Impressive levels of consistency being shown here.
I need to see Savage's undercount. I think I'm quite sure that is an SS with 2 misses as well. It's unfortunate that they still are going to lose the map from that. New Zealand going to be stealing away that point despite an SS from Allard. And yep, Savaju with 0 hundreds and 2 misses. That's really unlucky.
That's just tragic.
However, even with the SS there on Savaju, the score difference would not have actually been enough. I think it's still barely in New Zealand's favor, even without those 2 misses. So I think largely off of the back of Saiku there on the Hard Rock, like you've seen how much harder it is if these people are missing on there, but Saiku finding only 1 slider break throughout that, managed to hold on with 99 AC, I think is going to be making a large chunk of that difference. And Osbert as well with the hidden FC. And now it's New Zealand's pick, and we are staying, okay, we're staying in free mods. And that one, this is a little bit of an interesting pick to me, because I'm not super sure if this is a pick I would really be favoring New Zealand for on paper, but we haven't really seen a map like this, or an equivalent of a map like this, in a while. This is an edit of an existing map. Maybe people know this one. It's a little bit spiky, this one. It's very short, but it is packing a bit of a punch. Like the main part of this is really, really, really hard for a group stage level pool, but it's kind of just over immediately. So maybe New Zealand fill in this one based off of how how good Saiku is playing. I assume is going to be running the Hard Rock on this one as well. Perhaps a good map that you would consider to be one of the like higher skill requirements of the pool, you could say. So I think if you have a player like that, perhaps a good pick. But we'll see what Finland is able to do on this. We have seen 3 breakpoints already, so could be seeing one more.
Yeah, who knows? But we already saw on the last free mod map what the difference between the Hard Rock players was just in terms of raw mechanics. Saiku just having that edge over Zeppe, and I think this is the strategy that New Zealand wants to go for. Just have better supporting scores on the side. The maps are still easy enough for people to get high scores in FCs, so in my opinion a valid strategy, though I believe though I'm still a little bit confused about them not picking the Hard Rock 1. Maybe they wouldn't have saved it for their last pick.
Yeah, I mean they still have a pick left no matter what happens on this one, so it is nice to hold a pick like that, something that you know you're confident on, you're comfy on it, you're sure you're gonna win it. It's nice to have at the end in case you happen to need it, It's also worth saying, I think for a group stage like this, where it being best of 9 on this pool size, like there's a lot of leftover maps that aren't going to be played in every single match, right? And so all of the teams have to play 3 matches on these. I think there is some value in perhaps hiding your scores on certain maps for the next couple games, perhaps, since there's a lot of other very similarly rated opponents that both teams are gonna have to go off of, right? All of the groups are meant to be really, really close on paper. So I mean, New Zealand has Romania C12 in their group, I believe. So perhaps trying to not show their Hard Rock score on that, or keeping it for the end. We'll have to see. Perhaps we're just wrong, and maybe they're not even that good on that map. Who knows?
No, that's actually a way I've not thought about before. I've not thought about it before. So, absolutely valid strat. We're going to be seeing Mike Tyson for the first time on the Finnish side. Formerly known as X-Peak. Somebody I remember as a speed player. Mainly speed player. We're going to be filling in for the 3-on-1 here. Yeah, also Overmod again on the side of New Zealand with the hidden Hard Rock on Osbert.
Anesthetic as well on the Hard Rock on this one. Going to be finding a couple of early misses. Yeah, this one's over really quick. We're already halfway in, right? Like, the intro of the map like just happened. We're already halfway in, so New Zealand going to be finding a little bit of an early advantage here, but yeah, perhaps the Overmod going to be paying off a little bit. Oh, Mike Tyson. I think there's a Buzz Slider miss there. It's going to be throwing the lead even more towards New Zealand here, as they still hold 3 combos really strong there with solid accuracies on everyone as well.
Yeah, and as before mentioned, again, you can just see the skill difference in the Hard Rock players here. Psycho between Anesthetic. Psycho's still on that 98% FC. Oh, not quite, but he's still guaranteed a 600k score. Compared to Anesthetic's 300k. Just absolutely skill cap abusing Finland right now.
Oh, okay. There was promise there a little bit. This map is so short that like every single tiny moment is actually worth so much score. I think there was a potential for them to come back there, but it's not gonna happen. New Zealand, they're finding for the first time this match a 2-point lead as well off of their last break point. This one working out pretty well for them. I guess Kyujin with the only FC there. This map is pretty tough for this group for this, you know, pool difficulty. So it's good to be able to see it all the way through. And now they're going to be looking at match point, and Finland gonna have to find 3 more to be able to claw back on this one. It is their pick here, but the pool is starting to be a little bit more and more exhausted. Perhaps a DT3 for them could be good. Off the top of my head, this type of alt map, I think, could perhaps favor them. Outside of that, though, maybe a Nomad 4 as well. I'm not too sure about that one. What do you think?
I mean, I think, again, Hard Rock 1, Nomad 1 are definitely out of the question. I was gonna suggest DT2. It's scary picking that into New Zealand, seeing as their best players are also their core mechanics roster. With the exception of Osbert being swapped out. But Finland did do better on the DT2 in qualifiers. And again, you can always make an argument for a team that has Anesthetic in it to pick speed. Or tapping in general. Every time, always. This guy will show up, he will FC, he will have incredible accuracy. I think they're just betting on their best player or one of their best players. Or the most consistent players on this kind of skill set to perform.
Yeah, I think this map is going to highlight the stuff I was talking about at the start of this match, where already you've kind of seen that, you know, no one person can really be carrying on this pool difficulty. You need all 4 players to do good. Like, this is a team score, important. Like that's what matters on a pool like this. And this type of map, I mean, also kind of a, you know, 1-to-1 copy from qualifiers, a very, very similar type of map skill set wise. You know, you could look at Finland having an advantage on that, but that map was significantly harder than this one, right? On this one, specifically for this skill set too, I think is also one of the more common ones that we see 8-ways on. So this one, as good as Anesthetic is going to be, I think is going to come down to all 4 players for both teams here. So I'm curious to see if everyone's able to keep up. I guess we are potentially seeing a new player that we have not seen play a map yet in Hasapi.
Yes, this is their first appearance. And then, yeah, well, Kyujin Saiku and Fake Saiku and Mobus ready. Standing strong. You mentioned it is a team game, and absolutely I agree. However, considering the fact that there were like 3 breakpoints dropped in this entire match, and both of them being like the first picks of both teams, again, I feel like there's just no denying that anything is possible.
Yeah, looking at these scores on qualifiers that they have here, there's kind of a pretty large difference where it seems like most players are kind of just in the 400 to 600k range in the qualifiers DT2, but we just have Amasetic and Vadim as well. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name, I'm sorry. I'm
AJJ.
Canadian. AJJ, we'll call him AJJ. Yeah, outside of these 2 players who got FCs on the DT2, I mean, everyone else is kind of in the same range, same accuracy range, same score range, so we'll see how that translates to a much easier map in this one. And if everyone's able to hold their combo here, as it's going to be so crucial to not find misses on this when the pool is going to be a lot easier, and already one to be found on the side of New Zealand, going to be giving Finland a little bit of an early lead. This is also the first map I think we see Zeppe not find a miss in the first like 100 combo, so they've changed up the strategy. They've decided to stop missing here, but it seems like a transfer to another player, and it's gonna slowly go over to New Zealand as it goes right now.
Yeah, I think he figured out that missing is generally not a good strat in tournaments. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing another miss from AJJ though, so it is now DFCs and the recovery combo on Hasapi, making sure that New Zealand has this on their side halfway into the map. Lead is growing and growing. We're gonna be seeing, we're gonna be needing to see a few misses from New Zealand if there's supposed to be any fighting chance for Finland here. The 2 FCs going strong, but as you mentioned before, it is a team effort and it's absolutely not enough for the side of Finland right now. The New Zealand team is just looking incredibly strong on this one, very solid, decent accuracies. And let's be real, they're not missing our name. Like, this is the thing that they do.
I've seen it happen. I'm not saying anything, but...
Oh, but there goes AJJ again. It's 40k difference right now into the last quarter of the map, and it's looking more dire for Finland here. They're trying their best, they're trying their hardest, but unfortunately it's just not going to be enough. And I think at this point, even any misses here, any collapse from the New Zealand side is going to not matter in the end. They're going to be taking this point, going to be winning the DT2, and securing their first win in the Challengers Group.
Yeah, that was a large score gap as well, almost 600k at the end. Looking quite strong on this one, despite a couple of misses, but that score gap is quite significant. And New Zealand going to be taking their first match of the group stage. Of course, every team's playing 3 matches, so Finland very much not out yet, but it's going to be a little bit trickier now in this group. Finland being the bottom seed of this group as well. A bit of an uphill battle to try to get in that top 2 and seed into the winners bracket. It's going to be a little harder now that they've lost to New Zealand. But still a lot of opportunities to bounce back against the other 2 teams. And as for New Zealand, I mean, this is a crucial game to win here, I think. You have to really get every single one here if you want to get that top 2 and go to the winners bracket. And I think on this team here, this New Zealand team, we did see a lot of newer names to the World Cup stage be able to show off what they're able to do here. There's a lot of them that are a little bit expected that we've seen a couple times. But I think, notably people like Osbert, I think, who are here for the first time, doing quite well. So we'll see if they are able to translate that into a couple of their next few matches, as we do have a very long weekend ahead of us here. Lots of matches. Lots and lots of matches. I don't have the final number on this weekend, as group stages is played over 2 weeks. I do believe there's 27 matches this weekend or something, 26 matches. So, hey everyone, if you like watching OS tournaments, well, you're gonna get to watch a lot of that this weekend. And as we wrap this up, for now, as the next match is gonna be in 2 hours, we're a little bit early today. You have anything to say, Sammy, about that match? What do you think?
I'm just excited to watch, man. I'm just gonna be like sitting on my PC watching OWC all day, man.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of the goal with this one. Group stages are always fun. A lot of matches to be played. A lot of new teams that we never get to see. 8 more teams added to the stage as well. So, and
Great
yeah,
addition.
I mean,
I love the group stage.
today was also well, I guess you were the first of many new voices on the World Cup stream commentating this weekend. So there's going to be a lot of fun people on in the next 48 hours or so as well. So we'll wrap it up for now, but come back in 2 hours for Taiwan and Vietnam to have a showdown in the group stage. We'll see you soon.
to you live from LAN events and featured artist listings around the world, bringing you the hottest mix for the OS World Cup 2024. Give it up for the latest OS original, Bypass 2!
And so the door opens on yet another World Cup.
The long wait is over. As the year inches its way to a close, it is once again time for the Tournament of the Year.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome at long last.
It's a tradition unlike any other, and its lovely exterior hasn't changed. There is a reason certain places make us feel a certain way. And without question, there's something about this stage that has become so familiar to us that somehow still makes us feel things we have never felt before. It's given us excitement unrivaled from other events, a crescendo of nerves that keeps our attention glued to the action, heartbreak from the dreams and aspirations add no choice but to claim, and above all else, unforgettable moments of glory that are sure to impact us forever. And as time continues to tick away towards the start of the 16th edition of the OSU World Cup, it means another year of competing on the exact same stage players have long dreamt of. The same stage that has crowned champions that beat the odds, birthed many of the most iconic moments of the game's history, and evoked feelings no composition of words could possibly describe. The setting has remained the same since the beginning, but within all that familiarity lies a sea of changing times that unites us all today. A new year means a new chance. While the prestige of what everyone is searching for has been kept intact, and the battlegrounds of the OWC stage remain the same, what will ensue in the matches leading up to the crowning of the Wave of Champions will undoubtedly be different. Every team and every player gets a clean slate and a chance to re-establish themselves as one of OSU's elite, correct whatever shortcomings they have experienced in the past, or mark the start of a fairy tale dream not even the best authors of fiction could possibly come up with. For everyone, their motivations run differently than in the past. Some players have come and gone as fresh faces try to leave their mark on the game's brightest stage, and longtime veterans try to vindicate themselves once again. We have entered an era of parity that ensures there are no guarantees in the fates of everyone who will find themselves competing with unwavering passion and national pride coursing through their veins. And when the pressure finds a way to make its presence known in the match lobbies, there's no telling who will fall to its haunting grasp or rise up and make their name known forever. 65 teams have entered, 40 qualified with the chance to realize the dream of a lifetime. 32 will see their names take center stage in the bracket. The 3 best will leave with a badge bestowed on their profile, but only one team will be granted the privilege of having the 2 most desired words OSU could possibly offer rest beneath their usernames. No matter the result, history will be made as 8 players ascend to OSU immortality. And while everything we will see and feel will turn out different than in years past, the question looming across everyone's heads remains the same. Who's next?
Damn, our production quality really went up in the past couple years since I've been casting this. Hello, everybody. I am Fiery Rage. Welcome to the Awesome World Cup 2025 Group Stage Week 1. Gonna be starting things off. Well, not starting things off. We already had 2 matches that some of you may have tuned into. One yesterday and one earlier today. But this is the 3rd one. Taiwan versus Vietnam. Number 26 and number 32 in the seeding. Once again, I am Fiery Rage. Gonna be joined by Vorty for casting this match. How's it going, Vorty?
Going great, Fire. Thank you for having me, man. Oh, dude, that was an awesome intro. I'm hyped up now. Nerdiness got me psyched up. Absolutely brilliant intro to kick off the weekend. But yeah, best time of the year for tournaments. OS World Cup is the most hype. It's the most engaging. I feel like of all the tournaments, the national pride. This makes matches so much more fun, and I think we have a great match here today. Taiwan versus Vietnam, seed 26 up against seed 32 in the groups. Should be a really close match on paper. Obviously, Taiwan with a slight edge, but there's a lot of overlaps in terms of these two team skill sets. We saw Vietnam play yesterday, and they had a pretty close match against Malaysia that didn't go their way, but this is their chance to redeem themselves and go 1-1, but for Taiwan to try to start off strong.
Yeah, the qualifier average scores for these teams within about 70k, so these teams are very well versed in matching up against each other. In terms of the player roster, I think a lot of people are mostly familiar with the Taiwanese roster. There's a couple of familiar names if you've been watching their OS World Cup for quite a while now. You got Spines Night Riser, Willie, Gao Hao, and Shirosora, all veterans of the OS World Cup, alongside, I believe, newcomers in Ria Flyer and Ethan 222. Vietnam.
You got it over 2, yeah. Nicely done.
Yeah, you can't forget the last 2. Vietnam roster consisting of Simi, Kassioff. I do not want to bother pronouncing that because I feel like I'm going to butcher that. Another guy, Real Shin, Bao, Electro Strike, Simulthes, I think that's what that's pronounced as, and Def. I think most people are probably familiar with Def out of everyone on that roster. Number 52 global, very well known in the community for just kind of being crazy at pretty much everything.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Dev's goated. Out of all of the players in this match, I believe he has, by a decent margin, he had the best solo performance in qualifiers, getting 30th overall, which is, with how stacked tourneys are nowadays, getting 30th overall is no small feat, and that largely propelled the team to the place they got. And he'll be needed much again today to put up some great performances across all the maps. Taiwan, on the other hand, a lot more balanced in their roster strength. They obviously have some notable performers. I think, you have somebody like Gao Hao, who played 6 out of the 11 maps, but put up some really good performances on the maps they did play. And there's plenty of strong players. But as you mentioned before, how close these two teams were in seeding, 70k score apart. Not just the raw score, how close they are, but also the type of things they're good at. Both of these two teams' best skill set was hard rock overall. I believe Vietnam getting in the 20 range, Taiwan got 17th. So hard rock is going to be their 2 best skill sets, but who will want to pick it first? And just throughout all the maps, you have Taiwan on run 1 loses to Vietnam, but then they edge out Vietnam on run 2. So pretty much anything can happen here. And I'm curious to see what they ban.
Yeah, we're already getting into the pick and ban phase. Taiwan opting for first pick, Vietnam opting for second ban. So we're going to be starting off things with Taiwan's ban. See what they opt to go for here.
Ban Imokor?
I'm not too sure that's what their ban is. I think Vietnam just does not want to play that. Which, you know what? Fair enough. Actually, wait, Imakora. Imakora is a player on Taiwan. I'm stupid. Yeah. I did not understand what that meant for a second.
Imagine you get to, instead of banning a map, you get to ban like one of the role players of a team.
Goodbye, Poland.
Oh no.
Malashevsky is never playing a match. Nomad 1 is the first ban from Taiwan, which makes sense. they didn't get necessarily the best score in qualifier on that, number 36, in terms of all the teams that played that. Vietnam, not that good at it either, but probably just not wanting to deal with the RNG that kind of just comes from Nomad 1. There's a lot of...
Yeah, it's almost interesting to ban the Nomad 1. I feel like Vietnam is going for a DT2 ban again, as they did against Malaysia, likely not comfortable on the 250 BPM plus speed. I find a Nomad 1 ban is almost like... it's almost like a confidence ban. Because what you're saying is, you know what, we feel so good on all of the more niche, the more specialized skill sets, we're just going to ban the gamble map. Because Nomad 1, as you mentioned, it's more RNG, but in theory that means you always have a chance of winning a Nomad 1, even if you're up against a really good Nomad team. Nomad 1 team, AIM team, these two teams are so close that I don't know if either team wants to pick it anyway. So Taiwan likely feeling pretty good here, if that's their ban.
Oh, well, they have the rest of the pool open, and they're going to immediately open with Nomad 3. People in chat were saying they wanted this to be picked. Well, here you go. You get it immediately right out of the get-go. Nomad 3, a fairly strong map for Taiwan. Vietnam not doing as good as Taiwan on the Nomad 3 in qualifiers. Quite a bit lower than them, actually. 400k score average lower, so very strong pick on paper for Taiwan. We'll see if they can capitalize off that.
I mean, we'll see. I think the skill set falls more in line with Hidden 2 in qualities than anything else. I mean, it's AR7, consistent reading. And I do think notably in the qualifiers on Hidden 2, Gao Hao popped off on the Hidden 2 getting 600k both runs, which with how difficult that Hidden 2 was, I think indicates a great level of reading consistency. And that's, I imagine, partially why they pick it. I don't see them in the lobby though, so it must be the rest of the players. But really just a consistency reading check. It's almost 4 minutes long. Nothing too spiky. The patterns are pretty consistent, so it's not a huge memory test. But really it's just testing your focus. How long can you play AR7 and not blunder? And we'll see that now.
I forgot slot pooling is dead, so I was assuming this is the alt map, unfortunately. But yeah, AR7 is going to be a very interesting reading challenge. This map has been ranked for 3 years, ranked on the 13th of May, 2022. So if players are familiar with the ranked section, they might at least be familiar with this map. We'll see if that plays any factor or whether or not they just decided to practice.
Yeah, I think practice is going to be a big thing for this kind of map.
It's very hard to practice this in terms of, I think, of some of the other reading maps, though, just because of how long this is. So if you're not comfortable with reading, it's still going to be pretty challenging. We'll see how both these teams play. As you said, Hidden 2 is the most obvious comparison you can make. Both these teams were pretty even on Hidden 2. There's not any crazy discrepancy in terms of their average score on that, about 100k difference. So, on paper, granted Hidden reading is completely different from Nomad reading, as much as they have a lot of similarities there, but...
I mean, for sure, I think there's a lot of people, I count myself as one of these types of people who cannot, low AR Hidden, impossible. Low AR Nomad, though, pretty doable. And it's going to be the case for a lot of these players where the comfort level on Nomad low AR goes up a lot. But you'll see, as the map starts, lots of doubles, decent amount of awkward rhythms, but nothing too crazy. It really is, as you mentioned, a test of consistency. And the player I'm looking at for on Taiwan is Gao Hao. I did mention they had some great reading scores in qualifiers, so I think that's going to be the star player for them. Obviously, Def you're going to be looking at for pretty much all these maps for Vietnam, but look at a map like this, it's going to be pretty spread out in scores.
I can see already from how difficult this map is, just from the overlap-centric nature of it. No one having any issues in the early stages at the very least, so... means that they definitely practiced this at the very least, so they got that going for them. Flyer, the first one to miss on a double, unfortunately. Not going to be the end of the world, though, as that is relatively early on in the map. Plenty of time for trades to happen. Lowest star rating map in the pool as well. 4.3 stars. This is definitely not a 4.3 star map, though. At least in practice.
The star rating doesn't lie, it should be easy. It should be an 8-way.
Oh yeah, it should be easy. Why are these people? Why are these guys missing on 4 stars, man? Electro Strike to trade. Flyer.
It's evened out now, but Vietnam with a decent act lead. And another break for Taiwan here. Willie goes down, so now it's just Ruyaya and Gao Hao with the FCs. Vietnam with an advantage. Remember, this was Taiwan's pick, so nothing great for them with Def breaking. It's going to be huge for them. Evened out on combos. Plenty of time left to go, though, and this really can just come down to one combo with how long this map is.
Yeah, third of the way through, it's basically dead even at the most part. Taiwan slightly favored just by sheer ACK advantage at the moment, I believe. And now combo advantage as we have another miss from the Vietnamese. Oh my god, goodbye,
Ooh.
Vietnam.
And just like that, you blink for 1 second, you forget, is that a double, is that a triple, do I tap now or later? But they have broken entirely. Now it's just Gao Hao and Ruyaya with the full combos left. They've taken the score lead by a good margin, and now as long as they just keep it roughly together, Ruyaya drops, and it is Gao Hao, the player I mentioned, to look out for this pick. I think it's likely a large reason they picked this. The Reading Demon on the side of Taiwan is going for the closeout on their first pick. Third left to go though, so plenty of time to blow things up.
Very solid supporting scores from Flyer and Willie as well on this, building up their combos despite the early misses.
I always think dropping early but having the mental resolve to recover your combo anyway, don't tilt, just let it be a, no FC pressure, and Flyer doing just that, Willie as well. Those supporting combos making a massive difference now, and see the score lead bubbling up 500k. Very, very good first pick from Taiwan.
Fortunately for Vietnam, this is one of 2 reading maps in the pool. They're not going to have to worry about this too much. And on paper, they match up relatively evenly on the Hidden 2. So, go next!
But, do we see the full combo? Can Gao Hao close it out? The nerves get to them. Can they go all the way? Not much left to go. There we go. Opening up with a very nice FC on a near 4-minute long AR7 map.
Really with a slider break alongside Def. Very unfortunate for those players, but the FC is what matters here on Gao Hao. Very solid supporting scores from the entire Taiwanese roster, actually. Almost everyone above 600k. So overall, very solid team pick. As you were saying, Taiwan, a lot more spread out in terms of raw skill. There's not necessarily a single carry that you can point to on the Taiwanese roster. And that pick kind of just shows that. Overall team consistency. Gao Hao obviously with the standout performance, but...
And fortunately for Taiwan, as you mentioned, well, both fortunately and unfortunately, there's only one pure reading map left, but that means there's another reading map left, and in a match that's 1st to 5, 2 secure picks like that go a long way. And Vietnam to pick. In terms of what they go for here, I really like their chances on Fremont 2. It was, I think, their best differential for Taiwan in the qualifiers was their No Mod 2, which is the equivalent Floyam skill set. So you have the hard rocket hidden you have to deal with, but still mostly the same thing. And they had a pretty good run of it when they picked it against Malaysia, so I think at some point it's going to be worth going for. I think Tech is a good option for them. Also, just anything that they feel good on. They had a great performance on DT1, near 4-way, so can't go wrong with that.
I think why they might not pick into DT1, I think is just because that's very consistent.
Yeah.
For a lot of players, DT1 is a skill set that I think most of everybody in tournaments at this point in time can play. So they're going to be opting instead for the free mod 2, more or less relying on what you were saying earlier, flow aim streams. This is the flow aim map.
To me, this is their standout best pick of the match. They had a good performance as well. It's really tough for the modern players, especially on this, the hard rock players and the hidden players, to just get really solid scores. And they got exactly that. And I believe they had an FC from Bao when they play this, but you also always have the def potential of FCing. So should be good for them. This seemed to be a little bit of a weakness for Taiwan, but who knows? Maybe the lower star rating goes from about over 7-star Floim to 6.7, so that might make it easy enough for them to play. And they have Riser, and Riser should be pretty good on the Hard Rock Floim side of things.
Riser is what I like to call a leaderboard farmer, hitting Hard Rock FCs on quite a number of maps that are #1 on the leaderboard. So very comfortable on the Hard Rock. Would not be too surprised to see them be taking that. Even opt for them to go hidden Hard Rock if they so wanted to.
If you're comfortable, it's a free score multiplier if it doesn't hurt your consistency. See the lineups coming in though. Believe this is going to be the same lineup for Vietnam. Not much reason to change it. And Taiwan to contest. They can manage to open Vietnam's first pick with a breakpoint. It's going to be absolutely massive for them. Vietnam really need to win this one. They should have the advantage on their side.
Riser the only swap for the Taiwanese roster. Everyone else staying the same. Vietnam having a lot more swaps on their end. Mod combinations. Riser not going to be taking the Hard Rock. It's going to be Willie instead, which does make sense. Willie is also fairly confident on lower stage Hard Rock, I believe, so. Rhea on the hidden. Another guy to contest with Hard Rock, and Kasyov on hidden for the Vietnamese roster. 2 no mods for both of these teams. Equal mod advantage. We'll see how it plays out. Early misses coming from Kasyov, but here we get into the streams. See what happens.
See a lot of these streams that flow into themselves, they kind of fold inwards. Very fun to play. But so far, pretty even start for both teams. Some early breaks, but won't count to much. It's going to be 2 massive breaks, 2 modded combos gone. The Hard Rock from Taiwan and the hidden from Vietnam. But Bao dropping right towards the end of that pattern, and now Taiwan with the lead going after this break.
There's a miss early from Riaya as well, but not going to matter when Vietnam can't really hold a combo at all now. Another guy also dropping a modded combo. It's just Def on the side of Vietnam, contesting up against both the Nomad FCs from Gaohao and Riser. Rhea on the basically full combo on hidden. The score lead is going to quickly shift out of control. Rhea does drop, but another guy trades it. These Nomad FCs from Riser and Gaohao are making all the difference at the moment. SS still intact as we get into the 2/3 mark for Gaohao.
Yeah, Gaohao, Riser, Def all super comfortable. You can see by the accuracy, but Taiwan just has 1 more right now. And it does seem to be the case that this lower star rating was a huge boon for them on the skill set. Gaohao does find the break. He won't be back-to-back FCing on completely different skill sets, but Riser is still there to match Def. They have that 200k score in the lead. They should be able to close this one out as long as they don't blow up in the ending. Riser drops, so it's just Def. Is there a chance here? 100k
that
score
score lead is shifting over real fast. Oh, that score lead is shifting over real fast. Wait a minute. Oh no, oh no! That score lead just shifted over at the last second! Def with the Nomad FC, Kasyov with a very solid recovery on the hidden. That was enough to just immediately shift the score lead over to the Vietnamese side. And both teams with their opening pick, they win it by the skin of their teeth.
And that's the Def difference right there, man. Popped off in qualities and doing it here again. Absolutely clutch performance from him. He could not have dropped a single note towards the ending, pretty much. Secures them a very important point. You do not want to be dropping breakpoints early when you only need 5 points to win. That is a must-need win for Vietnam. Def got them to it.
That was a very clutch combo from Kasyov at the end there. That was making quite a bit of difference. I don't think they would have won that if it wasn't for that big combo, big scoring combo they had. Hidden 2, the obvious next pick for Taiwan, just sticking with the reading map. You won it by 500k plus last time. Why not just go for the other one? Let's get it out of the way. It's Hidden 2, AR8, low AR, hidden reading. Everyone has a fun time on these types of maps. And by everyone, I mean no one.
I disagree. I think very few people have a fun time. There's some actual reading players who enjoy these kind of things. I can't relate, but interestingly enough, Vietnam picked this. I believe they first picked this against Malaysia yesterday, and they didn't seem to have a great performance, likely for their standards. I think they can likely do better than that this time, but we saw what Taiwan did on the Nomad 3. Won it by a good margin, so you expect that to go pretty similar, but it's different skill sets. It's a whole AR higher, it's hidden, it's a much more conventional map, so could go better, could go worse for Vietnam. Depends on how they're feeling.
And the thing that concerns me with this pick in particular, outside of the AR7 Nomad that was a lot more lopsided, these teams aren't necessarily lopsided one way or another on the AR8 hidden. Like on Hidden 2, like I said, 100k score difference average.
100k score difference average, and largely due to Gaohao. Now, so far, Gaohao's been playing great, so I think kind of a lock in a way for Taiwan. FC the Nomad 3 got a great score on the Fremont 2, but it is sort of a thing where it's like if Gaohao misses has a rough run, that's Taiwan's average going down by a good margin.
Yeah, that's what I think is going to be a bit problematic. Granted, this is easier than the Hidden 2 in qualifiers, but still something that I think is a bit worrying. It's not like Vietnam is completely incapable of playing these types of maps.
Okay, getting into it. The last pure reading map of this match. Some early act drops from Spineside, an early miss from Electro Strike. Not counted to too much.
If anything, the act drops are going to be impacting Taiwan more than the miss from Electro. Okay, well, never mind. Electro Strike with another miss. Will be shifting it back to Taiwan. Outside of that, though, basically dead even on all counts. Accuracies high across the board for the FCs. Oh my god, goodbye Taiwan, what just happened? Simi trades one of those, but...
Oh man. Still plenty of time though. I mean, Ruyaya is still holding that FC. Something else, Def, both holding that full combo. But see, if Simi and Electro Strike keep having these issues, I mean, there's still only 14k score lead. Everything is riding on these two FCs for Vietnam. They can't really afford to lose them. Simi breaking again, and they actually lose the score lead to Taiwan because of the recoveries. Spineside breaking, but something drops. How trades. It's now just Def up against Ruyaya, but Taiwan with the better supporting combos.
Supporting combos and accuracy is what's helping quite a bit. Gaohao, even with those misses, at 99%, which is pretty massive. That's a lot of the reason why they're in the lead right now. Only a third of the map remaining. Score lead isn't necessarily unrecoverable. If Riel misses, Def has the potential to just kind of go off on this, but for right now, it's going to be remaining in favor of Taiwan. As we get into the last harder part here. There goes Def, and I believe there goes Vietnam's chances of getting this point.
Yeah, especially with that break, showing the combos, knowing that everything rides on you, hitting this AR8 hidden map. Can't even imagine the pressure. But you see Taiwan here, Ruyaya is still holding onto that full combo. Flyer with a good recovery, but look at Flyer's accuracy as well. Along with Gaohao, super comfortable on this map. Ruyaya looking for the finish to seal this off in fashion.
Seems like they're going to be getting it.
There we go.
Solid FC from Ruyaya. Accuracy supporting combo from Flyer, helping considerably there. Def trying his best, but not going to be enough. Taiwan takes the second and final reading map of the pool. No more reading remaining for Taiwan to take advantage of here. As Vietnam gets into their second map pick.
And I think the second pick for Vietnam is where things get a lot more dicey. I don't think they have a clear-cut pick like Fremont 2. This is where they likely will just go into what they're feeling pretty good on. I still think Tech could be a decent option, something like that Nomad 4. Maybe even something like a Fremont 1. Potentially, it's kind of ulty, kind of techy. But I think for both teams at this point, you're kind of just you're going for more coin-tossy things.
I mean, that's kind of the nature of early stage, I think. It's not hard enough to where I think a lot of the skill set differentials get pronounced outside of the niche skill sets like precision and reading. Speaking of precision, there is a precision map if they want to go for it in Nomad 5. But it's not going to be that. It's going to be Hard Rock 1. Both these teams solid on Hard Rock, so this is where we get into more, as you said, toss-up tier. But still, solid pick from Vietnam. They like the Hard Rock. Might as well go for it.
Yeah, it's always interesting to shoot first when both teams are pretty good at something. Who actually picks it, since you always know your opponent's going to be pretty decent. And it's going to be Vietnam. Pick the Hard Rock 1. Just a pretty consistent Hard Rock's mechanics map. It's 4 minutes. And yeah, I mean, I think from here on out, it's just who has the dog in them. I do think picking something like this, if you have somebody like Def on your team who is likely the best mechanics player in this matchup, when it's almost 4 minutes long, it's pretty challenging. Just having one person who you feel pretty good about getting a deep run-in consistently can make a pretty big difference.
Original song made for beat mapping contest, Gyoko 2024. I believe this is a entry for that contest as well, made by Fucho, better known now as Melon Boy, mapper of Today's the Day, if you are familiar with that from last year's OWC.
So I assume that's like a model of calculator, the Casio FX 580 VNX. I think Casio is a calculator company. I wonder if that's just like a font.
It was not Fucho that map. Wait, no, it was Fucho that map. Never mind. I'm trolling. Forgive me. Also, yes, I believe that is a calculator. Casio, I think, is probably what it should be pronounced as, so we'll just go with that.
Casio. Alright, getting into it. This is a kind of map you probably expect to see a lot of, scores in the 1 to 3 miss range. Not many big combos. Just the nature of the consistency check. But if you do have the gumption to go all the way, it can often be enough at this group stage level. I'm actually surprised not to see Riser in on a consistency Hard Rock pick, being the leaderboard Hard Rock farmer he is, as he said.
I'm sure they don't. I'm sure there's not really there's not necessarily a drought of Hard Rock players on the Taiwanese roster, so probably just a comfort thing, or maybe somebody wants to play in place of him.
If anything, it just shows how deep the roster is for Taiwan on Hard Rock skill set. If you could leave out Riser and feel good about it, that means you're pretty happy with what you have.
Solid start for both of these teams. Shirasora the only miss, but that was just kind of an unlucky, I believe, a miss aim on one of the jump patterns. So early on in the map, luckily for Shiro, it is a somewhat lengthy map, 3 minutes long.
At this point in a map like this, it just feels like I'm waiting for the wave of misses. Another guy going to break for Vietnam. They have the score lead still just from their accuracy advantage. That'll diminish as time passes.
over to Taiwan from that miss, but by mostly a razor's edge. It will be slowly creeping up towards Taiwan, but not by a real noticeable margin or anything. It's still anyone's game as we enter the latter half of the map. Another guy with another miss will be expediting the process of Taiwan getting a pretty sizable lead here.
Lots of deep combos. Halfway into the map now. Still basically 7 FCs. Obviously, Shiro Sora dropped early, but considered like a lowish AC FC right now. Taiwan just building that lead, but you just can't expect all of these big combos to go. And Gao Hao going to be the first big combo to drop, matched by Casio though, so still Taiwan in the lead.
What did Ruya miss on?
What was that miss? No, that's so unfortunate. That's such an unfortunate miss from Ruyaya. And now it's going to be pretty close as we progress through the slow section. Devastating part to miss on.
Fortunately, it won't, I think, impact them too much. Definitely won't now with another guy dropping the slight recovery that they had. So it will be essentially 2 FCs remaining on the board, fighting against each other. Will be determined on who can hold those FCs, and unfortunately, Def going to be the first one to go in that regard. Willie, Shirosora, and Bao all holding on. Willie looking super confident on this map. 98.7% highest accuracy. Not highest accuracy in the lobby, as Def has 99, but highest AC FC in the lobby. That should solidify the first breakpoint of the match for Taiwan here.
And Willie does find the miss, but I mean, just barely any time left. Shirosora is still matching Bao, basically matching Bao. That will be a reverse FC right now, but does find the miss. Will we see something like 3-1-2? There's just not enough time.
There's not enough time in this case, but it will get very close at the end there. Almost 100k score lead gone in a flash just like that, but it is enough nonetheless for Taiwan. Won't be an FC on their roster. The FC from Bao, very solid 1 million and 10k score from them. But team consistency on Taiwan too much to really muster anything on the Vietnamese roster there, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's just the risk you take. Picking a map like this in such an even matchup. It ended up being super close, only 100k difference, but the coin did not land on their side this time. And Taiwan, man, fast with their picks, they go straight to hidden one. Obviously, not anything pure reading left, but this is about as good as it's going to get for something reading intensive. Very swingy, very techy, rhythmic, hidden. Not super dense, it's AR 9.6, so it's not going to be crazy on the density, but this should still be in the wheelhouse of Taiwan.
It's interesting that they opt to go for this. I know they did really good on the Hidden 2, and the Hidden 1 from qualifiers isn't really anything like this, but the Hidden 1 in qualifiers, these guys were basically neck and neck with each other. I know we said that a couple of times on some of the maps, but like quite literally, they were 2 places apart in the qualifier results on Hidden 1. So, kind of an interesting pick. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
You kind of think like, this map has alt elements. Taiwan having the better ult score in qualifiers by a good margin. Ult has some techie elements, which Vietnam had a lead in, but you never know. These kind of skill sets, like, you lower the star rating, suddenly a player goes from not really being able to play it at one level, becomes super comfortable, and yeah, not really much to directly compare this skill set, this map, to anything in qualifiers. So, considering just how fast they picked it, I assume they're feeling pretty good. And they're kind of on a ball here. If they can manage to secure this pick, it's going to be looking great for them. They still need 2 more wins. Vietnam on the back foot here have a lot of ground to make up for, but this is their chance to try to take the lead back, or the momentum back.
Yeah, they're going to be down match points if Taiwan converts on this break point. As the nature, unfortunately, of best of 9 matches, one slight slip up in what you pick, and things get out of hand pretty fast. Seems like we have the finalized rosters for both these teams here, though. Spines Night Flyer, Gaohao Ria on the side of Taiwan. Casio, something else, Simi, and another guy on the Vietnamese roster. Oh, nope, not Simi. It will be most likely Def. Yep, there he is.
Okay. Let's see if Vietnam has the ability to get this breakpoint back. Apparently it's a My song. Shout out to My. But Taiwan here, obviously feeling pretty confident so far. Did great on the hidden 2, did great on the reading. Will it translate to this kind of more conventional type of hidden, or conventional in terms of pro trading? Not as much in terms of skill set.
As we were saying, swing skill set on this, so a bit hard to act in comparison to a lot of the other maps here, and we're already seeing that in droves. No one having a fun time in the accuracy department outside of Gaohao at 98.5. Everyone else is well below 97 outside of Ria. I didn't even realize Ria was also doing pretty good at the beginning, but hardest part, I believe, is always the beginning of these types of maps, so we'll see these accuracies hopefully start to build up slowly but surely. Lots of misses coming from both sides. Another guy, Casio, Gaohao, and Spines Knight all missing at some point in that beginning. Will be still favored towards Taiwan for now, though.
Yeah, decent lead for Taiwan, largely becoming because of the accuracy. Lots of actually in the intro, as you mentioned, it's always the hardest in the intro. You have no time to settle into the rhythm, and with the rhythm switch-ups early on, you're kind of gambling, especially if it's your first attempt. But Casio, breaking. Big combo gone from Vietnam, and now it's just something else in Def up against, I mean, this is a pretty good recovery lineup from Taiwan now. Spines Knight, that early miss, Gaohao, almost 400 combo now, and Riaya Flyer still with the FCs, and this is a short map. So these combos are going to do a lot here. And something else dropped as well, so now it's just Def.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of Def versus the world right now, and as long as Flyer and Spines Knight keep holding these combos, there's not really any chance for Vietnam. If those combos do miss, then things get a bit dicey, but for right now, they're looking very confident on this. I don't imagine they're going to be missing anytime soon, and if they do miss, it might just be too late at this point. Score lead is continually growing, going to be 400k almost now.
Flyer on these hiddens has been huge for Taiwan. Spines Knight, great supporting score, and Taiwan have just been looking so good here, so dominant on their picks. Spines Knight does find a miss. Def as well. Best score in the lobby right now, but it's not going to be enough. The support isn't there, and Taiwan will look to set this to match point. Flyer with a huge FC for Taiwan and Def as well, doing Def things.
It's just unfortunate because, once again, the team consistency of Taiwan, they have one standout performer in Flyer this time, but again, team consistency. That's what matters the most in these group stage matches. And Taiwan, unfortunately, getting the better hand of it. 4-1 now, match point. Won't be their pick, but Vietnam up against the wall for the remaining 3 maps just to get this tiebreaker. And their tournament life is on the line here. As you said, they played earlier on Friday. Lost that match, so if they lose this match, they are most likely out of the tournament.
And most likely. And I mean, they have at least one more chance here. The Hard Rock one didn't go too great for them, but it was very, very close. So far, their one win was not by a huge margin. Ended up going their way because of a clutch Def FC. But I think the problem for Vietnam here is everything's a gamble, and Taiwan just have more chips at the table right now to play with.
Well, they're going to be going for something that's a bit more of a dice roll. Nomad 4, I believe the second easiest map in the pool by star rating. Granted, obviously not easy at all, but Nomad 4, the tech-oriented map by Wispy, Everyone knows Wispy from his 5 billion guest diffs that he does on original sets because this guy loves farming Mappers Guild points, and he does it on a daily basis.
Actually, I really like this pick. I think I mentioned earlier that other than that free mod 2, tech was something that looked pretty good for them on paper. Now, it's obviously pretty volatile, because at least in qualifiers, the tech map was a good margin, like a lot harder, but they had the qualifier score where they got 22nd overall, great no mod 4 performance. But then they had their other one where they got 76th, and Taiwan had 2 scores in that kind of in the middle of that range. So if Vietnam can high roll here, get a good tech performance, I think their ceiling is really, really high, but the floor can also be rough with these kinds of things, especially 2 minutes 30 seconds. You know, break early into a difficult part, can't really build up any combo, and your score is kind of kneecapped. But I think on paper, this should be a pretty good pick for Vietnam.
Shoutouts to Us Originals. This one is an original from Catch World Cup 2025 earlier this year.
Love me some originals. Some good production quality, good budget. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's one of the easier maps in the pool, and I think one of the more approachable maps. So, could see a lot of people who were not really as comfortable on the Halgo, really slider and nightmare heavy map that was in qualifiers, be a lot more comfortable on something like this. So early breaks gonna matter a lot, most likely.
Same roster for Taiwan as they had with Hidden One, I believe, unless Willie swapped in. Pretty sure Willie played the Hidden One. Could just be misremembering entirely. Electro Strike coming in on the side of Vietnam. Do or die, essentially. You're going to need to win this map to even have a chance to stay in this.
They are going for the long haul at this point. Early break from Electro Strike. Yeah, I believe that was a real miss on just the first pattern, but won't really matter. Flyer breaking early as well. And you can already see pretty slider heavy, but big step down in terms of just how fast these sliders are in qualifiers, so should make it a lot easier to act.
Right now, just those early misses, no one else breaking at all. Of course, why wouldn't it be any different? Another guy misses right when I even think about saying it. Flyer does trade it, though. And Electro Strike misses again, but that was one of the combos already gone, and Gaohao trades that as well, so pretty much even footing for both of these teams. It's just the act differential that's making all the difference. No combo remaining on the side of Taiwan, so that act difference means literally nothing.
I think we saw this, I forget which map we saw that exact same instance from Taiwan of just having all of their combos disappear. I believe now, is it just Def with the FC? I think Simi missed right towards the end there, or did they still?
Yeah, Simi
they did right. So it's just Def. He has the chance here to close it out. We saw the clutch green on the free mod 2. We know he can do it.
I mean, all the pressure's on him, and he knows that. He saw that at the break, so he's going to need some supporting score as well. There's very solid supporting combos from Gaohao and Ruya right now, alongside Flyer, but for right now, it'll remain in the side of Vietnam, not by a very large margin, though. And I think with that Electro Strike miss, it actually goes in favor of Taiwan. About a fourth of the map remaining. These supporting scores are starting to be a bit of a problem.
There's still a chance here for Vietnam as long as Def is holding. There's map left, but if all of these recoveries hold on, you won't be able to do it. You need to see a miss from Taiwan if Vietnam is to stay in this match.
They're just refusing to miss. They had the early misses, and then they just locked in. There's not really anything they can do. I think at this point the map's already over. Just very solid supporting scores. There's not much you can do. Def is holding on to an FC, and it just doesn't matter. 3 800 combos at the end for Taiwan, all giving them 600k. So the FC from Def is just completely neutralized. Once again, we keep hammering this over and over throughout the entirety of this match. The team consistency on Taiwan shining through there in droves and winning them the match 5-1.
Massive win from Taiwan here, and because this is Vietnam's second match, this doesn't take them out of contention to proceed into the group stage, but it does make it pretty dire. They are now 0-2 in the group stage, so things will have to go pretty well for them. I think if Taiwan 3-0s and everybody 1-2s in Vietnam can win a match, they have a chance, but it's going to be a fraught one. Taiwan here today, winning 5-1. Some fantastic performances, some great score lines, so I think they'll have a pretty good time in the bracket. But yeah, GG's.
Not really too much else to say. Taiwan will be playing against Denmark later this week. They're going to be playing at 13 UTC tomorrow. I believe that is the only other match in this group. Nope, Malaysia and Denmark also immediately following that at 14 UTC Sunday. But outside of that, it looks like that's the only other group match from this. The rest will be taking place on the second week of group stage. There is 2 weeks to group stage, in case you weren't aware of that.
Lots of matches to get through with this group stage format. But as for the next match coming up today, if you want some more OWC action, in about an hour and 14 minutes, we're going to get Argentina versus Belgium. And after that, we're going to have 3 more matches coming up, an hour, 2 hour, and an hour after that. So plenty of OWC left to watch today and tomorrow. So hope to see you there. But GG's, great match. Casting this was Vorty and Fiery, and we'll see you later.
I'll see you guys in an hour if you want to stay tuned.
is it that you want to do?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2025 group stage. We are continuing in some contenders side action in Group F. It is our first match of the group. Number 30 overall seed, number 2 seed in the group, Argentina, taking on number 38 overall seed, number 4 seed in this group, Belgium. Belgium back in the World Cup for their first time since 2019. In the early days of our qualifiers era, Argentina back once more 3 years in a row now that they have made it in. And two teams that are going to be matching up here to see the first opening in this group. 2 matches this week, 4 matches next week for Group F here. Should be an exciting one. 2 teams that were pretty close together on a lot of their qualifier scores. We'll see what they have to offer for us in their first match here in this group stage. I'm this one guy. Joining me for this match this morning in his first day in the OS World Cup commentary booth is none other than Light In. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Feels good to be here, and hello to you, 1G. In general, pretty excited to see how Belgium performs. It's been a while since they've qualified, and I know they are hungry for that victory, but Argentina is a tough nut to crack as they can play basically almost anything that Belgium has. In general, I think the main strategy, the main idea for Belgium in this match is to try and play alternate throughout the entire pool. Something like Hidden One, something like Fremont 3, or something like HR2 could be potential options for Belgium, as they did do good on No Mod 3 qualifiers. But what do you think we are going to see today, T1G?
You know, I agree. I think, you know, Belgium's best score overall in the qualifiers was on the No Mod 3. It was their highest ranking performance out of any play they had. So possibly looking to go into kind of the non-traditional portions of this pool, as you mentioned. You got a few different options for these types of maps. Going to be a quick couple of bans coming out, though, before we even get to say anything. It's DT2 banned by Belgium. That is the high BPM speedy DT pick. Nomad 1 banned by Argentina. Don't want to have to deal with that aim. Interesting, because their aim scores were pretty decent compared to Belgium in the qualifier stage, so maybe just not comfortable with that particular map. And instantly Argentina into their first pick. Nomad 2, I don't think any surprise to see that a first pick when your opponent bans the DT2, right? You see the speed banned out, you'll go into the other speed yourself.
Oh, that's for sure. I do think that the Nomad 1 ban could have happened because of the overall difficulty of the map. You gotta take into consideration that the group stages are a lot easier in comparison to qualifiers, and that Nomad 1 map, I do think that Belgium could still be a potential threat to Argentina, even on Nomad 1, even if Argentina did do good on that aim. That being said, though, Nomad 2 pick does make sense. 230 BPM, a map from Rollpan, and in general, a lot of strain, not stamina, unlike DT2, but mostly speed, which Argentina on paper should be comfortable with. We already see the 4 players on the left side ready for Argentina, but Belgium, as far as I recall, they did do okay at speed, but it should heavily favor Argentina. It's their first pick, it's pretty comfortable, they are confident about it, and that's what matters.
And worth noting regarding the team lineups as we see them both with 4 in already, only 2 player swaps per team, so a lot of experienced players who have been through quite a few of these World Cups. Obviously, Belgium not making it into the brackets, but they have played a bunch of qualifiers together, got a lot of players that are familiar with each other. Going to be much the same story with Argentina as well. So we'll see how they can leverage that experience as well into this one. But as we get started here, we have Bomilk, Vicio, Bylike, Pee Poo, and Tofi.
He name changed back.
Yeah, he did. Hanori, Mornis, Hexy, and Maramin for Belgium. Getting underway here. First map of this match. Argentina's first selection, heading right into some tapping heavy. We'll see if the mechanics favor them. Not a whole ton of other options within this skill set if they do win this pick, but we'll see what they can take away from it if they are successful. Belgium looking to maybe eke out, at least a close map. We'll see how it goes to them with a couple early breaks already from Hanori and Maramin, as well as Tofi and the other 3 FCs holding for Argentina so far.
Not the best start for Belgium, but still, the map does pick up quite relatively fast. 100,000 difference already. Another miss from Merriman, too. Not helping the situation at all, but still, 3 FCs on Argentina's side against 2, with Hexy and Mornis still holding on to that FCs. Here comes the first PI, here comes the intensity, and so far, so good for Argentina. 160,000 advantage already, with a quarter of the map now gone, as it keeps on going more towards the left. Good start from them. Another miss from Merriman, not helping the situation once more, as Belgium are quite in a big deficit right here.
Yeah, it's really coming down to Maramin having all these struggles early on. Mornis is going to be the next to fall with one of those 2 FCs gone. Meanwhile, it is still a triple FC for Argentina, and Tofi, who has recovered since the early break to hold now the highest accuracy in the lobby as well. And Argentina just going to run away with this one. Not much more to be said. Halfway through, 400k plus lead. It is a break from Bomilk, but it's really not going to matter all that much. Still a double FC, more than matching Hanori and Hexy on the FC and the big combo for Belgium. And this is going to be a pretty solid feeling first pick, it seems, for Argentina.
Oh, for sure. 2 FCs, 1 recovery from Tofi. A massive combo advantage for them, a slow section right here. But Merriman, though, does find a miss on the transition. We are now getting back into the speed territory, but Merriman unable to find the combo so far. 500,000 with a quarter of the map still left, and it looks pretty dark here for Belgium. Another miss from Mornis, as well as Hanori and Hexy, the only 2 standing with the combos. Well, what can you do? As Argentina still holds on to the double FC and a huge recovery from Tofi. Final PI, not gonna matter, as this score lead is just massive for Argentina. Unable to come back from this, Belgium sadly will be losing their first point on this Nomad 2, as Argentina takes a good advantage on this Nomad 2 as well.
That's a very, very strong performance here. Argentina with the double FC, I believe, on PP and on Vicio. And the near just reverse choke from Tofi, breaking with a slider break in the first 80 combo. really a very good team score, 1.1 million score gap between the teams. Clearly not a skill set that Belgium was feeling too great about, hence the DT2 ban. Get the first pick, Nomad 2 out of the way. So that's off the board now. If you're Belgium, you're going to feel a little better at least. That's over and done with. It can't hurt you anymore.
No more
and you
speed.
get your own first pick. And there's really, there's just not any speed in the otherwise in the pool, right? You get out of this Nomad 2, you get the DT2 gone with the ban. There's only really one other tapping map, which is the Freemod 2, and that's much more of a flow aim pick. And so you're going to feel a little more open to the rest of the pool now if you're Belgium. If that was the one skill set you felt really poor about, now you can say, okay, it's our own first pick. We can pick our strength here, and then it'll be evened up, and it's just a whole new match after the first couple picks, hopefully for them, if they can find something to be successful in themselves.
That's for sure. I'm looking at Hidden 1 so far. Belgium should, on paper, be quite comfortable given their qualifier placements. If anything, they can try to go for Hard Rock 2, but I'm not too comfortable with their precision, as they did do significantly worse than Argentina on that qualifier's HR2. Granted that the HR2 on qualifiers is more about consistency and aim, this one is a lot more alt heavy, but we did see that Belgium did do good on alt maps, so that is still an option. But we do see a Hidden 2 being picked, which is an interesting choice, to be fair. Not expecting a reading map here, as Argentina did do a lot better than Belgium on the previous week's reading map, but I guess Belgium, they are ready to prove us otherwise. Coconut Love, a pretty well-known map as well, has been seen a lot throughout the entirety of 2024 and 2025, so I think Belgium might be cooking with this one.
And of course, Belgium, as mentioned, a team with a lot of very experienced tournament players, folks who have seen any map that's been in multiple pools, they'll probably have seen a couple times, right? So gonna try, as I said before, leverage that experience in tournaments to go into picks that feel good for them based on both experience and skill set. I think this was maybe the expectation a little bit for Belgium as well. Opt into the less mechanically challenging maps, go into some form of gimmick or other, whether it was low AR or kind of an awkward alt pick or something like that. And so this does fit into that, though. As you said, Argentina had a 1.7 mil as their higher of their 2 scores in qualifiers on the Hidden 2. Belgium only able to muster up 1.1 million score on that pick, both runs. So a little questionable in that regard, but slightly different style of map, a little bit lower star rating in this group stage pool versus the qualifiers pool. So maybe banking on that to give them a little bit more strength on the pick. Very curious to see how this one goes as well, since we are branching out so heavily from the skill set represented in the first pick of Nomad 2 by heading into this Hidden 2.
That's the complete polar opposite as well, and this Hidden 2 also significantly easier than the one on the qualifiers. That map from qualifiers was absolutely demon for both of these teams, as the average scores from that stage suggest that that map was quite difficult with some aim control and obviously reading. This one is going to be basically just reading with some aim and a few streams basically, but in general the map is significantly easier, which should potentially give Belgium an edge over this Hidden 2. 2 minutes and 32 seconds long. The lineups are ready, and we are going to be transitioning into this Hidden 2 shortly. What do you expect from this pick, T1G?
Belgium's got some very good hidden players on that roster. This lineup of MRB, Hexy, Honori, and 5 Yoshi should be really strong on this pick. And this, skill set in general, right? The density, hidden, low AR reading, something that they've got a few players for. So I do understand for sure where they're coming from with this pick. It's one where I think anybody who is, confident on the low AR is going to do pretty well. And as you mentioned, much easier than the pick in qualifiers in the equivalent slot. So I think we should see some good performances here. Belgium just hoping that those are on their side and hoping that Argentina, for their sake, maybe struggles a little bit with the pick as we get into it.
Good start from Belgium. No misses so far as I say that, though. Hexy does find an early break. 24,000 advantage for Belgium early on due to that accuracy, but still, that break is going to hurt them a little bit. Nothing too scary, though, as the map has basically just started. Still a slow section with a slot. Never mind, though, MB also another miss, which does give an advantage to Argentina as they take the advantage for themselves. Transitioning into the first PI MRB, another miss traded by Bone Milk. 60,000 advantage for Argentina with 3 FCs against 2. Hexy did find a miss earlier, so it's not looking good for Belgium so far on their own pick as Argentina are looking to get that advantage. But never mind though, Smash K and Pengu also finding the miss as PP Pupu is the only one standing for Argentina.
Oh, but there's the double break from Hanori and Yoshi. Those were the 2 FCs for Belgium. Instantly disappear on the same pattern just shy of halfway through. And that is bad news for the Belgians as PP Pupu does break right back, though. Now you have MRB and Hexy on some recovery combo. Those are going to be the important members to watch out for. MRB falls, as does Hexy. Oh, you just hate to see it going this way for Belgium on their own first pick. And now you've got a little bit of recovery here and there. Bomilk, Smash K, and Penguo all up to 250 or so or more combo. Lead at 70, 80k at the break. 1/3 to go. Anybody's game here still.
Last KI awaiting us as the advantage for combo is on Argentina's side. One last KI, one last section, one last chorus as we are still on the Argentina's territory. PP Pupu does find a miss, but still 5 Joshi is holding. Belgium's gotta hope for misses from Argentina. At least one or maybe more, but Bomilk and Smash Key, these are the misses. Still, there's not enough time. 90,000 Pengo is still holding on. It's barely going towards the right, and even if 5 Joshi is holding on, but never mind though, Pengo does find a miss. 5 Joshi as well. No combo, sadly. All of them disappear in an instant in this final moment of Hidden 2. And with that, the dreams of Belgians of trying to win this Hidden 2 so early on get smashed as Argentina take the breakpoint for themselves.
Oh, man, that was painful to watch. Belgium just clinging to life in the late portions of that pick. And you watched as their combos fell one by one. If it was Hexy, it was Yoshi, it was Hanori, just those last seconds not able to hold enough combo. And Argentina doing enough to win. It was a close one. I mean, 116k, and it really did feel closer than that until the very last seconds. But just those superior late combos, and unfortunately MRB and Hexy with the struggles early in the pick as well, not helping out for Belgium. Early breakpoint Argentina, best of 9, leading 2-0 into their own pick to try to lead 3-0, and they're going to go into the Nomad 3, so they're going to say, we want a breakpoint on the hidden reading pick, we're going to go into the Nomad reading pick ourselves.
Yep. Fog of War lifted as we are now transitioning into another map that is reading ER7 though this time. A lot more reading heavy and probably a little more difficult than Hidden 2 in comparison. Mapped by Newton. If you are familiar with Newton, he did map a lot of low AR maps, especially for Nomad, and I think that those who like reading are eating well if they do play this. Nonetheless, though, losing that Hidden 2 did not help Belgium at all, as now Argentina looking to run away with these points. 2 points for them as the third one on paper, considering their Hidden 2 win should go there to their side, but Belgium, they still have the chances to come back. The map is also relatively long, so that consistency is also going to be a factor.
3.5 minutes of this very overlap and stack heavy reading pick. You have to stay so locked in for the entire time. I mean, you look at the map stats, right? It's 4.3 stars. It's 128 BPM. Like, that doesn't look like much on paper, but then when you realize it's CS5 AR7, and there are some really tricky reading patterns scattered throughout the entire map, you have to be ready at all moments. And yeah, like you said, that consistency really gets called in for this pick, and we'll see. The consistency looked a little iffy for Belgium, as you saw those many combo breaks scattered through the previous pick. So hopefully they can lock in for this one and try to get that break point back. But Argentina just running the momentum game, right? You win, as I said, you win the Hidden 2. Let's go into the next reading pick and just see if we can go back-to-back in that skill set. As the players are ready, we'll head into our third pick here. Argentina looking for the consolidated break point and the 3-0 lead with Bomilk, Smash K, PP, and Penguo against 5 Yoshi, Vinny, Hanori, and MRB for Belgium.
Indeed, this Nomad 3 is indeed quite brutal, especially with the rhythms. A lot of 1-1 gaps, a lot of 1-2 gaps, and maybe even some even like bigger gaps than that, 2-1 gaps as well. All with overlaps, all with a very low BPM and a high density, which makes this map particularly difficult. As you can already see, a lot of overlaps, a lot of back and forths, a lot of reading involved as well, but so far so good. this is just the beginning, as it's not even the hardest part of the map. It is definitely a lot more brutal than Hidden 2. An early miss from 5 Joshi does give an advantage over to Argentina early on, as the map is now high on the rise.
Yeah, these patterns just everywhere they show up in the map are so easy to break on, as you see Honori being the second to fall there for Belgium in the early portion. I feel as though watching this map just does not do it justice for how tricky a lot of these patterns are. That reading element is so much more difficult to play than it is to watch, I think, as there goes Vinny. 3 FCs now down of the 4 for Belgium already. Argentina looking pretty strong on this one. 4 FCs still intact, and just getting near a 100k lead as Honori falls again. It's just tough to be consistent on this map, man. If you're not 100% ready to go and set for this pick, you can break on just about any pattern it throws at you. And unfortunately for Belgium, we're seeing that happening to them already. 4 FCs against 1. Argentina rocketing out now 3-1, rocketing out to a 200k lead just about.
Pretty much, as 3 FCs are still holding. MRB the only one standing to try and withstand this advance from Argentina. One miss from Bowmilk, though, does help him a little bit, but still, he needs to hope for more drops of accuracy, not just accuracy, but also combos. Smashkey and Penguo still holding on. A slight accuracy problems for Penguo, but still, MRB, the only one standing. The chances are still there. There's still half of the map left, but no supporting combos as 5 Joshi and Honori do miss, but Smashkey does give an opportunity to Belgium, as now suddenly the combo advantage shifts towards the right.
Is MRB and Vinny still holding on to the FC and the large recovery combo? And that score lead's going to start to come down slowly but surely. We do have a decent combo on PP that's kind of keeping Vinny in check just a bit, with Penguo matching the MRB FC. But any break from Argentina, as long as Belgium holds, they can take advantage of. Honori Bowmilk will trade that lead at about 150k, a third to go. There goes Penguo. That is the FC. And that is big for Belgium as MRB continues to hold on to his own FC.
They've got to hold on. Vinny also with a recovery, 700 combo. It's going to shift towards the right relatively fast, but still a slow section. Deceiving them. It's not going as fast as it needs to be, but still they need to hold on. There is time, 80,000, 70,000, a lot of time to work with. You just need to hold on. PP Pupu, the only one with the combo from Argentina, trying to stop them. Pengo, another miss, not helping Argentina at all, as MRB and Vinny, they still retain that combo. And can MRB do it? It's almost there, and it does switch. Pengo does miss, and 5 Joshi as well. The trade is there, but it's not the trade that you want to see. MRB and Vinny, they're doing so much work for this team right now. This Nomad free, it was Argentina's pick. It was so obvious for them after that Hidden 2 win, but MRB and Vinny, they hold on. Vinny does find a miss, but MRB, the only one standing. It's still close though, 16,000. It might flip towards the end as PP Pupu still with the combo and Smash game. Never mind though, PP Pupu finds a miss, and with that, Belgium secures their first point.
What a performance from MRB and Vinny there, holding with the FC on MRB. The massive supporting score from Vinny as well. And Belgium get the break point back. That is massive after dropping the Hidden 2 on their own pick. We talked about, maybe the alt stuff, and maybe they could go into a Nomad 3. Maybe there'd be a reading opportunity for them. Didn't look great after the Hidden 2, but they proved that wrong. And just like that, it is only the one break point, so now they just need to win their own pick, and it's tied up 2 apiece. That is a massive spot to get the break point back immediately for Belgium, and they're going to be feeling just a little bit better, a bit of a sigh of relief, I think, from those players. And now their own pick to come. We look at what's available in the pool here. Our reading is gone. Where do you go next? Do you pick into maybe one of those alt maps?
I think that's the strategy here, T1G. I think Hidden 1 is looking oh so good for them right now. If anything, you might want to go for something like Fremont Free or maybe even DT Free, but DT Free probably one of the weaker sides of their picks. That being said, MRB putting out massive numbers on that previous Nomad Free, being the star of his team, saving Belgium from its inevitable collapse on that Nomad Free. PP Pupu was also close to also switch it towards their side, but doesn't really matter now as Belgium gets the point, and the momentum now suddenly broken for Argentina, as Belgium looking to get and consolidate that breakpoint and try to equalize the score. A lot of time spent on trying to think on the pick, and we see Fremont 2, a flowy map, more about streams as well, 195 BPM, an interesting choice. If anything, I thought that Argentina would pick this one.
Yeah, this definitely, coming from the team that banned DT2 and was frankly brutalized on Nomad 2, kind of surprised to see Belgium being the ones picking into this skill set. As I said earlier, dropping from 250, 230 BPM down to 195, where it's much more about the flow than the speed and stamina requirements, perhaps gives them a little more comfort. But nonetheless, I'm surprised to see Belgium picking this. Really did not expect this compared to many other options throughout the pool. But they know their scores and they know what they're good at and they know what feels best for them to try to leverage in this pick. So I will trust their judgment here and say what might they be capable of. They were far behind on the Nomad 2 in qualifiers, but again, pretty big difference from a Nomad 2 in qualifiers to a Fremont 2 here in groups, where it's a little lower star rating and is going to require you to run a couple of modded players as well.
Yep, significantly easier in comparison to that Nomad 2. That Nomad 2 as well, with some 1-6 elements too, not helping Belgium on their qualifiers run as well, probably being a main cornerstone of most of their breaks, if not just for the overall Axel and D-Cell streams. This one is a lot more chill in comparison. There's not that much flow control. It's due to it being 195 BPM for a 6.7 star. There's not a lot of flow aim. Yes, it is spaced in comparison to Nomad 2. Yes, those are still streams, but it's probably a lot more straightforward than the Nomad 2 that was on qualifiers. The rosters are now locked. Bomilk, Amaro, PP, and Smash K for Argentina, as we see Mornis, 5, Yoshi, Hanori, and Hexy for Belgium, as we are going to start with this Fremont 2. What are your thoughts on this one, T1J? I think Belgium might have a chance given how straightforward this map is.
I'm back and forth on this because I do feel like Argentina, on paper, is the mechanically superior team. But when you throw in the 1HD, 1HR minimum requirement, maybe Belgium feels really confident in their modded players on this. Maybe something about the spacing on Hard Rock can trip up Argentina, who knows? But I kind of would... On paper, I think I would give the advantage to Argentina on this, despite it being Belgium's pick. But as I said, going to try to trust them with their own selection here.
Let them cook.
As we load to hopefully get Smash K going. There we are. And into the start of the pick. It's going to pick up, and it's going to be some flow. It's going to be some tapping. And, 195 is not what it used to be, right? It's not a difficult BPM like it may have been in the distant past. But there's some flow requirements, and for those modded players, a little extra spacing, a little extra reading. And so we will see how those guys hold up. So far, so good for everyone, though. 8 FCs on the board, 3-400 combo.
Yep, it does switch though a little bit due to the accuracy drops, but still, it's on Belgium's favor so far. Amiro with a Hard Rock. Hexy though does find a miss on a Hard Rock as well. Both Hard Rock players down as 3 FCs are still against 3. The scoreboard is very close. Does shift towards the right. I think Bancho needed some time to think here, but PP Poo on the hidden, the 5 Joshi on the hidden as well. The accuracy looking good for most of these teams, as Mornis aware of that accuracy, by the way. Not gonna mention it, but still looking good here as Belgium on the advantage here. 16,000 still. The combos are on their side and the accuracy is also on their side as well. Amaro finds a miss, another one down as Belgium continues to hold on the momentum on their side. They just need to keep holding those combos.
I felt like that might have been just the smallest of concerns. There goes Smash K, a big chain miss. And that is going to be a large advantage for Belgium now, as they have the triple FC still intact. They have a decent recovery combo on Hexy, and they've got a 100k lead, looking to tie this matchup at 2 points apiece. It's Bomilk and PP Poo doing what they can for Argentina, but the triple FC and the recovery for Belgium just too much. And into the ending, this is all Belgium all the time, man. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. That is everybody dying. Bomilk is holding on. There's not enough time left, is there? Surely there's not enough time.
I don't think there is. I don't think there is any time. Bowmilk is going to be the hero of this map. Oh my god, a massive chain miss though at the very end, but it does not really matter as Belgium consolidate the breakpoint and take the second point on the board. We are now equal here as it's now a best of 5.
Boy, I was worried that that full team reset at the end might be enough to destroy the hopes of Belgium on that pick, but fortunately just too close to the ending, not enough time for Argentina, and Bowmilk breaking the FC last. And yeah, tied up match 2-2. After the way those first couple of picks went, I don't know that you might have anticipated the result of the Nomad 3 and the Fremod 2 going Belgium's way. Both pretty close, 40k and 140k respectively, but a win's a win. We don't care how many points it's by, and it's going to be Argentina heading into the Nomad 5 very quickly, prepared with this pick, ready to go into the Precision Nomad. This is CS 7.4, Lighten.
Yup. A lot lower than that on Hard Rock 2, 7.4. Also got to consider that this is a little gimmicky. This is 0PP we're talking about. He does map a lot of tech maps, but this map in particular is very gimmicky. As you can kind of sense by the song, a lot of opportunities for very interesting slider velocity changes and etc. Something to note though is that I think the top diff on this one is AR 7.7 as well, and thankfully they don't have to play that. But CS 7.4 and AR 9, this is still a difficult map, and this is still very gimmicky. Something that Argentina could technically be better on, but Nomad 3 did go Belgium's way. Not the pick I was anticipating from Argentina, but I think they might be cooking with this one.
Yeah, I think, you know, in a matchup like this, it feels like we quickly get to the stage where every pick feels like a little bit of a toss-up. Every pick is pretty contested. It doesn't feel like super crystallized one direction or the other for most skill sets that are left in the pool. Once you got the speed out of the way, it really just comes down to who gets the better plays on a given run of a given map, right? It's a lot less about we're picking into this skill set because we're way better, and more like, well, this is what we feel comfortable on right now. So I think a lot of the remaining maps, however many there may end up being, are just going to feel a lot like that, where I don't know if I thought this would be their pick. Will be kind of the shrugging response, and it's just going to come down to who performs best. And I think this map is one of those where really CS 7.4 is so hard to be consistent on for most players. It feels like who gets the best run right now at this exact moment in time.
That is true. You gotta still consider that there's a small element of reading in this as well. AR9, definitely lower than the one that you would have anticipated from this map, but the players are now ready. Bowmilk, Amuro, Pipipupu, Vsobio, like Morris, MRB, and Honori, and Hexy for Belgium, as we are going to be starting off with this Nomad 5 map by 0PP once again. Maps tech primarily, but this one is going to be your gimmick precision. 2 minutes long, so every single combo is going to matter as the players are now loading in.
Yeah, this is Osu for ants, as we say. As you can see, those little tiny circles, and as mentioned, you've got some kind of tech elements to some of these slider patterns. The slider, those little kick slider triples, and plenty of little finger control bursts as well that do require a little bit of aim just because the circles are so small, as you saw Amuro breaking on exactly one of those patterns and having a little more trouble as well with the quints too. And it's going to be Belgium taking a very early lead.
That's true, not the best start from Argentina. Amuro not being able to find the combo on the intro, but still the map has only just started. But as I'm saying that, it's basically just a third of the map still over. But the advantage on the Belgian side, the accuracy is also looking good for both of these teams with Bowmilk on the SS. Nonetheless, though, Amuro, that miss does not help Argentina at all, but still, 4 FCs intact for Belgium. So far, so good, as Honori, though, does find a miss. This does give an opportunity for Argentina to try and exploit, but still half of the map left.
And Argentina damaged a little bit as well by the accuracy being a bit lower on Pipipupu. There goes Visho by like. I apologize if I'm butchering that name. As it is now going to be just the 2 FCs left for Argentina. Still 3 for Belgium. And that lead holding out about 100k despite Amuro's best efforts at recovery combo. It needs to be a break from somebody else on Belgium for Argentina's sake, and it is. It's MRB the next. Well, Hexy follows next. Amuro falls again, but it's still the double FC on Bowmilk and Pipipupu. Mortis, the only combo of any note left on the side of Belgium, and this is going to go back over to Argentina's side in the late stages. Just a sliver of map to go, and Argentina now out to a 50k lead into the ending here.
That Ki did not spare almost anyone at all. 3 combos for Belgium, gone in an instant. Mortis the only one holding on against the 2 FCs, but it does not really matter as 2 FCs for Argentina close this map out by Pipipupu and Bowmilk. Good performance on them, and with that, Argentina is back in the game. It did look for a moment that Belgium could have taken this map for themselves and completely run away with that. The momentum fully shifted towards them, but Argentina did not. Awkward, and probably on paper should favor Belgium, but once again, as you've said prior, this is such a toss-up. You can't really properly give a good prediction on this one, so I guess we'll see as the players are now getting ready. The lineups also, and good luck of funds in the chat. Let's get going.
I just want to get into this. Also, shout outs to this song. Like, I mean, it's Nobody Knows. It's a banger.
Banger, true.
So, yeah. And I will say this is a pretty big map pick at this stage, right? Because if Argentina gets a break point here, they have a match point on their own pick, which is, of course, massive if it does come to that. So worth keeping that in mind a little bit in terms of where we are in the match overall, holistically. Again, much like the last pick, Amuro starting off with the early break. He is the Hard Rock player for Argentina. He'll be going against Hexy on Hard Rock for Belgium. Pipipupu on Hidden versus 5 Yoshi on Hidden for Belgium there. And
it's actually 2 Hiddens for Belgium.
Hard Rock in versus Hidden. Yeah, double Hidden.
Overmodding strategy here from Belgium. Let's see if it backfires or not. Still, the map starts off with a few misses here and there. Hexy and Amuro, the ones finding the early misses, as well as 5 Joshi. Not the best start for Belgium, as the combo advantage is going to be on Argentina's side, especially with that accuracy from Bomilk. PP though does find a trade, and with that, Unmei also loses their FC, as it's just Hanori standing against the two of them, Bomilk and Visobio still on the FCs, and the map just started.
Yeah, as we said, you know, such a long pick. You got to be set with the consistency for something that's nearly 4.5 minutes, and that is not looking super great in that regard for Belgium early on. Double FC for Argentina, and it's the Nomad players too, right? Which you kind of think of those as those anchor players. Like, if you're going Nomad on a somewhat straightforward pre-mod pick, you really are expected to perform like this. And that is what Argentina is getting out of those Nomad players here. As another break does come in from Amuro. It was traded. It was Hexy just before that. And for now, just a small lead, right? It's not anything to write home about, but it will start to grow slowly but surely just because of the length of the map overall. There are a couple breaks. Yoshi and Hexy falling. Hanori still holding the FC, but there goes Unmei. It's traded with PvPupu. Double FC against one FC and no other combo. Not what you want to see if you're Belgium.
It's just the hidden for Hanori as well. A slow part. The Ki is now gone, with Bomilk and Visobia putting on numbers on this free mod pre, doing everything they can to get this point for their team. It will help Argentina a lot if they take this. The match point on their own pick is going to be tremendous for them, but still, the two FCs are not even planning to miss so far. Hanori as well, the only one trying to stop them. We do get over that 1,000 combo barrier. Amuro finds a miss, but no misses from the Belgian side. Not traded. Not gonna matter anyway, though, because it's not the FCs. Bomilk and Visobio, all eyes on two of these players, and Hanori as well. If Hanori breaks, all the dreams for Belgium are gonna be shattered. But Bomilk and Visobio, that's the players you want to look at as they just completely decimate this map. 99.91% accuracy for Bomilk 2. Just a cherry on top, as Hanori still tries to battle them. 5 Joshi and Hexy missed earlier, and the last Ki, not the last Ki, probably one of the third Ki's on the board.
It just feels like it's Hanori against the world. Unmei has recovered a decent amount of combo, but he's being matched by PvPupu anyway. And unfortunately, Yoshi and Hexy just finding breaks here and there, scattered in such a way that they're not able to build up much combo. Meanwhile, it's Bomilk, it's VCO. They're just chilling over on the Argentina side, holding on to these Nomad FCs like it's the easiest thing of all time. And you got to give credit to Hanori here, right? Holding the lone modded FC in the entire lobby. Unfortunately, just not quite supported as well as he would need to be. That lead, 300k for Argentina. As we come down into the last quarter of this pick, it is Argentina looking for the break point here to give themselves that 4-2 lead that they so dearly desire, the match points that come along with it.
It's looking quite dark for Belgium, but oh my god, Bomilk does find a miss at the very end. I was just about to say that he might have seen this, but never mind though, this is shattered. This will be the only one with the combo. Hanori does have that hidden modifier that will help them to try and shift this back, but the time is not there. It was 300,000 at one point. Still a lot of heavy lifting from Hanori, but denied by Bomilk and Visobio, as Visobio and Hanori are going to be closing this map out with 2 FCs. And Hanori, obviously, that hidden FC, that's definitely the MVP of this map, but sadly, no support for him as Argentina take the match point.
Shoutouts to Hanori there for that hidden FC on the Belgian side. Very well done, but unfortunately, you look at the rest of the team, just not quite where they needed to be. It's really that 834k from Bomilk, huge supporting score from him, as I think the most important other score than those 2 FCs in the lobby. And that was really what made the difference. Argentina with their second break point of this match. And now the match points in hand. They'll have one on their own pick, and if necessary, one on Belgium's pick as well. And they're going to be the ones to pick the Hard Rock too. We've been talking about this map for quite some time. It is that Hard Rock alt pick in this pool. A precision alt CS 6.5. And it's going to be Argentina the ones to pick it. We thought it might be Belgium, and we were proven wrong, as has been the case many a time with trying to predict picks in this match.
Yeah, exactly.
I got the Fremont 3 right, and you could argue that we got the Nomad 2 right. Other than that, it's been a lot of picks that were not what we anticipated.
Exactly, but still though, Hard Rock 2 picked by Argentina. On paper, you would think that this should favor Belgium, but who cares about statistics at this point? It's all just pure vibes. And Argentina are riding on that vibe, looking to close out this match with an Osu original map by none other than Chaos Lights. Also, if you want to play this map, there's also a qualified set of this with Nick, Think pushing this as well. So make sure to play this map. A mad banger from Memo Demo, and with that, the rosters are slowly going to be forming for those teams. We did see a reaction from Hanori, the star of that Fremont 3, not being really happy about this Hard Rock 2 being picked, so I guess Argentina might know something that we don't.
Well, Hanori is, I suppose, more of a Nomad hidden player, I think, than a Hard Rock player, so there might be that aspect of it. He just personally doesn't love this pick. May or may not be in for it, as he's currently not in the lobby. Okay, so he comes back in. Like, let's say he is in fact cooked for this map, and Argentina expected him to be cooked for this map. That would make sense to pick into it, because I feel like Hanori has been a pretty solid player in general for Belgium over the course of this match and many other iterations of this tournament. But we'll see. It feels like it's just a we'll see situation time and time again throughout this match. So, just going, like you said, it's just vibes, man. We're vibe picking, and we're putting in vibes rosters, and we're just trying to have a good time here. It's Argentina, though, looking to close out the match, looking to take that 1-0 record in the group stage. Belgium trying to cling to life for just a little bit longer in this match. 2.5 minutes this pick. And it's 2.5 minutes away from the 1-0 for Argentina. 2.5 minutes away from maybe a break point for Belgium. We shall see.
Yep, might be the first break for Belgium for that potential comeback, or it might just be over with this one. One mistake and you are gone. Your head is on the guillotine. All Argentina has to do is to just snap the mechanism and start this map. As so far, slight accuracy problems for Visobio-like, but nothing too scary yet as the map has just started. 2.5 minutes, a lot of room for potential combo misses and combo finding nonetheless, but still looking good so far. A few act drops from Belgium, especially from Hanori, proving that cooked message that he did set in the chat, but still.
It's Osu standard. Accuracy is merely a social construct.
Real.
Gotta just keep the combo up. That's gonna be important. And through the intro we go. It's an early break from Vinny right on that little flow pattern. So 1 FC, now 2 FCs gone for Belgium as Mornis the next ball. There goes Hanori as well. And the hopes of making this comeback happen for Belgium quickly dwindling as their players struggling quite a bit in the early stages of this map. The first third has already claimed 3 FCs versus just 1 on VCO, falling for Argentina.
It's just Hexy standing against the 3 players of Argentina, the sole survivor of this KI. 400,000 difference. Hexy also falls, and with that, Argentina are just going to be running away with this advantage. Look at that score difference. 500,000, might as well ship to 600,000 as I'm finishing the sentence. But oh my god, Argentina doing oh so well on this Hard Rock 2. The difference is mind-boggling as it keeps on growing. Belgium, they need to see at least 1 miss from Argentina, maybe more, maybe a team miss entirely to even stand a chance. But Argentina, no concept of misses in their head as they see the opportunity, they see the end of the tunnel, and they will make sure that guillotine falls exactly on Belgium's head.
Argentina pushing the accelerator all the way to the floor on this pick. I tell you what, it's a triple FC. It's a big recovery combo on the 4th member. And it is just Argentina running away with the last pick of this match. You never know what's going to happen coming into a map as a bystander. It's so hard to predict in some cases like this one. But Argentina making sure to put an exclamation mark on this match. A 1.5 1.4, nearly 1.5 million score victory on the final pick on the Hard Rock 2.
Crazy.
And it's going to be Argentina taking the victory 5-2 over Belgium. Match number 1 done and dusted in Group F. It's going to be Argentina looking very strong. And Belgium 0-1, not impossible to recover from in the groups, but it's a tough spot to be in when you're the bottom seed.
For sure. But man, that 3.4 million score from Argentina on this Hard Rock 2, this is just insane. Honestly, I'm lost for words for this one because Hard Rock 2, not the most easiest map in the pool, and putting out numbers like that, basically twice the Belgium scores as well. But you gotta give props to Belgium. They did show up and they did do their best. Nice try from them, looking to upset. They did upset them on No Map Free. They did upset them on a few other maps, but Argentina still prevailed 5-2 as they are going to be starting off with their group with this W for them. So congratulations to them on this one.
And the remaining matches in this group, one tomorrow. Belgium's going to have their second match of the group tomorrow at 18 UTC. That's going to be against Turkey, the top seed in the group. The rest of the matches in this group, not until next week, so you're going to have to wait a while to see how the rest of it plays out. That being said, still matches to come today. We have just about a 13-minute break before our next match. It is going to head up to, let's see, what group is this? It's going to head up to Group C in the Challenger side for France versus Italy to open up that particular group. And that should be a good one. So you'll want to stick around. 12 minutes from now gives you time. Go grab a drink, go grab a snack, whatever you need to do. Be back here on the other side at the Twitch TV Osu Live channel, so you can continue watching these exciting group stage matches. For now, the aforementioned 12-13 minute break. Thank you for watching. Congratulations to Argentina. Commiserations to Belgium. Best of luck in their next matches in the group stage. I've been this one guy. He's been Lighten. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the other side of this little break.
See you next time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 OS World Cup. We're back at the group stage for the first time in many years, getting things underway with our 5th match of the weekend. A European derby in Group C between France and Italy to kick off things here in Group C. I'm Doland, and I'll be joined by iFlame.
Can't wait for this matchup. This is going to be a Group C matchup, and I think this is one of the most interesting groups of the entire group stage. Let's take a look at these two teams. On the red team, we've got France, captained by Musty, the 15-year OWC veteran, has been playing since the second ever OWC. And just a lot of depth otherwise on this French roster with players like Hifkel, Lasta, and Fie. They also have 3 new additions to the team this year in Japlite and Jordi Griep, who are their kind of go-to speed players for this year, as well as Satsuki, who's been a nice addition to the core roster for them.
Indeed, and a lot of storylines here between these two countries. Both countries that have kind of produced lackluster results over the past grand 5 to 10 years. For France, it's been, well, anything that could go wrong has gone wrong historically for them as a country. But could this be the year for Musty, the veteran, where the team finally gels together and everything that could go right does go right for this French team?
Yeah, we'll see how they can do in this group stage. Like you said, historically they've struggled in the earlier rounds. We'll see if their new additions can change that. On the other side, let's talk about Italy a little bit, because Italy, they've gone from not qualifying for OWC last year to seeding 23rd, largely thanks to the return of Kurochi, who's been playing incredibly well for them. They've got a really strong core of Meows, Kurochi, and Arj, who have really put this team back on the map, pretty much back to where they were in 2023 when they were an incredibly strong team. They have not too many new players. They've got Bellafigo, who is a nice addition to their core roster, as well as Nyx, who didn't play qualifiers, as well as Mark VC, who's kind of just there for the reading. But we do have quite a few name changes on this team. We've got Tukai Teiyu, most people know him as Arj, as well as Kursuria, who most people know as Kurochi. So we should be getting into the pick bans shortly. In terms of pick bans, Italy have had a really tough time on the tapping as well as the rating in the qualifiers. I believe in qualifiers they were something like 34th overall on the tapping, 37th overall on the reading. So either that reading map or the DT2 tapping is an absolute must ban for Italy, as it looks like we're going to get a no mod 4 ban for France. This makes a lot of sense as well. Italy popped off on the qualifier no mod 4. They were 5th overall, and so a very smart ban coming through for France.
Yeah, it was kind of their best result by far on the qualifiers, that no mod 4 pick for Italy. So it was kind of a must ban as well there for France. You could definitely lean towards a no mod 1, but I mean, when they're getting top 5 overall, it's a pretty safe ban. And Hidden 2 is actually going to be an interesting ban, considering that Italy were not that great overall on Hidden. It was by far their weakest mod, 31st and 37th. And although France didn't have great Hidden scores, they were better than Italy's, but that just goes to show that they're not willing to gamble on these low approach rate Hidden picks this early on in the tournament. They want to get started with the right foot forward and not give up any points.
Yeah, now I am told that Nyx, the missing player from Italy in qualifiers, is a reading and speed mechanics player, so hopefully that can bring Italy slightly closer with France, at least on some of these tapping focus picks. But I think even with the addition of Nyx, France likely to be looking towards these tapping picks early on, but instead it's going to be Italy with the first pick, and we're going to get DT3. That is going to be your alt DT map, something that honestly both teams looked pretty good on in the qualifiers. France has quite the strong alt DT roster. I'm curious if we're going to see Kalong in for this map.
And do my eyes deceive me, iFlame, or is that Arj?
That is Arj and Kurochi. They've reverted their name changes since the qualifiers.
Thank you!
Thank you very much, Italy. We do just need to get them in the right slots, but that'll be fixed shortly. Let's talk about this.
I'm buying an Italian banner immediately after this match, regardless of the outcome.
They're such a fun team to watch. Arj and Croce are going to be the two kind of main carry players for this Italian team, 55th and 69th overall, respectively. And on the side of France, they kind of have their two main carries in Flasta and Hifkill, at least for the qualifiers. But the group stage, as we've seen already in this tournament, is not about those big performances, but it's about overall team consistency because these pools are so much easier.
Indeed, and although seedings are a good kind of guideline, really in group stage, it's kind of hard to really use those as a hard set guide for really a picking strategy because it depends on how far apart the seeds were, and also we know this is going to be the easiest map pool that these players get in the entire tournament, especially when you compare it to the qualifiers map pool that determined the seedings. It's a much easier pool. And iFlame, you mentioned earlier at the start of the stream, let's talk about this group overall here, Group C here, in the Challengers category. This is a very stacked group. So you have 15th seeded France, 23rd seeded Italy. You also have 10th seeded Chile. And you have, I believe, 18th seeded Spain.
20th seed, but yeah.
20th seeded Spain.
It's such a fascinating group. I think most people would agree that Chile are the favorites to make out of this group in first place. But it's a bit of a race in most people's minds for that second spot between France, Spain, and Italy, who France, despite being the highest seed, have historically struggled against lower seeded teams in the early rounds. So that spot could be up for grabs. Now, this is a vital match for both France and Italy. You only get one match against every other team in your group. So especially when you still have the top seed to play, you must get this win because one win is generally all you can afford in the group stage to still make it through. Here we go into our first map of France versus Italy, and it's going to be Italy's first pick.
And it's a very short one. Under 2 minutes in length here as Arj finds an opening miss. It's probably going to come down to accuracy though. Given how well these players performed on double time in the qualifiers, there's definitely a semi-comfortable skill set for both teams, so we might see both teams picking in this category. But it is going to be France with the better start here, as Belofigo finds a miss.
Yeah, 4FC is still strong for France, and as you mentioned, this was one of their best maps in the qualifiers, so a slightly surprising pick for Italy, and so far it's not been working out for them, but they still have 3/4 of the map remaining. We finally see France get their first miss as Suzuki finds drops. Now it's going to be 2 FCs to 3 in favor of France, but Arj is on a pretty good recovery, so this score lead should slowly be coming back over towards Italy with this combo from Belofigo as well being recovered, but it's dropping incredibly slowly. It's going to come down to that next set of misses. There are some more tricky patterns coming up shortly, and this halfway point of the map is the absolute worst place you can break. Absolutely tanks your score, and there are some really tricky patterns here.
This is high stakes right here. Look at all the combo on the board right now. I mean, the combo advantage is practically non-existent. They basically have level combos here, and nearly 3 FCs to 3. Oh, but that is a devastating double miss from Arj and Croce. It's immediately traded though, but Italy completely team wipes after. There's no one left but Musty and Satsuki.
That is the veteran presence you need. France well on their way to taking Italy's first pick as a break point off of a Musty FC. Musty has gotten through all the hardest patterns in the map, should hopefully be able to close this one out. And just better team scores all around from France. I mean, Italy was not too far behind, but in the end, 400,000 is a pretty substantial break point. And so Italy definitely going to have to change up their pick strategy. I think this one clearly a bit of a mispick. And now France has so many maps open left in the pool, of course. They haven't had a pick yet. They have a DT2, which is open. They could even look for, other tapping maps that are not necessarily as speedy, such as that Nomad 2, another map that Italy has struggled on in qualifiers. Now, the tapping does tend to be a little bit more comfortable in group states, so it should be slightly more manageable for Italy, but still relatively France favored.
Yeah, it was looking good until it wasn't for Italy. They were contesting that quite nicely, and then the double miss just comes out at essentially the halfway mark, which is a major score capping factor, and the lead was instantly over 300k before we could blink our eyes.
Yeah, now I could see France opting into that hidden one as well. It is an alt-focused hidden map, and Italy has just generally struggled on the hidden maps as a whole, skill set aside. So France feels like they should have a relatively easy time picking, and they are going to go for that DT2. It's going to be our 255 BPM speed stamina map. Pretty whole lot of dense bursts with some mirror control mixed in as well.
Both teams immediately going for double time here is quite interesting. I mean, we suspected that they both might go for it at some point in the match, but to immediately go in, you know, France definitely potentially smell blood in the water after that first pick, and going to gamble their first pick on a double time map. Now, it's a bit different though than the previous double time.
It is, for sure. Much different. And Italy, looks like they're not playing Nyx, so just maybe not super comfortable on this map, but they do have their kind of speed core, Meows, Arch, Vigo, and Duke. Nyx the only one missing. And France, they've been really solid on these speed maps, and they're going to just continue to pick tapping throughout this match. Worth remembering as well, if there are any ties in the group stage, it does come down to that point differential, so even if you don't find a win, it's really important to just put as many points on the board as possible for either team. You can win those potential tiebreakers if it comes down to it. You know, this is one of those groups where you hypothetically could end up with, you know, one team going 3-0, every other team going 1-2, and then all of a sudden those points matter a whole lot. Because Satsuki, and there's the new players for France, Jordy, Grief, and Jap White here specifically for their speed ability. Curious to see if the nerves get to them at all. That'll be something to watch out for as we wait for this GT2 to get started.
Yeah, it looks like everybody getting set. And as you said, point differential, the determining tie-breaking method, if they are tied on win-to-loss record, and that, again, so it doesn't come down to who won and lost the match between the two teams that are tied necessarily. It comes down to point differential because it is a possibility to have three teams tied, as you mentioned, in multiple different ways. So every point does matter in this group stage.
Yep. Now this is about 30 BPM lower than the qualifiers DT2. Let's hope that BPM is slightly more manageable for Italy. But seeing as they were 37th, I don't know if the difference is going to be quite enough. But anything can happen in these group stages. The maps have to be played for a reason. And there are some really tricky patterns at the end of this map, so you really want to get that lead early on and hold on to it if you're able to. We want to keep an eye on the accuracies on maps like these as well. They're going to be pretty telling as to the comfort level of most of the players in this match. We already see some slightly lower accuracies on Vigo and Meows, and the question is, are those going to recover, or will we see them continue to drop further down as the stamina starts to wear on?
Yeah, just accuracy difference, but it's already a 50,000 point lead for France, so that is going to be a measurable amount of points here, but Flasta is going to find the first miss, and now combo advantage goes to Italy. But the accuracy is so low that you see it's taken a while for that score to flip, but now the miss from Satsuki will further the Italian advantage as Vigo trades.
Yeah, this is a lengthy map and incredibly dense as well, so there's a ton of combo to be gained, and that means that if we see more misses, one or two big combos can swing the score lead back so quickly. Arj finds the next miss for Italy, and that's going to even out these FCs, but Meows follows it up with yet another miss. Now it's 2 FCs to 1. France is going to take over the lead. They've got strong recovery combos as well on Satsuki and Flashte, and Italy, despite a good start, struggling a little bit at the halfway mark, and the map only gets harder from there. This is where the players are really going to start feeling the effects of this stamina. And there goes Duke. The last FC drops for Italy. And with that, Italy's chances on the map, they're not completely gone, but they're fighting an uphill battle here. Jap White and Jordy, those two new speed players for France, not showing any signs of nerves whatsoever. And clearly, France have made some good roster moves between this overdue PC and the last.
And barring an absolute French meltdown here in the last quarter of this map, it's all but over as the advantage is now over 600,000 points. Insurmountable as there's no FCs left, despite a solid recovery combo from Vigo.
Doherty does finally find the miss, but Jap White still holding that SC strong. There's going to be another incredibly dominant score from France, putting up over 3 million points, and they're going to be nearly 1 million ahead of Italy. And I have to say, this is just really good roster construction from France. You know, a lot of teams just have their FO players kind of play anything, but some teams, such as France in this case, will have their kind of core roster players, and they'll use their spare roster slots to fill out one specific skill set. And in this case, that's the speed, and already it's paying off for them in a big way.
Well, France able to successfully consolidate the advantage off the break point for a 2-0 score advantage. Italy now back to the drawing board, and in these best of 9 matches, you have to correct course immediately, or it can essentially be insurmountable before the match has even begun. You can't go down 3-0 and stare down the barrel of 4-0 at match point. It'd be quite hard to come back from, but the consistency of this French roster has been pretty amazing on those 2 double time picks. Now again, we have been playing exclusively double time to start this match. And I don't think Italy are going to pick DT1.
No, I don't think they're going to make the same mistake twice. Italy is a very good aim and mechanics team, though. I think they are going to tend to look towards some of these more aim-focused, as well as some of these more tech-heavy picks. Something like the Hard Rock 1 could be a really interesting pick for them. I also don't mind the Hard Rock 2 precision pick. We'll take a look at the roster for it, but Italy did have a really solid on precision. I think Hard Rock 1 is France has a really good Hard Rock roster themselves, so maybe you opt into that No Mod 1. But then there's the big question of nerves, of consistency. I think a lot of teams feel like in these earlier stages, No Mod 1 becomes a bit of a coin flip because it comes down to, well, who gets unlucky and finds the random miss in the middle of the map. And so Italy might very well stray away from that one. But it's got to be something mechanics. That has been Italy's strength for the past 2 years. And I think that's what they're going to need here. It is going to be No Mod 5, Letter to the Black World. And this is going to be precision indeed, but they go for the No Mod precision instead of the Hard Rock CS 7.4 snap precision.
And this makes sense. You know, I mean, this is the map that's closest to No Mod 4, you know, left in the pool, right? Would be inherently the No Mod 5. It's by no means the same thing, but it's a similar type of skill set, and you cannot go back into DT, and I would be wary of Hard Rock as well if I were Italy. So I like this No Mod 5 pick here to try to shake things up.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
One thing I want to kind of bring up is free mod wide open. And I think these are 2 teams that actually might be wary of going into free mod just based off their hidden and Hard Rock scores. I mean, France, pretty solid on Hard Rock, but that's essentially it. Both teams are kind of wary on hidden, and Italy not the best on Hard Rock, but can hold their own. So you have to wonder when they're going to go for the free mod picks, if they're going to go for the free mod picks.
Yeah, they definitely feel risky. The free mod 1 could be an interesting pick for Italy later on, but there's not really any anti-mod in that free mod pool, right? You've got fast aim, you've got a stream map, and you've got kind of a more aim control tech-focused map. So it's a lot of aim control for sure. That stream map slightly aim control focused as well. So I don't think that's necessarily either of these teams go to, and it's possible we don't see any free mod picks throughout this match. We'll have to see as we wait for this map to get started. It is also interesting in that this No Mod pool has a lot more gimmicky maps, No Mod 3 being a reading map, No Mod 5 being a precision map, and so that is why we don't have an anti-mod in the free mod category, as we do have Kalani coming in, the Hard Rock player for France, along with that core of Musty, Hifkill, and Satsuki, and we've got Ryuzaki in for Italy, who didn't play much in qualifiers, but should be a strong precision player along with their own 3-player core of Arj, Bellafigo, and Kurochi. is a relatively short precision pick at just 2 minutes in length, so even these early misses matter. I think Hifkill has missed early enough that miss actually probably won't matter, but this is not a very dense map. There's not a lot of combo to be gained, so even if you're just 100 combo behind as Ryuzaki is, that combo will start to add up. Satsuki has now traded that miss back, and the further we go into the map, the more impactful the misses become. But we're already a quarter of the way through the map. It's a slight lead for Italy of about 15,000 points, and it's going to be 3 FCs to 2 3/4 of an FC, you could say.
If every miss matters and another one comes out from Ryuzaki, that might flip things over to France here. As we near the halfway mark, some nice combos still standing tall here. 3 FCs for France against essentially 3 for Italy. But Satsuki will trade.
Yes, these kind of maps for the nerds can really get to you. Precision maps are absolutely brutal on the nerds, especially these kind of aim-focused precision picks. And as we approach the 2/3 mark of the map, it's still Italy holding on to that 15,000 point lead. The score lead really hasn't budged. That's a really big miss from Belofigo. France trades it back immediately though, but the damage has been done. France takes the lead. Kurochi dropping as well. Now the pressure is on Arj trying to fend off Kalani and Musty, but if they don't miss, France will take yet another breakpoint. Kalani does drop, but so does Arj.
It looks
Once
like it was
again,
one miss too many from Italy.
Yeah.
Just one too many. And there goes the score bar. An insurmountable lead now. Even though Kalangi falls, Musty does not. And he has no one to contend with him. Score 1 for Musty. He does it on his own, putting the lobby on his back, showing the world how it's done. Nearly 3 million points for France and a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, there's a very good reason why Musty is still playing OWC after 15 years. And it's exactly for this reason. That is 2 Italy picks stolen and 2 Musty FCs to secure France the point. Now, Italy is down by 3 going into France's pick. They are in a lot of trouble, not only in terms of this match, but with France, assuming they can win their next pick, Italy is potentially not getting very many points in this match. That's going to put them in a really, really rough spot. And, despite having 2 matches left, they still have to play Chile, that top seed. And so, unless they can get a couple points on the board, their chances of getting out of groups not looking so hot. And France still feels like they have some pretty strong picks left open. If they want to go back to tapping, which would make a lot of sense, they could go for Nomad 2. It is Nomad 2. I was going to, suggest a couple other picks, but Nomad 2 it is. It's going to be your stream stamina map speed pack, 230 BPM. So, slightly slower than the DT2, but it's still relatively up there for a stream stamina map, relatively short as well. But there are a lot of dense bursts in this one as well.
Well, it's now officially an OWC iFlame. We've had a Musty moment.
Yes, we have Jap White, Jordy Greep. These 2 rookies for France absolutely popped off on the previous tapping pick. Let's see if they can do it again. As France are going to make some last-minute roster swaps. Probably won't see Musty in for this one. Not much of a speed player. We're going to get Satsuki instead. And we're just waiting for the last player in Italy. Curious if that ends up being Nyx, kind of their speed player that didn't show up for quals. Or if we are going to see a Duke coming back in. Oh, Duke's already in the lobby. Tends to be Meows then, or Meows or Nyx.
We will have to see. A good time to remind you all that we have banners on sale for all the countries that have qualified. You can get them in the OS store. It goes to support the teams and the game and looks pretty cool on your profile. And it is going to be Meows, as you suggested, iFlame, filling out the last spot on this Italian roster for this very important Nomad 2 pick, as Italy now down 3-0 in this best of 9. If they lose this pick, iFlame, they will only have 1 guaranteed pick left to turn things around.
Now, counterpoint, Dolan. Italy could, this is lower SR than the qualifiers pool. Italy could pull out some crazy scores on Nomad too if they have a pretty big overperformance. They get the breakpoint right back and get some momentum back in their favor, and they storm back into this match. This one, although it's looking rough for Italy, they're not out of it yet. I'm sure the players have not given up. They're still going to give this one their all, and hope is not lost entirely for Italy as we get into this Nomad 2. Another very short map, a lot of potential for accuracy drops, chain misses. It's going to be a Jordy Greep finding the first miss of the match, but honestly early enough that it shouldn't make too much difference. Really strong accuracies for France, and Italy not too far behind. This one is going to be pretty much dead even.
Italy now taking control with the combo advantage, but it is France with the accuracy advantage by far, so they're going to keep things really close. And oh my goodness, the miss does come out from Meowls, and Duke traded by Jordy Greep once again. But that is advantage for France, and even more now that Ryuzaki follows it up. Only one FC remaining on the board for Italy, and things are already looking dangerous.
Yeah, into the slider tech section now. This is a bit of a different look compared to the rest of the map, which is a whole lot more bursty, but there are some tricky bursts mixed in, and it looks like everybody is going to survive. And unfortunately for Italy, surviving this section is not enough. We need to see misses from France, and we need to see everybody recovering. There are strong recoveries from Duke and Ryuzaki. There goes Jack White. That's another FC gone from France. Now it is 2 FCs to 1, but Italy have some strong recoveries. They need one more miss from France at the very minimum, and they're going to need it really, really soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree any more with you, iFlame. They still need either Flasta or Satsuki to drop here relatively shortly. A miss from Jordy Greep would be nice, but there it is! Oh my goodness! Satsuki on the slider!
Ryuzaki finds the miss, but they are still holding their FC. I think Italy needs a little bit more. We need to see one more miss from Jordy. There it is, Dolan. There is hope for Italy. They can bring this one back, but they need to hold on to their combos, and even then, it's going to be close. Italy going into this break.
Hold, and Flasta may have just seen that during the break.
Yeah, Flasta going to be feeling the nerves now, but the entirety of Italy, they're going to be feeling the pressure. They must get a point on the board.
Oh, no!
Double miss for Italy. They were so close, but it falls apart in the ending. Flasta holds, and France, they're going to be on match point. This was Italy's best chance at a break point so far.
And France are going to clutch up here at the last second when needed to avert disaster and come out with a 106k victory and take a 4-0 lead. It was looking good for Italy. Arj with a beautiful score, 995k, the MVP in the lobby, but was matched by Flasta. And unfortunately for Italy, Flasta finds that full combo. Would have presented a chance there for Italy had the miss come out near the end.
Yeah, now Italy do have at least one more pick in this match. If they can find a couple breakpoints, they will have more picks, but they've yet to win one of their own picks. It's kind of just been the Musty show so far. And so for Italy, I think it's time to find a pick that Musty won't be quite as comfortable on, or at least have somebody that can match Musty with an FC or a relatively close score. But we are really still looking at mechanics. It might very well be time for Nomad 1, even if it is a bit of a coin flip map. That might just be what Italy needs at this point in this matchup. They could also be looking at some of those free mod picks. I think the free mod 1 would be the big one for Italy, being kind of the only other super heavy tech map in the pool, but it is more of an aim control focused tech map as opposed to the slider tech that Italy really, really excels on. So that might give them a bit of pause. They are going to go for Hard Rock 1, as we're going to be playing Hard Rock aim consistency. There is a slight tech focus as well with some tricky slider patterns, but I think this is a really strong pick for Italy and probably their best chance at this point of getting a point on the board here.
Well, the problem is for Italy, there were never really many easy picks in this pool for them. It was one of those matchups where, despite the fact that they're not that far apart in terms of the seeding, it's just the skill set overlaps that really put Italy on the back foot. When your opponent is slightly better than what you're at on your strengths, and their weaknesses, they're better at your weaknesses than you are, you really don't have many safe picks. And unfortunately, Italy have done their best. Their best chance came against on France's own pick there on that Nomad 2. So it really is tough for Italy as they try to navigate this pool. So the Hard Rock one, they may just be comfortable on it. It might just be the map in the pool left where they're like, you know what? We got 4 people that want to play this, that don't care. And like you said, iFlame, every point matters, so they have to try and do something, but it will bring Musty back into the lobby.
Yeah, and to your point, Dolan, what makes this French team so difficult to pick into is that they're so incredibly consistent on just about every skill set. Of course, they have some slightly stronger and weaker skill sets, but overall, their placements were very consistent in qualifiers. They didn't really have many maps they popped off on, but they also didn't really struggle on any particular map. I mean, you look at their Nomad qualifiers, they were 13th, 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 and 14th. A beacon of consistency on those Nomad qualifiers. And I think that can be difficult when you're playing against higher seeded teams, but when you're playing against lower seeded teams, it's a lot harder for them to find, pinpoint those areas of weakness and kind of take advantage. And it can lead to exactly this, where you're kind of picking, of course, based off your own strength, but you do have players like Musty who, even if you pick a map that France should be on paper slightly weaker on, they still have players that are very capable of putting up some very strong scores on this map. Kurochi, Arch, Meows, Duke, the lineup for potentially the last map of this match. They would love to get at least 1 point on the board. Of course, they would love to get 4 and 5 points on the board if they can, but let's start with 1 for now as we get into Alien Friend Request Hard Rock 1. France, they do have some very strong Hard Rock players. They've got Kalongi is mostly there as a dedicated Hard Rock player along with their Core 3 roster.
I just got one question for you, iFlame. Who's running that generator down the street? I can hear it. Who's turning it up?
That is a good question. Is it on my mic, or what's going on here?
I don't know. I don't think it's you. Your circle's not glowing, but somebody's turning up that generator here on this Hard Rock pick. And for Italy, they got to turn up right now because, again, it's now or never here. Meows with the first miss. We'll see if they can pull off a reverse sweep. That would be pretty impressive.
That would be. I don't know how many. Maybe somebody can find shots. I don't know if Shadows has this stat. It would be a crazy stat. But how many reverse sweeps have there been in OWC history? I would guess not many.
That would be an amazing stat.
If any. It would be. Shadows is the GOAT, so we'll see. But it's going to be a couple misses in the meantime. Kalongi has found a miss. VA found a miss right at the start, as well as Meows with an early miss, and Duke, the most recent player to find a miss. So as the dust settles, it's going to be 2 FCs to 2. The score laid pretty even.
This script is flipped here. Now it's all of a sudden Italy with the better accuracy and France with the combo advantage.
Meows does drop that recovery combo though, so VA trades it back pretty much immediately. So these two teams giving us their best effort to keep this one as close as possible. But we get into the next PI now, and it's going to have to keep an eye on these FCs. We currently got a bit of a 2v2 going on, but if the FCs hold, it's going to come down to the supporting combo, and right now that's even as well. So pretty much this matters.
Very high stakes situation, 26,000 point advantage for France as we are now in the halfway section where the score capping is its most brutal and everyone holds through that technical section except for Meows.
But this time, VA doesn't trade, and so that's a 100 combo advantage for France now. Into a really easy section of the map. So this is just going to be free combo advantage for France, and they're going to get a really good chance to build up this score lead. But we have the toughest section of the map still yet to come. It's relatively consistent, but there is some tricky slider aim coming up right towards the end of this map, and all it takes is one of those FCs from France to fall, and Italy could storm their way right back into this one. Now VA finds the trade, but the damage has been done for France. They've built up a 180,000 point lead, and now Italy needs one of those FCs to miss.
Yeah, they need one of these combos to fall, and Musty does, but they're going to need some more help. They don't have a lot of time, and that's 200,000 points to flip. They're going to need to see a miss out of Hipkill, Kalangi, ideally both, as Meows keeps trading here. Kurochi and Duke doing their best. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough, iFlame.
Unfortunately not, despite a good effort from Italy. They definitely put up some good scores. It is going to be France not showing any mercy, and it is going to be a clean sweep for them. It looks like Hifkill going to be closing out the FC this time for France as Kurochi finds a miss right at the end. In France, putting up an incredibly strong showing for their first match in Group C. And, even if they drop a match against Spain, they have a really good point differential now, which is going to be huge for them if there are any tiebreakers. And guess what, Doland? Our very next match are going to be the other two teams in this group, Spain and Chile. That's going to be in about an hour and a half. 19 UTC, I believe. And so we'll get a pretty direct comparison and hope be able to compare some of those scores. So huge congratulations to France, who have had about as strong of a start as you can ask for in the group stage.
Yeah, what a performance, honestly. The team consistency on point from France and a deserved 5-0, but for Italy, that's very frustrating. And now, for Italy, it doesn't really matter about point differential. I mean, when you get handed a 5-0 loss now, as your first match in the group stage, you essentially just have to win the other two matches no matter what the point differential is, because that's the only way you're likely to advance out of the groups. But again, no teams in Group C will be eliminated from the tournament because they are in the Challenger category, that's groups A, B, C, and D. The only groups that have to worry about elimination are the contender groups E, F, G, and H.
Exactly. So top two in this group will get placed into the winner's bracket, whereas the bottom two will just get placed into the loser's bracket. So no matter what, both of these teams will at least get a shot at the bracket stage. But that is going to do it for us, Doland. I thank you for commentating with me. One more reminder to go show some support for your favorite team. Get those banners in the Osu shop and join us again at 19 UTC for Chile versus Spain. Thank you guys all for watching, and we'll see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the OSU World Cup 2025. We've got our second Group C match for today between Chile and Spain. We saw these two teams face off last year in round of 32. Chile took that one 5-2, but Spain are looking better than ever, and they are here for their revenge. I'm iFlame, joined today by the one and only Dada. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm very excited. I think this group is a group that before the last match was a little bit like up in the air. Now things have cleared up. I think Spain, in order to maintain themselves in this group, they need to get a good showing here and establish themselves as like a momentum in this match, because their matches against France and Italy will both be very tough. And I think despite Chile being the favorite, Spain do have a way in, so to speak. So hopefully this ends up being a competitive match.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. And every point helps. It's an incredibly competitive group. As you mentioned, we just saw France play Italy, and that ended up being a 5-0 sweep for France. So if Spain wants to take that second spot over France, they're going to have to put up a really good showing. Of course, Chile, being the highest seed in this group, are the favorites to make it out. Let's talk about these rosters quickly while we get into pick bans. On the side of Chile, you've got your two star players, Intercambing and Alfiu. Intercambing was 11th individual, put up a really good performance in the qualifiers. And they do have a couple new players as well, in Hanayume, Lasse, and Sifs, but largely they are keeping their core. For Spain, I mean, they're a team that has placed in the 25 to 32 range 4 years in a row now. But seeding 20th, it's been their best year yet, and so many new players on this team. Escrupulilo and Aleph are going to be their two key players. They are 2 of the 3 returning players, but otherwise, Spain have 5 new players, and clearly these roster changes are working out for them. I mean, talking about pick bans here, I do think, Dada, this is a pretty tough matchup for Spain stylistically. Because there's a lot of overlap between these two teams' skill sets. For example, Spain in the qualifiers really struggled HR, a mod that was weaker for Chile as well, but Chile had a pretty big advantage on the Hard Rocks overall. Then, you know, the Hiddens were solid for Spain, but Chile is one of the best hidden teams in the tournament, getting 6th on the Hidden 1, 3rd on the Hidden 2. And that makes it really tough for Spain to find good picks here, but they did have some strong showings on things like the Nomad 2 and the DT3. So I think that is where they're going to be looking first. But in terms of bans, I think there are a lot of options for both teams. Spain banning free mod 1, not necessarily the ban I was expecting. That's going to be your kind of aim control free mod.
Yeah, it's going to be that kind of like tech-ish circle tech aim control free mod. I think in Spain's defense, that kind of map archetype in qualifiers it didn't do particularly well on compared to Chile. And obviously on this map you're gonna end up having to take a hard rock mod as well, which is it's probably top 2 maybe difficulty wise in the pool as a map on Hard Rock on that. But yeah, Chile is just gonna look to do their staple stuff. I think they have a really strong hidden lineup this year, as you said, and they're gonna be banning DC2 to try and not get speed abuse. But oh, I just got Discord moved. Okay.
Can I go back though?
Okay. Anyway, the Chile lineup is kind of interesting this year because they're missing very key players that you might recognize from previous OWCs. They were missing Mathy and they're missing Suntan. And despite that, they still performed very admirably in qualifiers, only getting 1 seed below their performance last year, I believe, or like 3 seeds, something interesting like that. Like it's very, very close to their performance last year. Meanwhile, Spain is missing Antonio, and that's also pretty big, but they outperformed. They overperformed their seeding last year by a pretty decent margin as well, so it shows that this roster is not to be underestimated. Their first pick for Chile here is going to be Hidden 1, which is no surprise. Obviously, this is one of the more the trickier maps in the pool in terms of just how many skill sets it tests, and Chile having a really strong hidden lineup in Intercamming, number 37, Alfeu, like, it's a very good hidden lineup, and there's no surprise that they opt to go for that first.
Yeah, so I would not be surprised at all to see Chile just abusing hidden as much as possible. And then once they're done with the hidden pool, they can go right into those hard rocks, even though it's not necessarily their preferred mod, just because Spain struggled with it so much in qualifiers that seems like the obvious direction. And I think Intercamming, Alfeu, Scrupulio, and Aleph, we're going to be seeing those 4 players in for pretty much every single map. But number 37 has looked really good on the hiddens for Chile as well. And Sifs, one of their new players, getting a chance to shine here.
Yeah, interesting just to getting the first map to get one of your rookies out. Maybe to build some confidence, maybe to just get the nerves out of the way, who knows. But meanwhile, on the side of Spain, you have maybe Skilla, Scrupulio, Aleph. Scrupulio and Aleph especially going to be names we're going to be seeing all throughout this match, I believe. And then Palodex rounding out that roster.
Yeah, Sifs, I think, for Chile is primarily here to be a mechanics player on some of these no-mod and hidden maps as well. So going to be rounding out their roster on a lot of these tech picks. But as we get into the first map, a very quick reminder to, if you want to show some support for your favorite teams, you can go get country banners in the Osu shop. And if your team wins the World Cup, you'll get to keep your banner for the rest of the year. Nobody misses on the first pattern. This map starts off relatively slowly, and it's a bit of an easier first half before it really picks up in the second half of the map. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for these early misses. Chile has a slight lead for now just based off that accuracy, but it's going to be number 37 finding the first miss. So Spain should be able to bring this score lead back over.
Kind of a rough start for Chile here. One of their main hidden people finding this early break, but Spain still behind on the act, especially Palodex on that 95, kind of delaying this overtake and score lead. But everything seems to be stabilized. Nobody really finding any breaks thus far.
Yeah, but the hardest part of the map still yet to come. We've got a bit more of a stream-focused section coming after this. Looks like there's a bigger miss from Palodex now. Going to be 600 combo behind, and that score lead should flip back over for Chile almost immediately, but Alfeu trades it back, and Spain will be able to hold on to this lead, but we'll see which team can hold on in this upcoming stream section. Palodex gets another slider break. Does need to find sub recovery, but keep an eye on these full combos. It is 3 for Spain, make that 2 for Spain as Baby Scylla does find a miss before this tough section. 2 for Chile, but number 37 has a really good recovery that should bring this edge back over in favor of Chile.
And so far, both Intercamming and Sifs, no, never mind, not Intercamming anymore, as the lead will scoot over to Spain if stuff stays as it is. As Aleph and Scrupulio both having a great time on this map, might mean Spain gets the first break point here.
Yeah, it's going back over slowly though. A big miss from Sis now. That shoots the scoreboard to the left in favor of Spain. And with Aleph and his group Lilo still holding strong, it looks like we are going to be getting a break point for Spain on Chile's very first pick. Not the result I think a lot of people expected. And Chile, they can be beaten on some of these hidden picks. Spain, I think they're going to have so much confidence going into their second pick.
Not what you want. If you're a Chile fan here, just no FCs on a map that probably you thought you were very confident on beforehand. Number 37, unfortunate slider break at the start was the only real, like, stumble on that play, but it ended up just unfortunate for Chile here as Spain just establishes themselves in the match very early on. A little bit unexpected here.
Yeah, definitely. You have to feel like Chile probably low-rolled a couple of those scores. I have to assume between number 37 and Intercambing. I would imagine they've got a few FCs between them in practice, but that's kind of how the stage matches go, whether it's nerves or just getting a little bit unlucky with your run. All it takes is one miss to make the difference. Now, it is up to Spain to find the pick. I think potential good options for them could be things like Glass, that DT3, or they looked incredibly good on the qualifiers Nomad 2, sorry. They were actually 4th overall. It was incredibly impressive. And so we could see them opt for the Nomad 2 once again.
I think if you're looking at the Nomad 2 qualifiers, I think you're mostly looking at the Free in this pool. So that might be an option as well. The only problem is that they have to run a hard rock there, which makes it substantially tougher. But yeah, they just got some really important momentum in this match. I think Spain is not going to have like too many picks, but just getting one of Chile's picks means they can probably get to 4 points, like fairly straightforward. Nomad 2 would actually be the option here, so the faster option between the two choose. As the Funya map gets picked. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to show the storyboard, but those who know.
It is such a cool storyboard. But yeah, I think the tapping 2s are generally going to be pretty good for Spain. Obviously DT, Nomad, and Fremod. But since that DT2 is banned out by Chile, they're going to have to settle for the other 2 tapping 2s, you could say. But I do really like this pick from Spain. They've looked pretty solid on tapping generally. And especially with the ban from Chile, a pretty good indicator they don't feel super comfortable on these tapping maps. We should see some of the speed players coming in for both these teams. I guess we're going to see Townie for Spain, along with Marble, 2 of their faster players, and we're going to be seeing Lasse in for Chile potentially.
Yeah, I mean the other big rookie this year, Hanayume being brought up for this particular map. Meanwhile, Spain is benching the player in Marble slot.
Escapulio?
No, not Escapulio.
Oh,
it's
no,
probably
no.
gonna. It's probably gonna.
It was Paladex in that slot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised actually to not see Chalk Gamer in for Chile, who's usually one of their go-to speed players. Maybe just isn't available. Maybe he's popping into the lobby now in favor of Hanayume. Only time will tell. But this is a very short map, so accuracy does make a big difference. We could see some pretty big accuracy drops. We do see some good luck have funs in the chat, but we need a second player for Chile, and it is going to be... I mean, Decore is not a player for Chile, so we're going to need to see some roster switches here, Dot, as...
repatriation in the middle of the game. Okay, interesting strategy.
It looks like it will just be Hanayume in the end. So, with those rosters sorted, we are going to be getting into Spain's first pick, but potentially their second point if all goes well. This map, definitely a bit of a stamina test. And there are some tricky patterns as well at the start of this map once you get past that first quarter, which should be relatively free for everybody.
We shall see. A couple of early act drops from Alp here. Most people, as Lasse as well, having pretty easy early time. Hanayume and Escapulio both finding the early break, so still things are pretty much equal.
Yeah, that early miss isn't going to make too much of a difference. There's a lot of combo to be had on this map. We have seen some very good scores on this map, so it's certainly not impossible that we're going to see a couple FCs, but Intercambing finds a big drop. That's not the play to expect to miss on a map like this when they do still have Alphew and Lasse holding strong, but they're fending off 4 really strong combos on the side of Spain. Spain find themselves with an early 70,000 point lead. On a map like this one, 70,000 points is not that much, a couple of misses and that could go back over. But Spain are going to be really happy with this buffer. Now we go into a slider tech section. Arguably, this is slightly easier than some of the tapping sections, but there is still a lot of miss potential here.
So far, Spain has been looking very, very solid in this pick. Only that early miss from Mystical Eo is really affecting their score in any meaningful way. Still holding. All acts are pretty solid as well. 97 at the lowest. Meanwhile, the early misses from Intercambing and Hanayume not doing Chile a lot of favors as they both look at each other's scores in the break. The map does get tougher from here on out, but maybe a couple nerves are going to be creeping into the minds of a lot of these players. We'll see.
Yeah, Spain are far from out of the woods here. Chile still have 2 FCs. Hanayume is only 100 combo behind. Intercambing has a really strong recovery, so if we see 1, maybe 2 misses from Spain, the score could go back over really quickly, but the miss comes through for Chile instead. It is Lasse finding the miss. And with that, Spain are looking good to close this one out. 250,000 points should be relatively safe unless we see a complete meltdown, but this is a tricky ending. There is a lot of potential, miss potential, but I think Chile, unfortunately, are out of time. Spain will consolidate that break point with a few more misses from Lasse, and they're going to be up 2-0.
I mean, you start the match, you lose your first point, you're down 2-0 on a best of 9. It looks scary, it looks a little bit demoralizing. Now Chile just has to dig in and find a pick that they're very, very comfortable on, get those early match nerves out of the way, and try to establish their own footing in the match. But so far, if you're a Spain fan, very, very good. Great tidings even for these very solid showings. People are consistent, people are not missing, getting decent accuracies. And Chile has been kind of stepping in their own feet a little bit. But for the sake of a good match, I hope they get back into it.
Yeah, they certainly have. And they've not quite found that consistency that's required in the group stage. I feel like on so many of these group stage maps, you're going to need at least 1 or 2 FCs, especially in these higher seeded groups. We're going to get Nomad 5 from Chile. So I was surprised to see them not going for the Hidden 2 or the Hard Rock 2, but this is still Precision CS 7.4 kind of snap alt focus map, and so this makes a lot of sense as well. I think Precision was Spain's worst skill set by a pretty wide margin. They were 39th in the qualifiers, so not sure this is a foregone conclusion, but Chile should be the pretty heavy favorites going into this map, and I think this is a good pick to get themselves at least 1 point on the board.
I mean, yeah, in theory, but since you've been struggling to kind of get started, like the nerves are still getting to you, Precision is gonna exponentially increase those nerves and the actual consequences of those nerves. Because CS 7.4, not a joke. If you're shaking, very much not a joke. So hopefully Chile's reading of the situation is better than, or like surpasses the potential downsides of them being a little bit nervous to start off the match.
Downey going to be making their first appearance and going to be making their OWC debut. Is the go-to hard rock player for Spain, which means kind of generally the go-to Precision player as well. But it looks like we've got the roster sorted out properly this time around, and you can see outside of Intercambing and Alphew, Chile is really going to these their new players quite a bit, and I mean it's not worked out for them yet, but I think they've got a good chance on this pick.
You know who I kind of miss? That has never played OWC in my in my memory at least. Spain has a really good Precision player named Mortal. And that guy's like legitimately nuts at hyper precision. So he would be perfect for a map like this. Obviously he's not in the lineup this year, but it would be very interesting. Very underrated player, that guy.
Yeah, feels like that would have gone a long way for Spain's precision abilities. This is another incredibly short map, and there's really not that much combo to be built. Already we see 2 misses from Spain right at the start. Those are early enough, they shouldn't make too much of a difference. But already I think the comfort level is pretty clear from these accuracies. Baby Scylla down at 92. Spain, the entirety of Spain, has already dropped their combo at least once. On the side of Chile, we've only seen 1 combo drop from Hanayume, but they're still 3 FCs strong. A quarter of the way into the map, they're already up 100,000 points.
No tenemos ningún FC, as Spain has no more FCs remaining. Meanwhile, 3 people out of 4 on Chile, only Hanayume having that little miss there, but looking very good early on for this Chile squad, especially considering the map is so short. We're already basically halfway through, and the lead is just widening and widening. So...
We do see a couple misses there coming out from Chile. One of those had already dropped, so even though Chile are down to 2 FCs, this one is going to go back over because Spain has really good recoveries. You know, despite having no FCs, they're back up to 400, 500 combo. And this score lead, if they can hold chip left back over, but this is a really tricky ending of the map. It's Hanayume missing again. The score lead flips back over to Spain. We do see a miss now out of Junamat. Gonna slow the bleeding for Chile. A second miss from Spain. And the combo is going to be pretty much dead even. These 2 big combos on both sides. Need to hold on, but Alfiu finds the next miss. Now it's only Intercam trying to fend off Spain. And if these 2 FCs hold, or not FCs, 2 high combos hold for Spain, they could take a second break point. There goes Intercam as well, and Spain are going to do it again on the precision pick.
What a disaster! You have 3 FCs and then you fall over on your chair.
I mean, a disaster for Chile and a disaster for Pick'ems all around. I don't know how many people had Spain winning this match, and especially not being up 3-0 to start the match. Not only are you up 3-0, but Spain has the next pick, Dada. They could go for that Freemod 2 stream pick if they want to go back into tapping that skill set that they were so absurdly dominant on in the qualifiers, and something that Chile are decent on, but certainly not incredible. And Spain could very well find themselves on match point.
Guys, this is no longer an upset. I legitimately feel Spain is just out-muscling Chile.
They're playing so well. And I mean,
Downey,
Downey, yeah,
great
Rock player.
early choke. Obviously, like, not an FC, but extremely good play. And their recovery combos were just really enough. Chile just ended up missing, especially on the beeps part. I don't really know how to describe that, but the censored part, I guess, of the song. Just had a lot of misses, and the scramble afterwards just ended up favoring Spain, and Spain just a dominant 3-0 showing right now. They only need 2 more maps.
Absolutely. I mean, Downey clearly not feeling those OWC debut nerves. I think Fremont 2 at this point seems the most likely pick for Spain. The Nomad 1 could be an interesting pick as well, because a Nomad 1 is just a consistency aim map, and those are the kind of maps that tend to be, yes, slightly RNG in these group stages, but they just come down to 1 nervousness or a miss, and Chile's finding those all over. So if you want to try and take advantage of those nerves, Nomad 1 could be a solid pick.
Beep boop. I flame you have
I've roboted.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying.
It's okay.
Like,
it's okay. We'll play your song, Mr. Krabs.
Thank you, Dada.
Pretty much you. No surprises here. We went from a stream speed map to a stream flowy map, which Spain performed very admirably on in qualifiers, and this is it. I mean, you open up a 4-0 lead, that's statistically wraps. Like, the match is basically mentally over at that point. But this is coming into this match. I believe this was Spain's. At least I personally believe that this was Spain's priority pick. It ended up being Nomad 2, but they're very similar maps, and I think these are the 2 maps that I saw Spain having a genuine advantage on. And especially now, when Chile's momentum is really, really stifled, I think Spain is probably like heavy favorites on this map, which, again, 4-0, not very good. Not conducive to a win, usually.
It's definitely not. Still waiting for the stats on how many reverse sweeps we've had in OWC. I'm guessing not many, but I would agree based on what we've seen so far. Spain do seem like the pretty heavy favorites on this map. Curious to see if we have overmods, like a player like Intercamping could definitely take something like the Hidden Hard Rock on a map like this, but has not been the most consistent so far on this pool, and so that would be an extra risk that I'm not sure they feel is necessary. I think because this is definitely a bit of a flow aim test, it does make the Hidden actually reasonably difficult. But number 37, very strong Hidden player, pretty likely to be taking that mod. It's going to be the case. Lassie on the Hard Rock, and then for Spain, it's going to be Aleph Hidden, and we do see a Hidden Hard Rock, just not on the player I expected. It's Baby Scylla taking it.
I believe Baby Scylla is a little bit of a Hidden preference player, not like 100% uptime with Hidden, but he generally prefers Hidden on a lot of these maps, so this will be the case here as he just overmods a little bit, just as a comfort thing. But, well, Intercamping and Townie trading off early breaks on both no mods, which is a little bit worrisome. The no mods are supposed to be most of the consistent combos in this map, just not having quite the best start. Meanwhile, we have pretty good accuracies from the other Nomad players, both Alphew and Marbles holding pretty solid accuracies. Townie as well. The miss, obviously, a little bit. Oh, okay. Lassie just finding a couple chain misses on the Hard Rock. Meanwhile, Baby Scylla is still holding. Townie, however, will find some trade breaks of his own. However, that player did not have an FC, so it's still 3 FCs to chew, I believe, as Intercamping found an early break as well. So advantage Spain as we head into the break.
Yeah, Chile definitely still have some really good combos. They're ready to capitalize if we see a couple more misses from Spain in this map. Like, it's really tricky into the ending, especially for these Hard Rock players. Lassie has already dropped, but Spain need Baby Scylla to hold here. For now, we're yet to see any more misses. There goes that Hidden Hard Rock FC as well as Marble. So now it's just Aleph holding for Spain. That score lead flips over, and with 3 FCs strong, 2 of those on their no-mod players, Chile look like they might finally end up with their first point. But number 37 does find a miss. Spain is not out of this one quite yet.
The last note!
That is so unlucky. There's some tougher space patterns here. Lassie really struggling on this Hard Rock. Understandably, it's a tough map, but Spain need Aleph to FC, and they need one of Alfie or Intercamping to miss at least. It is really good recovery combo on Townie, keeping things at pretty stable, 100,000 point difference, but Spain are just running out of time.
They are, and the recovery combos from Intercamping, I guess he didn't even miss. I guess he just has equal combo to Alfie, so 2 FCs for the side of Chile, as they will find their first point of the match, and it's a break point on Spain's pick here of Fremont Jew.
Yep, this is exactly what Chile needs to get back in this match. 1 break point recovered. They do still need to recover a second break point, of course, at some point, but this is going to be a nice start for them. Get a little bit of confidence back after those first 3 picks, and with their own next pick, I think, their first 2 picks haven't worked out. I really, as I've been saying, I would love to see the Hidden 2 or the Hard Rock 2 from them. Probably the Hidden 2 first, seeing as they were third on it in qualifiers and have such strong Hidden reading players, and they're not going to waste any time. We are getting Hidden 2, our ARH density reading map. Lots of overlap reading, some flow aim as well. But I do expect number 37 to be a monster on this map. Had the top score in qualifiers on the Hidden 2. And a fun fact, playing in OWC this year makes number 37 the longest tenured player on Chile, with it's his 7th year.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was that long lasting. Obviously, when you see a lot of tourney map hidden leaderboards, he's up there on most of them. Guy is just a hidden prodigy. Not even prodigy at this point, he's a hidden unk, I guess. But obviously, I think getting to the mind of a captain, you start off the picks with Hidden 1, you lose it, so you're like, okay, let's not pick Hidden back-to-back just in case we're actually not having a good hidden day. So let's instead pick Nomad 5. Lost that one. Okay, let's go back to the hidden wall. And obviously this time they actually have some sort of positive momentum, getting that break point. So now the match is interesting because assuming things go as like normal, it's gonna end up 3-2. And 3-2 is a toss-up score line. So we'll see. I don't think Spain is particularly well versed in low AR hidden, but obviously there's still this map, and then there's Chocolate Disco. Two foods. I'm sorry. But yeah, there's Chocolate Disco as well, still remaining in the pool if they do well on this. So there's a pathway back for Chile, but there's obviously like still that overwhelming early score lead that Spain got. So it's an interesting match as we get into Coconut Love Hidden Chew. Take it away, iFlame.
This one, at least on paper, heavily favors Chile, but that's certainly not stopped Spain from taking a couple points already in this match. Paladex and Marble are kind of their go-to low AR players for this pill. But I say, if I remember correctly, the struggle for Spain on these low AR maps is that they're a little bit fourth playered, but this is, I would say, a little bit more manageable of an HD2 compared to the qualifiers. Of course, it's a much easier pool. And I mean, it's a little bit accessible for even non-HD2 mains, and maybe Spain can work with that and find some points. They look incredibly consistent, and they are definitely holding their own early on. Outside of that early miss from Junamat, it's been pretty consistent across the board. But Chile still holding those 4 FCs as well. We do see 3 misses on that pattern, 2 of them from Spain, 1 from number 37, our former number 1 HD2 player. But Endercambine follows it up with a miss as well. So it's just going to be 2 FCs traded on either side. And now it's going to be Sif's Altheu up against Marble and Aleph.
2 more misses coming from Endercambine and number 37. Not really the players you would expect to miss on a map like this. Very big name brand players for Chile. But Aleph and Marble still holding strong. Altheu will find a break, so the lead will scoot over to Spain's side. As still it's 2 FCs to 1, Sipes being the only FC for Chile, and he needs to hold if Chile wants to have any shot at actually confirming their pick here.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a really important point for Chile. We do see a miss from Paladex, but that wasn't one of the important combos. I mean, Chile, they finally get a point on the board. It's a break point, which is massive, and they're potentially giving one back. It's only 11,000 points, though. With a quarter of the map to go, this one could go either way, but it's Spain with a pretty big combo advantage. I think it's just the accuracy holding them back ever so slightly now. It's another miss from Junamat, not their key combos, but with not much support for Aleph and Marble, the score is staying relatively close, so that if one of these FCs falls off, yeah, it's something. Oh, that's a big drop for Chile, and all of a sudden Spain, they get that breakpoint right back. Chile not able to consolidate, and oh, there is a big miss from Marble, though. Aleph as well. It's now Altheu potentially bringing this one back. Tagada is their time. It's misses from the other 3 players on Chile, and the score lead, it's just not dropping quickly enough. I think Spain should have this one secured. Oh, Marble Banchoed? Okay, no wonder.
Yeah. I love when Bancho just decides to get to push a narrative for like 5 seconds.
Bancho, it knows how to keep things interesting sometimes.
Yeah.
But Spain is on match point. Chile, this is the map they were 3rd overall on in, or I apologize, 4th overall, I think. Or no, it was 3rd overall in the qualifiers, and Spain takes the point, and they've got the next pick. They're going to go for Nomon 3. They think, hey, yes, Chile is a good low AR team, but if we did it once, we can do it again. I think this is a bold pick from Spain, but I respect their confidence.
we just took a low AR pick, and then let's go even lower. Let's go even more gimmicky, so to speak, and let's just build on that momentum. And yeah, Spain is looking very scary here. This is very much on upset alert as Spain finds itself on match point, and Chocolate Disco being the map to close it off potentially would be very interesting. Not really the skill set you expected Spain to lean into, but a welcome surprise development of the match. They just figured, oh, okay, apparently we're the better gimmick team in this particular matchup. Let's exploit it. So, I mean, if you're a Chile fan, you're just wondering, oh my god, my team has not been looking consistent. Now they're gonna have to play a map that's like almost 4 minutes long, 4 stars, that you can miss on like air a lot of the time by just like either misreading or having a little missnap, because a lot of those like small snappy patterns are a little bit tricky. So like it's not looking good. This is very much a consistency and focus check, and Chile are not looking very consistent or very focused at this point.
No, it's not, especially because the rosters are going to be the exact same. Both players have their go-to reading rosters. Now, to be fair to Chile, it was still a pretty close map. I think they only lost it by about 100,000 points. So, if they find a slightly later miss on any of their players, they definitely could have won that one, which is why I don't think this is a guaranteed point for Spain by any means. I mean, going into this one, I would have guessed Chile were the heavy favorites on a map like this, but the match so far has proven otherwise. We've seen an early miss from Junmap, but with how long this map is, there's going to be plenty of time to bring this one back. The one thing I will say for Spain is that I feel like you could have picked something else and let Chile potentially pick this. It's not a guarantee that they would pick it, but if they don't, you can just pick it one map later, and no harm, no foul. But we'll see how this one goes. Early on, not so great, as they've found 2 misses now. I've got 2 SCs up against 4, so we're going to have to see them recover further on in the map.
Just in general, Elif and Junmap not really having the best of starts. Alfeu finding a reading miss on one of those stacks is going to equalize it a little bit, but still overall advantage to Chile. Marble finding a miss on, well, right now a part that actually matters, traded by No37. So still 2 FCs to 1, a couple of good recovery combos for Spain, as Elif and Junmap seem to get a little bit more accustomed to the map. As we get to the first KI, Marble finding an early break in that first KI will not help Spain's case. And everybody on Chile mostly solid. Elif will find a break, so one of those recovery combos is gone. Halodex the only FC, not on the best of accuracies, maybe indicating a little bit of a more cheesy combo strategy. Meanwhile, you have Intercambing and Sipes, both on above 98, so far so good for those, but the tale has been this kind of lead gets established, and then there's just a big car crash that happens somewhere in the middle of the map, and Chile is the victims of said car crash mostly. So nothing is defined just yet. Alfeu and Junmap will be trading. Still, mostly the status quo is intact.
Yeah, but we've seen already one Ki, Intercambing, Sifs, and Peladex all survive the first one. And there are a couple more Ki's, of course, but they're not any more difficult. The map is pretty consistent in terms of difficulty, and so, oh, there goes Peladex, unfortunately, right at the start of the first Ki. And Chile are going to be absolutely running away with this one. Intercambing and Sifs absolutely flying on this pick. This is more the kind of thing we expected from Team Chile coming into this match. 2 players looking really good on the reading, and I do think this was potentially a little bit of an over-eager pick from Spain, as 500,000 points, even with a minute left in the map, is just a little bit too much to come back from.
This Peladex, again, it is just kind of insurmountable at this point, and maybe a little bit of a misstep, a little bit of overconfidence coming from Spain. And as said the great philosopher Wayne June, overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, and maybe Spain is exposing their backs a little bit too much to that knife-wielding maniac. So let's see if Chile can get back into this match. Obviously, another break point. Their only points so far have been break points. Maybe just don't pick and skip their pick.
There you go. I mean, they could run out the timer, and well, actually, then it wouldn't be a Spain pick either. It would just be a random pick. So, unfortunately, Chile are going to be forced to pick him up. That's a little bit unlucky, but that is a pretty dominant performance from Chile. Kind of getting back to form on that map, but now they've got to do it a couple more times. They need to win their own pick, and then they're going to need to win Spain's pick. They've not won their own pick yet, but I do feel like, at least based on initial expectations coming to this match, like they do have some potentially strong maps left in this pool. I believe that Hidden 1 is still open, something you generally expect to be good for them. We could see them go back towards one of those Fremont. I don't know if they really want to play Fremont 3 necessarily. Okay, it looks like HD1 was picked. So maybe we see a Hard Rock 2 here coming out from Chile. Or the Nomad 4 could be solid for them as well.
I think they're looking at this and looking at Nomad 4, Hard Rock 2, or DT3.
Yeah.
I don't think they want to risk any of the consistency in maps, which just so happen to be the rest of the pool, really. A little bit of a side note on Hard Rock 1, having a couple of more interesting patterns, but last time we tried something that was like mostly normal but with interesting patterns, it was Hidden 1, and they obviously lost that. So obviously most of the audience speaks Spanish, considering they're usually rooting for their country, but yes, this miss was Thanos, and then Aishit missed, and then like it's funny to translate because it just sounds sillier in not Spanish, but yeah, like very, very interesting chat. Obviously these two countries very tied together in language and history, so Nomad 4 being picked here.
Yeah, Overdose. What do you think of this map, Dada?
I think this map is an interesting map in the sense that it looks very easy and then it plays very hard. If you're just like casually watching this map as a tech map enjoyer, you're like, wow, this map looks quite simple. It looks the star rating, it looks 5.8, and then you play it as actually like 6.5, 6.6. Like it's deceptively hard. And so a couple of the misses might seem like they're misses on air, but they're actually fairly normal misses over the course of the map. But I think Chile, this was one of their best picks, I think.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Just a quick side note, every time I've said that, they've lost, so...
Oh. Well, once again, I'm going to keep an eye on Intercambine and Alfie on this Nomad 4. They were 8th and 11th individually on the qualifiers Nomad 4. And while this one is slightly different, obviously a lot easier, it's still one of the tougher maps in the pool, and it is a similar skill set. You can't really cheese the sliders in this map either, so you do have to be really proficient at the slider tech skill in order to put up a really good score on this map.
I mean, honestly, after the ways the picks have gone, I'm not even like working out who has the better lineup in theory. I'm just along for the ride, man.
Initial pre-match expectations have been thrown out the window, so who knows what to expect on this Nomad 4. If you're a Chile fan, hopefully expecting some really solid scores from Intercambine and Alfie, because Spain still on match point. Chile can't really afford any more mistakes. This is an incredibly short map as well, so these early misses are going to make a big difference, but there's a little bit of a spike a third of the way into the map with a more bursty section that could be a pretty big breaking point for some of these players. We'll see if that catches anyone out, but it's going to be Intercambine, Alfie, Sifs, and Lasse looking to keep Chile in this match, and Decory, I believe, making their OWC debut along with Palodex, Aleph, and Escrupulillo, trying to close this one out for Spain. We do see an early miss from Palodex, going to be the only one. It is a relatively easy start to the map compared to how difficult the rest of the map is, so at least for now we should see most players holding onto their combos, but once we get about a third of the way in, the map definitely starts to pick up in difficulty. Early on though, we see another miss from Intercambine, who's found quite a few early misses in this match. Sis is going to follow it up, and once again on Chile's pick, Spain find themselves in the lead early on. Aleph will trade that miss back, so the score lead should stabilize, as it's now 2 FCs to 2. That supporting combo from Palodex is doing a lot of work for Spain.
It's the ACK though, Escrupulillo on the 93, Palodex on the 96. Like, the ACK is not letting Spain actually go and just take this map away. Chile is mostly staying in their in their shadow here, but Lasse also with a 94, not really letting them catch up either. So as everyone comes into the break, everyone's going to see each other's scores unless they have the anti-nerves skinning enabled. I don't even know if that works anymore, but it's roughly 100k of lead to Spain. It's still very much comebackable, but obviously this is where we see the real breaks of Scrippolito finding that break very early on in the second KI, not being traded, so the lead is going over to Chile if nothing changes.
Yeah, looking really strong to start this guy. Decory as well, that's a big one. Spain do have 2 big combos, but Chile have 4 at the moment, 2 of those being full combos. Spain have about 1.5 full combos for them, so Chile, they're going to explode into the lead. That's 100,000 in favor of them, and they've gotten through the worst of that KI. They've kind of nailed the hardest part of the map, and so this section is just a little bit easier. I mean, there's one more tricky section right at the very end, but the damage have been done. Chile survives at least 1 map longer, and Spain are going to have to go back to their own pick to try and close this one out. They have 1 more chance to do so, and if they can't close it out there, we are going to be heading to a tiebreaker.
I said when the lead of the match was basically established that we had an upset alert. Now it honestly feels like an upset of an upset alert. Like, Chile was looking very, very not like themselves, just so to speak, at the start of their match, and Spain was looking very dominant. Now it's a little bit of the opposite. I think this momentum is kind of eroded for Spain, and Chile just got a little bit of confidence back, and they're actually just getting good platoon scores. Alfiu, Lasse, getting those FCs. Lasse with a little bit of the lower AC intercamming. Bad early break, maybe not expected, but also a pretty good recovery combo. And yeah, Chile now has 1 map that they need to actually take in order to get to this tiebreaker, this Destin Victorica here, which would be our first tiebreaker of the tournament, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
and,
it would be.
Well, Spain, do you go Fremont 3? Do you go Nomad 1? Do you go DT 1 potentially? We shall see.
Yeah, honestly, I think to me, could see, I think DT3 or Nomad 1 potentially for these 2 teams. I think Spain had a really good showing on the qualifiers Alt-DT map, but they're kind of different styles of Alt-DT, with the qualifiers one being, your old style, I think probably like 2010 type of map, and so it is a little bit different. I don't know if Spain feel as comfortable on this one. And then there's the Nomad 1 that I feel like most teams tend to avoid in these early stages. I'm not sure if Nomad 1 has been picked at all yet. Maybe once or twice, at least not in the matches I've commentated. And it is just going to be that DT3. I think this pick makes a lot of sense for Spain, but there's just not many maps left in the pool. You don't have any guaranteed options anymore. And Chile are not a bad DT roster at all. They have some very strong alt players. I think we could definitely see Lasse in for this one as well, who did really well on the alt DT. Number 37, I'm curious to see if we see number 37 in, who tends to play these alt style DTs, but hasn't looked. And Chalk Gamer has arrived. I was wondering when we would see Chalk Gamer, who I'm honestly, yeah.
I think this is the first match where I genuinely see a game of the aim maps or lava being played. No Nomad 1, no Hard Rock 1, no DT 1, no Fremont Alt Aim Fremont 3. So legitimately no aim being played in this match. Nobody wanted to move their cursors today, which interesting, but apparently it was to Spain's favor. Meanwhile, we're gonna be heading into this more alt, like small, like flowy, a little bit snappy pattern map in Glass, which I don't really understand if it favors anybody. Like, obviously, I could look at qualifier results for something like DT3 there, but those are very different kinds of maps. I feel like not only the AR, but the ways they're mapped, the size of chains, it's just... Honestly, it's a 50-50. You either win this map and go to tiebreaker, or you lose this map and don't go to tiebreaker for Chile. And in Spain's case, it's 50-50. You either win this map in the match and bragging rights forever, or you lose this map and then risk it on tiebreaker. Every single one of your team is very, very nervous because they had a 4-1 lead.
Yep. Certainly could be the case here. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen ShotGamer on a few more maps. Usually plays some of the more tech-focused as well as the faster maps, so potentially just became available. But we've got Townie in for Spain. I believe has only played one other map and pulled out an FC on the precision pick, so has certainly had a good showing so far. We'll see if Townie can put up a similar performance for Spain on glass, this DT3 alt pick. And this is another pretty short map. We've got 2 minutes and 7 seconds before we find out whether it will be getting our first tiebreaker of OWC 2025. All the players, there's quite a few rookies in this matchup on both sides, Paladex, Townie, and Hanayume. They could be feeling the nerves on this one, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as we get into DT3.
iFlame. I'm sorry, I just didn't expect the deciding map to be Chinese.
Yeah, I can't say that I do.
ShotGamer will find an early break. Not the best of accuracies to start with. Still, someone like Townie also not having the best of accuracies to start with, but a little bit of that combo advantage. Meanwhile, Alfie and Hanayume still in a pretty good accuracies. Meanwhile, inside of Spain, Escupulio and Paladex for a change. Never mind, as both Aleph and Paladex miss, and the lead will be scooting right over to Chile as they still maintain that 3 FC lead. ShotGamer will have traded, but so far so good for Chile as they look to establish an early lead here. Nobody getting caught up on a couple of those triples.
Yeah, accuracy has balanced out a little bit. Spain are definitely a couple accuracy percentage behind, which is going to keep this one in Chile's favor. There's a big miss from Paladex, so that's going to hurt Spain a fair bit. They do still have their 2 FCs, but Chile are not finding those misses back. About 3/4 of the way into the map, there's an absolutely brutal ult pattern that could catch out a lot of those remaining full combos. There goes Townie as well. That's an FC down, traded by Alfew, but Chile still have 3 big combos to work with. And they're up by 300,000 for Spain. And with that, Dot, I think we're getting the first tiebreaker of OWC 2025. Chile have now won 4 points in a row, and they are on the verge of completing the first reverse sweep since at least 2021.
Not quite a reverse sweep. They did have a 3-1.
Oh, you're right.
It ended up being a 4-1, but
not quite.
Very, very interesting way that this match has played out. Spain just... I was going to say something that I'm not allowed to say. Spain is having a very good start, really establishing themselves, and then Chile just kind of recovering and playing from behind. Not really how anyone expected this match to go, I believe, if you asked them before it started, but very dominant showing here on Spain's last pick will make it so that Chile's 3 out of 4 map wins come on break points, which interesting indeed.
Yeah, what's really nice about the tiebreaker for both of these teams is that whichever team loses between Chile and Spain, you're still going to have 4 points to your name. So it's only going to be a -1 differential, whereas the other team that has lost the match in this group, Italy, is currently at -5. So when it comes to tiebreakers, it's going to put the losing team in a really good spot if it comes down to that. But Dada, you mentioned before that last map how both teams have been pretty much avoiding aim as much as possible. Well, we have ourselves an aim stream consistency tiebreaker. So we're not really seeing the aim all that much, but this is a 6-minute consistency pick. Chile definitely struggled heavily with the consistency early on, especially. They've recovered pretty well into the last couple picks, but going back to a pure kind of aim stream consistency map where the patterns are relatively comfortable for a lot of these players, and it's just going to come down to nerves for the most part. We'll have to see Chile kind of... We're going to need to see a much stronger performance than we did at the start of this match.
How beautifully ironic that you spend a whole match avoiding aim maps to end up having to play an aim map forced on you by the scoreline. How interesting indeed, as Destined Victorica, a map that doesn't really let up ever, Very flow aim and snap aim intensive, having cross-screen jumps or extended jump sections, as well as some streams, some more like DNB style flow aim bursts being very prevalent on the map itself. And honestly, I do a prediction based on who won what, but again, while Spain did win the flow aim maps, this is not quite the same.
And one player that I'm going to be interested to watch is Escrupulilo, who looked incredibly good on the Nomad 1 aim map from qualifiers, was 5th overall on the map, but more just an interesting statistic than something that I think will actually translate to the tiebreaker, since they are quite different maps. And so I think both teams are going to be relying on their kind of core 2 players. Historically, for Chile, that's been Intercambine Alphiu, and for Spain, Escrupulilo and Aleph. But, the kind of supporting players on both teams have put up some really strong scores. We've seen strong scores from Sifs, Lasse, as well as Scylla and Marble when the time has called for it. So it does feel like anybody could step up on this Nomad 1, and because of how long the map is, there's a fair bit of, there's some solo carry potential. If we see one person on either team pop off and put up an FC on this tiebreaker, the odds are very good that you're going to be winning the tiebreaker. So here we go. It's going to be Intercambine. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
This map is like 3,000 combo. Like,
yeah.
It's too much. It's too much of the map is combo. Like, don't even hype people for getting over 1,000 combo. Maybe over 2,000, but like, there's just so much combo. People breaking on like 1,000 would just be normal.
Yeah, I think seeing players at around that 1,000 combo mark should be the expectation. If we see anyone kind of struggling to get 1,000 combo, it's not going to be a super good showing on the tiebreaker at Hazard, especially because these are two of the stronger teams in the group stage, Chile and Spain. Alphiu is going to be the first one to find a miss, and it is late enough into the map that it will make some difference. Right now, it's just a slight accuracy lead for Chile, but on a map like this, you really don't expect accuracy to matter all that much because of how long the map is, and on these consistency maps, rarely do you see more than 1% accuracy difference. We see the first chain misses coming through for Marble and Sifs. That means it's going to be 2 SCs to 3 in favor of Chile, as Sifs follows up with yet another miss. It's the first tricky section of the map, and it's playing quite a few combos, but the other players are looking so incredibly comfortable. Intercambine on a 99.74% accuracy, looking so good. Aleph still on the 100%, but there goes another FC down for Spain as Baby Scylla finds a miss right at the end of that GI.
Kind of the tale of two very different hidden preference players. Sife's not really getting into the map as of yet, a little bit uncomfortable, still missing a couple times. Lasse will find a break, so it's only Intercambine for the side of Chile. Meanwhile, Baby Scylla just finding an unfortunate break at 99.7. So very much in the groove, just unfortunate for him. But both Escrupulillo and Aleph, the real, like, the bread and butter of this Spain lineup, just still putting in work as they both reach over 1,000 combo right now. Meanwhile, Alfie on the recovery combo for Chile and Intercambine still on that FC. It looks like Sifes, as his Tapex stream player is kind of doing on this map. It has recovered, Lasse as well. Marble will find another break, so a little bit of a combo disadvantage to Spain if they have one of those big combos missed.
Oh,
and Aleph does!
Yeah, dropping the really high combo there. A couple chain misses. That's a brutal section, and all combos are gone for Spain Dada. And guess who? It is the core 2 players from Chile. Intercambine on the FC, Alfie not far behind. That score lead is going to flip over in an instant, and we know how much combo there is left in the map. Intercambine and Alfie are going to have a chance to run away with this one, especially because it's a slightly easier section for the next maybe 30 seconds. And Chile are just going to start running with this. Alfie misses on nothing. Thankfully for Chile, they do still have Intercambine holding, but that could have been an absolute disaster for them, and it's certainly not going to help. But unless we see a miss from Intercambine, Spain might just be out of this one. We do still have a lot of map left to go, and it could come down to the recovery combos as Sifs now finds the miss. So Spain can at least keep things a little bit close, but Intercambine approaching 2,000 combo now is absolutely running away with this one. And we've got a pretty tricky stream section coming up.
if you're Chilean, I think you want Intercamming to hold until you have about a 150k lead. But Spain, most of the recovery combos haven't really tripped up ever since that first kind of Kiai, I guess. I would say chorus section, but this song has like 50% chorus, so who knows? But yeah, Last Day also having a pretty decent recovery combo with 800 of his own. But Intercamming being the story of this map so far, as basically the only like quote-unquote break in the map is here, where you get a little bit of time to readjust your grip on these very small space sliders. And Chile does look to be building that lead up to 150, 200k, as that would be kind of the safe zone. But Aleph and Escruplio, both over 1,000.
Yeah, we do have the toughest part of the map still to come up. It's coming up shortly, and so there is potential for Intercamming to find a miss here, but it also means that it is going to be tricky for these players on Spain to hold on to these combos.
Ooh, Intercamming!
That's the miss they needed. It's traded back by Marble, but it's 3 1k combos for Spain. There goes Sifs as well. Spain, they're going to bring this score lead back, but it's going over incredibly slowly.
There
it's
goes
a miss from Chile. Alfeu desperately needs to hold, because if Alfeu misses here, this could absolutely go back over, as the combos are massive from Spain. They should have enough time if all of them hold. The ending of this map data, there's not much to it. It's relatively easy. The question now is, do they have enough time?
I mean, they do if everybody holds, but will they? That's the real question. Alfeu will break as well! No more combos for Chile, as 3 1,000 combos are maintained for Spain as they get this lead just completely erased, as they will take the lead right now. Baby Skillo will miss. However, the all-caps duo of Aleph and Escruplio will get that lead back towards Spain. Oh my god, iFlame.
What an incredible first tiebreaker 2025, and a pretty major upset as well coming through. Spain, they're the 3rd seed in this group, taking out Chile, that top seed, who were the heavy favorites in most people's predictions. That is going to put Chile at 0-1. Spain are going to be the second 1-0 team alongside France in this group, and so that matchup between Spain versus France is going to be an absolute banger. But what a performance from Escruplio and Aleph to close this one out. Chile not going to be able to complete the comeback, and now with this, with Spain winning this one, that I feel like this group has just gotten 10 times more interesting.
It really has.
And I am going to move things along quickly, because it is already time for the next match. So very quickly, we will say huge congratulations to Spain. Chile almost had the comeback, but just couldn't quite get there on the tiebreaker. We are going to switch over to Brazil versus Sweden momentarily, as that match is happening right now. And that Brazil-Sweden group is such a hotly contested one. So that is going to do it. I've been iFlame, joined by Dada. You guys are going to get 2 new casters for your next match, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back very shortly with Brazil-Sweden.
Bye-bye.
And we are back. Hello, everyone. We are here with yet another match of the group stage. Back with Group D. We've got a high-seeded one for you here. The 11th seed out of qualifiers, Brazil versus the 19th seeded Sweden. Two teams here vying for that spot in the round of 16 bracket, fighting it through here today. I am Chili Repair, joined by yet another very special guest caster today, Stage. Welcome to the stream.
Yes, thank you so much, Chillier. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here. I am looking so forward to this match today, and I've been looking so forward to it just all week. This is going to be such an exciting matchup. And we are well underway here already with bans coming out. Sweden is banning Hard Rock 1, and we have a follow-up ban from Brazil with Nomad 3.
Pretty standard bans coming out from the two teams, just kind of settling things through. Sweden getting rid of the Hard Rock against Brazil makes sense. Very strong roster across the board. One of their best players on that roster, Corian Maluko, very proficient in the skill set. Going to be looking to be extremely comfortable there. Brazil likewise making sense overall here. We are looking at the first pick coming out here. It's actually going to be Nightmare Invitation. Good Luck Have Fun's already rolling through, and these teams are just getting straight into it here. We did miss the rolls and other such things in the match, so we don't have a lot of time for the analysis on that side of things, but I think this first pick is really going to give us some sense of where these two teams are sitting today. Brazil, traditionally a higher seeded team, a higher performing team in the World Cups. Sweden, a newer face to sort of this like upper echelon of teams, especially last year when they started to kind of come through into these higher seeded areas, as well as their performance in a lot of the other rank restricted World Cups this year. And I think everyone sort of knows the performance that we've come to expect from both of these teams, especially with Brazil having a couple of their old legacy players missing this year, most notably players like Defons and Nissan not making an appearance for this one. I still think they have the roster to back it up on this free mod, as we do see an over mod on neither team, actually. I was just misreading every single mod here. We've got double Hard Rock on Yash and Izzy, Hard Rock on Melwem, and then Hidden on Guira and Scylla here. So flipped mods.
Yeah, Melwem finding some early misses here, so it's going to be a quick 3 to 4 FCs. Brazil looking so comfortable. Viter not dropping much accuracy at all. Same for Corian. We are just really getting into things here. We do see the Hard Rock on Yash looking so comfortable on this, and as we just saw in our last match, anything goes. The seeds, don't matter a whole lot. Honestly, in group stage with the low SR, you were just really looking for that team consistency. These Swedish players, they know each other so well. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and we do find a follow-up miss from Viter, so that's going to not quite swing things over into Sweden's territory, but we do see Melwim unfortunately missing, so that's going to be a bit of a hard thing, a bit of a hard time for Sweden going forward.
Yeah, but that break from Corian is going to give them that door opening that they were looking for. They did let that lead slip away. Trumpetino and Scylla, two of the best players on the Sweden roster, and that Nomad player does come up big sometimes. We're seeing it right now. It's Corian, Trumpetino matching each other, but it's Scylla on this Hidden to hold Sweden into this match right now. They are going to need another break coming out likely from one of these Brazilian players in order to get back into this, and it's going to be Vitor Skull finding that miss. They need Guira to hop back on this with the Hidden as well. They're starting to build the combos. The score lead is starting to go down, and this could be a very big break point to start this match off for Sweden stage. Vitor Skull missing on the next base stream. It's Trumpetino to miss, however, and it's 30k, and I think that might have just done it for Sweden. Brazil is going to pick up their point by the smallest of margins into the ending, and the flow aim favors them in the end.
And Scylla with the unfortunate miss there, pushing things far into the territory of Brazil there. That was looking really, really close, and Scylla was just looking so comfortable on this, but we did find some late stage misses there, unfortunately. And that's going to be nearly 3 million team score for Brazil on this. Just such a strong first pick, but Sweden has the opportunity to throw some punches here, get back on their pick.
That was a big one for Brazil to recover from that pick here. A lot to maintain, and Would have been a frustrating one with 3 S ranks across the board there for them on that flow aim. Definitely one of Brazil's best skill sets across the board with their players here. And 200K's score lead is certainly nothing to shy away from. It looked a little bit dodgy in the middle of the map there, but they did pull it through. And nothing lost for Sweden there. That was Brazil's opening pick of the match. You really can't be too disappointed about that one. But we are sitting on a best of 9, which means that there isn't a whole lot of room for mistakes. So Sweden's going to have to play this one a little bit carefully. They're going to tread lightly on these opening maps here. Try and find something that's really, really good for this roster. I think they're going to try and probably pick around the top end of that roster. Maybe a DT pick could be potential for them here, as Brazil is missing a little bit of that faster side of their roster, but Sweden definitely 50-50 on some of these DT aim maps in the past, so I wonder if they're even going to be willing to go for that so early here over maybe a hidden pick, perhaps.
Absolutely. I think, Hidden 2 is looking very strong for Sweden. Their qualifiers performance actually bested Brazil on Hidden 2. And we also, I think, Alt is a good category for Sweden. It was looking very, very close on qualifiers, but we are going to see the Hidden 1 come out, not the Hidden 2 this time. This is Overjoy Overdose by Mir.
Okay, so I don't really, funny enough, we had a pooling meeting yesterday, and this map actually came up at one point during that meeting where we were sort of talking about like the classification of the skill set on this map here. And funny enough, I think someone said that it was like a swing map, which I don't know if I entirely agree with, but it's very flow aim oriented in here. You do have the almost the swing sounding song, but it's like mapped on the other beat, so it does play a little bit more smoothly. So I do think this is going to fall more on the flow aim side, which does favor Sweden, especially with how comfortable a lot of their top end of their hidden roster is going to be comfortable with this. And Brazil especially, we saw in that free mod running the double hard rock over an extra hidden does perhaps mean that they are going to opt away from this skill set, and it may leave Sweden openings here for getting some early points in.
Yeah, and we do see Phelan coming out for Sweden. We do also see Kurumyu coming in for Brazil, making some swaps, getting some comfortable alt players in on this. Phelan is just a great all-rounder. Scylla, Lightning Fox as well, just such strong players for Sweden. Yash and Izzy also looking to stay and get this breakpoint potentially for Brazil, but I think Sweden is looking forward to getting some momentum and getting a point on the board. It's 143 BPM, it's a bit awkward, and leaves a lot of potential for breaks just kind of out of nowhere, so we'll see how it goes. The LHFs are coming out, and we're about to get into this.
Set rosters, a couple swaps coming in here. I believe it's just Kurumi W coming in for Brazil, Lightning Fox and Phelan coming in for Sweden. And my eyes are actually going to be on the top 2 for Sweden, at least from past performances on a hidden pick like this. Scylla and Lightning Fox have been a very, very dangerous combo for Sweden when it comes to these hidden maps. Phelan and Guira, not the 2 that I see quite as often on this skill set, but still very proficient. I do think that they are going to be able to hold their own down there on the bottom, and maybe that's just my lack of direct knowledge there quite as much, but expecting big things from the Swedish roster on hidden if this was their opening pick against Brazil, who has traditionally been a fairly okay hidden team. They are certainly not going to shy away from this.
Gyra is looking a little bit uncomfortable so far on the initial part of this map as we get into things here. Brazil looking very comfortable with 4 FCs, high accuracy from the bottom 2 players, Izzy and Corian, maintaining over 99. Scylla and Lightning Fox, kind of your expected carry players here, but Lightning Fox is having some accuracy trouble, and that is pushing things far into the territory of Brazil, but we are going to see Corian with a break, and Scylla actually also had a break earlier that I missed. So things are not looking super hot for Sweden on their pick, and we are already almost halfway. This is a very, very short pick, so you don't want to see too many misses.
Yeah, these stacked patterns here can be a little bit jarring if you're not quite ready for them with these snaps, but everyone holds on through that set of them here as we approach the halfway point in the map. This is where misses start to become more dangerous. Corian gonna find another slider break there, so not something you really want to see from one of your better players for this. The accuracy really displaying how comfortable they are. Izzy going to be holding up the #1 spot for Brazil right now. And they are definitely going to be kicking themselves if they don't pull this point out for Sweden here. Scylla with that very early break, really the only thing doing damage to them right now. And here we go into this more technical section with the finger control. It's going to be Izzy to find the break, and Sweden is going to need to capitalize on this now. Guira is going to make sure that they don't hold that lead for very long. It's 2 FCs to 2, and Corian missing is going to give them the break they need, Stage. It looks like the final quarter here is going to go the way of Sweden.
Yes, Chiller and Izzy following that up. The bar is just rocketing towards Sweden here. Things were looking a little bit dicey, and Scylla is just bringing such a strong, high accuracy supporting combo. Lightning Fox also improved their accuracy going into the second half of the map. Thalen looking absolutely so comfortable, but as I say his name, he does find a miss, but I don't think that is going to do it for Sweden. I think they've secured this one, Chillier.
It looks like it. Scylla with the absolutely stunning recovery from that early break, 99.44% accuracy. Very clearly the most comfortable player in the lobby. And I said Scylla might be kicking himself for that miss early on. Well, certainly not now. Kind of a reverse of the first pick. 3 S ranks for Sweden and 2 FCs, however, for Brazil. So Sweden picking up that first point, but Brazil not making it easy on them.
And that's what we have seen all day today, really, with these matches. You know, it's all about this kind of low SR consistency that you're looking for from these teams. And no matter how good you are mechanically, you know, you cannot really rely on carry performances. You really have to be doing, you know, great as a whole team, right? So each team is only as bad as their weakest link, and we've seen an extremely strong performance so far from Sweden on this one. But Brazil, again, we are 1-1. Each team has won their first pick. They may look to go onto a DT map or go for a different free mod and try to just get some mechanics going on in here. And we actually do see a Hard Rock 2 pick coming out.
Huh. I sort of get this, actually. Again, we're sort of keeping that similar skill set overall, maybe a little bit snappier flow aim here for Brazil. And if they're more comfortable on the Hard Rock, then I think this is something that's going to go pretty well for them. Some of their better Hard Rock players are looking really good in this match today, especially Nyash, who is by far the #1 player in the lobby between these first 2 maps. It should be noted that Brazil did have the MVP player on both the first pick for them and for Sweden. So definitely maybe a more proficient high end for Brazil, but like you said, this really does come down to the team performance. We've seen a lot of rosters this weekend with a star player putting on unbelievable performances that just were not able to secure wins in these first week of group stage matches here. And Sweden is going to need to pull themselves together in order to not succumb to that same fate here, because as good as this roster has looked in order to stay stable on the first 2 maps, they are going to need a little bit more to come through as these picks start to whittle down.
Yeah, I mean, off of your point as well, you know, Hard Rock 2 in qualifiers looked amazing for Brazil. No player had less than 98.5% accuracy compared to Sweden, where, you know, we do see some really low scores, honestly, coming out from them. There's quite a big gap there. So I'm honestly expecting Brazil to be very comfortable on this and get another pick on the board and point on the board for them from this pick. But we'll see what Sweden can do. Anything can happen, of course. The maps this week are easier than the qualifiers week, so we will see what happens here.
Very interested in who's going to break into this double time pool first, actually, because I think both rosters do have the proficiency necessary to make potentially at least one of the maps in those slots work for them. So to see them both avoiding it for this long into the match, I know it's only been 3 points, but this is only a best of 9, is definitely something that makes me wonder if they're both just scared of what the other is going to be capable of and who's going to break that ice into the pool. As the Hard Rock pool is now gone, I do wonder if Brazil is going to be the first one to sort of break into those speed maps. But as we get started here, we do see one roster switch for Brazil. Shark coming in for their side, and then it's going to be Endros, Good Grape, and Melwem subbing in for Sweden on this one. Actually, Melwem was in for the first map, so it's Endros and Good Grape in.
Yep, we do see a couple of early accuracy drops on both sides. We also do see the accuracy drops, you know, it's really variable at this point, but we do see Good Grape finding that first miss, followed by Melwin and Andros, actually. So that's already 3 misses for the side of Sweden, which I wasn't expecting this many misses so early compared to Brazil, frankly, but that's just what you see on Hard Rock 2 sometimes. You know, it's this kind of precision alty map that's just so easy to find misses on. And you do see some really awkward patterns going on as well, but Brazil is just looking so comfortable not finding any misses. And honestly, the accuracy is also just such in the favor of Brazil at the moment. Scylla is really Sweden's saving grace at the moment. And for Sweden to have a chance at a breakpoint, we need to see some misses from Brazil soon.
Yeah, breaks on those triples. Not going to be doing any favors to Sweden. And, you know, I started to become worried for Sweden really on in this map with 2 breaks through that introduction section here. That is not the part of this map that you can afford to find misses on, and it really does speak to the confidence of Sweden on a map of this style. They are going to get a little bit of a break from Izzy there, which is going to help them out a tiny bit, but they are going to need just a few more in order to really secure this score lead back onto their side, as we are past halfway, and this is almost 300,000 in favor of Brazil. The accuracy looking towards their side, and unfortunately with Grippe finding another break down there on the bottom, 2 in fact, that is just going to send that lead further and further over to their side, and Brazil continuing to secure themselves as the good Hard Rock team that we've known them to be.
Yes, it is looking pretty dire for Sweden, I think. I mean, the score lead is only climbing beyond upwards towards 400,000, but we do see Nyash, the star Hard Rock 2 player, in the lobby, finding that miss, followed by Corian. This is big. This is really good news for Brazil, or sorry, for Sweden, but I don't know if there's enough time, honestly, Sugar.
Now look at that combo on Shock, I think is going to be able to hold them off, and Andros finding the break is really going to seal the deal there. Unfortunately, just a few too many breaks on the bottom 2 players here for Sweden, and Scylla definitely needed Andros to hold into the ending there. Even so, with the full combo, Andros would have potentially come up just a little bit too short of this lead. It's a 334,000 score difference into the ending, and with Andros being at roughly 700k with only 95% accuracy, I want to say that they still would have missed the mark. So Brazil, a confident win there, even with some shakiness at the ending there, going to pull up their second pick.
Yeah, 3 S ranks to 2, looking very, very solid on this, of course. But now the territory, the pick, the ball is in Sweden's court. So let's see, what are they going to pick? They're looking very strong on hidden, of course, so they might go for that hidden too. They could also go for one of the more awkward free mods and try to just play on that. You know, they know that Brazil is more mechanically sound, so they're just going to try and play on that awkwardness, I think.
It's something they're going to really need to dig into to find picks that are more comfortable for their entire roster, just to give everyone a little bit of an insight as to what the match costs are currently looking like for this match right now. Scylla, with that last pick, did just take the #1 match cost in the lobby with a 1.5 using Osu Plus formula. For those of you that use Flashlight, that is a 1.85. However, below Scylla in the #1 spot is 5 consecutive Brazilian players. That's right. So the team difference for Brazil right now is absolutely stellar. They are just working so well together. And the fact that Sweden held on for their first pick does mean that they do have what it takes to keep Brazil on edge here, but it is something to consider as, again, the picks in this pool start to become less and less broad as skill set starts to be eliminated, as, you know, we sort of see this like sort of snappy flow aim Hard Rock style map is now gone for Brazil, basically. Fremod 1 doesn't quite match up. And
we
it's reading.
do see the hidden 2 coming out from Sweden here, just trying to find another comfort pick as we go into the 4th point of the match. This is going to be I Love You Orchestra, Coconut Love by Funny, AR8, so it's a little bit, you know, I mean, it's obviously a reading heavy map, and it's quite short as well, so we want to see a lot of consistency on both sides here, but if Sweden is looking to keep things going in their favor and avoid a break point, which you really don't want to see, then we're going to need to see some consistency for sure from them. We do see Lightning Fox coming back in on the side of Sweden here as players get situated in their slots.
Well, Paige, I think, as you know, this is pretty well-known Hidden 2 within the tournament community. I do have a feeling that a lot of these players are going to have seen this map at least once or twice in their time playing tournaments. The question is, who's mind blocked? Who put the practice into this map? And who's going to have the consistency to main through that middle ki, where this does start to get a little bit difficult in there. There are many possibilities on this map. I, all things considered, would be very, very surprised to see Sweden struggle on Coconut Love. I do think they are far too good of a reading team to not have this as a confident pick and let up the break point. But there's always the possibility that with this Brazil team right now and their consistency, they are going to be able to hold on. And like I said earlier, there are a couple of players missing from this Brazilian roster this year that were some of their stars for this sort of slot. And I think it's, not seen yet whether or not that is going to affect Brazil's reading roster. And I think it's going to be very telling for future group stage matches how Brazil is able to hold up against a team like Sweden on this.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This map has been around for years, but it is OWC. Anything can happen. The nerves are here. It is the first match of OWC for both teams this year. But we do see an early lead for Brazil just in terms of accuracy. And that can say a lot about a team's comfort on this. We do see Kurumi W finding that first miss, followed up by Lightning Fox. So nothing is really going to change here. The lead is ever so slightly climbing for Sweden here. As we get into the first third of this map, Lightning Fox and Kageura and Phelan all missing at the same time. So that's kind of an equalizer, if anything. That really nothing has changed here. It's still 2 SCs to 2 children.
Yeah, that was a pretty big miss set for Lightning Fox, but as I say that, Vitor Skull going to be finding another break for Brazil. Izzy now the only one left with a combo there, and it was looking a little bit rough there for Sweden with the chain misses that we saw on the bottom of that section. Luckily, Kageura did find quite a few themselves. Kageura finding a break right now does make this a little bit interesting, as this once again falls to Silla to save Sweden. And when it counts most, he does usually step up. By far the highest match cost player in the lobby through qualifiers and in this stage. Is just about whether or not Izzy's reading ability is able to outmatch Silla's accuracy right now. Both of them very, very good at this skill set. Anything could happen as these teams get to the pause, and it's only 80,000 here into the final quarter.
They did just see each other's scores. The nerves are probably at their highest moment. In this moment, Izzy and Silla just two Goliaths fighting each other, but we do see very strong supports from Gudira, and he does miss. Kurumi W and Vitor, as I say that, I was going to say their supports are incredible, but Lightning following up with a miss, Phelan missing as well, and unfortunately for Sweden, their pick is just hanging on by a thread as we exit this map. The lead is just skyrocketing towards Brazil.
Oh no. Too many misses from Sweden. Unless Izzy or Kurumi break at the ending, it's just not there. And what more can Silla do? The full combo with the best accuracy in the lobby by a long shot. And it's just too many breaks. This is the team difference right here. Brazil, so much depth. Everyone is so close in their ability to play all of these maps. And Izzy with a great full combo to match Silla. That would not have been possible without that full combo coming out from Izzy. So amazing stuff on the Brazilian side to take that break point there. So sad for Sweden and for Silla, who is just putting on an absolute clinic right now.
Silla is really just the star of the show, but unfortunately, this is group stage, and you really do need your whole team behind you, backing you with these strong supports. If there is one map that I thought Sweden had in the bag, it was Hidden 2, based on these qualifier results, Chillier. But again, this is group stage. Anything can happen.
Oh boy, it's Nomad 5 time. They're just going for it. This is an interesting shotgun pick.
Nomad 5 coming in at CS 7.4. It's just extremely, obviously focusing on precision, and there's a lot of snap aim precision requirements. So this is one of the kind of the more RNG maps of this pool. you can really find misses so easily, especially if your nerves are bad, which we have seen quite a lot of shaky players today. So I don't think we've seen that so far this match. But yeah, we do see Trumpetino coming in. Lots of roster swaps happening for Sweden. Almost a full swap, but Scylla is, as expected, staying in.
Well, I really don't know what to expect from this map right now. I think that with how fast Brazil picked this, they're pretty confident in their ability to play maybe some of these more awkward maps, especially with how Sweden has sort of been running with like 1 3/4 of a roster for some of these maps. Like they've got, you know, either Scylla or like Lightning Fox playing really well, and then they've got like 2 others who are like a little bit behind but can still play through. And I think Brazil sort of knows at this point that they maybe have at least a duo or a trio for this sort of thing, and it's going to give them a lot easier of a time working through here, as I really just do think that at this point it is that roster depth, it is that point of Brazil just having so many players that are at the same level when it comes to playing this pool. The fact that they've got 4 or 5 players sort of sitting there, and again, Sweden just a little bit too far down on the next, is really hurting them. So they need to start finding an area of this pool that they're going to be able to switch that up on. And honestly, at this point, I think Sweden just needs to go in for the mechanics. I don't know if Sweden is aware that Brazil's DT roster, according to them, is maybe not quite as comfortable in the past, but you know, Sweden is generally not the team I pick out for that sort of DT speed team, so maybe they themselves are just a little bit too afraid to go in for it.
And I think Brazil might also be playing off of that Hard Rock 2 victory, and as I say that, Nyash does find a very, very early miss, who was kind of the star of the show besides Scylla on Hard Rock 2. It's quickly followed up by Andros, so you know, Nash is having a bit of trouble, but that's not really the misses that Sweden really can benefit from at this moment. And it's basically tied as we're into the first quarter.
This is a tough map. CS 7.4 AR9 is not a skill set that a lot of players in this game are extremely proficient at, and that could leave us room for a bit of solo carry performance here, potentially from somebody on either team here. My eyes now locked onto Shock, who is the only remaining full combo on the side of Brazil. Maybe a big mispick here, as Sweden really strutting their stuff on the precision right now. This AR9 CS 7.4 looking so good for them. Scylla gonna mess up that rhythm change there, however, the big backing from their roster, and this is exactly what we were missing from Sweden that we needed to see. We needed to see players backing Scylla up on these maps, and just look at Melwem and Trumpetino go. Andros not too far behind as well, and Sweden looking really, really solid on this. It's just Shock left on the side of Brazil to hold them off, as Corion and Izzy find another set of breaks. Trumpetino, Melwem do go down, but it's Andros matching Nyash and Scylla with a great recovery, and I think this is all but lost for Sweden unless Nyash FC's the remainder of the pick here, and I don't even think that might be enough.
And Nyash is recovering very, very well, but the accuracy is just a bit too low, and you know, I don't think there's enough time for that lead to be clawed back. We did, as you mentioned, we saw just such strong supports from the side of Sweden, and that's exactly what we were looking for, as you said. So Sweden, honestly, I wasn't expecting them to dominate this precision pick after the Hard Rock 2, but you know, maybe it's a change in AR, or maybe it's just we're feeling more comfortable in the moment. There's less nerves now from before, so they're going to end it with nearly 2.5 million team score. That is honestly incredible for what this map is.
I think it's because it was more mechanics favored, unironically. I think Sweden may be jumping into the gimmick a little bit too early on this pool, with their roster being very, very comfortable at these sort of like aim-styled picks, and that's sort of what we saw actually from their roster on 4-Digit World Cup this year, is they would just demolish teams on any aim map that existed in a pool. And I do think it's time for Sweden to maybe start leaning into the aim a little bit. I know this wasn't like a pure aim pick, but it definitely was more vanilla, if I can be so bold as to describe it as that, despite it being CS 7.4. But mapping style-wise, I think that's a pretty vanilla pick And I think that's sort of what Sweden's really good at and what they're really consistent at. And I think it's what the majority of their roster is going to want to play. And that break point having come through because Brazil went in for the precision style map after winning the Hard Rocks is maybe going to give Sweden the opportunity to sort of revisit their strategy here and maybe look for a map of that style. I do think something like Imaike Samba might be a little bit too far for them, but even something like Desire Shooting or Forza might still work for them on that end. I don't know if they go for Glass, even though it might fit their style well. Oh, they're just going to go the entire other way.
Yep, we are seeing DT2 come out from Sweden, looking to consolidate this point. And yeah, I mean, this map is just quite interesting. I'll leave it at that.
Lasse mechanics, for those that know Lasse maps, it's bursts. It's like somewhat medium length, like bursts on top of a lot of triples. Its map is not actually 170 BPM. It's like 2 something with the DT. AR is very reasonable, 8.6 before DT, so not even getting up to that 10.3 range here, closer to 10 on that end. And this is just going to be like the comfy mechanics pick here, which is something that Sweden is very, very good at. And even though I maybe picked them out a little bit more on the side of the aim than a Lasse map, I do still think they have the roster that could make things happen for them on here. And it is going to come down to these Brazilian players to sort of find that speed to match up.
Yeah, this map coming in at 255 BPM, just under 2.5 minutes. AR 10.1. It seems to me to be quite similar to the qualifiers DT2, and that map was quite contentious, honestly. Just looking at the results comparison, we see less than 300k score difference between these two teams across their runs. So this honestly could be a toss-up, and I think Sweden is just saying, yep, let's go for it. We're feeling comfortable, we're feeling it in the moment, we have the momentum, and they're looking to capitalize on this. We also see Taiko, or I guess it's pronounced Taiko, coming out for Brazil. And yeah, this roster swap is complete. We're underway. GLHS are out.
This is big. This map, like I sort of mentioned earlier, we're sort of whittling down the map pool here in this best of 9. And with Hard Rock gone, and Gimmick basically eliminated outside of, Tech and Alt, if you can even call that Gimmick. I really don't think you can in this pool. DT was really going to be the toss-up between these two teams. They were both avoiding it. They weren't picking it. They weren't banning it. And it was about which team decided to dive into this sort of realm first here. And with Sweden going into it and knowing their history as a mechanics team, I do wonder if this could provide a lot of opportunities for them to hold on for these last 2 at least remaining picks here in order to force that match point against Brazil, who is only 1 away from hitting that guaranteed tiebreaker at least. And I'm very curious to see how these accuracies hold up for both teams here. Brazil looking just a little bit stronger across the board out of the beginning here, but it is that top end of Trumpetino and Silla holding on with those 99s. But it's going to be about the team difference. A big miss on a stream here could send one of these teams spiraling down.
Yeah, the lead it's really anyone's game here. No misses yet. Everyone is looking very comfortable, holding mostly above 98%. We do see a couple of 97s and a couple of 99s. Silla, unfortunately, the first one to find a miss on the side of Sweden on their pick here, but the score lead is actually not flipping over instantly. We do see, though, of course, heading into the second half, that is just not where you want to miss. The score lead is going to be rocketing over towards the side of Brazil here. 3 FCs to 4. Sweden needs Brazil to miss pretty much immediately, otherwise they are basically cooked.
That was a halfway miss. They're going to need 2 misses on Brazil at this point. It's 100,000 in favor of them, and even though the accuracy is not doing Brazil any favors with 97% across the board, Andros being down below 97 is doing a little bit of damage for Sweden on that front as well. But that combo break just did come at the worst spot ever. That's a 650 to 700k for Silla right there as a max score. Nobody on Brazil missing on this map, and that's sort of the dangerous part about these last 8 maps, as Good Grape finds a break on the last node of that stream. game. You need that consistency. You need to find that break, and Brazil just looking so strong on the most basic of double time maps here, where Sweden is unfortunately finding tragic misses, and that's 300,000 in favor of Brazil instantly, and that is just far too large of a lead to come back from, as the point does not come through for Sweden, and Brazil now has the opportunity to shut them down.
Talk about a shutdown. This score is over 4 million team score at this point. Nearly a quad FC. We might see a quad FC. Okay.
Oh, we do.
What a performance from Brazil. No, wow. I'm almost speechless. 4 S ranks. That is just such an unfortunate slider break for Scylla. I imagine it was on one of those kick sliders. And actually, we do see another slider break from Good Grape. So yeah, that's quite unfortunate. But
would it have won? Would it have given them the pick if he didn't miss? It's about, no, I mean, it's 3. Yeah, I mean, it was 527K by the ending. That is just a huge lead for Brazil.
Yeah. A little bit of accuracy trouble from Kurumi W compared to the rest of the lobby, but that doesn't really matter when you can just pull out the FC like this. So they are going to go straight into Free Mod 1 off of that breakpoint. Eyes on me. This is such an interesting map, isn't it, Chillier?
This is definitely going to be an interesting one. We're sort of back to that, like, techie snap flow sort of pick. Like, I know snap flow is the most, like, contradictory thing I could have ever said in the entire world, but I genuinely cannot think of another way to describe this map. These like wide angle flow patterns with sliders in between these super snappy finger control patterns. And if you've played a Jazag map before, he does that quite frequently, actually. And it is something that Brazil has been really good at in this match so far. And Sweden really hasn't been able to find a fourth for this sort of slot. So unless Brazil finds a pretty big downfall on the top end of their roster on this pick, I definitely think this was the way to go for them.
The note on the sheet is Circle Tech. I'm not I'm not sure if that's fully sufficient to quantify what's happening here, but yeah, Jazag maps are pretty notorious in the tournament community for just being so fun to play.
Extremely fun. I love Jazag.
Extremely fun.
I love Jazag maps. Unironically, I will unapologetically say Jazag maps are perhaps some of the most fun maps in the game. Genuinely.
And it's
I'm like, yeah,
we
this guy
love
up.
Psyche.
Psyche's amazing too, right? You know, song choice means a lot. Song choice means a lot when it comes to making a fun map.
Sweden looking for their fourth, though. Okay, Trumpetino is the fourth for Sweden on this one.
I guess that makes sense. Trumpetino's been like probably either their or not. I was gonna say Trumpetino's been either like their second or third best player in this match thus far. Playing, I believe, the second most maps under Scylla in terms of overall, where Scylla has just played everything, of course. Scylla, actually, the only player in the entire lobby who has played every map thus far and is still maintaining #1 match costs. So just something to note down there for the effort that is being displayed on that front. But yeah, Trumpetino has actually slid up into that fourth spot overall for match costs right now. So sort of breaking up that Brazilian 5 stack that was sort of towards the top there. But again, it still just is that team difference for them. And if it can come through just one more time on this free mod, then it's going to mean big things for Brazil's success in this group, as we once again see a double Hard Rock from them with the double hidden from Sweden. Let's see if it pays off on this map. It may. This map is a little bit more difficult in that tech section at the ending on Hard Rock, so we'll see if that top end of the Brazilian Hard Rock roster can hold up to it.
As we get started here, Scylla taking the hidden as expected, and everything is very even as we get into this. It's a pretty tame intro, honestly. So we on this build-up, we're seeing a bit of accuracy trouble from the side of Sweden, but we do see Vidor missing at the very start, followed up by Nyash of this first difficult tech section, and no matches on Sweden. The score lead is just rocketing over towards the side of Sweden, and that is what they wanted to see here.
Oh, there's Andros finding a break, though. This flow aim section is absolutely huge to hold combos through, and if Sweden made it through with all 4 of their players, I would have said that this would have been over, but Andros finding yet another break on that Hard Rock. I do have to give some concessions. It is the more difficult of the 2 mod options on this map. However, Corian navigating those patterns beautifully, as expected. Definitely one of the best Hard Rock players in this entire lobby. Vitor Skull finding a slider break on that pattern, though, is going to help Sweden out quite a bit. It is a repeat break, but this flow aim pattern here is going to mean so much as we come into the stack here. There's a triple into a double switch here. Izzy finds a break before it. Does anyone on Sweden miss this swap pattern right here into the middle? Here it comes. Does anyone break on it? No, it's Guira to find a break. Trumpetino does find a miss, though. It's Corian and Nash and Vitor Skull. Are we going to see Sweden lose it into the ending of the pick again? It's just Scylla to hold this 40k. It's 20k.
Oh.
It flips in the last second and Brazil takes it. Oh no, Sweden.
Literally the last second it flipped over. Scylla with the full combo, I believe, but that was matched by Corian on Hard Rock. A bit of a bonus score there, and that was barely enough to take the lead right out of Sweden's hands, and Brazil wins this match 5-2, Chillier.
Too many breaks, too many slip-ups on the flow aim section. It looked so possible. It was right there within reach, but Brazil makes it work. 5-2 to win this match in Group D. A big point of success for our 11th seed out of qualifiers. This was a match that was going to be a tough one for them, and they really, really showed us that they can make it work under the pressure of a very, very well-versed 19th seed. But I've just got to give props to Scylla. The Swedish roster did hold up very well in the end. Actually, Trumpetino ending up with the 3rd highest match cost in the lobby, but Scylla at the highest in by a pretty significant margin, a 1.6 on the flashlight formula. Next closest was Nyash at a 1.3. So unbelievable work from Scylla there, but I've got to give hats off to this Brazilian roster. They stuck together, they picked what they were good at, and they maintained that consistency, and it looked so good for them the entire match.
Absolutely. And despite the loss, Sweden, I know these players are so comfortable with each other, and they look so confident throughout this match, and I feel like they absolutely will bounce back over the course of the group stage. But that is going to do it for us today. Brazil taking that first point in Group D. GG, well played.
Well played, indeed. Good luck to Brazil and Sweden in the remainder of their group stage matches. We are going to definitely be looking forward to seeing more of both of those teams between next weekend, I believe, is the remainder of Brazil's... no, Brazil has one more this weekend. Unfortunately, will not be streamed tomorrow as it is a triple overlap. However, Stage, that is it for our Saturday matches. That is right, folks. Unfortunately, only 6 matches on Saturday for the group stage this week, but do not fear. We have a significant number more for you tomorrow. In fact, there are 13 matches that are going to be streamed on Sunday for the group stage. We wish there was 14. Unfortunately, that triple overlap may prevent us from streaming all of them. And then, of course, there's 48 total, which means there is a hell of a lot more coming up next weekend. But that's going to do it for us. We are gone for the Saturday matches. We will be back tomorrow at 10 UTC for more group stage matches. Thank you, Stage, for joining me for this match today. Thank you to all of our guest casters who have been joining us this weekend. For those of you watching on stream, please look forward to seeing more and more guest casters appearing over this weekend and next weekend as we work through this group stage. And make sure to buy banners on the store. Support your favorite team. The proceeds from those banners directly go to the prize pool, going to the players who end up getting a top 3 placement in the OS World Cup this year as we make it through to our final weekends. But thank you again for everyone. Any closing thoughts for us today, Stage?
I just want to say it's been an honor and a pleasure to be here today, and we've had such an exciting day of matches. I can't wait for tomorrow, and I can't wait for the rest of this group stage. Make sure to stick around, make sure to buy some banners, support the development of the project, and we'll see you guys back here on Osu Live tomorrow.
Good morning, afternoon, and or evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet again another day filled with exciting matches. Today, we have the country that has been qualifying in the OWC since 2017. Japan with their 5 new players in the roster, but on the other side, here's the one, the only people doubted them. It's Greece, and they are here to prove themselves worthy. I'm BlanckTap, and joined by me is Mavs. We are your casters for today. How are you doing, my guy?
Yo, what is up, BlanckTap? Thank you so much for the introduction. Yeah, good to be here again, finally in OWC. My first match this OWC this year, and good to be back. And to be honest, pretty good matchup to kick things off for me, and hopefully for everyone here on the first match of the Sunday. We've got Japan and Greece, seed 28 up against seed 35, so pretty closely contested match. And as you said, Greece not qualifying for OWC for a very long time, but this year with the group stages, it is good to see them here, being able to show what they're capable of. And I'm excited to see them play. Japan as well, like you said, a huge roster shift. We've got 5 new rookies for this Japanese team that have never played OWC before, which is going to be very interesting to see. And, you know, some of the core players still sticking around. YMD, previously known as Ryoshi, still in there. Losing Laplas, also known as Aiga, and also Teachy, which is a huge loss for Japan. But they're coming in here, going to do their best anyway. Still qualifying in seed 28, still in that top 32 position. And for Greece, on the other hand, you know the Greek player that we'll always have our eyes on. It's JackPax. He's the big guy for Greece, I think, and definitely going to be looking at him, I think, today here to put up some huge scores for Greece. Pew, though, as well, doing very well in their qualifiers, so a couple of big players to look out for on the Greece side as well.
And already they've done their bans maps. TT2 from the side of Greece and Hidden2 in the side of Japan. And in the qualifiers, it is quite obvious that Japan has that much of an advantage on every single mechanical pick. But Greece does have some wildcard of their own. Big landslide on the Nomad 4 in the result. Hidden 1 and Hidden 2 got covered by them. And here they are with the Hidden 1 pick.
Yeah, Hidden 1 coming out here from Greece. Were doing better on those Hiddens in the qualifiers on both the Hidden maps. Coming out on top, not by an alarming amount, but were doing better. So they are going to stick in this Hidden pool and go straight into this Hidden 1. Very, very cool map, actually. Love to see mirror maps in pools. Just love mirror maps in general, but kind of swing tech, finger control. A little bit of snap aim in there on one of the particular sections on this map, so a bit of an all-rounder map and very cool map to see. Played in tourney and just to play in general. Very, very cool hybrid map, so opening this one up for Greece. Hidden 1. Not sure really if I would say they're particularly going to have an advantage on it, but coming out of qualies, being the better team, quote-unquote, on Hidden, it makes sense for them to open up with a Hidden pick.
Indeed, and kind of hard to believe it. Only 2 minutes and 26 seconds, and there's like 4 different skill set tested in this map. Something to look out for is definitely the burst flow in the beginning, and I think at a point on the last 1/3 of the map. So plenty of things to look out for as we are starting off with our very first map in this matchup. Hidden 1, Overjoy Overdose.
Here we go, BlanckTap, into our first map of the Sunday here, Japan versus Greece. We've got YMD, Shoponpon, Furumun, and Haga going up against This Is My Dog, Gerard Way, Netkid, and JackPax, of course, coming in for Greece. That's the big name, as I said, to look out for on Greece. JackPax is their guy. And for Japan, surprisingly, one of their rookies, I believe, Shoponpon, actually playing the most maps in their qualifiers, I think, and putting up some very good scores. So, eyes out for a player like them for Japan here, but a very well-rounded roster, I would say, for Japan in general. Really, any of these players could go crazy.
So right, Shoponpon 8 out of 11 maps in the qualifiers, and right now, still holding the full combo in this Hidden One, a 3v1 situation as Naked, the last one standing already in the side of Greece. But YMD with the miss, going down to a 2v1, an 80k difference, not too far gone just yet.
Yeah, not too far gone, as you said. So the 2 FCs intact for Japan alongside the supporting combo from Furuman, but a near 3 FCs from Greece, but one of them drops. So now that's 1 extra combo over to the side of Japan. They're gonna need to drop one of these big combos, and Greece will still have a chance, but this map is pretty short, Blank Tap. Only less than 2.5 minutes, and we're already halfway through. We're gonna need to see one of these combos drop soon here for Japan, ideally one of the FCs, if Greece want to pull their first pick home, but it's already pulling away almost 200k here difference.
Another very important burst is coming up, and that's probably going to be the part where we see the most break, but Naked finding the miss on the alt pattern before that. And now the score lead increases to 300k as Shoponpon trades, but it's just not enough as we see more and more misses in the side of Greece.
Oh, Haga? Haga does find the break, but yeah, there's just no combo really to combat this for Greece. Unfortunately, Furuman is there with the supporting combo, looking to lock down the reverse choke, and it's just this is my dog with any sort of combo on Greece, and it won't matter. It's already 500,000 difference here, Black Tap, and that's probably going to be all she wrote for the Hidden One, and going to be seeing an early breakpoint. See if Furuman can close out this reverse choke here on this 1k combo into the ending. Tiny bit of the map remaining. Kind of going up on this one, I'll be honest. It's probably one of the harder maps in the pool, in my opinion.
Very dense with skill set, but Furuman absolutely got it all figured out. A very nice reverse choke as Japan takes the first point, alongside it being a breakpoint. Now going to their own pick, and quite the massive advantage here. The ball is starting to roll, and it's gonna be hard to stop if Greece does not act quick.
Yeah, and as you were saying, I think in the intro to this match, it's probably looking like Japan is going to be leaning into some of these mechanics picks, some pretty big advantages on some of the mechanic maps out of the qualifiers. Maybe something like a streamier pick, so we could be looking at like something like a free mod 2, potentially a no mod 2. To see what they're going to pull out. They could even pull out just some generic aim or even some DT, like a DT1. They had a ridiculous score, if I recall correctly, on the DT1. A near 4-way out of the qualifiers, it was. I believe it was on their second run. Yeah, 3.9 million score almost from Japan in those qualifiers, so also potential there.
I would absolutely agree. I think 2 of their picks are basically guaranteed to be chosen by them. So just gotta kind of wait for them to fire off the gun and kind of choose from between, as you said, no mod 2 or free mod 2. But until then, the steps after is slightly unclear, but maybe they're gonna opt in on for aim. They did do really well on that skill set as well in the qualifier. Something to look out for if you're in the side of Greece. And there it is, no mod 2.
Yeah, I mean, this one makes sense, and we would expect them to follow this up with a free mod 2 at some point in this match as well. But yeah, gonna be the no mod 2 coming out. 230 BPM, stamina, and a little bit of light tech in there, if you could call it that. Just sort of some techie kick sliders. Not much in the tech department, but it's not fully generic, the map. This is the kind of map that you would be used to seeing in a free mod slot, I think, like many years ago. Is this sort of higher BPM, sort of stamina streamy pick, but here in this no mod 2 slot. And cool to see as well. Just mixing up these slots, not keeping them all generic all the time. And yeah, I think they're going to have a pretty big advantage on this one.
Probably expecting, people like Jose-san or Otolin coming in here for the Japanese side. I think players like Puyo, Jackpacks, and Naked definitely the core trio for Greece on the mechanics. So the 4th player is up for debate currently.
Yeah, Greece should have a pretty solid roster on this as well. Obviously Japan, I think, going to have the advantage, by a pretty large margin, but Greece should have a pretty solid roster, like you said. Jackpax, Pew should be on this, and then someone like Netkid performing pretty well for them on something like DT2 and the qualifiers as well. So they should have at least a solid 3-man. Unsure on how that 4th slot is going to feel, but it's always worth keeping in mind that we are in a group stage right now, and these maps are going to be considerably easier than the qualifier maps. So, you know, maybe they have a 4th player that is comfortable playing things like speed and tapping in a map pool that isn't as difficult, and maybe they will actually kind of surprise us, but we will have to see. We have My Aim Peeps here come in for Greece, and for Japan, Altaline, as you mentioned, Blank Tap, coming in for them. Always good on these speedier tapping picks.
As we are going in 230 ppm, it is as a speed map as it gets. Not much aim, lots of strings. Makes everyone very happy, especially the speed players. As we start off with a bit of a square, no one finding a miss there, so no complaints.
Yep, here we go early, but My Aim Peeps out of the intro, having a few problems. Jackpax as well. Although, definitely the best player on Greece, not as comfortable on tapping and speed. So you can see already early on as well that accuracy dropping pretty low. But Japan looking extremely comfortable, all above 98 here as YMZ is just on the cusp of it. And the only one to find a drop for them. But a lot of FCs still intact here for Greece, so not out of the question just yet on whether or not they could take this breakpoint. And there goes Furman. That's exactly what Greece need.
Naked trades it right back, gonna make this a teensy bit more difficult. It's still a 2v2 on the full combo department. The recoveries are there from YMD and Jackpax, but Jackpax is gone. My aim peaks have dropped, leaving only Puyo to fend off against an entire nation. But there's the double miss coming from Japan. Autoline against Puyo with Furaman on the supporting side. In the side of Japan, 100k difference, half of the map remains.
Oh, and that's an evil break, Blank Tap. They see the scores. Altaline up against Puyu, also known as This Is My Dog. That is a name change. So that is an evil, evil break. Both players now know they need to hold, especially Greece. They need to get this break point back. Altaline, on the other hand, wanting to solidify this lead they've already built off that first pick. Both players going to be feeling the nerves. You can see the shakes from Puyu already. Shaking like a madman on those patterns, but gets through them. FC still intact in Japan. They just got a bit more support. 200k lead, and this miss is going to have to happen from Altaline, like, right now.
But the man refuses in the kitchen, ready
there
to
it
go,
is.
but there got himself burned. Puyo, all eyes are on him right now. 300k difference. Does he have the gas left in the tank? I do not think so. The recoveries are just too much from Japan, and it's going to be their point.
Yeah, it's just the other 3 players for Japan, just more consistent, more solid. You can see those differences across the board there. 200k differences on each of those players, each of the supporting players for Japan, and Puyo just not able to make up that difference. Getting an incredible FC. The accuracy is phenomenal there with 99.7 as well from Hozusan. A S rank slider break 99.43 is also incredible. So very, very good accuracies, but not quite enough from Puyo. Tries his best for Greece. It's not there, but they have another chance here to pick. And we'll see what they're going to go for. Do they go back into the hidden? Or should I maybe mix things up with a free mod or something unconventional? Some gimmicks, some tech. What to see.
They do pretty damn well on the tech, but they're going for the reading. Okay, it'll be chocolate disco. This map is something else. I think it's more than what meets the eye, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really seen a map like this, and I mean, maybe I just don't remember, but I don't recall like ever seeing a map like this in OWC just in general. You don't see maps like this in pools very often. It's an AR7 like gimmick reading map, and it's like an ulti map as well. So it's not just like your generic like low AR like aim test or low AR with like overlaps and stacks. It's like ulti on top of it being AR7 gimmick. It's really strange, and it's 4 stars. This is a near 3-star map, Blank Tap. It's almost 3 stars, by the way. Like, surely that means like everyone can play it, right? Like everyone in chat can probably play 4 stars. Surely everyone can play this map, right? That should mean it's easy.
Where there's a will, there's a way. I think, even 6 digits can full combo this map, but, under such pressure, especially when there's a lot of those tricky checks in this map, a lot of mixtures of these doubles and quads, those random awkward stop on a stack. This map wants to see you fail.
Yeah, I mean, this map just wants to break your ankles. It wants to drop your combo at every twist and turn. And yeah, 4 stars does not mean much in this scenario. This map is, it's brutal. It's violent, actually, I would say. So we'll have to see what the lineups are going to look like here. The Japan, Shoponpon coming back in, like we said, playing the most maps for Japan out of qualifiers. Going to see him in, I think, for everything other than, like, tapping and speed. We go Furuman Hozu-san coming in. Altaline staying in for them as well on the reading picks. Gonna be Kitty Like Me coming in for Greece. I think their first map of the match. Lefty, Yu staying in, and Jackpax, of course. Those 2 players I don't think are going to be leaving the lobby. Those bottom 2 players for Greece there on any pick. Maybe 1 or 2 here and there, but probably going to see them in for every map.
Yeah, Greece having the pocket aces. I don't think they're gonna relinquish that anytime soon. They'll keep just dishing them out, and they're gonna do their best. Going to our number 3 chocolate disco. It is time to read. Get your glasses on. It's about to get real dense for all 8 of our players.
It's time to read indeed. That's definitely how I'd describe this. Here we go. Definitely not anything that's going to be overly difficult in this reading slot. Just to say the least about this map. But it's tricky. It's definitely tricky. And there goes Shoponpon to find the first map. And everyone else, to be honest, handling it quite well. Pretty good accuracies across the board. A couple 96s, but overall, everyone's got fairly good ac. Everyone handling it definitely looks well practiced. Not the type of map you want to be sight reading, so good to see everyone's looking well practiced on this.
This map doesn't really require too much practice. It is, again, all about reading, not much memorization if I say so myself. But when you're in the stage, on the lobby, your eyes gets blurry, your hands get tense. Every single pattern is out there to get you as we go into the first Kiai section. Still 3v4 down to a 3v3 as Lefty does not hit it right. Kitty Like Me finding the miss as well. Greece dropping 2 of their FCs, leaving only Jackpax and Puyu on the stage.
Yeah, the 2 rocks for Greece still holding on to these FCs. Jackpax with absolutely phenomenal accuracy. No one else even remotely close except for Puyu on that barely 99, but yeah, that is a ridiculous accuracy from him, and it just doesn't really matter because with these combos from Japan are just unmatched. They've got 3 full combos and a near full combo. Just completely unanswered for Greece here with these 2 FCs, but there goes one of them. Altaline drops what Puyu is there to trade, and immediately any chance Greece had thrown out the window, I think, from that miss. And we would need to see a triple miss here from Japan in the next, next 20 seconds or 15 seconds, I think. But it is only 100k difference. There goes Hozu-san, that's one of them, but Lefty is there to trade.
The big combo though, Furuman still fighting back, but looking mighty uncomfortable. Once again, another miss from Hozu-san. But Kitty trades it back. Bit of a mystery there. Not helping too much of his team situation. One last K section. Jackpax, the last hope for Greece. The last bastion of hope 150k difference. We need to see a Furman miss or at least a major accuracy drop from both Shoponpon and Furman.
Yeah, Hozu-san there again to miss, but had the lowest combo on Japan, so it just won't matter. Furman bringing home this FC, it looks like, and Shoponpon with the reverse choke. Doesn't look like it's going to matter. The score lead is already way too big. 250,000 and climbing now. And Altaline goes down. Not the combo that matters. Jackpax is trying his damn best, but there is just no time. But an incredible FC nonetheless.
Pretty cool double FC on the board here from both Furman and Jackpax, but sadly only one of them is gonna get the point that they deserve for their FC. There's the reason that Japan is the top seed, at least for this group in particular, and they are looking mighty scary with a 3-0 lead currently and into their own pick once more.
Duality of man on Furman and Jackpax there. The 94 FC from Furman and the 99 from Jackpax. The score difference is quite large, but a double FC still, which is really cool to see. Not a map I think we're going to see many FCs on, honestly. Like, we're going to see them for sure, but just because it's just volatile, right? Like, it's not hard. Like, this map isn't one. It's definitely not one of the harder ones in the pool. Of course, it's one of the easier maps in the pool for sure, but it's just volatile, these types of maps, that's all. And when, like you were saying, when you get nervous, so easy to just misread on anything.
We love our reading maps on high intensity situation. The song definitely flips the vibes.
Absolutely does. But what do we see here now for Japan?
Frimotu? I mean, I suppose that could be their next choice. They did pretty well on Quals, but that was on Nomad. Fremont does add a bit of spice into the mix, so don't know if they really want to go for that. Nomad 1 DT1 is very much open, and as you said, Navst, nearly quad FC on Quals. What else is there to say? They got their resume buffed out.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they want to stay safe here, they probably go for something like Fremont 2, but no, they go for the Osu original on Hard Rock 2. Now, Blank Tap, I'm going to be honest, when I was watching this one on the showcase, and I was kind of just like nerding out at how sick I thought this map was, and the song and the background, and like, I don't know, this is so cool. This is an Osu original, and yeah, it's just really dope. So this is awesome to see get picked here. Not what I expected out of Japan to pick, but I'm hyped to see it played, especially in a match I'm casting. But this is just precision ult, basically, is how I would dumb it down. But a really, really cool map with some really, really awesome slider patterns too.
Yeah, there's that one slider that I really like watching the showcase. I think we will see that if Banshee cooperates, but everything else, it is indeed that precision ult, as you said. Most importantly, that makes this map a bit tricky is that bite-size burst. Those triples into ult does trip a lot of players up, and we're probably gonna be seeing that as the breaking point for some of our participants.
Yeah, absolutely. Never easy to FC maps like this on Hard Rock in tourney either. So ult in general is a very volatile skill set, and you slap Hard Rock on it as well. Really only the best of the best Hard Rock players consistently FC maps like this in a tourney. So we'll see who's going to step up to the plate here today for this one. But yeah, roster-wise, not too sure what you're going to see for something like this. Shoponpon, of course, will be in here for Japan. Anything but tapping, I believe. Hozu-san staying in. The Greece, of course, we're going to see those two core players staying in the lobby. Kitty Like Me coming back in. Looks like Rafina stepping in for, I believe, their first map this match.
Yeah, on qualifiers, YMD was the one on Hard Rock 2, but this is not just precision aim after all, so requiring different skill sets. We will be seeing different players indeed. It'll be Hozu-san to come in the lobby instead of him. And now, it's time for the fourth map. Oh, Memo Demo Original. It's Hard Rock 2.
Yep, an Osu original here, Hard Rock 2. And, I mean, just shout outs to everyone who worked on this, because very, very cool stuff, very cool work from everyone who put this together. But some interesting little stat here, I guess. I don't know if this has happened so far this match, haven't really been paying attention, but Japan does have 5 rookies, like we mentioned. All four of their players on this map right now are all rookies for Japan this year. Never played OWC before. All 4 of them in on this Hard Rock 2, so really cool to see. But early on here, already Greece with the 4-way miss, and Japan is 4-waying the map.
Oh god, this is definitely quite the stark contrast. The rookies, perhaps seasoned in disguise, going into our first section now. Rafuna, Jose-san, Shopanpan, and Hofutan still holding, clutching this 4-way on a Hard Rock 2. Nonetheless, CS 6.5. Jose-san finally finding the miss, but it's still 2 FC on the board as Hofutan misses as well.
Yeah, many misses coming out here. We're going to see them across the board constantly on a CS 6.5 ult map, that's for sure. Gerard there goes down again. There goes one of the FCs for Japan, Rafuna. So now it's just Shopanpan. Still holding on to the FC as we get to about that halfway mark, but this score lead is already so huge. 260k. Still room here for Greece though. They've got a few big combos building up. Jackpax is there. Uyu as well with the 400, and Kitty Like Me starting to get up there, so there's a chance, and with Jose-san missing, that is going to help Greece just a little bit. They are bringing the score back now, very slowly.
Oh. The 2 reverse chokes coming from Puyo and Jackpax putting in the work.
Look at that.
Last man standing, Shopanpan. Can he hold on for Japan? 240k difference. Very comfortable and soft cushion for him. Quarter of the map remains. Still left to be played, but he finds an early miss. An early slider break, and now the pocket aces has been shown onto the table, but Puyo folded his hand. It's only Jackpax 850 combo right now on the reverse choke line of his life. Kitty Like Me unable to support, but Jared Way is there to hold off against Rafuna. He himself will find the miss though. Jackpax once again left alone, and with only so much time, another pick unable to be overturned.
Oh, it was looking so doable there for a second from if Puyu held onto that combo. I still don't think it would have been enough regardless. Yeah, I don't believe it would have been enough regardless of if he held on, but it would have been very close. Unfortunately for Greece, Jackpax again there with just such a huge score, such a consistent, solid player. But just not enough, Japan. They've just got that 4-man roster that's more consistent. And, I mean, that's an awesome FC to see on a map like this. Don't think we're going to see many FCs on a map like this either, to be honest. But very, very cool to see it played in this match, at least. So now, match point for Japan, as we move back over to Greece's pick. And, I mean, at this point, you're 4-0 down. I think you kind of just go for something a bit... Just something a bit backhanded, a bit unconventional. Maybe something the other team didn't expect you to pick. I think at this point... That's probably what you're looking at.
Don't see anything else other than No Mod 4 currently maps. Any differing opinion currently?
I mean, it makes sense on paper, looking at Quali's results, to go for something like No Mod 4 here, I think. You don't really want to go anything like No Mod 5. You just lost the CS 6.5, so you don't want to go into more precision. Definitely not. You do not want to be going into tapping, but I wouldn't blame them for just picking something like a No Mod 1, even though Japan on paper is going to be favored on the aim. No Mod 1 is always very volatile in RNG, so yeah, but they are going to go for the No Mod 4.
There's one in particular, very similar actually, when you compare it to the qualifiers, but the slider text in this map just there to nag you to follow every single move of the slider, and that's probably gonna be something we're gonna see players miss on, and it's gonna be very scary to follow, especially when, you know, players' tendency to just cheese sliders.
Yeah, lots of sort of slider tech and some cut patterns in here too. Pretty cool tech map, like to see. Never personally a fan of like Giga slider spam tech maps, but this one is more so a healthy mix of like slider tech with some cut patterns in between. That looks like a very enjoyable map to play. So a pretty cool tech map to see here, and hopefully for Greece, they can put a point on the board at the very least and start trying to mount a comeback, but of course, bringing it to tiebreaker is a very, very tall order at this point in the match.
Yeah, someone to look out for instead of Greece, definitely Jackpacks. I think I've seen the Nomad 4 qualifier, so this should not be too difficult, but it's not going to be too difficult for literally everyone else regarding the star rating, so that's just that much pressure to perform right here, right now. Looking at the roster for Japan now, definitely a bit of changes, maybe? No, actually, exact same roster as the Nomad 4 they did in qualifiers, so once again, I'm guessing these are all the rookies, Mavs?
Yeah, looking at the roster sheet again, it looks like they are 4 rookies again for Japan here. Maybe the second time at least this match, maybe even more, but we'll have to see. Japan here, lots of rookies coming in.
And it is time. Nomad 4 Heliosphere starting off already with the bang. The boom, the sliders, the slider text, catching no one yet. Still looking pretty good. Accuracy slightly weaker in the side of Greece, but combo is king, combo is everything, combo is the winning condition, as we are still holding on from both sides.
Yep, but there goes the first break. It's Shoponpon to fall for Japan, and that's exactly what Greece want. Early on in this map, you can already see all of these sliders pretty volatile and easy to break on, especially the ones with the slider ticks. There goes Shoponpon again, and Furumon also there to break that I didn't quite catch, so Jackpacks as well with a reset for Greece, but there goes Rafina. So Greece, huge advantage early on in this map, and it's about 2.5 minutes, so fairly short, and that's definitely going to bode well for them. Just Hosesan holding on for Japan.
1v3 situation, but Greece putting all of their eggs in one basket. Combo is all they have, because accuracy will not be there to soften the fall if they do miss. High pressure situation, half of the map remains. An opportunity for their first point on OWC. Can they do it?
Classic tech pick to see 6 S ranks on the board, but only 3 FCs. But regardless, here we go early on. My Aim Peeps actually going to be dropping a huge combo there for Greece. Shoponpon again with the reset, but it is Gerard Way and Netkid right there for Greece. There goes Netkid. Down, Rafina trades. Hosesan versus Gerard now. And Furumon matching Jackpacks. So we are neck and neck here on combos. Greece with that small lead into the final quarter of this map. This is so close going into the ending, and it's all going to be on these 4 players. Hosesan, Furumon, Gerard, and Jackpacks. All eyes on these 4 players as we move into this ending. But if all of them hold, it looks like Greece might have enough to take it away.
Indeed, a 1v1 situation right now. Accuracy slow but surely dragging that lead to the side of the left. 60k, it's going down, but Rafuna finds the miss. Gerard Way holding off against Hosesan. Greece trying to hold on. This is it. This is their opportunity. One shot, one chance.
Stop.
Can they take it? Gerard Way
yes,
will show us the road to the first point of this match in the side of Greece.
Gerard Way coming in for Greece. Like, the star players for them all match has just been Puyu and Jackpacks, but Gerard comes in, puts an incredible score up, a 94% FC on the Nomad 4, and gets them the point alongside Jackpacks as well with the incredible 760k, not to be undermined. But Gerard, Not someone you would have expected for Greece after how this match has played out so far to come in and be the star player for them, but does it on the No Mod 4, and Greece at the very least can say they got a point on the board and now start trying to look at a way to get back into this match, but it's going to be really difficult, Blank Tap, because, I mean, Japan's still got things like Free Mod 2, they've still got something like DT1, so Greece are going to have to step up to the plate big time.
Japan has quite the clear road ahead, while Greece is still paving their way from the ground up. This is gonna require a monumental effort, a team effort at that, in the side of Greece. But as the match will still go, things can still happen. And I am very much anticipating for any kinds of surprise. I'm sure you do too, Maps.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it. I always love casting close matches and tiebreakers. No one wants to see a 5-0. So I'm glad Greece got a point on the board there, and it was a pretty hype one as well. To see a player we didn't expect from Greece to put up such a amazing score. What did Japan go for here? They're really thinking about it. No insta picks. Imagine they're tossing up between DT1 and Free Mod 2, and yeah, it is going to be the Free Mod 2, so gonna be a tough one for Greece, but I know they've definitely got players that can perform well on something like this, and even someone like Jackpax, who I know is not as comfortable on like speedier and sort of stamina type maps, something like this I think is gonna be completely fine.
Yeah, and especially with those very tricky linear jumps after the first break. It is overall a stream map, but of course, gotta sprinkle a bit of awkward aim just to make things a bit spicy. Now, the question is though, you know how the Free Mod rules goes. Are we gonna see double hiddens? Or are we gonna see double hot drop on such a streamy map like this? Both answers are kind of right in their own way, so what are we thinking here, Mouse? Are we gonna see... I'm sure we're gonna see double hidden from Greece, I feel.
Yeah, I think I would expect that from Greece, especially with the, you know, decent hidden scores they got in qualifiers and just the hidden advantage over Japan in general. Do we see a double hard rock on something like this? I'm not sure. AR 9.6, fairly comfortable with hidden. But some of these streams do get fairly spaced, so not always gonna feel the most comfortable. I don't know. Double hard rock I think would surprise me, I think, from either of these teams.
That is indeed fair. If there is someone to hot rock this, probably expecting YMD to come in for Japan, looking at his hot rock one result, but not again, actually, Maps. Oh, right, on the front door. Ah, there we go, there's the fake out.
There he is. YMD coming in here for Japan. Haven't seen them in for quite a few maps. This, of course, this is Ryoshi. If you remember Ryoshi from last 2 years of OWC for Japan has played in here for their third year. But coming in here for the free mod 2, and yeah, in terms of mods, I mean, I'm not really sure what to expect, to be honest. Kind of just want to wait and see.
We will not be seeing Jackpacks actually, Maps. This is going to be very interesting coming from Greece.
Okay, that is interesting. Was, you know, thinking perhaps on 195 BPM, not super stamina intensive, it would be comfortable enough for him to play, especially considering he played the No Mod 2, I believe, which is definitely a lot more tapping intensive than this one. Thought he might stay in for this, but no. It's going to be coming out anyway. And yeah, it just looks like it's going to be the minimum amount of mods here, aside from the extra hidden from Netkid on with the hidden hard rock. Probably just a comfort thing. Some people are just more comfortable playing hard rock with the hidden. And here we go, getting into this free mod 2. Potentially the last pick of the match. Japan on that match point.
Starting off with the streams already, looking at a hidden and a hidden hot drop for Netkid, and this is my dog. Still looking pretty good for the both of them. Furman will be the second one to miss after Kitty Like Me is still a 3v3 situation, as everything is possible for both teams to happen. Once again, going to another suction maps.
Yeah, there goes a miss from Kitty Like Me. Drops, and there goes Neckhead. That's a big one for Grease, because that's their highest potential score player down on a chain miss as well. Accuracy meaning a lot more than it used to in the scoring system, so big misses to find there for Neckhead, and about halfway through the map, Japan getting a double break on Ruffner and Shoponpon there. Furman building up the supporting combo. YMD still holding the FC, but Grease have the double FC intact. Big streams coming in. There goes Kitty Like Me, but that's not the one that matters. Grease, they are going to pull this back if they continue to hold this double FC all on Puyu and My Aim Peeps. YMD is there to combat it. Big pattern and all players hit it.
This is it. Last quarter. Just them and the map. 30k difference, slowly but surely dripping away. Japan losing their lead and Greece gaining there soon enough, but there's still a fight to be had. One last KI section, the pressure is on. The heat is turning it up. Ladies and gentlemen, the kitchen is getting hotter as we go into the last KI section. Kitty Like Me and Rafuna finds the trade. My Aim Peeps and Puyu still holds on. 8k difference right now. Greece, can they hold on? The massive chain miss!
Wait!
And it's not going to happen.
Wait, what happened? What happened? I think someone left the lobby?
I think someone didn't use no film.
Oh.
Man.
Wait. No, I think... Wait, what just happened? I think someone left the lobby maybe before it finished on stream. It looked like Grease had that, but then someone chain missed. Oh, that's actually heartbreaking for Grease. They literally had it. They actually had the point, and then there was both My Aim Peeps and Puyu missed right at the end, and one of them chain missed a stream. And I think that just cost it. YMD clutching up, not playing many maps for Japan this match at all, comes in for the free mod 2 on the no mod and gets a 3-100 FC and pulls them over the line for the victory. GG's to Japan to take that one. That is heartbreaking for Grease to lose that way on the free mod 2 after such a close finish, but it is going to be the expected result to come out. The higher seeded team winning the match. Japan seed 28 taking down Greece on that 35th seed. And yeah, I mean, well played from Japan to come in for, you know, their first weekend on actual OWC matches with 5 rookies, have several maps where they put in 4 of their rookies that have never played OWC before, which is extremely nerve-wracking. Like, just playing in front of, you know, so many people and coming in on such a big tournament, probably like the most important tournament they've played, and put up some really solid scores. So well done to Japan for bringing home that win.
Yeah, I do agree, and of course for Greece, it is a group stage. They still have an opportunity to get into the loser side of things. 2 more matches for them, and definitely plenty of pressure. But other than that, another match to kind of anticipate, ladies and gentlemen. 12 UTC, there's China against Thailand, and there's Philippines against Netherlands. Both of those are going to be streamed on the first and second channels. Any last words, Mavs?
No, just like commiserations to Greece, of course. Very well played from a few of their players this match. Jackpacks, of course, as we expected, putting up really good performances. Puyu doing extremely well, and shout out to Gerard for that huge FC on the No Mod 4. But commiserations again, and wishing Greece best of luck moving forward in the tournament. As you said, this is a group stage. They're not going to be eliminated just yet. But yeah, be back for 12 UTC for China, Thailand, and Philippines, Netherlands. And that will be it from us for now.
Indeed. Thank you all so much for watching. I've been Blangtap, my guy Mavs. We'll see you guys next time. Take care.
Take care.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to OWC 2025. We are bringing you our second match of the day in Group D. It is going to be China versus Thailand. I'm iFlame, joined for the first time by the one and only Gammy. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, no, it's an honor to be here. My first time on the OS live stream, and I definitely think that this is a match to watch. I think Philippines and Netherlands are the two countries in Group D where you kind of think, right, the name power from Philippines is definitely very, very strong. You're looking at players such as Zone Luis, Nathan Ram, I mean, some 5WC players as well, some D-ranker reps in Zany, Jitterish, perhaps. And across the board, you look at Philippines and they seem to be a very intimidating roster. And and that's coming off a roster that has lost so much power in the past. You know, you think of them losing Enri, them losing Hyuk. I believe there was one more Milk Tearsome this year, I believe, was also some players that they lost. And even so, Philippines through and through is still one of the strongest countries just from a bare bones name power perspective. And then you switch over to the Dutch side, and where name power is concerned, iFlame, I don't think any country beats the KT G-Star collab and Dota. But I think going into this matchup, I think it's really going to be a question. It's really going to be up to how well did both of these teams perform on the low SR. Because while it's very easy to say that, you know, perhaps a lower seeded team such as the Netherlands might be able to do a better job with a low SR, maybe they'll be able to win some coin flips through the consistency. At the end of the day, you switch your view to the Philippines, to the left side, and you realize they pack a lot of low SR prowess as well. I was talking about them before, but the D-ranker reps are definitely going to be very important in a matchup like this when it comes to guaranteeing that consistency. But iFlame, I think we are gonna get straight into our bans, or at least our ban order. What are your thoughts as to what these teams will open up with where bans are concerned?
Yeah, I think for the Netherlands, there's one big standout from the qualifiers, and that's that Hidden 2. They were 42nd. They absolutely just could not play. I don't think they really have any dedicated low AR hidden players. And the Philippines, they were incredibly strong on Hidden 2. It was one of their best maps. I think that is a must ban. You can either ban Hidden 2 or the Nomad 5, one of those lower AR maps. There's not the Nomad 3, apologies. But most teams opt to ban out the Hidden 2 between the two, which will leave the Nomad 3 open for the Philippines. In terms of Philippines bans, I think their weakest mod category was the Hard Rock, which was coincidentally the Netherlands' strongest. So you pick your weakest map between Hard Rock 1 or Hard Rock 2 and ban that out. Netherlands likely to pick the other one, but beyond that, I think you're feeling pretty good. Bans should be relatively straightforward for these teams as we wait for the first one to come through. And even though the Netherlands are the lower seed, they've got a bit of a history in the group stage, Scanny. Back in 2018 and 2017, the last two times we had a group stage in OWC, the Netherlands made it out of groups as the third seed going into groups. They then proceeded to place top 16 overall in the tournament. Even better, in 2017, I believe they were top 12. So maybe now that the group stage is back, maybe that's just what Netherlands needed to take out some higher seeded teams. They do have pretty much the same roster as last year, though. They did not qualify. I think they've only got one new player in John Breath, or Draconia. As we still wait for that first ban. They are on a timer, but it looks like that is going to come through, and it's going to be a 3-mod 1 ban for Philippines. So they're not going to be banning out that Hard Rock. They're going to opt to ban that aim control tech map instead, and a Nomad 3. So leaving that HD2 open, all of a sudden, Gammy, I suspect that HD2 should be a relatively quick first pick for the Philippines.
Yeah, no, 100%. It makes a lot of sense just by the qualifier stats, right? HD2 is really your end-all, be-all, AR8 hidden comfort check. It really doesn't feature anything that special, so I think given how Philippines had such a crushing team score in comparison to the Dutch roster during qualifiers, this just seems like an absolute no-brainer. But I want to sort of pivot into looking a bit more into the bans that we just saw. 3-mod 1 from Philippines is very interesting for me because I believe, iFlame, we were talking about it, right? Hard Rocks were the only points or the only slots where the Netherlands beat out the Philippines in the qualifier. So perhaps this might be some sort of an ego move for them going into this 3-mod 1 pick. And for what it's worth, I definitely think that even though the Netherlands on paper are stronger on those Hard Rocks, at the end of the day, the Philippines are still the Philippines. They will be able to put more than a good fight onto the table. But as we are talking, we're gonna get into the first pick of the Netherlands, the first map in this matchup. It's gonna be the Nomod 2. I believe this is a custom map by the lovely Ropan, and this is all about that 230 BPM speed. iFlame, I think you'll be able to tell us a little bit more about it.
Yeah, this map has an incredible storyboard. If you've seen it, you know, unfortunately, we're not going to get to see it this time around, but it is going to be that string stamina map, 230 BPM, as you mentioned, has quite a lot of bends first. You're going to want to look out for the accuracy drops towards the end of the map as the players start to get a little bit tired. And it definitely ramps up in difficulty about a third of the way into the map. We're going to see the dedicated tapping rosters on both sides. And I do like this pick for the Netherlands. I did mention the Hard Rocks, but the other areas that the Netherlands were strong on in the qualifiers were some of those tapping maps. And although the Philippines were strong on some of the tapping picks as well, I do think on these earlier stages, it's a lot more, it's going to be a lot closer than it was in qualifiers, which is a significantly higher SR pool. And as we've seen in some of the previous matches, the qualifiers don't necessarily translate to group stage results. It all comes down to the team consistency, and those individual performances matter a whole lot less. A quick reminder before we get into our first map, we do have a second match going on currently, China versus Taiwan on the B stream with Subaru, Arima, and Vorti. And a quick reminder as well to get your banners. If you want to show some support for your favorite teams in the Osu shop, you'll get a cool banner on your profile. There's no limit, you know, you can get as many banners as you want if you want to support multiple teams. And if your favorite team wins the Osu World Cup, you'll get to keep that banner for the rest of the year.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, iFlame, for that reminder. Before we begin this match as well, I think you and I were talking about this before the matchup, but we are, in fact, not going to refer to the Dutch players by their original pre-name change names, because I think you guys will be equally as confused, and we will be even more confused in the commentary booth. So, yeah, that is their quote-unquote punishment for this matchup. But with a good luck, have fun's coming in chat. Hopefully, we should be off to the races very, very soon to maybe arrow back into the matchup that we have on screen. I do believe that the Netherlands did slightly edge out the Philippines, or at least the Nomod 2 was rather competitive in the qualifiers. I'm not too sure which team had the overall higher score. Might have still been the Philippines, but I mean, the Netherlands showed to have a very, very close performance, or seemed to be very close to the Philippines when it came to their qualifiers performance in that Nomod 2. So if that's any indication of their ability to play on a map like this, especially given the low SR of this match, I definitely think that even though, you know, Philippines, once again, 10 seats higher than the Netherlands, will be able to pull off some, well, I don't want to say miracles, but pull off a pretty impressive feat. But without further ado, let's get into our 230 BPM speed slop, well, not really slop, speed strain map. It's going to be Kyokugen Bon Odori.
Looks like we do, in fact, have a Netherlands command in the chat now, if anybody is curious about the pre-name name changes for the Netherlands, but we'll see how they can perform going into this first map. Philippines, didn't mention yet, but they have 4 new roster players. Jitterish is one of those, making their OWC debut. We'll have to keep an eye on those nerfs, but it's going to be Gengazo or Knight finding the first miss of this map for the Netherlands. Philippines still holding 4 FC strong, but this is where the map starts to pick up in difficulty. Just in about 10 to 15 seconds, and Jitterish is going to find that next miss, as does Ramu. So now Netherlands should be able to pull ahead in the score lead. Actually looking good as well. Zone Louise now. It is Nathan Ram, the Philippines star player carry for the last few years, the last one holding combo. Trying to fend off 3 players though. He is going to need a little bit more backup to bring this one back.
Yeah, Nathan Rand, the bastion of Philippines, trying to hold back the floodgates right now, but John Easton, John Breeze, and Windtails are all pursuing that scoreline further and further. They're looking to drag it to their side, and they're not looking to slow down anytime soon, but Windtails finds a miss alongside a bunch of accuracy drops. So does John Breeze, and suddenly the scoreline is a lot more competitive as Ramu, Jitterish, and Zone Luis, the 3 supporting combos, are looking for the counter attack. We get into the break, the last third of the map, and here's where the players see the scores. They know that it is still close, and from here on out, there is absolutely no room for error for Ifken. It's on a map like this where, you know, it's just 2 minutes long. This 200k score difference can be made up for extremely quickly, especially when you have 3 large supporting combos in favor. But we've seen misses come in the KIs before, and we see exactly that in Jitterish in the build-up. But here we go, final full swing into the KI, and Nathan Ram is gonna get slow slided. Don't breathe, might create it up, but that's not who you need to go down. John Ethan and Ken Gaozo hand in hand, beating out Zone Luis and Ramu as you race into this final quarter of the map. The kick sliders be down. I think iFlame is already gonna be over.
It should be. There's a lot of. It's
Oh my goodness, wait,
the
it's so
ending now.
close.
There's people back over. Don Luis and Ramu are holding these massive combos. There's no combo Netherlands to match, and they could bring it back at me, but they do unfortunately run out of time. Netherlands, I think they're going to be a little bit relieved as they managed to hold on to their first point. And it was just that unfortunate slider break from Nathan Ram. Gets the S rank, but misses on pretty much nothing.
I don't like this
iFlame. Win it by 75,000. Philippines.
I don't. Giving me a heart attack on the first map, dude. Holy crap.
They gotta make things interesting for you. But Philippines feels like they have quite a few options for the picks, especially with that No Mod 3 banned out. I think we should just see the Hidden 2 first. But beyond that, feels like they have a lot of good options. Potentially some of those Hiddens. I mean, Philippines were pretty incredible on the Hiddens in qualifiers all around. So I think after the HD2, they could look right towards that Hidden 1 in Overdose.
Yeah, I know. I think the first pick here, I mean, they have a very, very solid segue in, and I think the Hidden Pool is just so Philippines favored, and it makes a lot of sense for them just to go into it extremely quickly. I am interested in perhaps, you know, talking about other potential picks that the Philippines has. In particular, I'm also looking at some of the control picks even. I mean, DT3 seems like a pretty interesting shout to me. I'm very, very interested to see if the Philippines look to go into the free mod 3, but I think at least until we get into the mid stages of the game where more sort of angles of attack get revealed, you probably won't get to see any of that. But I mean, there are 2 ways that you can see the Philippines' next pick, right? Either they go for a consistent, solid pick on the board, such as Hidden 2, or they go for a more risky Hidden 1 pick that also opens up the opportunity for these more control-y picks. And it looks like they will go for the latter. It is going to be Coconut Love by I Love You Orchestra. Oh my, I love this map, iFlame. I love this map.
Coconut Love is an absolute banger. It does mean we might get to see some different players this time around. We're going to be seeing both teams' speed rosters. Of course, for the Philippines, generally, you're going to see Nathan Ram and Icarusy in for pretty much every single map. And for the Netherlands, you're going to be seeing Windtails and John Ethkin in for pretty much every map, except for Radiant. So we probably won't be seeing John Ethkin this time around, as they aren't much of a Radiant player. But Cammy, before we get into this Hidden 2, let's talk about this group for a bit, because this group is an absolute banger. One of the most exciting groups in the group stage. It is Brazil, Philippines, Sweden, and Netherlands. Brazil did take down Sweden yesterday in a close match to go up 1-0. And I think most people would agree, the Brazil, Philippines, Sweden are all incredibly close. Netherlands, maybe a bit of an outlier, but Netherlands is an incredibly strong team this year. They've had some really good scores in qualifiers, and based on their previous history in groups, they've certainly got an outside shot at getting through as well. So this one could go either way, but generally you need to get at least 2 wins if you want to make it through the group stage. It is technically possible to make it through at 1-2, but just incredibly unlikely. So especially when you still have the top seed in Brazil to go up against, the Netherlands would love to get this win, and it would be huge for them in terms of making it to groups.
Yeah, and I mean, for all the doubters in chat saying, oh, it's a 10-seed difference, there's no way they do this. Well, I like to divert your attention to Group C, where Spain actually beat out Chile. Again, another 10-seed differential. Chile was seed 10, Spain was seed 20. And Spain, I mean, pulled ahead 4-5. So never say never. Never say never, I think is the main takeaway for this entire group stage. But with the good luck, have fun's coming in chat. Looks like we're going to see the substitutes come in Zaini and Icarusy. Zaini makes a lot of sense for the Philippines. Icarusy across the board, one of the Philippines' mainstays. Very, very solid player. And one of their all-rounder carries as well. Meanwhile, I don't believe we see any roster swaps, correct me if I'm wrong, iFlame, from the Dutch roster. Without further ado, let's get into 2 minutes and 30 seconds of AR8 consistency.
Yeah, it really is that density rating focus. We can definitely see some lower accuracies on a map like this. John Ethkin, it looks like, is going to be in the Netherlands after all. I'm not sure if Dalter's around, who was their kind of go-to hidden player in the qualifiers, but OWC debut now for Zany. Welcome to the World Cup stage, and of course, this is going to be a pretty important one for Philippines. You mentioned that Spain match. They went up 3-0 to start that one out. Maybe Netherlands can do similar because they're off to a relatively good start on this HD2. I will say, compared to qualifiers, despite Netherlands' struggles, this one is a lot more manageable. You're going to see a trade of misses, but there's 3 misses for the Netherlands, and those are big ones. They're going to be 350 combo behind, and there's not a ton of combo to be had in this map, so that's going to add up incredibly quickly. And with 3 FCs against only Knight for the Netherlands, Philippines, really going to start running away with this one. And the map is not that much harder towards the end. It's relatively consistent in terms of difficulty. And look at the accuracy from Nathan Ram, 99.2, looking so good.
Oh, ho, ho. Yeah, no, I mean, Ikarusi might find a miss, but you need more blood to spill in order for that scoreline to shift towards the right side. Already going to the second half of the map, the Dutch roster was put at such a far back foot against, the double FC coming in from Ramu and Nathan Ram and the early combos, and now the recovery from Zany. I mean, it's just a whole bevy of large combos from the Philippines, and it really speaks to the consistency coming in from the Filipino roster. But Gengalzo is still holding the fort. I don't want to discredit that whatsoever. I mean, if we see a meltdown from the Philippines, they're waiting right there for that opportunity. But the question is, will he even begin to think about that opportunity? Final KI comes in, and Windtail and Eve10 are finding misses. The situation is looking dire now as John Breathe is the only recovery, the only support for Gengalzo. Ramu might find a miss, but as we move into the last 8 of the map, I fear, iFlame, that that's just not gonna be enough time. This was the Filipino hidden 2 that we were so scared about. This is why we call that ban. And as Gengalzo finds the miss, that's gonna be the final guillotine lowered on this hidden 2. That's exactly what you want from a first pick.
Yeah, that is a very strong score from Nathan Ram. Should be able to close out the FC here, barring any unfortunate misses. We do see Knight dropping that one as well, but I don't think the Netherlands are going to dwell on that point too much. This is kind of one of those scheduled losses, you could say. You have 2 low AR maps in the pool. Unfortunately, you only have 1 ban, which means you ban out your least favorite low AR map, and you just kind of accept that you're almost certainly going to lose the other low AR map. So Netherlands, they'll be okay with that loss, and I'm sure they're already thinking about their next pick. Curious if we do see them go towards one of those hard rocks now, or obviously they could go back into the tapping, and that is exactly what they're going to do, following up that Nomad 2 with a DT2 pick. This one a fair bit faster. We're going to be up 25 BPM at 255, and this one I'd say is a lot more stamina intensive. There are tons of very dense bursts. And there's a really tricky kind of guitar solo section 2/3 of the way into the map that has claimed a lot of combos so far this weekend.
Yeah, no, I really want to draw attention to this double time 2 pick because of the implications that it has moving forward in a matchup such as this one. If the Netherlands win this double time 2, it's important to remember they still have the Hard Rocks still left in their hands. Although the Hard Rocks might be a little bit competitive considering that it is the Philippines that you are going up against at the end of the day, right? I still think that having 2 easy picks to take you all the way to that guaranteed match point is something that's very significant. So if the Netherlands do pull ahead on this DT2, they are looking in a very, very good position to at least run the distance with a match. But with that said, I definitely think that this is another one of those maps similar to the Nomad 2 where it could just really be down to a coin flip at the last second. I think Aza put it very well in one of the first few matches of this weekend, that it's like these all the DT slots with the exception of maybe DT3, the Nomad 2, and somewhat the Nomad 1 are maps where you're really just anticipating 8-way FCs from the entire board, right? And any sort of faltering, any sort of miss, any slight misstep or trip from either one of these players can just instantly cause the scoreline to skyrocket in favor of either side. And it also is by nature of the by nature of DT as a mod with like its massive 1.2 times multiplier and the extremely short drain of DT maps in general that causes the volatility of this scoreline. So I mean, with that said, we'll have to wait and see. I believe this is 255 BP. This is a 255 BPM speed check. And overall, it's really just gonna be a, perhaps an accuracy check perhaps just a comfort check on your high BPM. I believe this is also the highest BPM map of the pool. So yeah, we have to wait and see. Let's go.
Yeah, I would completely agree. And this is going to be pretty telling because we saw one of the other teams in this group, Brazil, 4-way this just yesterday. That was a crazy score. So I don't think we're going to see any more 4-ways in this match. So that would be incredibly impressive. But to your point, Gammy, I do think you're going to need to see at the very least one, if not 2 FCs minimum in order to win this pick. And so I think if you're the Netherlands, it is going to come down to that consistency. And even the Philippines as well, potentially a couple more NARs with some newer players. But they've got 3 of their veterans, Nathan Ram, Dylan Luiz, and Accuracy in for this one. So I don't think that'll be too much of concern. And you're going to want to see pretty high combos, really, up until the halfway point at the very least, where the map is easier. And you're going to want to keep an eye on those accuracies. Accuracies on speed maps, generally a pretty good indicator of a player's comfort level. We see Windtails with that early miss is down at 96, but is recovering. I think this is a pretty easy start to the map relative to the second half. So it's kind of important to get your lead here. And so far, it is Philippines with that slight lead off of the accuracy plus the early miss from Windtails.
Yeah, that's right, but it's going to be a while before we see any sort of action happening towards the scoreboard, as you know, both teams still holding strong, but Jitterbridge is going to be the first one to find the miss. Perhaps the OWC stage nerves really getting to him, and with that, the Netherlands are going to take this scoreline in favor of themselves as we move into the second quarter of the map. But Windtails once again going to trade that up, and now it's going to get compounded by Gengauzo. Jitterbridge might find a miss, but it's now 3 FCs to 2. They are putting the pressure, and they are causing that scoreline to skyrocket in favor of themselves. I mean, iFlame, this is the volatility that we are talking about already. It was just 1 miss from Gengauzo, and we are seeing that scoreline grow to almost 100k as we move into the second half of the map.
Yeah, on a map like this, 100,000 points is not actually that much. It could go back over very quickly with a couple misses. The problem is that score lead continues to grow by the second as Philippines continue to hold these 3 full combos. And at this point for the Netherlands, there's so much pressure on John Breath and John Athkin because any miss could very likely spell the end for them. We do have the solo section coming up. This is a big potential miss point, but all the players in this lobby are capable of hitting this section. Jitterbridge is going to be the first to miss, but that was not the combo that Philippines really cared about at this point. The 3 FCs that they need are holding strong. Accuracy drops a lot of action. There goes Nathan Ram. That's 1 FC down, but Netherlands likely going to need 1 more. But they have Windtails on the support. There goes John Breath, trades the FC back, and now at 1 FC apiece, I think Philippines should be able to hold on to this one, although we could see a breakdown in the ending. Oh, it was a Bancho break for Nathan Ram, so they're going to run away with this one.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, 3 FCs, Nathan Ram given a second chance of life with the Bancho miss, and you know, the 3 big combos from the Philippines just gonna completely call out any sort of comeback that the Netherlands can pull out. Final stretch section comes in, but it's almost a 500k score lead in favor of the Philippines, as that's gonna be the first break point of this match going to the Filipino roster.
Yeah,
that's tough, iFlame. That's tough. This is tough.
It is. I mean, it's a really solid team score for the Netherlands. 3.1 million is a great score, of course. You can definitely see the idea behind the pick. But I think just underestimating the Philippines' potential on this map. And it was exactly the case, right? Philippines put up 4 S ranks, pretty much 3 FCs. Obviously, they were missed in the last 100 combo. But I think if you want to pick this map, really, if any team in the Challengers group wants to pick this map, you're going to need to have 2 FCs minimum at the ready, or it may very well go the other way. That's going to be a break point now for the Philippines, and they're looking to extend their lead by yet another point with their next pick. Feels like they have a lot of options open. And the question for the Netherlands now is, where do you go from here? Because there's not too much tapping necessarily left in the pool. You could go for the free mod too, but that is more of a stream map than a speed focused map. But that's a question for after the Netherlands pick. For now, they've got Hidden 1 open, they've got both the Hard Rocks open, and it feels like Philippines have a pretty clear path forward.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a Hidden 1 angle, right? I don't think that I think any other pick is slightly more risky, but I also think that maybe they would want to dabble into the free mods, because picking into a free mod opens up the other half of the free mod pool for them. So that could definitely be an option that they might be interested into going into. But I mean, I like to go back to what we were talking about. You know, the losing this double time 3 for the Netherlands really cuts out a lot of their potential picks, because GT2 is really one of those coin flip maps, and you were saying, right, if anybody in this challenger group wants to go into this sort of coin flip match, they need at least 2 FCs minimum. And the thing is, I don't doubt that the Netherlands lack these 2 FCs. It's just that the Philippines are just that much stronger. They probably packed more FCs where it was coming from, more consistent FCs as well. But as we're talking, the Philippines are gonna go into that hidden one as we anticipated. This hidden one, Overjoy Overdose. It's a Mia map. We all love Mia. Scream if you like Mia. This is, I believe your what is this? What is this? Swing alt slider tech. I think that's how Shiv put it. It is a real like mixed control sort of map, right, Ifrin?
Yeah, it kind of tests a bit of everything. You know, it's slightly rhythmic. Yeah. It's got finger control thrown in, some tough slider aim. I hope everybody's practiced, but it is very possible to find misses on that first pattern if you're not prepared for it, but I suspect everybody will be. And the difficulty really picks up towards the end of the map, so it is going to be important to get that laid early, because if not, you're going to have a tough time making it up in the end. We are going to see a relatively similar roster for the Netherlands, and as we just wait for Zone Louise to pop out of the lobby, is currently on the wrong side, although I'm sure Netherlands wouldn't mind that addition.
Definitely right, but it looks like I believe we are probably just gonna see the hidden roster of the Philippines come in. I wouldn't be surprised to see Zenny or Icarus here, as they were in for the hidden 2 as well. Meanwhile, the Netherlands, I don't think we've seen a lot of roster swaps across the board. I'm expecting Gengalzo to be the 4th. Yep, Gengalzo is the 4th for the Netherlands, and yeah, as it stands right now, it doesn't look like we're gonna see a lot of roster switches just yet. I am so excited to see this map and this song. I believe this song was one of the highest performers from one of the years of the BMS of Fighters. I can't exactly remember which one, but I remember seeing it on release, and it was like the song artist collab for this song was just incredible. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. It was, oh my goodness, I can't quite find it now. But yapping aside, let's get straight back into the match on the ground. Without further ado, let's get into Overjoy Overdose.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, we did just see China and Thailand take a run at this hidden one, and they put up 3.75 and 3.69 million respectively, which are some pretty ridiculous hidden one scores, honestly. I would be pretty impressed if we saw that here. But this definitely feels like a significantly harder map than the DT2. Expect to see a lot more misses generally, a lot more breaks, and it means that if we see, one FC on either side, that could absolutely be the difference maker. We do see an early miss from Nathan Ram on one of those first patterns, but this is a pretty much easier section now, so Nathan Ram should be able to recover it without too much difficulty.
Yeah, that's right. Currently early days, a lot more to be desired, as all 8 combos are getting pretty large. The scoreboard is gonna even out, but as we move into a more slider controlling section of the map, here's where we're expecting to see some misses, and Gengalzo is gonna be the first one to go down. Now 4 FCs to 3, but Zany is gonna trade that up. Now it's 3 to 3, and once again we are evening out the scoreline. The accuracy, however, from John Eatcan is what's pushing the Netherlands over the line, getting that 30k score lead alongside the combined efforts of course the 98 and 97 from the rest of the roster. But here we go, going into a bit of a slower section right before that mixed KI, and Windtails is unfortunately gonna find a miss, and that's instantly gonna cause the score to shift back in favor of the left side. They are 3 lot combos to 2.
Yeah, that is such a tough place to miss, especially when it could be the map decider. Icarus trades it back though immediately. Netherlands, they've been given another chance at life here as we get into the tech section. This is so difficult, and John Breath misses immediately. There is so much potential for misses, though. It is going to be 2 FCs to 1. But Galzo Knight finds that miss as well, and Netherlands needed that supporting combo. There goes the last F3C for Netherlands, and Gami Philippines extend this score lead so quickly. They've still got 2 FCs strong. The supporting combo is there as well, and they should be up 3 to 1 after this one.
Yeah, that's gonna be the final nail in the coffin for this hidden one. I mean, a complete wipe from the Philippines, right? I mean, you see Nathan Ram, Ramu, and across the board, Zany and Icarus on the recovery, so incredibly dominant on a map such as this hidden, and this is exactly why we were talking about the danger zone that is the hidden pool during this match. I mean, they are gonna run away with a past 700k score lead on a map like this. They will be taking no prisoners on this hidden one. Oh man, what a way to win a point.
Yeah, apparently the Netherlands have 5 players available at the moment, so missing 3 who are unavailable, and that makes picking incredibly difficult because a lot of picks that would normally be strong for your team, all of a sudden, not necessarily options. You kind of have to pick based on what the available players are comfortable on, which is incredibly limiting. So we'll see if Netherlands do feel comfortable with those hard rocks still. We've not seen John Zenith Tutel, who's one of their go-to hard rock players, so that might be a reason why we haven't seen those hard rocks quite yet. But it does feel like at this point their best option left in the pool, because they do still have, Windtails and John Etkin, their core 2 at the very least, who would be in for those hard rocks. And I mean, I think Perth again likely missing, John Zenith likely missing, and Burning John or Manigat as well.
I wonder if they're just not here for the match, or they haven't been able to find a way to get into the matchup. Because
I believe one of the members said they're working.
That's tough. And we're not gonna see the hard rock pick come out. I mean, John Zenith not gonna come in, and we're instead gonna pivot into that free mod too. What are your thoughts on free mod? Because free mod is not something that we typically see. It's not something that we can base off the qualifier results, right? It's really just something where you take the highest scores from both the hidden and hard rock and then try to make some sort of comparison.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. I mean, this is one that I mentioned earlier. It is kind of the last tapping map in the pool. And although it's not speed, tapping has started to look good for Netherlands. If they can just find a bit of consistency on the pick, then this could have a lot of potential for them. Now, the mods are going to be interesting. I'm curious if we do see any overmods. It definitely has overmod potential, especially for a player like Nathan Ram, if you're comfortable enough on the pick. We have seen a couple players hidden hard rocket, as we tend to in these early rounds, but for those not familiar with the map, this is 195 BPM aim control streams, and so while it is a tapping map, it is a bit more of an aim control focus. You've got a lot of spacing changes in the pattern and some very sharp angle changes as well.
Tapping players will call this aim.
You're not wrong. Tapping players will call anything aim if it's not a 250 BPM speed map.
But well, huge shouts by the way. This is a OS original from the 7K Mania World Cup, if I'm not mistaken. MB Mayo, a very well-known composer, very well-known artist in the scene and in the community. And I really, really love this song. I'm so stoked to see it. I like to redirect your attention to the drain of this map. I mean, this is again another one of those maps similar to what we saw in maybe the DG2, where it's all about the volatility. 2 minutes and 15 seconds, that just causes the scoreline to shift on either side whenever there is a huge combo differential between either team in this match. So definitely expecting to see perhaps some heart attack inducing scorelines going forward, especially given how that Nomad 2 went. The Philippines at the very end, they looked like they could steal it. But we'll have to wait and see. This map, all about that modded consistency, that modded comfort on, as you mentioned before, aim control streams. Let's get the Nightmare Invitation.
Not going to be seeing any overmods this time. We get OWC debut number 3 for the Philippines as they bring Lord Gabriel in.
Lord Gabriel!
Their go-to hard rock player. They've got Ramu on the hidden, and I do really like this from the Philippines. Put your strongest player in Nathan Ram on that no mod to give them the absolute easiest time and the best chance at full comboing this pick. For the Netherlands, we've got Windtails and Knight on the hard rock and hidden respectively, so not going to see any overmods there either, but we do see a lot of early misses from the Netherlands. Certainly not off to a great start, especially when you look across the aisle and the Philippines still have 4 FCs. Nathan Ram's holding an SS, and this map is not that difficult on the Nomad. This is the kind of thing that Nathan Ram is very capable of FCing, so there's no guarantees that we get misses from all these players on the Philippines, and it's kind of John Etkin versus the world right now.
Yeah, no, definitely not what you want to see in the early stages of the map, as Gauza and Windtail continue to find misses. Nathan Ram and Lord Gabriel is going to slow down the bleeding, trading them up, but again, it's just going to be ETHCAN versus Ramu and Zoe Luis, and until we see some misses coming in from the Filipino roster, I don't think that any progress can be made in favor of the Netherlands. Not to mention, he's staring down double 99s. I mean, what do you even do, right? We get into a more, the more space section of this map. back into, you know, more and more kick sliders coming to attack these players, and currently it's just gonna be a stalemate. We're really waiting on that next action, and unfortunately that's gonna befall on John Eithken, finding that miss. And I don't want to call it too soon, iFlame, but I think that might have just sealed the fate of Team Netherlands. At the end of the day, really, I don't think they had their Hard Rock player in for this, and even if they did have the Hard Rock player, I mean, you have Ramu and Zone Luis basically holding down the fort, Zone Luis being the battery of this Filipino roster when it comes to the Nomad, and Ramu with the additional anchor. What do you even do?
It is difficult. I mean, it's a very tough ending, but unless we see like 100 train misses to the Philippines, it's just not going to matter. And as you mentioned, Gammy, it is rough, right? Windtails is definitely not having a good time on this Hard Rock, although to be fair, it is just a really difficult map with Hard Rock. Lord Gabriel is only about 20,000 points ahead, and in the end, it looks like Windtails will be passing Lord Gabriel, but possibly had to have their full roster. They could have somebody else on that Hard Rock and let Windtails take the Nomad. We do see a miss from Remu in the end, but it's going to be Zone Luis getting the full combo on this free mod 2 with the Nomad. Or not.
The Netherlands didn't even do bad. They didn't even do bad. The Philippines is just insane.
Yeah, and the Netherlands have certainly found themselves in a difficult group, and while they have, I think, some pretty strong scores relative to the tournament, in this group, a lot of these scores are not going to cut it, as Philippines has the next pick. They're on match point. They don't have any hiddens left, I guess, is the bright spot for the Netherlands, but there are plenty of picks left in the pool. They could go for the Nomad one if they really wanted to. They were third place on that in qualifiers. However, especially in these higher seeded groups, most teams generally consider the Nomad one to be a little bit of a coin flip map, as it is just incredibly comfortable. Very playable, and it comes down to nerves and unlucky misses, but I mean, Philippines have generally been pretty consistent, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see them opt for something like a Nomad 4 could be interesting, that slider tech map. And then you have the DTs, obviously, the Philippines looked incredibly strong on. I think both DT1 and DT3 would be strong picks for the Philippines, so the world is their oyster at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, the Philippines have they're spoiled for choice, essentially. At this point, they kind of just want to, I'm kind of just hoping for a show from the Philippines. What do you want to see, I personally really want to see a DT3, or I want to see the OS original and Hard Rock 2. Or honestly, any of the Nomad pool, apart from maybe Nomad 1. You know, I love Nomad 4, love Nomad 5, and it looks like Zone Luis has the same idea. He's just rolling for the pick, and the dice lands on Nomad 4. So it's gonna be Heliosphere, yet again another OS original. This time, is this another Mania World Cup one? I can't quite remember. I believe this is another Mania World Cup.
It is Mania, yeah. There's a couple Mania.
We all love Mania. I believe this is a standard remap. Oh, Catch! Oh my goodness, I love Catch. Catch has all the best customs, dude. But jokes aside, Wispy. I mean, this is once again another Wispy map, a Wispy standard remap. I believe this is also pending, so if you guys like the song as much as I do, I know me and my gang practiced this map after it dropped in OWC. It's such a fun map. But the name of the game for a map such as this one is all gonna be about your end-all be-all slider tech, right? This map features a lot of slider ticks, so you need that slider tracing discipline, as well as some weird reading as per nature of tech as a genre or tech as a mapping style. So yeah, once again, gonna be a control check for a lot of these players, and I'm gonna be very interested to see how this plays out.
Yep. As we await our Osu original, we do get Perhap in the lineup for the Philippines, as Philippines will complete OWC debut number 4. I think that's really exciting. They've gotten every single one of their new players in for at least one map in this match, and I think especially in these earlier stages, really good to get your new players some experience, get them kind of used to the world stage, because I think we've heard a lot of players talk about how much pressure it is to be playing in front of so many people with the stakes so high, and Netherlands, of course, just going to be running their same roster because that is all they have available. This map definitely feels like one of the more difficult maps in the pool. There are, as I mentioned, you have to be incredibly disciplined with that slider aim, and there are so many places you can find misses. The map, once it gets started, it doesn't really let up. You've got a burstier section around 1/3 into the map to keep players tested on the tapping, and as the good luck have funs come through in the chat, we begin potentially our last map. The Philippines can close this one out. Windtails, John Ethikin, John Breath, and Ginkauzo looking to keep Netherlands alive in this match.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, iFlame, this is our, fourth, fifth OWC debut, and perhaps coming into the lobby for this OS Original. And as you mentioned, I think you put it very well. There's so many places where you can find misses. I would honestly liken them to landmines. You know, it's very easy to just blink, and especially with how incredibly dense all the sliders make this map. There are so many avenues where, you know, you can just lose focus and you can find a miss. John Breathe gonna be the first one to go down. Early lead for the Philippines, and this early section of the map is gonna give you a taste as to what's to come. All about these slider ticks already claiming some of these players as we get into the early stages of this map.
Yeah, and when you get into the early stages, it looks like over on the B stream, China has just won 5-1 over Thailand, so a very strong result from them. And our match might be headed the very same direction, Gammy, but Philippines, they do still have to close this one out. We can't count our chickens before they're hatched, as Perhaps does find the miss. Maybe some of those OWC nerves early on here, but this is not a long map, so these early misses absolutely matter. John Etkin now has a good recovery, as does John Breath, so Netherlands can hopefully bring this score lead back over. Unfortunately, the accuracy giving them a bit of a tough time right now. They've got a couple players down around 94, 95. Meanwhile, on the side of the Philippines, you've got Zany 98, Nathan Ram on 97, and Perhap approaching 97 as well. But if we don't see any more misses, which is a big ask, it will eventually go back over to the Netherlands. Here we get into a slightly burstier section now, and Accuracy and Windtails, it is just going to be that trade of misses between Philippines and the Netherlands. So 2 full big combos for the Philippines, and 3 on the side of Netherlands, although I believe it's 1 FC to 2, just those bigger supporting combos for the Netherlands. Now, after this break, we get into a much trickier section towards the ending, and we'll see if these big combos can hold on for each team.
Yeah, that's right. I definitely think that the early safety net from the Philippines, you know, does provide them some security going into this extremely dense slider aim section of the map. But as we get into the first few sections of this KI, in fact, nobody finding any early misses. A few slider tick sliders come in and it doesn't catch anyone off guard just yet. And in fact, with more and more of these combos being generated for the Dutch roster, it is going to slowly but surely shift towards the right side. But John Breathe, that miss is going to put a stop to their efforts, to put a stop to that counter attack. Nathan Ram and Zany still doing God's work right now. Double 800 combos really playing in favor of the Philippines, perhaps. And Ikarusi right there to cancel out any sort of response from the Dutch roster. Windtails and John Ethikin try as they may, it's not going to be enough to put a stop to the fright train of the Philippines. We move into the last 8 of the map, and I think iFlame, the score is just only going to continue to grow as John Breathe finds the miss. The cut patterns come in. Ikarusi taking a quick break from playing the map, but I think it's gonna be a done deal. The final nailed hammered into the coffin of the Netherlands. And okay, yeah, final nail in the coffin hammered into the backs of the Bancho client as well. You'll have to see it.
Yeah, the players just leaving the lobby a little bit early after that one. We got some bunch of delay on our end, but the players don't experience that in game, obviously. So when the players leave the lobby, we don't get to see that ending score screen, unfortunately. But a couple of very impressive FCs from Zany and Nathan Ram, and congratulations to Philippine are in order as they go up 1-0 in their group. Now tied with Brazil, in fact, slightly ahead if you go based off of point differential. The Netherlands, I have to say, they've been dealt a tough group for sure. They've got a tough task ahead of them, but I think they put up some pretty strong team scores, especially considering they were only working with 5 players. That's always so difficult to manage because not only are you missing some of your key players, but it makes it incredibly difficult to go for the picks that you'd normally want to. And another congratulations to the Philippines. We do have a couple more, well, we have a lot more matches coming up for today, but immediately after this one, in about 15 minutes time, we have got 2 matches. I believe it is Indonesia versus Finland at 13 UTC. It's going to be on the A stream, and then we've got Taiwan versus Denmark on the B stream.
Yeah, big match gauntlet. It's gonna be a lot of work for our lovely streamers, but it is what it is. Before we go, iFlame, I'd just like to, raise up the Netherlands roster real quick. I think this match could have been a lot closer had the Netherlands pulled their entire roster, right? There were all the hard rocks that were just completely untouched during this match, where I definitely think there were points of attack for the Dutch roster. But at the end of the day, what has passed, and they can only continue to look forward. iFlame, do you have any thoughts as for the match upcoming? I believe that is going to be, is that Indonesia versus Finland? I thought it was Taiwan versus Denmark. I think
it is both
the schedule is a bit.
In fact,
it is both
Indonesia versus Finland on the A stream and Taiwan Denmark on the B stream. So there will be plenty of matches coming. I believe we're streaming 13 matches total today. Unfortunately, we do have a triple overlap later in the day, so can't stream that 14th. But as a final thought, Gammy, for some of us over here in North America, it's nice and early in the morning, 7:45 a.m. currently where I am, and that is right around breakfast time. Let me tell you, Gammy, there's nothing I love more for breakfast than some tasty OWC banners. Go get them in the Osu shop. That is going to do it for us on this stream. I have been iFlame, joined by the lovely Gammy, and I thank you guys all so much for watching. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in 15 minutes with more Osu World Cup.
See you when we do.
It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. You said never let me go.
「
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the OS World Cup. We're here for another match, hopefully not another 5-1, hopefully a closer scoreline for all of you watching at home. Indonesia versus Finland, once again in the group stage. I'm Dale, I'm joined by Dada for what I think we can hope to be a pretty close match between these two teams.
I mean, the seeding would certainly indicate so. They're third and fourth seed in their groups respectively. I think Finland is already 0-1 because they lost to someone, right?
New Zealand.
New Zealand, yes, correct. I'm sorry, it's 10 a.m.
Hello, funny uncle. Good morning, sir. It is 8 a.m. here, bro. No excuses.
No, these are two American, American as in the continent casters, trying to cover a match between a European nation and Southeast Asia. So, pardon the slight brain fog. It is coming for us all. But anyway, Finland, obviously, group stage is where I think they can really shine in terms of getting some upsets. I think they have a pretty solid lineup for this lower stage kind of pool. Meanwhile, Indonesia, historically, I think, have a great skill cap roster and very good players, but have struggled a little bit in this early stage setting in years past. So has all the makings of a pretty interesting match, and I hope it's competitive as it can be. So
yeah, I would largely agree with that. I think these teams are kind of polar opposites in that Finland, like you said, is usually pretty good in the early stage, to the point they have been top 24 for a while now. I'm just gonna go ahead and pull up one of these sheets just to see how many years in a row now Finland has been top 24. They've been top 24 the last 5 years in a row, from 2020 to 2024, every single year. So this is a team that, after having improved from top 32 in 2019, has every single year been the exact same placement in 17th to 24th. And that speaks to, being decent enough to qualify in at least within the top 24 and make good on that seeding in the first round of losers bracket every single year, which speaks to, I think, a lot of early stage consistency from this roster, right? You don't replicate that result 5 times without having that kind of early stage consistency. And for Indonesia, they've had a really, really varied set of placements. They were top 8 in 2020, then top 24, joining Finland in 2021, back to top 12, down to top 16, down to top 24 last year. This is a team that has really struggled with those consistency issues, like you said, but can, as we've seen in the past, back in 2020, pull off a really solid run. So we'll have to see which of these Indonesia teams that we have seen before shows up this year. Based on the qualifiers, it's looking like the one we have seen previously. Seed number 18 out of qualifiers, somewhat close to Finland, and Finland first picking into the speed here. Not too much of a surprise in that regard. You look at the couple of speed maps that we had in the qualifiers, the DT1 and the DT2. Finland more consistent on the DT1, 2.8 million both times, and also beating out Indonesia by a massive amount on both of their runs on the DT2, 3.4 million twice for Finland on that DT2 in qualifiers. Meanwhile, Indonesia, 1.6 million and 1.5 million on that DT2. I think really just struggling with the finger control aspects in that map.
Yeah, no surprises there. I think Indonesia also banning the DT2, just not really wanting to see it at all, but Finland picking the closest to it, which is No Mod 2. And this DT2 has the finger control elements of DT2 from qualifiers, meanwhile this No Mod 2 has most of the speed elements. So probably Finland favorite, trying to get a little bit of momentum going into this match here. Indonesia probably just looking to try and feel a lineup and see if Finland can stumble upon themselves. But yeah, it should be a slightly Finland favored pick here as the match starts, hopefully indicating that this match will be a little bit competitive. So good luck have funds in the chat as we head into Kyokugen Bon Odori.
This was also only one of 2 maps that Finland actually won against New Zealand, so again, not that surprising that they want to pick into this versus Indonesia. Indonesia banning out the DT2 is, I think, a little bit surprising, just because Finland actually lost that to New Zealand, but New Zealand, of course, got 4 million team score on that map, so understandable loss there. We get into it. Measuro McQueen, Styx, Lifeline, Mindfrost for Indonesia. Isaac, AJJ, Amacetic, and Zepe in for Finland. That player is, with the Finnish name in the top right, is AJJ there. Early break for Amacetic, probably not going to matter too much. Still has very high accuracy and not even down 100 combo. And you can see the score lead just flickering back and forth between the two teams as the accuracy matters a lot more at the beginning here. And of course, both teams with pretty good accuracy. 2 double S's for both squads, high 99s for just about everyone else on the field.
This map is mostly, in this group stage setting, a little bit of a shit miss map, but Amacetic being the only one to trip up so far won't really affect it. It wasn't the first like 30 combos, so it would really just be a battle of accuracy, but there he goes again, and that's not really bringing good tidings for Finland, as Indo was gonna expand this lead, and this map is not that long, so they need someone in Indonesia to miss.
They definitely need somebody to, and this is looking like a very, very solid run for Indonesia so far. Another somewhat difficult set of patterns coming up here. Some longer streams with some slider jumps in between. Nobody missing on it at all. Still 7 full combos, and the teams are going to see that at this break. There's a lot of pressure that gets added when you see that everyone is full comboing. Each individual player starts to feel that individual pressure of needing to hold on to that FC in order to convert the point or to gain a chance at a comeback in Finland's case. And there goes Measuro McQueen. There's those added nerves. It's just a random jump that claims his FC. And now it's 3-3 in the full combos. Combo advantage back the way of Finland on Amacetic. Up about 4. No, actually it was Bancho for Measuro McQueen. So still 4 FCs for Indonesia as we head into the final difficult section in the map. And I think at this point you're looking at multiple misses for Indonesia. There's maybe another miss for Measuro McQueen. That one looks real, but AJJ will also find the drop on the side of Finland. And once again, it's the traded misses now coming out at the end of the map. 200k in favor of Indonesia. More traded misses for Styx, Isaac, AJJ, and Measuro McQueen. But Lifeline holds the FC for Indonesia. Lifeline and Mindfrost holding that into the ending. Clutching out the win for Indonesia there. 3.6 million team score, 900k average for Indonesia across those 4 players. And it's not a bad team score at all for Finland, but 3.3 million team score, not going to be enough there.
Well, I think this map kind of showed in some previous matches where, like, if you have a lineup for it, it's very unlikely that you miss up until after the break, so like in the last third of the map, and missing before that is really, really punished. And I think Amacetic just finding an unfortunate break there just kind of doomed Finland, because Indo did not falter at all. So kind of an interesting start to the match here. Finland's best skill set, really, at least according to qualifiers, not paying off, not paying dividends for this this early stage here.
See if they can maybe convert something a little later on. In the meantime, looking for a first pick from Indonesia. Of course, Finland banning out Nomad 1, the kind of just aim consistency pick there against Indonesia, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see that picked up. But this alt-tech hybrid in the free mod, more like a kind of low aim, low BPM tech density map with the AR 9.2 edit here. A very, very short pick that I think should work pretty well for Indonesia. They were a little bit better than Finland on both the Nomad 3 and Nomad 4 in qualifiers. And that's a lot of what we have data for. You can kind of look at the Hard Rock 1 or the DT3 from qualifiers for comparable maps. But just on paper, there's a lot of players on this team that really like this sort of thing. Definitely these three joining Lifeline all fit that description. Mejuro McQueen, Haku Koyori, and GNX, all really fans of this mapping style.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest differences in this map is going to be the Hard Rock player. If it's a Lifeline or Veno, aka Haku Koyori, it remains to be seen, but the Hard Rock player is going to have a pretty tough time on this map specifically, this kind of circle tech aim control like flow aim thing. It's a hard map on Hard Rock, and if Indo thinks they have a better Hard Rock fill than Finland, I think it's a pretty good pick.
The hidden player on this map also, I think, actually tends to struggle quite a bit. We've definitely seen the Hard Rock player have it the roughest, but AR 9.2 hidden on this is no easy task for any player on this map. So you need those modded players to really lock in. And when you have a map like this that I think is way harder on both mods, the no mod consistency also really starts to matter. Like, all else the same, yeah, if you have two no mod players for both teams who are really comfortable on this, then the modded players start to matter a lot, but that's not always the case, right? Sometimes the no mod consistency for both teams needs to be tested first. So we'll see what ends up actually happening here as Indonesia go for a optional hidden, both Mejuro McQueen and Haku Koyori wanting to take that hidden mod. A little surprising there, just because it does add some difficulty on this pick. It's not like this is just a basic aim free mod pick, right? This is a skill set in flow tech that really does add difficulty when you put that hidden on.
Yeah, last time we did have a little bit of data because Finland did play this against New Zealand, and last time we had a Kalandu FC and Amacetic on the Hard Rock. This time they're switching up. Amacetic is going to be on the no mod, and while Mike Tyson, the Iron Mike himself, just stepping in for Hard Rock there.
And a little couple of early breaks for both Hard Rock players, actually. Lifeline and Mike Tyson both finding those drops. That noob guy dropping the only no mod for Indonesia already. Mejuro McQueen also dropping on the hidden. Another break to come through for Lifeline, and suddenly it's only Haku Koyori for Indonesia as another break comes through for Lifeline. Mike Tyson will find a traded drop on the Hard Rock, but there goes Haku Koyori now alongside Kalanlu on the hidden, and it's just the two no mods for Finland left standing after the first half of the map here. Dada, this is what I was talking about. The no mod consistency for Finland is just better with Isaac and Amacetic holding on to the double FC going into the last quarter here, and that is generating a massive score lead for them, already closing in on 300k. Despite these extra breaks coming through for Mike Tyson, it's going to be really tough for Indonesia to pull this back in the last quarter.
It was interesting. Indonesia just kind of slipped on a banana peel at the start of this map. Finding breaks.
I mean, that's maybe a banana peel for Finland too. Amacetic and Isaac both finding the drops, but with Lifeline, that noob guy, and Mejuro McQueen and Haku Koyori all finding breaks here in the last quarter. I don't think it's going to matter. That score lead, big buffer for Finland, up to about 300k, down back to about 200k at the end of the map, but not going to matter here. A trade of breakpoints to start things off in this match.
Not a very pretty pick for either team. I believe Indonesia just kind of having like sub 2 million score. Meanwhile, Finland not quite too confident on it themselves, but the point's a point, and a trade of breakpoints early on for this match.
Yeah, Finland, last time they played this versus New Zealand, they had 2.7 million team score. If they had that team score in this match, they would have won by almost 900,000 points. Instead, they win by just over 200k. So, shows a lot of variance in this map, right? A lot of volatility on this pick, which I think makes sense. It's a very short pick. It's a very tricky skill set, and maps like that tend to be really coin flippy, a little bit RNG, a little volatile. So, I think that does make sense, but just goes to show exactly how volatile this sort of map can really be.
I worry for Indonesia if that's their first pick, if that's their attempt to try to establish themselves in this match. If your first pick is you dropping 1.7 million in group stage, like, it's not very It's not very kosher, but Finland immediately answering with that Hard Rock 2, that sort of like techie adjacent precision pick, and in a way it's similar to Free Mod 1, just a little bit less like XL decel and more precision oriented, but probably trying to exploit that momentum that they gained from Free Mod 1 itself. So interesting pick here. Obviously, their Hard Rock player in the Free Mod 1 didn't have the best of times, but maybe they're just looking for a bar fight. They're just looking for that, like, we may not be that good at this this kind of pick in Hard Rock, but we think you're worse. So let's just have a go at it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what's going on here. Neither of these teams was particularly strong on either of the Hard Rocks and qualifiers, but they were pretty close to each other overall on the Hard Rocks and qualifiers. And like you said, this is similar enough to the last map. So just pick a scrappy sort of map once again. Not particularly short for this one, but not particularly long either. Only about 2.5 minutes on this Hard Rock 2. By the way, the only original song made for this map pool in the pool. There's a couple of other mode original songs in this pool as well, but this one by Memodemo, the only original for this group stage pool. So shout outs to Memodemo for this one. As we start to fill out the rosters for both of these teams, that new guy Styx, Lifeline, and Mindfrost in for Indonesia. Looking to continue the breakpoint train on Finland's second pick here. Mike Tyson, Zipe, Savilju, and Amacetic looking to convert on the momentum they have from the last pick, get a similar map out there, and hopefully start winning their own picks, starting with this Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to find a couple of early breaks, since Precision coming from a CS4 map is a little bit of a tough cookie to really crack, but so far so good for everybody. And I mean, we're going to be seeing this early stage of the map just being a little bit more chill. Meanwhile, there's going to be some funkier sliders and some funkier aim control later, but so far so good for everybody involved. A little bit of an early athlete from Indonesia, however that new guy finding that early break will skyrocket the lead over to Finland in this early on stage. Amacetic, what the hell?
He forgot there was a note, maybe. I don't know.
I guess.
Not sure what happened there, but Amacetic gonna find the miss right after that long slider. And Savilju gonna trade one over as well. So now 3 full combos to 2 in favor of Indonesia on this pick. We are just a little over a quarter of the way into the map, so the score lead not going over that quickly. There goes Lifeline and Mike Tyson both trading some misses away to the other team. That new guy going to trade once again, so supporting combo in favor of Finland, but the double FC keeping things even right now. Styx and Mindfrost matching Zipe alongside both supporting combos for Amacetic and Savilju. So the score lead staying basically put at about 100k in favor of Indonesia halfway into the map now.
I mean, Zipe needs someone in Indo to break at least once. Mike Tyson will not help his case as he finds another break in this kind of slower section here. Savilju also. So Zipe, the only meaningful combo for the only FC for Finland with a meaningful combo in Amacetic. Meanwhile, both Styx and Mindfrost ID heading into this break, seeing that they're FCing, they're carrying Indonesia on their back. It's still comebackable for Finland, but they need some misses right now, and Mindfrost will do just that.
And that's a start, but it's not going to be enough. Amacetic also finding the trade here for Finland. It is Zipe versus the world. And, I mean, there's only so much map left. There's only so much potential score he can add left in this map. Another miss to come through for Savilju, and I think we've passed the point of no return here. 300k score lead for Indonesia. Styx will also find the drop, but look at the 2 supporting scores there. Lifeline just finally finding a miss at 600 combo, but that noob guy also holding strong, and this score lead, yeah, it's going down, but that's not nearly fast enough. There's just not enough time. And Indonesia will, in fact, continue the breakpoint train with 2.7 million on this Hard Rock 2, granting them the win. 890k from Styx. The one missed choke at the end of the map. Zapay top scoring with the only FC in the lobby, but the rest of the team just not able to put up the same level of performance as their counterparts on Indonesia.
Well, I don't know really if teams are picking for themselves or the other team, but
gentleman's agreement.
It really feels like they're like reading the match incorrectly and then picking like the exact wrong pick at the wrong time. But hopefully we get hopefully continuing that trend, honestly, because that means tiebreaker. So
True.
But if I was in Indonesia, if I was their captain right now, I'd be looking at AIM, specifically Hard Rock 1 or something like Fremont 3, trying to just exploit that kind of aspect of the pool. There's DT1 as well, potentially, but since they've been DT2, they might not be 100% comfortable on speed. But I think Hidden Chew. Okay, so going the opposite way, trying to exploit more gimmick, more reading. Normally, I'd say it's a bold move to pick something involving reading against a team that has Colin Liu, but you know, the rest of Finland's lineup is not really built for that. Colin Liu's kind of just like their one like notable reading player.
Yeah, I think this actually does work somewhat well for Indonesia, just because they had a pretty solid run through the qualifiers Hidden 2. That said, there is a world where Finland wins this, right? Indonesia's first run was 2 million points on this, and Finland's was only 1.4. But Indonesia's second run on this was 1.4 million, and Finland's second run was 1.5. So there's some volatility. There's chances for a breakpoint, and as well, you should all be aware that the Hidden 2 from qualifiers was far harder than this Hidden 2 that we have here. Wayward Romance was way more difficult than Coconut Love. This is also a lot more kind of density reading focused rather than structural pattern reading focused, and so the focus of the map is a little bit different. You're relying a lot more on hidden and density reading comfort than you are on having learned the intricacies of the map like you would be on something like Chocolate Disco in the Nomad 3. So this is a very different type of map. We'll see how this one plays out for Indonesia and Finland. Two teams with a few players who are going to be pretty comfortable on this. In Finland's case, it's really on Kalanlu to put up a really good score on this map. But the rest of the roster should be more comfortable on something like this versus the Hidden 2 from qualifiers. Meanwhile, Indonesia, with a few people who can put up some pretty solid scores on this. Fao coming in for the first time in this match. Mindfrost, Hakui Koyori, both having some very good scores on Indonesia's first run from Hidden 2 in the qualifiers as well. And actually, Mindfrost not playing this. It's GNX and Mejuro McQueen. Mejuro not having played the low AR Hidden in the qualifiers is the odd one out here, but clearly a little bit more comfortable this time around than anyone else on the roster.
Again, we do have data for Finland, since they did play this against New Zealand. They won against New Zealand on this pick, Colin Liu having a 700k, nobody I've seen though. But they dropped a solid score. It's not 100% like a definitive like good score, but it's solid enough to beat New Zealand, and Indo probably looked at that and was like, oh, we can do better. But sometimes it's not about, oh, we can do better, it's about, oh, like, can you do better in match, right? So so far so good. Allery not having the FC so far, missing a little bit early, the only miss in the lobby so far. Meanwhile, all four players of Indonesia holding that full combo, and the rest of Finland also pretty strong. GNX finding another break to trade.
Combo and score pretty much even right now. It's a three-way full combo for both teams at the moment. Big act drop there for Kalanlu. Civilio and Isaac both finding big misses on the streams, though. and it's still the three-way full combo intact for Indonesia right now. Another break to come through for Isaac. And despite the supporting combo being a little bit better for Finland in Alird, it's the now 3 FC advantage with that miss for Kalanlu coming out. No trades from Thao, Hakui Koyori, or Mejuro McQueen. This is just a massive, massive advantage for Indonesia on this hidden 2. Effectively zero chance of a comeback for Finland on this map. They do not need to be worried, even with that miss from Mejuro McQueen. There's a 400,000 score lead and less than a quarter of the map left to go with no FCs on the other team and 2 on your own. Indonesia crushing this pick against Finland here this time around. Thao finding the miss, Mejuro McQueen still, well, actually also finding a miss there right before the big slider stream at the end of the map. These misses, though, just not going to matter. Indonesia doing very, very well through about 2/3 of that map.
No FCs shall be had for Coconut Love. Alird, the only real combo remaining, but had that early miss, of course. Just the classic Coconut Love scenario of you miss somewhere in this map. You roll a die, and then whatever number you get, that's the little fraction of the map that you're gonna miss on. Solid point for Indonesia. Obviously, just having that little bit of a higher average score, getting the FCs up until the break, but Finland not having the best or not having the worst run either, so actually outscoring their performance versus New Zealand, but wasn't enough.
So now Indonesia making good on that that claim that they can do better in match than Finland on this hidden 2. Now see where Finland wants to go. Both of the maps that they have won so far have already been picked in this match, right? Both the Nomad 2 and the Hidden 2 were the 2 maps that they won versus New Zealand earlier. One map that they have a win on in this one is Eyes on Me. Maybe go for something else a little Floim focused. Finland had some pretty strong scores on Floim focused maps in the qualifiers as well. So I'd really like to see something like a Free Mod 2 from this team. And there it is, going to be the Free Mod 2 Nightmare Invitation by Ebim.io.
Yeah, usually the teams who pick Nomad 2 are also looking to pick Free Mod 2. They're similar-ish. Just one is faster, one is more flow aim intensive. And yeah, no surprises there, honestly. Like, the real question obviously is always like, can you have the Hard Rock player properly like play this map? As is the question of a lot of the free mods. And last time around, it didn't really have that Hard Rock player, but neither did Indo. So let's see if this time it's any different.
Yeah, last time around on the Pre-Mod 1, it really came down to the no-mod player consistency for both of these teams. And among some of the lower seeded teams in this group stage, that's what we've been seeing on this map as well. In the really, really high level matchups, we've seen it come down to like whether your Hard Rock player is better or not, because everybody else is getting close to an FC. But I'm not sure if we're going to be quite there in this match. I feel like there's going to be somebody, either a hidden or a no-mod, who is going to miss for both of these teams and make it a little bit more scrappy among the combos in this map. As it definitely is hardest on the Hard Rock for this map. It's AR 9.6. You don't have to deal with a ton of density on hidden. It is still hidden stream flow aim with some space streams, but not nearly as high a spacing as the Hard Rock. Waiting on one last player to come in for Indonesia is going to be Styx, that noob guy, Mindfrost, and Mejuro McQueen in for Indonesia on this Free Mod 2 pick from Finland. Fielding AJJ, Isaac, Amacetic, and Zepe. Looking to stop some momentum in Indonesia. Dada, if they lose this pick for Finland, you're down 4-1 with Indonesia having the next pick. You really have to stop the breakpoint train here if you are Finland.
You do. You also have to stop the 5-1 train in general for today, but apparently we have Taiwan and Denmark also on the B stream if you haven't caught up with the chat either, but that one is 4-0 right now and so they're looking to break that trend. And looks like AJJ will be on the Hard Rock and Isaac on the Hidden. Meanwhile, Indonesia, once again, Major McQueen on the Hidden and Mindcross this time on the Hard Rock. So let's see if Finland can confirm their pick or if we're going to see a match point for Indonesia. Sticks in, Major McQueen missing very early on will give that lead, early lead at least, over to Finland.
I really like the mod loadout for Finland as well. Anesthetic and Zapay on the Nomad, I think, is who you want to see if you are rooting for this team. As everybody getting through that first difficult section scot-free. No misses for either of these teams so far. Outside of those, of course, very early ones from both Styx and Measuro McQueen that we saw earlier, but the difficult section so far claiming no victims as we finally get a miss there to come out from Zapay on the Nomad for Finland, and now start to get a little bit worried. It's that noob guy and Mindfrost with the FCs for Indonesia, but big recovery combo. And never mind, not on two, just on one. Measuro McQueen finding that miss on the Hidden, and it's 3 FCs to 2 with a big supporting combo. Reverse choke for Styx on the Nomad. They only have 1 Nomad combo for Finland right now, with Anesthetic still holding, but this Hard Rock for both Vaden and Mindfrost looking really good. The Hiddens as well. Isaac actually just slider breaking on a slow section there, and now massive combo lead for Indonesia. Basically, the whole reverse choke from Styx is free combo for Indonesia right now. Only a 130k score lead, and we still have a quarter of the map left to go.
It's the toughest quarter, however, and I'm really surprised that both the Hard Rocks are still holding. Very good plays coming from both of them. Meanwhile, Anesthetic being the other meaningful combo for Finland. Mindfrost and Major McQueen will both have the misses for Indonesia. Will make sure that the bleeding is stopped. AJJ also finding a miss, but it is a little bit too late, as 200k of lead to Finland will indicate that they will finally break the 5-1 trend and will confirm their own pick here in Freemachu. Very well done by them.
Yeah, very good win for Finland there. It's actually 850k Hard Rock for AJJ on that map, which is just kind of crazy. It did come down a little bit to the modded players, though. Not necessarily the Hard Rocks, as Mindfrost nearly matching that on 770k, but the hidden difference here, Isaac at 712k, looking very confident on that hidden. And despite Zapay having a pretty rough run on the Nomad, those extra scores from the Hard Rock and hidden players on Finland are enough to overcome those difficulties and give them the win here. And now we're looking for a next pick for Indonesia. Indonesia looking to claim match point here. I think after the Hidden 2, you potentially look at something like the Nomad 3. Of course, we still have some aim maps left up in the pool as well, which I agree, Dada, are probably pretty good picks for this team. Also, the Hard Rock 1, the Freemod 1 in particular, looking pretty good. They did ban out that DT2, so you less expect them to pick the DT1 over something like one of those other 2 maps, but with how solid they looked on that Hidden 2, you have to think Nomad 3 is potentially an option for them here.
Yeah, obviously, if you do well on one of the reading picks, you want to pick the other one, but they're so different. Like, one of them is basically an AR8 aim/flow aim, meanwhile Nomad 3 is legitimately just reading and very small snap aim, but they will be opting for that. They will be going with the normal logic, so to speak. So let's see if this is a good pick for them. Obviously, having the knowledge about their own scores there. Let me actually check if they played this versus New Zealand.
I don't think so, but maybe they did, and I'm just misremembering. No, they did not play this versus New Zealand.
New Zealand might have banned this.
Yeah. Would not surprise me too much. Regardless, yeah, like you've said, this is a really different pick, right? I think this is more reminiscent of what we saw in the qualifiers Hidden 2, as being a lot more like structural reading focused, like you've been talking about. The big difference, though, is this is Nomad. This is also AR7. It's really, really low BPM, so you have a lot of time to kind of course correct if you do make a mistake on this map. Big difference is being able to read or having practiced the map enough to remember exactly where you need to go in your course correction on something like this. So, just as a quick reminder, I know 4.32 stars doesn't look very high, but for tournament players, anyone who knows ball knows that when you see a 4.3 star map in the pool, you're quaking in your boots. It's usually pretty difficult.
Yeah,
So
you run for the hills, honestly.
Have
Like,
a-
you see a 4-star map, that there's something wrong here.
There's something wrong.
Funny.
There is something afoot in this lobby if there is a 4-star map being picked. Go play it
There's,
yourself if you don't believe us.
There's two kinds of misses on this map. There's reading misses, and then there's, oh my god, how did I miss that misses? Where, like, you're just snapping wrong to something legitimately just, like, 2 pixels away. So, it's obviously, like, you can reading miss, and most people who aren't comfortable with this AR and map style will. But, like, those snaps, they're tricky. They're not 100%, like, the star rating system doesn't really like them, but they're tricky. You can miss them, and as much as it feels like, oh my god, this is such a shit miss, but it's not really like uncommon to see that like small snap miss. Meanwhile, Hakui Koyori finding a slightly early miss there, just a little bit of a reading miss at the start, being the only miss so far for any of these players.
One thing we haven't touched on with this map is this is almost 4 minutes long, by the way. So even if you do, take the time to play this a lot or look in the editor for specific patterns, you still have to be really consistent at it across, 4 minutes, basically. So we've seen some players just kind of do really, really well in the first half and then kind of struggle in the second half. I think largely because of the consistency issues on a map like this. If you're not a really seasoned low AR player, if you don't play this very often, you can have those sorts of issues. Now GNX the next to find a miss, also on Indonesia. And that's about 400 combo in, so there is a decent advantage here for Finland, not only now in terms of the accuracy, but also the combo. Make that just the accuracy once again. Alird also finding a break now during the second Ki time. Mike Tyson, Anesthetic, Kalanlu all still holding the FCs. Hakui Koyori on the reverse choke alongside Fao and Measure McQueen keeping it close here for Indonesia. Combo almost even, ever so slightly in Indonesia's favor. Accuracy definitely in Finland's favor. But there goes Alird once again finding another drop, and now I think this combo lead is going to start to overpower the accuracy difference.
You can just tell a couple of these players not very comfortable here, having pretty bad accuracies. Obviously, this BPM is really uncomfortable. Mike Tyson, Anesthetic, and Measure McQueen all missing on that transition. So the lead will scoot over to Indonesia's favor, but this is such an awkward pick. It's so hard, despite what it seems. It's just so uncomfortable. The AR, BPM, mapping, just these little perfect stacks. GNX finding another break. This is the 4-star pick from hell here.
Yeah, and you know what? The two low AR specialists on each team doing really well right now. Fao and Kalanlu both holding strong. The real difference maker right now is Hakui Koyori, the only other FC in the lobby, holding for Indonesia. I won't say holding strong. He's on 96 accuracy, definitely struggling a lot more with AC and potentially with some reading on this map than either of the low AR specialists, but you don't need to have high AC to convert for your team, and this is the kind of play that can show it. Another break to come through for Anesthetic, but as long as Hakui Koyori and Fao keep holding, there's no chance of a comeback, and there's the miss for Kalanlu as well on the side of Finland. Not even a bad team score for Finland overall on this. I think averaging 500k, 600k on this is not too shabby. Indonesia just still 2 FCs intact. Fao making me eat my words once again as both low AR specialists miss, and Hakui Koyori, despite... Okay, all right, man.
Nope.
You know what? It's meant to be like that sometimes. It really just be like that sometimes, and all of the FCs are dead in the water before we hit the end of the map, but it's still a win for Indonesia. 650k average score for this team across their 4 members, and 2.6 million is enough to get them over the finish line.
Oi, babe, I got the best score, right? I got the best score from this whole lobby, right? And I had 850k, but it was a 4-star map, right, babe? But like I got the top score, so I kind of carried my team, babe. But I guess that's how this is how it goes, babe. I don't know what goes on. I'm sorry.
Is that your best impression of like the dude in the baseball stadium with the like cool bro skater glasses with his arm around the girl who's clearly not interested in whatever he's talking about? That's gotta be it, right? We'll call it that at the very least.
Let's just say that I was watching baseball up until like 2 a.m. Yesterday, so
yeah. No, I get it. Okay, last pick for Finland, by the way. This is the last pick for Finland in this map pool. Their 2 wins so far have been on Floaim. I think they would be remiss to not pick more Floaim here. There's not that much straight up Floaim left in the pool, though. You kind of have secondary Floaim tests in like the Nomad 4 a little bit, which is mostly sliders. The Hidden 1 to some extent, which is more like an alt hidden map alongside some tech and finger control elements. And then DT3 kind of, but it's a lot more snap aim alt than it is flow aim. So there's no like specifically flow aim pick left in the pool, and they are going to go with one of those 3 at the very least. The Nomad 4 Heliosphere by Vorso. This map gives me Handsome's Master vibes from this difficulty.
yeah, I mean that old school kind of like techie slider focused pick kind of does give Handsome's Master. Actually, you got a pretty good.
I cook a little bit of that.
Yeah, you got a pretty good radar for that. But obviously, like the second, I think, lowest SR map in the pool, even lower than Coconut Love. But very much, again, star rating is lying to you, to your face. But this map is very tricky. The slider mechanics are very tricky. The like transitions into sliders are also pretty tricky. There's some slider ticks that you gotta aim that with how the slider flows. Some people will try to cheese those, maybe will be successful, maybe not. Some people will just actually flow with the slider and can potentially get a little bit of that slider tick kind of just a miss in general, like slider break, and it's not fun when it happens, but I've seen it happen a couple times this group stage, as people just kind of don't really expect the slider velocity sometimes. But yeah, I mean, Indonesia having match point, they were favored, I think, in Nomad 4 in qualifiers, which is obviously like the closest thing to this. But that map was so much different than this one. That map was really more of like a slider head aim map with a couple of slider mechanics, but like mostly not slider ticks. There was only 1 or 2 big slider ticks that you had to watch out for. So it's a different kind of map. Maybe Finland will be a little bit more competent on that one, and Indonesia will be a little bit more uncomfortable. This one, we'll never know, but I guess we will know. We will know, like, literally right now. So good luck, have fun in the chat, as Indonesia looking to close out this match versus Finland on Heliosphere.
Let's see it. That Noob Guy, GNX6, and Measure McQueen, like you said, Dada, looking to close it out. Looking to end this match 5-2. Not even have to go through their own last pick. Finland looking to extend the match by 1, and at the very least force Indonesia to use their own last pick in this match and potentially go to a tiebreaker in this one. Let's see it. Early miss to come out for Measuro McQueen as we get into what, you wouldn't really describe as a flowing map, right? This is a slider tech map. You see all the slider ticks on a lot of these longer sliders. You see a lot of difficulty in just slider following, slider head aim. The flowing in between got some hands, though, and a couple of misses coming out for that Noob Guy on some of those patterns as well. 2 FCs to 4 now in favor of Finland, but Measure McQueen on a good recovery, and only a quarter of the way into the map means this combo lead is still tenuous at best for Finland, despite a solid state of affairs for their side.
Most of the time in this pick, you see like pretty good early combos up until the halfway mark, and then the second guy is really where people kind of have a tougher time. But the Indonesia early breaks, but Savilyu actually finding a trade, so that lead will erode very quickly for the side of Finland as the break comes in, and people can see that nobody has an A rank so far, nobody has a miss, only cider breaks. So a little bit unfortunate, but in a way very similar to previous Nomad 4 experiences, especially qualifiers. A lot of S ranks, a lot of unfortunate cider breaks, but the lead will be scooting over to Indonesia's favor. Slowly but surely, but this is where people miss.
Let's see where those misses come from. It's basically halfway in. The combo lead with Indonesia right now. Alird also finding the drop for Finland, and now big combo lead for Indonesia. Up a full combo effectively. Another drop for Savilyu, so the recovery combo coming from that noob guy also playing a role in this combo lead for Indonesia, and it's all downhill for Finland. Kalanlu and Isaac needing to carry, but Isaac finding the drop as well, and one by one they fall. Dada, Finland are unfortunately tossing it away in the last quarter of this map. GNX, Styx, Mesro McQueen, that noob guy, all hitting that difficult section, and only Kalanlu doing so for Finland. The score lead rocketing up to now 400k for Indonesia, and I fear it may just be over for Finland. Styx will find the drop, but it's just not going to matter with a sliver of map left and a 500k score lead. Indonesia, they show they can still have that early stage consistency over a team like Finland. They show up in the group stage and convert a win for themselves here on the OS World Cup 2025 stage. Something this team has really struggled with, that early stage consistency. Now for S ranks, minimum score 700k for Indonesia on this Nomad 4, looking very, very solid for them in these early rounds.
Looking very solid. Obviously, a couple of early breaks kind of put that consistency into question, but the comfort on this map was just way better for Indonesia. The second section was really just a masterclass by them, where nobody really missed it, but those Styx missed at the very, very end. But Finland just not quite being able to play that that second section all that well means Indonesia will get that 5-2 victory on a breakpoint to close it out. However, I think I'm not really a maths guy anymore, but I think mathematically speaking, this puts Finland into a really, really tough scenario. 0-2, I don't think that eliminates them mathematically, but I think that means
the one way that they can get out, way that they can get out of groups is if everyone goes 1 and 2 except for one team.
Yeah.
So one team has to go 3-0, and the other 3 teams in their group have to go 1 and 2, and from there Finland can get a win by tiebreaker by match differential, or map differential, excuse me. So
yeah.
That's the only way that they can get out now, which is an incredibly unlikely scenario. They need some luck. There's definitely a lot of luck involved in that scenario happening, but they're not technically eliminated yet. So Finland, keep looking for that next win in your group. Unfortunately for them, their next matchup is versus Romania, the top-seeded team in the group. So Finland would have to pull off a major upset to make that happen.
Yeah, by the way, when we say eliminated, that just means like getting out of groups, not in the like qualifying slots. But they're not actually eliminated. They're a challenger group. That means if they get the bottom 2 slots of their group, they're going to losers bracket instead of winners bracket in bracket stage. But eliminated is just like a shorthand for like bottom 2.
Knocked out of the group. Let's
yeah,
put it that way.
Yeah. But anyway, it was a fun match. It was a pretty interesting match at points, especially early on with like a bunch of the break points. But that's it for us here. And 11 minutes from now, we'll get a pretty interesting match for one of the contender groups, which is Malaysia versus Denmark. And one of these teams, I believe, is 1-0, and one of these teams is 0-1. Denmark just lost 5-0 against Taiwan. Meanwhile, Malaysia won versus Vietnam on Friday. I believe that was the first match in group stage. So very interesting there. Stick around if you want to watch that. Meanwhile, that's it for us here, Dennis.
Eat banners.
Yeah.
It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. You said never let me go. It never worked out fine. I watched it fall.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the OS live stream. Welcome back to the OWC 2025. Today we're gonna be here to see the fourth match of Group E. We are just coming right off a extremely heated match. I believe that was Taiwan versus Denmark, as well as, my goodness, China versus Thailand, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Subaru was also involved in that cast as well. So we are keeping up with the huge match gauntlet that we have for you tonight, this afternoon, or, you know, this morning for wherever you are in the world. Joining me in the cast today, my name is Gary Crayola, and my co-cast will be Subaru Armia. Subaru, how you doing, man?
Hello again. As you did mention, this is my second cast of the day after China-Thailand, which was a huge banger, by the way, so I'm doing great.
Yeah.
Looking on another interesting match as well. This time we're circling through the contenders group with Malaysia, Denmark. And so to recap so far, as you did mention, Denmark earlier played Taiwan and unfortunately got swept by them, but not without a fight, with a few good scores, most notably on the hiddens, which I think is going to be a good path for them in this match. And on the side of Malaysia, we have a team that has managed to win their first match against Vietnam on the score of 5-3. So once again, a close showing for Malaysia. They were also lacking one of their players, and that in Zeth,
Really?
so that is interesting that they were able to pull this win off without arguably one of their best players, especially at this stage of the tournament. So it will be interesting, very interesting. The stakes are high for both of these teams. A bit more comfortable of a position to be in for Malaysia, as they already have 1-1. And Denmark, we're going to be looking for a little bit of redemption after that heavy loss against Taiwan, which is looking like the favorite of their group.
Yeah, definitely, right. And I would just like to mention, I mean, we are just coming out of Denmark's previous matchup against, I believe, Taiwan. Despite the fact that it was a 5-0 stomp in favor of Taiwan and they were defeated, I still do think that, you know, there is some merit to talk about perhaps them being much more warm than their Malaysian counterparts in this matchup. I think Denmark have a lot of momentum going into a matchup such as this one, and despite being at a 4-C differential against their opponents, I still do think that Denmark is gonna be able to put up a pretty damn good performance. But as we get into the picking of the ban order, and in fact the first few bans of the matchup in general, what are we looking at, Subaru? I think from the previous match, the main takeaway, as we were talking about, was that Denmark really hates all the double time. They hate speed because they seem to be having some fourth player syndromes on most of their speed maps. So if I had to guess, I would definitely anticipate a speed ban coming in from Denmark, but they're instead gonna go the other way on the skill set spectrum and instead go into the No Mod 3 ban.
Yeah, that is a very interesting ban because, as you did mention, they are heavily fourth playered on the tapping department, so I did not see that No Mod 3 ban come, but then again, if you're gapped on the reading as well, you might as well go for it, as tapping is probably a bit more comboable even if you're not comfortable with it. And on the side of Malaysia, you also don't have as much of an overlord tapping roster as you could find on the Taiwanese team, so we're gonna get the No Mod 1 ban from Malaysia. That is interesting as well, as I don't think this is not a common map to see banned, especially that early in the tournament, so perhaps just wanting to avoid the nerves of playing in No Mod 1, but I did not expect those bans. This is surely interesting for the opener of this match.
Yeah, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Subaru, but like
Go right
Malaysia on paper seems to be the team that is stronger when it comes to your raw aim mechanics, right? But instead, we're seeing a repeat of our or a complete flipping of the script when it comes to our expectations. Malaysia, in fact, going for the mechanics ban, and Denmark going for the control ban. This is extremely interesting to me, especially when you're comparing the qualifiers results, right? And Malaysia pulls ahead when it comes to the Nomad 1. So it really begs the question, perhaps, as you mentioned before, Subro, maybe they're just afraid of the low SR Nomad 1 curse, but even so, I can't help but feel as though there were better bans for Malaysia here.
Yeah, and we're hitting the first pick now, and it is going to be Nomad 2 coming from Malaysia. Very, very logical pick, as we did mention. Denmark really suffering from the fourth player syndrome on the tapping, and this is a tapping pick for sure. Not a DT1, but still quite a good way to start up the match. A short map, bursty, speed. I think Malaysia is going to be comfortable with this pick, and unless Denmark can make something happen that they unfortunately could not make happen versus Taiwan, I think on paper it looks like it's a very good pick for Malaysia to open the match. Let's see if they actually have all 8 players this time.
Yeah, definitely, right? I think drawing a comparison to their previous showing on Nomad 2, Denmark got what, 2.2 mil, and you know, on paper that doesn't sound like a very damning score, but when you're in group stage, when the SR is so low, when you are on a map where you're already expecting to see 3-4 FCs coming in from both sides of the playfield, 2.2 mil is definitely not where you want to be started with, especially going into such a volatile map such as this one, right? But without further ado, I mean, I'm gonna highlight this map a bit more. This is a custom map by the lovely Ropam, and it's essentially 2 minutes and around 20 seconds of 230 BPM shred. All gonna be about those, those very intense tapping patterns. I believe the burst cap out at around 11 to 12 on this map. Maybe a little bit more during the perfect stack streams that we'll probably be seeing later on in the map. But I want to more so highlight the drain of this map. I was talking about the volatility. I'm going to once again bring us back to that point. 2 minutes and 20 seconds, very short map. And so any sort of large combos, any sort of combo lead, and interestingly enough, perhaps accuracy will also be a very important point of contention going into a map like this. So we're going to see the debuting rosters come out from both Malaysia and Denmark. I believe Denmark is going to maintain their previous roster from their previous match. And with that, let's see how this first map goes.
Yeah, and we do see Mint Breeze rename of Zeph actually entering this time, so it is good to see that Malaysia have possibly all 8 of the players. We haven't seen all 8 yet, but hopefully a full roster for them today to face off Denmark, as despite Denmark being the lower seeded team in this group, you don't want to take them lightly, especially when you see some of the scores they were able to pull off against Taiwan. So it is positive to get started with all 8 players on the side of Malaysia, as we do see a couple of early misses on the side of Denmark right off the bat. Not looking too great in this intro.
Yeah, 100% right, Subaru. And accuracy is typically a very good indication of a player's comfort when it comes to these mechanics maps. And as of right now, the accuracy is definitely in favor of Team Malaysia. Harumi, Enna, and Ma Bayu are currently pulling ahead with double 99s from their side. Mima Pole continuing to find misses, not able to get any sort of footing, while Malaysia is still racing ahead with a 4-way onslaught from the entire Malaysian roster. Sobu and Nordkill really need to fend up against the storm as Mats tries to get that recovery, but Mats is not going to get far. He finds the miss as you move into the kick sliders.
So, still holding strong as Malaysia with this 4-way full combo. Almost 4-way 99% accuracy as well, and as you mentioned, Denmark unfortunately just not being able to keep up. The accuracy's not looking too bad, but as Mavs makes this once again, that's one of the high combos now. It's only Sobu and Nordkill to keep any hope alive for Denmark, but unfortunately on this... Oh, that was quite the act drop on the side of Denmark. And
the scoreboard.
I think, Malaysia is going to see they're comfortably in the lead, and it's pretty much already over for this opening pick.
Yeah, no, a phenomenal first pick, albeit from Team Malaysia, right? That's exactly how you want to start your match. Still, we are going to the last of the map. The question is not whether they win this now, it's how far can they take it? They're looking to get some extra style points on their opening pick as they are still staring down at 4-way FC. Norkill goes down. That is one of the 2 FCs, one of the 2 remaining bastions for Denmark down. And it's just Sobu left, the toy with the sharks in the water. Oh my goodness, scoreboard opens. They're looking to take it all the way. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Mabayu unfortunately finds a miss, but that's still 3 big combos from the side of Team Malaysia. That scoreline has already generated a whopping 800k for the left side. And what a dominant victory. They're taking Denmark all the way to the slaughterhouse on this first pit.
Yeah, as you mentioned, what a way. Oh my god. What a way to start the match for Malaysia. What a team score. Look at that. How about that 3-way full combo? Yeah, that is such the confidence booster. And Sobu on the side of Denmark did all he could, but unfortunately just came short of 3 players on the Malaysian team. What a team score. Yeah, honestly, it is great to see how hard they're hitting already in the first map. And also, you love to see the contrast on the Malaysian team between Zef being there, being kind of the youngster on this roster, the new prodigy, and Rampax being the old veteran. Some of those teams have players who have been around for a very long time. Rampax is one of them, has been there for Malaysia since 2015, I believe, and still pulling off FCs in 2025, 10 years later. What a strong opening pick for Malaysia. Now Denmark to retaliate, and both Hiddens are open, and they did get a very good team score against Taiwan on Hidden 1, so perhaps a good pocket pick for them and a good opportunity to get one on the board early on in the match for Denmark.
Yeah, definitely, right. I mean, it's back to the drawing board for Denmark. This Nomad 2 loss, I don't think they're too, you know, put down by that. I think this is really one of those maps where they were probably expecting to not do too hot on, and you know, they're just going to move on into their next pick, and we in fact see them pivoting into a free mod 2 pick. I think this is also their first pick in their previous matchup against Taiwan, and their overall team score was a lot stronger on a map like this. Just to draw a quick comparison to their previous showing on this free mod 2, I believe they got a pretty respectable 2.9k, with IamVille really pulling the team ahead with that no mod anchor. So yeah, I will be interested to see how they do on this, especially when you if you take this map as a sort of comparison to your typical no mod 2, or the typical no mod 2 that you would see in your tournaments. This is a 195 BPM stream map, just with you know, tossing on the mods Hidden and Hard Rock for both of these teams. So really just gonna test your stream, your modded stream consistency for the modded players, and your no mod stream consistency for, you know, the rest of the no mod anchors. And if you're looking close, Subaru, I do believe that Denmark in fact pulled up pretty far ahead in comparison to Team Malaysia when it came to that no mod 2 performance in qualifiers. So if that's any good, if that's a good analog to compare, I mean, I think this is a very, very good pick for Denmark.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. It's probably not the first pick I expected, but honestly, you see the score they managed to pull off against Taiwan. Despite losing the map, it was one of the closer maps, and Taiwan is the top team in this group seeding-wise, so, you know, you can't blame them for losing it. And honestly, yeah, looking at this roster on the side of Denmark, I am confident that they will be able to pull off a decent score. The tapping should not be that much of an issue for them. It is more of a flow-aim intense map, so hopefully something happens for Denmark. They even perhaps manage to improve their score compared to last match and get a first point on the board, avoid the momentum to shift too hard in Malaysia's favor so early in the match. As the best of 9s, the momentum can swing quite quickly. An opening breakpoint is all it takes, you know, so hopefully Denmark get it together and put a point on the board.
Yeah, they really need to put a stop to Team Malaysia. Losing out on your first pick, or losing out on the first map by 1.1 mil is definitely not going to be too hot for the mental game. But I mean, they've done this before, you know, they've lost pretty badly on the no mod 2, so if I were them, I'd just look past it. But we're going to see IamVille and Sitas being the 2 substitutes for the Danish roster. Meanwhile, I don't think we see any roster switches on the side of Team Malaysia. Quick assessment of the mods being taken by both sides. It looks like we have no over mods, and yeah, there's nothing more to be said. Harumi, Anna, and Zef gonna be the main no mod anchors, while Sitas and IamVille will be carrying the no mod for the right side. this map all about the almost 200 BPM flow aim patterns, flow aim streams, and we're instantly gonna see the angular changes come in to attack the players. Sitaf gonna be the first one to find the miss, but Harumi, Anna, and Minbreeze, they both find a miss. Now the early scoreline is gonna go in favor of Denmark as they're 3-2 in terms of FCs.
Yeah, as you mentioned, so far a strong opening for Denmark on this map. The accuracy as well is looking very good for them compared to Malaysia's, as they found a couple of those early chain misses on one of these streams. And also Rampax down to 97. And now chain missing as well. Rampax, it is going to be traded by the Hard Rock on the side of Denmark though. So Pole trading it, but not nearly as messy of a miss than Rampax. So yeah, so far looking good for Denmark.
Yeah, things are looking up.
Sorry.
Things are definitely looking up for no worries. Things are definitely looking up for the Danish roster, but Sobu unfortunately finds the miss. Ironville now the only FC left on the side as Pole loses their supporting combo, and suddenly Malaysia's on the pursuit for that scoreline. The double 400s are definitely doing them justice, supporting Mabayu's current FC, and oh my goodness, it's looking more and more rough as it switches over towards the left side. There is absolutely no response from the Danish roster, and Malaysia are gonna hold that baton and run a mile.
Yeah, Ironville and Sidas doing everything they can, but on the side of Malaysia, it is still the hidden FC on Mabayu. Very, very solid accuracy as well. The recoveries on Zeth and Harumi Enna are just too strong. Pole with that massive chain miss earlier lost a lot of score. And despite the decent team score once again on the side of Denmark, not quite replicating what they managed to pull off against Taiwan, it is Malaysia flying away with the lead, and Sidas finding a miss as well. And that is unfortunately just going to be it for them, as Mabayu still FCing on the hidden with the extremely high accuracy. Mid-freeze following, Mabayu finally missing, but still Malaysia doing more than enough to get the first breakpoint of the match.
Yeah, Ironville try as he may, really carrying his team with that almost 900k score towards the end of the map, but it is not gonna be enough. It just seems as though the rest of the Danish roster couldn't pull off the feat that they performed going up against Taiwan. I mean, they got 2.9k, oh my goodness, 2.9 mil in their previous matchup, and you know, if they got that score, if they repeated that feat, would have been more than enough to take out Team Malaysia. But you know, what is past is past. That's going to be the first breakpoint going to Malaysia as they secure a 2-point lead against their adversary.
Yeah, it has to be frustrating when you know that if you had managed to pull off the same team score as you did in the previous match, you would have won. I hope that Denmark recover mentally from this loss, because you can't just stick to this score, and you got to move on. The match is not over. It's only 2-0. Malaysia still have some picks coming, but Denmark also with other opportunities. You still have that hidden one that's open, so hopefully they don't take it too hard. But now Malaysia with the opportunity, and you are looking at that DT2 if you're on Malaysia, and you know that Denmark is heavily speed abusable in this map pool. And it is going to be DT2 coming right out from Malaysia. Gami, I don't want to call it too early, but this is not looking too good for Denmark.
Oh my goodness, Subaru. You know I hate to do it. You know, the mechanics abuse, as a person who has been on the receiving end of mechanics abuse time and time again during my run as a tournament player, this hits different, dude. This hits so different. Again, we were talking about how Denmark really suffers from fourth player syndrome on all of the speed maps, hence why, you know, we are anticipating bans on the speed coming in from the Danish roster. And this map is no different. Again, Not Killed, I believe, during that matchup against Taiwan, really struggled to fill that fourth player for the Danish roster. And even if they were able to fill in the roster, the rest of the, it's not like the rest of the players could, you know, put out that FC in order to supplement a good support from Not Killed. So, oh my goodness, it's so rough. It's so rough, especially when you take into account, right? This is a 255 BPM pure speed cap test. So it's as divisive as a speed map can get in group stage.
It has been a very popular pick this weekend so far. A lot of teams like to go the route speed. And we're seeing one roster change on the side of Malaysia, with No Head making their first appearance in the match, and Sobu and Mats taking their spots. I mean, I wonder if they're going to go for the same 4 slots, the same roster as Denmark, as they did play it earlier against Taiwan and were heavily fourth playered. We had Sobu, Mats, and Pole, who were more or less able to play the map, and then Northfield unfortunately struggling, but perhaps maybe more mashable, comboable for Northfield. Now he's a bit more warm, so like I said, I don't want to bury Denmark too early, but it is not looking too good on paper for them. For this Malaysian pick, it is looking quite strong.
Yeah, no, and that goes for any sort of speed pick. I think that's the real issue with a matchup such as this one, right? When your opponents have such a clearly telegraphed picking sequence, it's very hard to really break into the fortress that is Malaysia on speed, or play around your weaknesses in speed, especially when you only have one miss, right? Being bad at speed is such a damning disadvantage to have in the group stage, and it's honestly very, very rough. But never say never. Subaru, we always look on the bright side. Let's see how these teams perform on this double time too. Once again, all gonna be about that 255 BPM, 8-note shred.
Already seeing a couple of act drops, not all of them on the side of Denmark though. And the first miss is on Malaysia actually, Mint Breeze. Okay,
that's right. I mean, if you like to see it, right, Subaru? I mean, not just hate watching Malaysia right now, but as it stands right now, really, I go back to talking about how the accuracy is a determining factor when it comes to how consistent, how comfortable you are on the BPM, and the accuracy is definitely in favor of Team Malaysia. We see three misses, Harumi, and no head coming down, and now there's only one FC on the side of Rampack. Sobu, Matt, Nordkill, and Paul are all pulling the score together. They are barely scrapping by with a 70k score lead as we move into the second quarter of the map.
Okay. We're not quite halfway through yet. Sobu finds the first win for Denmark. There's still 3 FCs though. Nordkill is fully embracing the combo game now. Down below 90% accuracy, still full comboing. Oh, Mads misses though. That's not the miss you want to find if you're Denmark. It's still only 1 FC on Rampax and the strong recovery on Mint Breeze, as No Head and Harumi are also starting to recover. The combo is now slightly shifting back to Malaysia in terms of advantage, and the score bar is flying slowly towards the red, but no, and this again, it is traded by Nordkill, and the hope is still there for Denmark, man. They can still do it. It is quite close.
No, all the Danish believers believe as Rampax finds the miss. Suddenly, the scoreline is looking way too competitive for Comfort. We get into the finger control section. Here's where the doubles, the triples, the very weird aim patterns come to catch these players. Who falls? No Head is the one to go down, and Pool is looking to turn some hits as Harumi falls with him. It's just that to hold back the floodgate, but unfortunately, Pool will run, but he will not run far. Mint Breeze, the only remaining large combo in the lobby. After that onslaught, after that bombardment of a speed section, as we race into the last quarter, Zeth looking to take it all the way for his country.
Zeth doing the job for Malaysia, but Harumi misses once again. A lot of misses on Malaysia. It is only a 40k difference. Slightly rising now, but Zeth, I think with the combo and pole on that last miss, unfortunately, is gonna finally put an end to this struggle on the favor of Malaysia, getting the third one on the board. But man, this was a scrappy pick, and this was hard. Yeah. And the hope was really there. Nordkill, the score improvement from barely 170k to almost 500k, the combo game for Nordkill. 0 miss A rank. What a Chad score.
What a Chad score indeed. You love to see it. 88% at in my OWC. This is what I'm here to see. This is why I cast tournaments, Subaru. Oh
yeah,
man.
You love to see it. You love to root for the underdog, and we nearly saw it, man. Gami, it was so close on this map.
Almost.
Perhaps giving a bit more of hope for Denmark, and you gotta pick that hidden one now. Surely it's hidden one coming up next.
Oh, please, I would love to see the hidden one. Really, Denmark has no reason to stray from their original game plan against Team Taiwan, because for what it's worth, they only lost all their picks that they did in their matchup against Taiwan was because they were facing the #1 team in the group. I mean, Taiwan, I think without a doubt, most of us expect Taiwan to be the top performer overall in the group. And so for that reason, I think if Denmark goes up against a lower seeded opponent, they definitely have some opportunities to hopefully turn some hits. But we're definitely gonna have to wait and see as to what comes out. Are there any other picks that really catch your eye? I'm maybe thinking one of the more gambly picks. But I don't know. I don't know if there's a lot that Denmark can really play into.
There probably are some other opportunities, but when you're down 3-0 in a best of 9, you just gotta go for the pocket pick. You just gotta go for the pocket pick. And it is Hard Rock 1, actually. No hidden 1. Hard Rock 1, interesting route for Denmark. How about that? Like, not a bad pick on paper, but definitely not the map I was expecting looking at the team scores they were able to pull off against Taiwan. So, All right, maybe they got something. Maybe they got some intel in Malaysia, and I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this pick. I was not expecting it, but maybe they can make something happen.
Well, I'm gonna try to rationalize a pick like this. I mean, on paper, this honestly doesn't seem as bad as a pick as it first implies. You know, Denmark did pull ahead in front of Malaysia when it came to the qualifiers. Hard Rock 1, of course, both maps are not very close analogs to each other, so not the best judgment. But I think a better map to point to is the qualifiers Nomad 1, where, you know, it was still very, very close. Malaysia was higher than Denmark in terms of the qualifier performance by around 30k, but I would still say that it's competitive. So if you were to, you know, twist some screws, really look at it from the right angle, this Hard Rock 1 pick seems like it could be a good pick for Denmark. And I guess while we're at it, we can talk a bit about the alternative, right? The hidden one, the opportunity cost that was foregone. The hidden one in quals, I believe, was pretty, I wouldn't say similar to the one that we have in group stage as well, but, you know, in terms of that control genre, it could be somewhat related to each other. And even then, both maps were very, very heavily contested between both countries, despite Denmark, I believe, having a measly, 500 point differential on the hidden one in qualifiers. So maybe the hidden one wasn't as clear-cut of a pick as we first anticipated. But regardless of whether or not it was expected, Subaru, I am so hyped to see this song being played this match. I love Alien Friend Request, dude.
I think it is a fan favorite indeed. Like, a lot of love has been given to this map and this song, so glad to see it. It is not the hidden one, but we love to see it. We love the hype of the Hard Rock 1. And also seeing the first appearance of the Beast Yona on the side of Denmark, so maybe something happening there. Roster reshuffling, IamVille being the core player for this one. And on the side of Malaysia, we also have a couple of changes. I believe this is the first appearance of Shiyu in this match, alongside Chibi Maruko.
Yeah, that's right. They're making that in-match debut. Love to see it. Hopefully, some banjo issues. Hopefully, that clears up as always. And we are off to the races. Here we go. It seems as though both countries finding some early misses. Rampax and Chiyu going to open up the lobby with a few misses alongside Sobu on the side of Team Denmark. Gonna push an early lead in favor of Team Denmark, but there's a lot more to be anticipated. I think this map, Subaru, is not your typical Hard Rock 1. A lot of kick sliders and a lot of weird tapping sections as well. Really, it tests a whole genre of very diverse mechanics. As I'm speaking, Zeph finds another miss, and in fact, that's going to compound the lead further and further towards the right side as we move into the second quarter.
Oh, Chibi as well now, so maybe an opportunity on this Hard Rock 1. The first point on the board possible for Denmark now. It is only about a quarter through in the map. And Chiyu misses now. Also, that is a lot of misses for Malaysia. No FCs left. Still 3 full combos on the side of Denmark. Quite the strong showing in this intro, but don't fumble now. Pole is going to be the first one to drop, but still IamVille and the Beast Yona for his first appearance in the match. Still full comboing this Hard Rock 1. As I say it though, the slider break.
Yeah, no, the miss from the Beast Yona not going to do them any favors, but that is quite a bit of safety net that Denmark have generated because of the large combos that Pole and Jonah were able to generate in the earlier sections of the map. Currently, Rampax and Mimbreeze are looking to make the difference and knocking on the door, but Rampax gets killed by the eviction notice as Sobu, IamVille, and now, I mean, it looks like the Denmark roster are just so much more comfortable. We get into the aim control section, we get into the flow aim, and IamVille unfortunately finds a miss, but that's a 300k lead in favor of the right side. They need more blood to spill if Malaysia wants to bring this back. Zeph currently leading the charge, currently leading the counter attack. 700 combo. As we move into the last third of the map, we get into a calm before the storm, the eye of the hurricane, if I may. But after this, it's full throttle into the final KI of the map.
Yeah, not out of the woods just yet. Sobu absolutely needs to hold that combo as long as he possibly can, because Mimbreeze and Chiyu are right there on his back, ready to steal the opportunity as soon as it presents itself. So Sobu holding for Denmark so far. The score lead is pretty much frozen. It's around that 285k, and the Beast Yona and Chiyu are going to trade, and I think that's just it now with Sobu, big combo. IamVille is going to miss for one, but we're running out of time for Malaysia, and as we get closer and closer to the end of the map, Gummy, I think Denmark have done it. I think they're gonna get
We
the
don't
first
know
win on the
both.
board.
We just don't know both. This Hard Rock 1 pick was actually just ingenuity from the Danish roster, and it just goes to show that at the end of the day, know yourself, and you shall never lose another fight. But, and deep shit aside, we move into the last KI of the map, and Sobu's looking to run all the way. Zeph, try as he may, he's just trailing on his tail, but he will not get far once again. Trips and falls as Sobu, 1.4k combo and counting. And we move into the kick sliders, we move into the sliders. Sobu finally goes down, but it does not discount from just how incredible that performance was from the entire roster. What a stellar way to win that first pick. Or that second pick, well, that first point on the board.
Yeah, it was Sobu with the top score, but also two 500Ks, solid backup for Sobu on the side of Denmark, getting them the first point on the board. And now it is getting a bit more interesting because you have Malaysia with another pick, but then you still have that hidden one that is open for Denmark. So possibly the opportunity for maybe even a second point on the board. This is good. You love to see it. You love to see it. The Hard Rock 1 performance for Denmark working out for them.
Yeah. I mean, if there was ever a comeback to be had, it has to start now. You know, it all starts with 1 point, and I think this is a very good point to win for Denmark. For what it's worth, you know, in the earlier picks, we definitely saw that Denmark can be competitive on some of the tapping maps, which actually gives me a lot of optimism for the future DT picks. I know DT1 and DT3 all have some sort of tapping aspect into it, but they more so focus on, you know, more diverse tapping skill sets. I believe DT3 is a bit more swing in nature and a lot more weird aim as well, while DT1 is a lot more about your hardcore speedy aim mechanics. And for what it's worth, you know, Denmark won on that Hard Rock 1, so this DT1, if anything, looks a bit dangerous for Malaysia if they are even beginning to think about it. But it's back to the drawing board for Team Malaysia. What do we think we're gonna go for, Subaru? Okay, wait, no, okay, well, I just don't know, Bo. I guess you're going to DT1.
You love to see the surprises.
Okay.
You always...
Okay.
Well, welcome in the analyst seat. You always theorize. You always think you know what you're doing and you know what you're saying, and then you get surprised like that. The DT1 comes out from Malaysia.
Oh man. This DT1, I believe this is a custom map by Lucian. I believe this is the custom map that Miles 4 style of Lucian. So, you know, you love to see it. The Miles propaganda. If you guys know, you know. Believe this is your cookie cutter bread and butter double time 1. Map clocks in at a pretty fast, a pretty speedy 237 BPM. And once again, as per all the DT maps, it's on the relatively shorter side, coming in at 2 minutes and 43 seconds drain. Once again, volatility, I think, is the name of the game, especially on you know, the slot that is DT1, where we're probably gonna be expecting 4 ways from both rosters.
We are seeing quite a few shuffles in the rosters, and we're going to see Abisiona coming in for this one as well. Was not present on the DT2 roster, I believe, and just shows how different those skill sets are between the DTs. So hopefully a bit closer showing than we had on Malaysia's opening pick on Nomad 2. With that said, the DT2 with being very, very close sure is maybe a bit of a sign of hope for Denmark to make something happen there on the pick of their opponents. They're still down to breakpoint, so you gotta start making something happen there. Paul is gonna be the final player for them. The good lucks are in the chat, and we are gonna go into this map. Malaysia looking to secure a match point.
Yeah, I'm gonna come a little bit back to the analyst desk, Subaru, and try to really think about what this exact pick means in the context of this match. And, you know, I don't really know why Malaysia decided to go for a double time 1. First off, you know, you're the higher seeded team. You typically don't really need to take a more RNG route such as the DT1. Second, you just lost on the Hard Rock 1, which is also another high AR map. And third, I mean, your double type 2 was so close. Do you really want to double down into the DT after you were given a run for your money on your own DT2 pick? I mean, we'll just have to wait and see if this pays off for them. Welcome to Desire Shooting.
I agree that on paper this wasn't the most predictable pick for Malaysia. However, the skill sets are quite different between those two DTs. You're more aim focused, as we do find the first miss on No Head though. Hopefully not a sign of too much discomfort on the side of Malaysia, and surely they picked this for a reason, so probably very strong.
Ominous miss. Very ominous miss from No Head.
Yeah. we saw an early miss on the side of No Head. The accuracy still carrying Malaysia, and is only now switching to Denmark with that combo advantage. But it is early in the map. You did say, though, it is not the longest map in the world, so those misses are going to start mattering a bit more as we move on in the map. But so far, Denmark looking pretty solid in this intro, as the Beast Yona is going to be finding the first miss on the side of Denmark, and now it is evening out the grounds a little bit more between the two teams.
Yeah, no hit on the recovery, gonna push that scoreline just barely in favor of Team Malaysia. Rampax, Harumi, and Anna and Zeph really doing wonders with the accuracy. I mean, Denmark is staring down a triple 99 for them right now. And even though, you know, the rest of the response is there from Denmark, it's getting weakened as Mads finds the miss. Sobu and Pule are now left to fend against the four-way at this point. Dominance from Team Malaysia as the scoreboard opens. And this is where the nerves start to kick in. And you do not want nerves on a map this volatile.
Yeah, and you look at those accuracies as well, and the full combos on the side of Malaysia, really, really high, completely in control. And Poland Sobu still doing some work for Denmark. Unfortunately, those few misses on the side of Denmark not really helping, with No Head as well recovering on the side of Malaysia. It's almost a four-way FC at this point.
Yeah, that's right. The situation is... Yeah, no, I mean, the accuracies are so scary, right? And even if they didn't have the accuracies, the misses from Mads is really struggling to get this combo going as we move into the last third of the map. I mean, we get into the aim spam section. I think this is the most intensive section of the map, and if we want to see miracles happen, it has to happen now. That is progress. Zeph finding the miss, and all things are getting more and more competitive, but there is no response from the Danish roster as Pool continues to find misses. Last quarter of the map, the clock is ticking, and it's a 500k scoreline in favor of Malaysia. I mean, accuracy, the accuracy from Sobu be damned. Combo is the prerequisite as we move into that last KI of the map. No hit right behind the two FCs in Harumi, Anna, and Rampax, and they are just looking to take this all the way. The coin has been flipped, and it lands on the side of the Team Malaysia.
Yeah, it turns out if you had doubts whether they could play this map or not, well, they're pretty good. They're pretty good on DT1.
They're pretty good. My bad.
4 million you scored.
4 mil. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, Subaru. That's pretty good.
Yeah, a lot more reassuring than the score on DT2 for sure. Yeah, a lot more reassuring. We do see one FC on the side of Denmark. Unfortunately, not enough. There was a bit of a path with Pole holding as long as he did, but trading with Mint Breeze, unfortunately, he just kind of spilled the beats for them. That was rough to see on the side of Denmark. I mean, you know the potential was there. It's only this one or two misses here and there, but Malaysia just not giving away any hope for Denmark, and now it's 4-1 match point Malaysia. I mean, we're gonna see Denmark's next pick, so it's not quite over just yet.
Hopefully.
It is looking pretty strong for Malaysia right now. They have been playing so well, not just today, but in this entire group, also taking the win against Vietnam, despite missing one of their core players. Malaysia this year is just looking like one of those stronger teams in the contender groups.
Yeah, that's right. And then DT1 victory opens up so many more avenues for their roster, right? You know, you can look at Free Mod 3, you can look at DT2, and you make the Hard Rock 2, which I think would be one of Denmark's better picks, all the more, you know, ambiguous, all the more scary for the Danish roster. But I don't really know what Denmark has in store for us moving forward. Really, again, I'm going back and looking at the Hard Rock 2 as a pretty good shout. Maybe this is where we see the hidden. I think this is where we need to see the hidden one. It's now or never, really.
Yeah, I do agree that the hidden one would be a good pick right now in this context. Probably one of the better opportunities to get a second point on the board, but still no hidden one in this match from Denmark. It is going to be Nomad 4, and I don't dislike this pick. It is I think it's still a strong pick, but once again, kind of surprised to not see hidden one at this stage. It was their strongest map against Taiwan, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're gambling more on whether Malaysia can play this map very well or not. So
yeah. I think a lot of respect. I think it's respect, right, Subaru? Denmark respects the Malaysian roster when it comes to the hidden, so they're not willing to take that sort of risk. I think that's the key at the end of the day.
Yeah, probably. Also, it's true Malaysia has some players capable of playing hidden. However, their hidden roster was a little impacted by the only roster change they had this year, subbing out Wuhua, who was their hidden carry. So that's why I was expecting a little bit more from Denmark on the hidden, and not taking that route. But let's see if they can make something happen on the Nomad 4.
Yep. But let's bring it back onto the ground. I do think that, you know, of all the picks that Denmark could have gone into, Nomad 4 is definitely not the worst shout in the world. Denmark had a pretty decisive outscoring on the Malaysian roster when it came to the qualifiers. Nomad 4, I believe, about 100k higher than the Malaysian roster. So for what it's worth, you know, this Nomad 4 is not too dissimilar. Well, you can't really call anything similar to whatever Helgo is doing in his mapping style, but this map is also all about that slider tech, you know, with the slider ticks found in a bunch of the big sliders, slider discipline, and, you know, your discipline to actually trace and aim the sliders, definitely going to be put to the test. I said it last match, this was picked, and I'll say it again. This map plays like there are a lot of landmines that you need to thread your way through, so, you know, every single combo, every single slider, every single bit of combo that you can hold is always going to be on thin ice. But with that said, I believe this is a OS original for the Catch World Cup, and this is a Wispy remap, standard remap. So you love to see it. Let's jump straight into Heliosphere.
This is another one of those shorter maps, so you really can't afford, even just the early miss can make the difference. Also, I think the accuracy is going to be a major factor in this one, as we have seen quite a few teams struggle on the ACK on this map. As we go in this opener of the Nomad 4, so far the ACK looks to be pretty even. The score is flickering. It is very early in the map. Perhaps a bit more stability on the side of Malaysia. Confidence as well, probably on their side. Not having their backs against the wall the way Denmark has.
Yep, and you know, when already in the earlier sections of this map does not let out instantly attacking these players if all these sliders pull. Gonna be the first one to draw first blood on the side of Denmark. Now 4 FCs to 3, Malaysia gonna push an early score lead. But once again, you know, it's really just the entire lobby getting used to the tempo of the map as Chiyu finds a miss right before the slower, more calmer section of the map. Well, I say calmer, but this is the tapping section of the map. This is where flow aim is king. And with that recovery from Pool, it is going to push that scoreline slightly in favor of the right side.
Yeah, but you also see the really, like, oh my god, that's a lot of misses. That's Mabayu, Chiyu, and Sobu. But that favors Denmark a little bit more, the combo department. But I was going to say, you really do see the comfort difference on the accuracies. You see someone like Sobu holding the 98% despite the slider break. Then you see accuracies like a Hot Dog 93, Imville 92. It really, really depends on how comfortable you are with those fast sliders. Pole also down at 92. So despite the high combos on Denmark, the lead is not going to fly away too quickly just too soon. And still halfway the map to go through.
Yep, and we're probably getting into the hardest section of this match. We are currently double 600 combos on both sides. Pool basically matching up against Chiyu. Everybody facing off against their counterpart. This section is all about that slider reading. So easy to over-aim, so easy to misread on a bunch of these patterns, but currently nobody in the lobby is faced. We move into the last of the map. Pool is going to be the one to go down, and that is going to cause the score to slowly but surely shift in favor of the left side. Here we go. It passes that 50k margin. We're getting to the 30k. We're getting to the likes of 30k, and with that, you know, we're just waiting for more action to happen in the scoreline. The map slows down for just a little bit, but after this it's gonna heat right back up. And here we go, the big sliders come in to attack the players. It's do or die now. Malaysia takes the score.
Oh my god.
Hot Dog falls. That is huge, but Imville unfortunately trades blow for blow. But Mabayu goes down. Things are still competitive going to the very last seconds of the map. But Chibi Maruko holding down the anchor, beating out the Bishiona towards the very end. And Malaysia will be riding that freight train all the way to victory.
This was so close and tense towards the end, but Malaysia, unfortunately for Denmark, just pulling ahead right at the end. As you did mention, Chibi Maruko with the standout performance backed up by Chiyu. The Bishiona did everything he could, but unfortunately this is going to be a break point and the final point of this match. Malaysia taking it 5-1 over Denmark. Denmark, though, a strong showing, strong fight. Honestly, props to them to getting that point on the board with the Hard Rock 1 pick, the beloved Hard Rock 1 pick. And this Nomad 4 on paper, we were questioning it, and it was very close. So the pick does look like it made sense, but unfortunately, Malaysia just being slightly ahead on this one. And man, Malaysia now 2-0 in this group. And
Yeah.
you start to wonder if Taiwan may not be as much of favorites as we were saying earlier, as Malaysia may have something to say about this.
Yeah, that's gonna be a match to watch, definitely, right, Subaru? And just to go back to talk about the Danish roster just a little bit, despite the fact that the points might signal otherwise, I think this was a much closer match than both you and I anticipated. There were a lot of points, like I'm thinking of the Nomad 4, the DT2, where Denmark definitely could have pulled a hit had they just gotten a better run, had it been a better day for them. But at the end of the day, the group stage, it's all about coin flips, it's all about dice rolls, and when you're going up against a team that's higher seeded than you, you're playing a rigged game, you're playing with a loaded dice. But I think with that, we still have a bunch more matches lined up for you. I believe right after this one at 16 UTC, we'll be seeing Singapore versus Hong Kong, which I will definitely be watching, because that entire group, the group H, the H in group H stands for the group of hell. So every single match from that group is definitely going to be one to watch. But any thoughts before we move into that match, Subaru?
Oh, we had quite a hoot predicting this group a few days ago. That was very, very funny to do. Overall, yeah, the group is looking pretty tight. We had earlier today the other two teams of this group facing off, Japan taking it 5-1 over Greece, and now Singapore, Hong Kong. I think for a lot of people, a lot of viewers, this match is going to be interesting because it's going to really put an end to the question mark above Hong Kong right now, because I think this was one of the biggest surprises in the entire qualifiers round, was seeing Hong Kong seeding so low, a team with such a history and such strong players still today. So hopefully Hong Kong are going to manage to get a bit of redemption in this first match against Singapore. Singapore being the top seed of their group, so it's going to be a tough opponent for sure. But yeah, I'm not going to miss that one.
Yeah, definitely. That will be a match to watch, but don't go just yet. The stream won't end. We will be right back in 15 minutes with Charlie and Dio here to take you through that absolute banger fest of a match. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, my name has been Gami Crayola. His name was Subaru Armia. You are once again watching the OS World Cup 2025, and we'll see you when we do. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Osu World Cup's most underrated players, where we highlight players in this year's tournament that you should look out for. I am Pepper Crab, and I'm going to talk about a player from Team Hong Kong who has to step up due to the loss of many core players from last year. This is Misha Awa. Misha Awa is a player for Team Hong Kong who played his first OWC in 2024. He was one of the top performing rookies, helping Hong Kong place 8th in qualifiers and reach the semi-finals. But it's hard to stand out when you have amazing players like Tsuagi and MCY on your team. But with both not playing this year and Misha quickly improving, he has a good opportunity to shine. He has put up an impressive rap sheet through 2025, placing high in top tier tournaments and even winning a couple. He can easily keep up and sometimes demolish the most popular top players. Even outside of tournaments, he's been hitting many high level solo play scores on many different skill sets. He can do anything mechanics related like aim control, speed, spacey flow aim, alt, and all of the above. Misha will often sit at the top of leaderboards as the only FC on a mod combo or the best accuracy, beating out the best of the best, including Malashevsky and Emmerich. While he is known in the tournament scene, people who exclusively watch OWC are not ready to see what he's capable of. This will be the one where he will become a household name in OWC, proving himself to be one of the best tournament players to the mainstream eye.
And welcome back, everyone, once again to the OS World Cup after a quick hype intro for one of the players in what we think is going to be a very interesting matchup. Singapore versus Hong Kong. Singapore back again in the top 32 out of qualifiers, and Hong Kong with a really ridiculous seeding difference between last year and this year, going from 8 to 40. But we think, from how they have played in the past, should still be able to hang with the best of them here in the contender stage. I'm Dio. I'm joined by Chillier Pair for this match.
Good morning. Good morning. It is an exciting day for this group. This is what I believe to be probably a deciding matchup in the group for these two teams here, being Group H. Japan has already won their first match in here versus Greece just a little while ago today. And Singapore, Hong Kong with this matchup here will decide at least one placement for all four teams within here. And given the pick'em split between these two teams at about 50 to 58, 51 to 58%, people are expecting this to be quite the matchup. And like you said, Hong Kong running with a bit of a downward trend from qualifiers this year. I don't think a lot of people expected to see the 9th to 12th placing team last year, seeding 9 places lower than the 25th to 32nd placing Singapore from 2024. Both these teams have been very good in the past, but I do think that in recent years, Hong Kong has had the higher placement. So Singapore has a lot to prove today, and Hong Kong really has to turn some heads.
Yeah, I would say both teams have a lot to prove today. Singapore has had, like you said, not the best placements in recent history, going from top 24 or top 16 from 2019 to 2023. Then last year getting their worst placement since 2018, where they were knocked out in group stage. So Singapore looking to go back up into the top 24, looking to outperform their placement from last year. But being in the contenders groups, it's possible they do worse than last year and end up 33rd to 40th if they get eliminated from this group. Hong Kong, of course, in recent history, like you said, Chillier, has had a lot more solid placements, top 12 every single year from 2017 to 2022, before getting top 24 in 2023 and then back to the top 12 last year. So for them to seed 40th after a history like that over the last 10 years is kind of ridiculous to think about. And so this Hong Kong roster in particular has a lot to prove, has a lot to show that they still have fight in them, that they can still compete on a similar level as teams of the past, even on the level of their 2023 roster, because top 24 out of the contenders groups is still a difficult ask.
Gonna be a big one for them, and I like the confidence coming out from Singapore at the start of this match because of the way Hong Kong looked through that qualifying stage. The first pick right off the bat, jumping into these bans, that confident free mod 3 getting removed here, just getting the aim out, which is understandable for this Hong Kong roster here. But even looking at these qualifying stats for the two teams here, Singapore obviously favored overall. You're really not going to have a lot of contested slots when it comes to a 9 seed difference between these teams. With that being said, there were actually a couple of maps that were left up to the wind, I guess, for these two, and the hidden pool was one of the major points of contention between them, and I'm a little surprised to not see Singapore banning out at least Overdose or Coconut Love, given the fact that Hong Kong beat the qualifying performance of Singapore on the Awkward Density Hidden 1 by almost 300,000, and Singapore's performance in the reading map with the Hidden 2 was only a 14,000 score difference from the Hong Kong performance there. So the hidden pool going to be heavily, heavily in favor of Hong Kong today, I think, if they can maintain the consistency. With that being said, Singapore was favored unbelievably so on most other slots throughout Nomad, especially Hard Rock with a 600,000 score gap on the Hard Rock 1 from the flow aim. So we are just really looking for them to pick into something like that Free Mod 2 today, potentially even Hard Rock 2 or Free Mod 1. They've got plenty of options for their first pick.
I will say maybe some consistency issues for this Singapore team on the Nomad 1 and the Nomad 3 from qualifiers. Singapore's best run on both of those maps, beating out both of Hong Kong's. But Hong Kong's worst run on both of those, beating out Singapore's worst run. So a little bit higher variance on those slots for Singapore out of the qualifiers. Whereas in the Hard Rocks, you're definitely looking at Singapore as the more consistent team, as you talked about, alongside the DT1 and the DT3, which, given the scores on the DT1 in qualifiers, a solid almost 500k difference between these two teams across both scores for both teams on DT1 and quals. Not a surprise that we see Singapore pick right into this Nomad 2, alongside, of course, that DT2 ban from Hong Kong. They know where their weakness is, and Singapore going to be looking to take advantage of it in this match. Hong Kong, to all their credit as a team that has had historic success, has just never been a good speed team. This is a perennial weakness for Hong Kong, regardless of whether they are top 6 or top 40 in the OS World Cup. They are always weak on speed in comparison to all of their other skill sets. This is a team that thrives on aim control, finger control, gimmick, reading, those sorts of maps, and really tends to struggle when it comes to the baseline speed mechanics.
I would agree heavily with you, and I'm really, for their sake, wondering if this group stage Nomad 2 and being a little bit faster does give them a little bit more of an in on this sort of pick here. They do have a good duo generally for picks like this. That Misha Awa F2X combo on a lot of these speed maps is a good starting point for them on the faster side of things. But they really do drop off from that point. They really don't have quite as much going for them on the bottom two slots. And actually, even looking at this roster here for the Nomad 2, Hibiki RLSC, I think Hibiki is a good choice for this style of map. This roll pan, sort of styling is pretty well favored to them. But RLSC did struggle on a lot of the faster maps that they had played throughout the earlier stages and qualifiers. It is to be said, though, even with that strong duo and maybe not as strong of a second half for Hong Kong, Singapore was actually fairly one-sided when it came to a lot of the speed maps and qualifiers as well. They actually had about Hollow Knees putting everything down. Dawnwing backed them up on a few different places, or Cymango with that sort of second slot. But the other two players weren't super comfortable as well. And I'm sort of hoping that maybe in this Nomad pool, that's what they're looking for. Maybe that AR is a little bit further down from what it would be at in DT. Maybe it's just a little bit more comfortable in that regard, and then they're going to be able to sort of map their way through the aimier skill sets as well.
Let's see how it goes. Definitely on the double time too, it was really just Hollow Knees in the qualifiers for Singapore, but on that DT1, it was, Qstronaut, Cymango, Hollow Knees all doing pretty well at different points and different runs for them. So we'll see how it ends up here. No Qstronaut on this roster. It's Hollow Knees, Tebi, Cymango, and Mikeo. in for Singapore on this map. Hibiki, Misha Awa, F2X, and RLSC in for Hong Kong. And right now, combo advantage to Hong Kong. Early couple of breaks for Holonese and Tebi on the side of Singapore. It's not what you want to see early on, but there goes RLSC to find the trade for Hong Kong. And on this map, really the first half is pretty impactful. The hardest parts of this are in the second half of the map. So all of these early breaks are going to matter. Hibiki, Makeo, Holonese all finding these breaks. It's one full combo to 2 in favor of Hong Kong right now, but that's a reverse choke for Tebi. Just about 150 combo back from the FC. Now he drops that reverse choke as well. And it's a 1v2 Cymango versus Misha Awa and F2X on the side of Hong Kong. And those two have the chance to bring something special to the side of Hong Kong on this first pick from Singapore. No, Tebi's break was actually Bancho, and that makes things a whole lot closer going into the second half. Bancho fooling us once again, and at least fooling me, as Tebi only 100k back from the FC from Cymango, and about 150 combo back from that full combo as well. 30k for Hong Kong going into the last quarter of the map.
This is the duo that I talked about before this map started. This Misha Awa F2X combo could be big for them in these early stages, but they've got Tebi matching with Cymango. That's a big break from Holonese here. RLSC was the one to struggle in qualifiers on these speed maps and going to be the one in here, but everyone making it through that more tech-heavy speed section prior to this with the slider aim, and it really is just going to come down to these duos. Meiko is breaking again, but RLSC to trade it out, and that's not going to do Singapore any favors. Hibiki holding up this major 700 combo. No breaks can come out from either of these duos in the ending here. Hibiki does drop the combo, but it's not going to be enough to make anything happen here, and I think as this map whittles down, it's going to be Hong Kong taking the break point against Singapore, and Misha Awa F2X are the two to do it. What a performance from the top there, and Tebi with just the smallest of early breaks, not going to pull up the double FC, but Singapore doing very well to open up. Only 100,000 score difference.
Yeah, and that's honestly really sad. Cymango had that FC as well for Singapore. It's a one slider break for Tebi from the win for Singapore. That was a win by only 77,000 points. So if Tebi doesn't find that slider break, they absolutely take that win for Singapore. Instead, it's going to be Hong Kong to take it in an early break point, and on a speed map no less, something again that Hong Kong has historically really struggled to convert points on, really struggled on in comparison to a lot of other maps in these OWC map pools. So for Hong Kong, that's, I think, a really big break point early on to get in this matchup. And now we get to see where they want to go. Talk potentially about some of those hiddens for Hong Kong being solid choices. The hidden one in qualifiers, maybe be getting a hidden 2 pick here for Hong Kong, as that was the more density aim reading hybrid, which is very much what this hidden 2 is doing here. As well, we did see this Hong Kong roster have a decent time with finger control on the DT2, so maybe we'll see them run something more finger control focused. Instead, it's going to be another somewhat tapping map in the free mod 2. It's going to be basically streams and flow aim, which I'm a little bit surprised that we see this picked by them. They had a very lackluster performance on the corresponding map in qualifiers, the No Mod 2 there. Singapore much, much better overall than Hong Kong on that map. But we've seen this map be incredibly close, incredibly high scoring all throughout the qualifiers, with tons of teams getting nearly 3-way FCs, especially your no mod players holding on until the last diff spike of the map, your hidden player maybe finding a slider break into the ending as well. So this is a map that I think every team is going to have a few players who can do pretty well on.
I think I'm more surprised by this pick than I was expecting to see early in this match. We talked a little bit earlier about how this is more likely going to be a Singapore favored pick here, even just looking at their performance from the previous round here. That No Mod 2 was very comfortable for them compared to the performance of Hong Kong. But something that adds on to the top of that as well is Singapore significantly outperformed Hong Kong when it came to the Hard Rock 1, which was flow tech. And when you're playing through a free mod, you obviously have that mod requirement on the 3 players, which means someone in here is going to need to take Hard Rock on the Hong Kong side, and they really didn't have anyone who was able to hold up on that pick. Their highest scoring player was 454k, and the highest scoring player on Singapore was Dawnwing at 835k, who isn't even in for this pick, given that it's maybe a little bit less tech favored and more just that flow aim flavored. But it does, sort of leave to be seen and said, does it make sense for Hong Kong to pick flow aim in any capacity against Singapore as an opening pick? I am not entirely sure if this was the way that they wanted to go. But that does beg the question, was there a better place to go for Hong Kong to open it up? Because if they do get this pick, it does mean a significant number of slots are now available to them within this pool. So maybe they're trying to take that gamble a little bit early on that break point, use this to their advantage to try and get some info.
See how they end up on this one. As you said, I think there's a couple of other maps after this that get opened up if you win convincingly on this. Namely, the Freemod 1 starts to open up a little bit, much lower BPM flow tech map, as well as a couple of other more flow aim focused picks around the rest of the pool. The Hidden one potentially, the DT3 somewhat in this pool as well. But you've got to make it through this pick first. The Nomad players, the Nomad anchor is going to be very important on this map, and I don't know about this mod loadout for Hong Kong. F2X finding the miss on the Hard Rock. Misha Awa taking the hidden for them, and so RLSC and Tsukihime on the Nomad here. Very, very early break for Cymango and Qstronaut as well on the Nomad and the hidden there for Singapore. Mikhail on the Hard Rock. Tebi also on one of those Nomads. A core player for the last few years for this Singaporean roster. And Misha Awa now finding the break on the hidden. Cymango trading on the Nomad, but there goes RLSC as well. And this pick starting to backfire a little bit. You have just Tsukihime on the Nomad FC now for Hong Kong versus the Hard Rock FC from Mikhail. The Nomad FC from Tebi matching with the double S. Now, no longer the double S, but still the FC, and Qstronaut on this hidden reverse choke as well. And there goes Tsukihime, and this map has backfired spectacularly, Chillier.
Oh boy, this is sort of the narrative I was trying to give, that Singapore was favored on this, but maybe Hong Kong could sort of slip this one through, but it looks like my hopes were maybe a little bit too far-fetched. Mikio finding a break there is going to give Hong Kong a little bit of a way in, and I am surprised to have seen Misha Awa find an early break on the hidden, generally the best hidden player on Hong Kong when it comes to this sort of skill set, but this was a Singapore favored map on paper. In practice from qualifiers, it was also Singapore favored, and Hong Kong picking into it was maybe just a little bit too large of a gamble to start off. They just don't have the performance as a team to match up to Qstronaut and Tebi right now. Cymango with that backing, and Mikio held a combo for an unbelievable amount of time through these space streams, just finding that one break, even so close to 98% accuracy here into the ending, and this is just not going well for Hong Kong.
Yeah, this was definitely a mispick for Hong Kong. They did not have the right roster for this map, unfortunately. Good Hard Rock score from F2X. 820k there on the Hard Rock is a very, very solid score. But unfortunately, just not going to be able to carry that pick. I mean, you've got another 680k from Mikhail on the Hard Rock. You've got a reverse choke there for Qstronaut on the hidden 1 miss on that play is fantastic accuracy. And then Tebi, of course, just choking the ending on the Nomad. Those are three really, really solid scores there for Singapore, and Hong Kong just cannot match them on that sort of a map. So now we get into the next pick for Singapore. I don't know that they should be discouraged from picking into more tapping. However, there's also just not that much more tapping left in the pool. The next most speedy map is the DT1, which is mostly aim anyway. So instead, I think we're probably going to start to look towards some Hard Rock picks for the Singapore roster.
I think that's an extremely smart place for them to go. Totally agree. They look so good on this Hard Rock pool. And again, with that flow aim coming out, there it is, that Hard Rock 2. The three picks that we sort of rattled off at the beginning of this match that were looking really good for Singapore here was Freemod 2, Freemod 1, and Hard Rock 2. This Hard Rock 2 is so close to like almost a mix between the Hard Rock 1 from the qualifiers and like the Nomad 3, where you're getting this like finger control styled maps with these 1/6 burst triples thrown into the map and some rhythm here, but it's basic rhythm, so it really just tests your finger control. Combine that with the fact that this is CS 6.5, so you do throw in a tiny bit of precision. Precision in the basis of a group stage, and it's also just a fully flow aim pick because it's a Chaos Blitz map, and it's just comfy in that sense. Makes this what I think like the S tier pick for Singapore in this pool. This just fits them better than anything else that they possibly could have gone to in here, combined with their traditionally confident Hard Rock roster that has been playing OWC for, in the case of GS Blank, 15 eons. So they're not going to get nervous on it either, which is another big thing for precision maps, where if you're not going to shake off of this, the 6.5 becomes infinitely more playable if you're now that good Hard Rock player. So I absolutely love this for them. I think that I'm maybe like overstating a little bit how comfortable this is going to be, but I do still think that this is sort of the way to go. Now, Hong Kong, I don't know how this could go for them. They didn't look amazing on the Hard Rock flow aim in the qualifying performances, and that's sort of the biggest skill set here. The precision isn't. You can't really compare Hard Rock 2 from qualifiers into this map because it was so different. It was this like wide angle, big aim, slow BPM Hard Rock 2 with precision. So I would be surprised to see Hong Kong take a break point on this one.
I definitely would also, just because of the qualifier performance, but again, we know that this Hong Kong roster has these kind of maps in them, right, from past years. You look at players like Misha Awa, Hibiki, F2X. If you showed me this roster last year on a pick like this, I would have said, oh yeah, this roster is doing really well on this map. So I still don't fully give Singapore this map immediately. As I say that, of course, Hibiki full misses a burst in the early section, and then Misha Awa misses. So maybe it's just different this time around. And there goes F2X also. Okay, so yeah, it's just different this time around. Singapore looking much, much better on the intro of this map, as Halloweenese, Tebi, GS Blank all still holding the full combos here versus just Flyon on the side of Hong Kong.
Dawnwing finding a break on Singapore is a little bit surprising. Dawnwing is easily one of the best, if not the best, Hard Rock player on this Singaporean roster here, with the exception of maybe on Precision, that sort of going to a different player, but they're just holding up so well as a four-man roster here. Misha Awa finding yet another break. Traded with GS Blank and Tebi, actually. Hong Kong looking pretty good in this onset of the map right now. They've got Hollow Knees matching Flyon here. F2X is on Dawnwing here, but Hibiki finding another break is going to put a stop to that gain as we are now halfway through. This really comes down to Dawnwing, or in Hollow Knees, but Hollow Knees to find the break on the full combo, and it's now Flyon time.
The only full combo left in the lobby. There's good support from F2X and Misha Awa here. Both, actually just F2X, higher supporting combo. Pretty much matching Dawnwing, actually, with the highest combo there. Misha Awa matching one of the support from Singapore, and this score is starting to come back, and it's none of the three players we mentioned at the start of this map. It's Flyon instead, a new addition for this Hong Kong roster, holding the FC. 95 AC, be damned, but he's going to see the FC. He's going to see the game state here at the break. You just have to hope, if you're rooting for Hong Kong, that does not add enough pressure to cause breaks here during this ending. Down to 30k. Everyone's still holding so far. Down to 10k in favor of Singapore, and it switches over to Hong Kong, but we're not out of the woods yet for either team. Singapore can still bring this back if a miss comes through for one of these big combos on Hong Kong, and vice versa. There goes Flyon, though. That's the FD down. 50k in favor of Hong Kong. Can it come back? Tebi and Hibiki trade. 17k is coming back to Singapore, but is there enough time? Yes, it will switch over just at the end of the map unless another break happens for Singapore, or a massive act drop brings it back over to Hong Kong. It's gonna be Singapore's by just a little bit here at the end of the map. 20k, 30k at the end of it all for Singapore, but it looked dicey there on a pick that Chillier we thought was going to be pretty Singapore favored on paper. The fact that it was that close speaks to just how different the performance for this Hong Kong team can be compared to the qualifier results.
Wow. Never did I expect to see a pick that close in a group stage this early on in the weekend. And what a performance from Singapore to hold on their fly-on. Major props for that 748k. That was almost the thing that Hong Kong needed to drag them into that pick. The unfortunate part of that play being Fly-on's accuracy sitting below 95%. I would venture to say, actually, that Hong Kong would have won that pick if Fly-on was able to pull up some accuracy a little bit closer to some of those top-level players on Singapore who are hitting that 97.5, 98% there. But that map is difficult to hack. It does have that finger control aspect, and if you are not right on it, you will drop a significant number of hundreds there. But what a close performance from Hong Kong, and it does go to show that they do have an opportunity to potentially steal yet another break point in this match. As Singapore continues to keep this going even. We did trade the two at the beginning here, and now it's Hong Kong's opportunity to keep this match going on this side. It's going to be the Nomad 5 coming in. Bit of an interesting one here. A little bit rhythmy, a little bit techy with the buzz sliders, mostly aim focused.
I think this is a really weird pick. It's very different from the map that we just saw in the Hard Rock 2, but it is also precision. I would classify this, though, more as like a consistency pick. This is about which team is able to consistently hit the first 2/3 of the map pretty much every time, because that is all like somewhat easy in comparison to the diff spike with all of the sensors and beeps and long sliders and difficult jump patterns within that diff spike from about 2/3 of the way into the map until almost the end of the map, maybe 90% of the way in. It's a very long diff spike in this map, and it all comes at about that 2/3 mark. And what I've observed so far over this weekend is that whichever team has more combos get through that diff spike section just wins the map outright. So I think this is a map where realistically you're betting on your team having more people who can consistently hit the diff spike than the opposing team. I'm not sure if that's the case for this Hong Kong roster. We haven't seen them do well on the precision so far. Obviously, they just contested that last CS 6.5 Hard Rock that we just saw. So maybe betting on some of their players being able to hit that more difficult section. Maybe betting on Singapore being that early stage team that we know them as, kind of coming to bite them on this map, where it is all about hitting that one really difficult pattern or one really difficult part of the map.
I would agree. And as the players are set up, our rosters are here. We got a couple of switches out in Singapore running with a similar roster to the previous pick here. Hong Kong subbing Ming in for this one, keeping Fly-on and then bringing back that Misha Awa F2X. Once again, that really strong combo for them here. And I would say I don't know what to think of this pick. Like you were sort of going over, we really also haven't seen a pick like this through any stage yet. You know, we really have only had groups and qualifiers, obviously, but it is not often that you see a like density precision pick so early on here. That does require a bit of a technical skill set in here, because that density part coming from that AR9 is not something that a lot of precision players are always very good at. You know, you normally see people talk about like reading and speed sort of overlapping with skill sets. A lot of the time you very seldom see reading and precision overlap. So this AR9 could prove difficult for a lot of these players. We see 3 early breaks come out from Singapore here. Only 1 drop for Hong Kong, one that matters here, however, from F2X. Gonna bring this a little bit more even, as we are down already to Dawnwing, that star precision Hard Rock player for Singapore, once again having to step up to the plate, but they've certainly got backing right now as we approach halfway.
Let's see how well they can hold on to these combos, honestly. I think it's about even overall in the combos with all the early drops for Singapore, right? And we're coming up to that diff spike section here. It's just about to hit after these wide angle, awkward aim jumps come through. One last set of slider jumps and into the diff spike section. GS Blank, the first to fall. There's one down for Singapore, 4 standing for Hong Kong. Make that 2 for Singapore. Don Wing, now Ming from the side of Hong Kong falling. So it's a trade of combos. It's Mikeo and Tebi versus Misha Awa Flyon and F2X. Make that just now Mikeo versus Misha Awa and F2X. Flyon and Temi finding the drops. But 2 combos for Hong Kong make it through the diff spike section, and only Mikeo does so for Singapore and actually finds the miss afterwards as well. Hong Kong, more players hitting the diff spike, and Misha Awa clutching up the FC for this team. And actually, Mikeo's miss was Bancho. Maybe that one was too. You never know. We've certainly had a lot of issues with Bancho in this map. Yes, there's another Bancho miss actually, but it is Hong Kong winning that by 460,000. And really, Misha Awa clutching up with the FC, 99.5 accuracy there, 700k 1 miss for Flyon as well, having very good scores on both precision maps in this group stage match so far.
Look at that performance from the entire team on Hong Kong. Single-digit 100 counts on everybody except for Flyon, who made up for it by getting a 700,000 score at that almost 700 combo. That is the team performance that you love to see in the group stage from Hong Kong, and that's what they're going to need to continue keeping up as they work through this match. And I do think that that sort of calls into question what we were talking about earlier, which is that of the 2 Hard Rock maps, it was surprising that Hong Kong picked the flow aim because Singapore was so heavily favored on that. But the precision slot from Hard Rock in qualifiers was one of the more contested positions in that pool. So Hong Kong really proving to us once again that that qualifiers performance is not going to define them this year. As we continue to work through this pool, we do unfortunately say goodbye to the last of our precision maps in the pool. There is really nothing else that sort of fills that skill set. But as we go back to Singapore now, we maybe want to see them continue to pick into that sort of flow style map in here. I don't know if they want to jump straight into aim just yet, but even something a little bit techie. I mean, Heliosphere, I think, could work pretty well for them. It's longer sliders. They're a little bit lower velocity than that slider tech map that we saw in Nomad 4 from qualifiers, but I do think it's going to be a confident position from them if they don't want to go for something like that Fremod 1, potentially, that does sort of keep that techie side of things. But they're just going to go literally the entire other direction and say, you know what, we don't think that that Hong Kong performance on the speed map was a consistent thing. Let's go in for some DT now.
I think the one other thing is if you look at the DT1 qualifiers, which of course was a lot more bursty, right? It was a lot burstier, but it did still have a pretty significant aim component. The best Hong Kong could do was 2.1 million. They got that twice with pretty similar score lines from their players both times around. Whereas Singapore, they got 2.6 million, 2.7 million the 2 times that they played this. A different player carrying either time as well. So there's definitely a world where I think this Singapore picks works out very, very well for them on this aim map. That said, this is, again, a lot lower star rating than the DT1 from qualifiers. That map was a good 7.6 stars and 270 BPM. This is 7.2 stars, still kind of bursty, but 237 BPM, a lot slower. It's mapped by Lucent. It's not really a farm burst map. It's much more of this kind of awkward wide angle jump map that still plays relatively comfortably. It is a Lucent map as far as awkward aim goes. Lucent maps tend to be pretty comfortable as a rule. So this is going to play a lot easier, I think, for both of these teams. And we've seen this DT1 and DT2 be very high scoring maps in this group stage. You're supposed to have full combos, plural, on this map if you want to win.
Yeah, this is going to be that team performance pick that we've wanted to see from both of these teams. We've seen a lot of it from Singapore. We saw it from Hong Kong on the previous pick with the precision, and now it's really going to sort of boil down whether or not that Hong Kong performance on the faster Nomad 2 was something that is going to maintain for this roster, especially across that Misha Awa F2X combo, and whether or not Flyond and Tsukime are going to be able to back them up The thing that I do think is working in Singapore's favor for this pick being their own selection is the fact that this is an aim map. And if there is something that Singapore is especially good at when it comes to these faster picks over Hong Kong, it is going to be that aim, and Lucian aim at that, which is just not your standard comfy aim that you're going to get in every pick. And that's going to potentially be the clinch point for Hong Kong, where they're going to have to navigate this entire map pretty confidently in order to gain an advantage. But the rosters are in a little bit of a different switch up from Hong Kong, like we said, but that solid Singapore roster continues to show up for these faster aim picks. And for their sake, as this match sort of approaches the halfway point, tied up still, they are looking for anything to keep themselves in the lead on their own picks.
This is one of those maps where you kind of expect very little action on the map for a little bit. You expect everybody to be comfortable, so settle in for this one. It's about 3 minutes long. You expect people to hit some FCs on this map. Let's see how many people can convert that. Dawnwing with an early break on that burst coming into this first Ki time. Nobody else having broken so far, but the aim definitely, maybe the reading actually a little bit shaky for some of these players. You can definitely see some players, especially on Hong Kong, struggling with the reading aspect, having a little bit of uncertainty to the aim, but GS Blank now the next to fall, despite that uncertainty on other players. Cymango also finding the drop, and suddenly Chillier, it's 4 FCs to 1. Hong Kong are just clutching up in the first half of this map. Nobody has found a break. Finally, a slider break comes through for Tsukime, but it's just Hollow-Knees versus F2X, Flyond, and Misha Awa all at once. Another break to come through for GS Blank as well, and this is 260k and climbing fast now for Hong Kong.
And there's that star roster for Hong Kong coming through. We knew Misha Awa and F2X were confident at this, but Flyond, honestly the standout player for me in this match so far. They have just been doing so well across every single skill set, and a major part of this Hong Kong roster in why they're about to take yet another breakpoint on a Singaporean roster that we didn't think would ever lose an aim map, let alone a speed map against them. And I am just not going to mention the other point that is standing out to me right now on this map until it's over, for fear of chat murdering me in my sleep.
Yeah, exactly the case for me as well, Chillier, but it's 780k for Hong Kong. I think at this point, it's just completely over. There's no way that Singapore is bringing this back. Even if Hong Kong stopped playing, it might still not come back in time. Realistically, the only combo on their side is Hollow-Knees, so it would really need like multiple disconnects, and for those disconnects to not be recoverable in any way for Singapore to win this. This is going to be a win in massive fashion for Hong Kong. Flyond finally finding a miss there. Misha Awa finding the miss as well. We didn't even curse him. You can't blame us this time, chat, but at least F2X and Hollow-Knees still got the FC on lock for their teams. 4 million for Hong Kong on that pick. A 1.1 mil difference for Hong Kong. They could have played that entirely without either Flyond or Tsukime and still won that map. Absolute domination on that DT1, and after that, I feel like you just kind of expect Hong Kong to pick into more of that speed aim. The Free Mod 1 in this case looks like a fantastic pick after how that DT1 went.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for them. Now, Hong Kong with the big advantage on a slot that we didn't really attribute to being a strong point for them. And at that, you know, at the halfway point of the match, right? This is a pretty big turning point, and we picked Hong Kong as also being fairly favored on this hidden pool. They haven't even had to touch it yet, regardless of what's happened in the remainder of this match. I don't think they go for the DT3 here. I do think it is a little bit too different and alt favored and maybe low BPM on that end, but I mean, yeah, I mean, the Free Mod 1 could still potentially work. I picked that as a Singapore pick earlier just because it was a little bit on the techier side of things, but Hong Kong, regardless of even if they don't want to go for that, they've got both the hidden maps open. Alien Friend Request is a very different style of aim map from this DT1, very slow, low BPM controlled, Forza might not even be a bad pick for them as well, but I think I'm still going to put my marbles in that hidden pool. Hong Kong is going to have to go for it eventually, and if there was a time to go for it, it's being up a break point with only one more needed in order to sort of force that point out. I do wonder if Hong Kong maybe goes for the Overdose over Coconut Love, because Reading is the more contested of the two hidden picks in here. They're definitely going to plan this one out, because this is the difference between Singapore being able to potentially pull a double on their own pick to get match point and force tiebreaker versus Hong Kong just shutting them down early. And they're going to go for DT3 actually, so they're going to go for the pick that I didn't think they'd go for because it was so different.
I think this is I've noticed a trend so far this first weekend of groups, and that's that teams with potentially a higher skill cap or better aim control players tend to win both the Nomad 5 and the DT3 when they get picked in the same match. I'm not sure why it is exactly. I think it helps that this DT3 is a little bit higher in the circle size. It's CS 4.3. It's not a big difference, but it helps. It's AR 8.3, so you don't have to deal with the high AR. Maybe a little bit of density focus in there as well, right? At 90 BPM, this gets up to, what is that, 140-ish BPM after double time. So there is a little bit of density there. And I'm not sure exactly what it is. I think just because they play somewhat similarly, there's a big diff spike near the end of this map as well. It's maybe kind of a gate keeping the lower skill cap teams from winning either of these maps. So I don't mind this pick for Hong Kong for that reason. It doesn't necessarily make sense if you're just looking at the skills required for both of these maps, but looking at how the maps play and what kinds of teams on paper they kind of gatekeep from winning it, I think this map makes a little bit of sense for Hong Kong, having already won the Nomad 5.
I really, I have to agree with you at this point. Like, this is just the logical continuation for Hong Kong, and those that can't see, but we're sort of talking about it off on the side, where Singapore picking aim as their best skill set does become dicey in a group stage, because the pools are easier in that sense.
So much easier.
It's comfortable. And Hong Kong, I think, recognizing early that maybe picking into aim, even though they're winning it, doesn't quite make much sense at this point. And sort of like you were getting at, Hong Kong with their strong DT roster, it does make sense to pick maybe a more technically intensive double time pick that they're going to be comfortable on. The question is, does Singapore come up with the alt roster that they have traditionally had in the past? Because this map does sort of fall into that styling. With that being said, I will probably remain silent for the duration of this map, because this is literally the best song of all time for a DT3. And I do wonder if that's going to come into effect too. I don't know if I'm just like an insane player or not, but does anyone else find themselves like underperforming if the song is too good because you're just like so focused on jamming out? Like,
you are insane, bro. I don't know what we're talking about.
Like, they would jam out like when
Do
they're
not put me in the same boat. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway,
I don't know, man.
This weirdo over here can sit back and listen. I'm gonna cast the map as we get into the intro. Early miss here for Mikeo, and everybody else actually holding strong, which I think is what you expect here. This is kind of the fresh taste of the map. This is not a super difficult part. Tebi also finding the drop a quarter of the way in, though. And again, I feel like it is just the aim control without Hidden, without Hard Rock, that works really well for this Hong Kong roster. It worked well on the Precision map. It's working so far on this DT3, but can't get ahead of ourselves because there's still a lot of map left. We're not even halfway into it here. It's still 2 full combos and a good recovery from Mikeo on the side of Singapore. So despite Hong Kong looking better right now, it can change in a moment. There goes Flyon finding a couple of misses there during this second Ki time. And now it's the 3 full combos, but those 2 FCs and big recoveries are actually bringing this score back, it looks like, towards Singapore's side, now 2/3 of the way. And in this Ki time, I mean, there is just so much difficulty baked into these reverse patterns. These back and forths can be so tricky. There goes Tebi, there goes Hibiki, but that is better for Singapore. 2 FCs for Hong Kong, but there goes Hollow Knees as well, now down to 1 FC on Dawnwing. Hibiki and Flyon finding more of these misses. It's Dawnwing and Mikeo with the FC and the reverse choke versus F2X and Misha Awa on the double FC. Otherwise, combos pretty much completely even between these two teams. And Chillier, I think the accuracy is bringing this over to the side of Singapore right now. Misha Awa on 99.4, but there's just nobody else up near the margins of players like Donwing and Mikhail. Mikhail misses at the very end. Wait, is it going to go over? Is there enough time? Yes, Hong Kong actually do bring it over just at the end of the map. And the 40k lead for Singapore vanishes alongside the combo for Mikhail and manifests a 60k score lead for Hong Kong at the very end of the map. The double FC for F2X and Misha Awa, the two players we expected to pop off for Hong Kong in this World Cup, clutching for the team.
At the last possible second, Mikhail finds the one break, and despite the low accuracy on the side of Hong Kong from some players here, it was still just enough on the back of that Misha Awa full combo to pull them through here. F2X right behind with that 96% accuracy, but that is a double FC almost for Singapore. HollowKnees not going to be too happy about that slider break. That is an unbelievable act play, by the way. 5 100s for...
Yeah, that's insane.
The HollowKnees is really, really tragic. And Singapore, they're down but not out right now, but that is the biggest blow we have seen potentially to their confidence in this match here. That DT pick looked all but theirs. Hong Kong to hold on, and that's that team performance now reigning true for them as they force the match point. And it's Singapore's chance, however, to get this match back to even. It just might have been a little bit nicer for them to pull the break point back before match point.
I mean, it definitely would have been, but at the very least, they do still get access to their own last pick, right? They have a chance to kind of reset momentum after what in a row have been a win by a million from Hong Kong and then a win at the last second off the back of that ending miss from Mikhail. So Singapore here with the chance to reset. Where do you go? They're going to coin flip is what they're going to do. They're going to pick Fremod 1. On paper, I agree with you, Chillier. This map is favored towards Singapore, but it is so short. It is so low max combo. I mean, this map is like 700 max combo. There's barely any substance to this map when it gets down to it. The intro is about a third of the map, really. So this has been an extremely coin flippy map. Even though you're favored on paper on this map, it does not mean this will necessarily go your way because there is so much to miss on at every point of the map, even in the intro. This is a very, very scary pick for both of these teams for that reason.
Oof. I'm not ready for this pick. I've been talking about this pick since the start of the match, about how good this pick is going to be for Singapore, because it's techie, it's flow aim, it is extremely favored to the team who has a better hard rock player, and all of those things have trended towards Singapore thus far. Their top-end hard rock player has generally been the best in the lobby. Their flow aim has been a little bit mixed thus far, but their ability to play tech has actually been a little bit outperformed by Hong Kong trending into it. So while this may have been a really smart pick for them a little bit earlier on, I am more hesitant to see this pick now after what Hong Kong has been able to show us thus far. With that being said, I do still think Singapore has the advantage on a pick like this, and it very much is going to come down to the top-end carry players on the mods, because I think no mod is a lot easier on this map.
No mod has definitely been a lot easier on this map. I'll agree there. I do think, though, that the mod choices for these teams, like where they put their mods, matters a lot. We saw on the last Fremod, on Fremod 2, Misha Awa and FTX taking the mods there. Misha Awa on the hidden and F2X on the hard rock. I think we'll probably get F2X on the hard rock again, but I would love to see Misha Awa on no mod. He looked a lot less comfortable on the hidden on that Fremod 2, and I think that really impacted the team score for Hong Kong. As for Singapore, I feel like you want kind of a similar strategy. You want one of your best players on that no mod so that you have that consistent rock, that consistent high score. we talk about free mod allocation strategies a lot for teams, especially as you go from early stage to the later stages of a tournament. And indeed, we have Eagle on the hidden Hard Rock, Qstronaut on the hidden, Tebi and Hollow-Knees, two of these longer standing core members for Singapore on the Nomad. Misha Awa back on the hidden, Tsukime on the Hard Rock this time, and F2X on the Nomad. So Hong Kong doing something similar here and putting one of their better players on that Nomad alongside Hibiki. Mod allocation, I think, makes very good sense for both of these teams on this map. Let's get into one of the shortest maps in the pool, Chillier.
This is an interesting one here. They've got Eagle in on the hidden Hard Rock instead of Dawnwing taking a Hard Rock for Singapore here, which is definitely something that I don't know if I picked as the expected outcome for this sort of pick on Hard Rock, but we'll see if it pays off for them as we come into the first breakable section of the map here. These first sets of cuts with the Buzz sliders coming through. There is one right here in this first Ki, and there's one later. We get a traded break from Hollow-Knees and F2X, but there goes Eagle. Tsukime to trade that one out as well. It's just those four middle players now standing. It's a hidden and a Nomad for both sides, and this is looking a little bit good for Singapore in the ACK. Unfortunately, that second break from Hollow-Knees is going to get rid of that accuracy advantage in favor of the combo as that support reigns in for Hong Kong. It now maintains to be seen. Does that second Ki section find a break on one of these hidden or Nomad players? It's going to be that two doubles into the triple pattern that we see coming up right here. Oh, and Tebi overaims the stream!
And Hibiki misses right afterwards. Tsukime, Misha Awa, all immediately. Everyone is down, Chillier. Not a single FC left in the lobby. It's Hollow-Knees and F2X on the combo. Both of those Nomads. More misses coming through for Hong Kong. Eagle matching Tebi, Hibiki, Tsukime, all finding these misses. Misha Awa now also missing, and it's just too many misses for F2X to carry this ending for Hong Kong. Qstronaut and Hollow-Knees holding in that ending is crucial for Singapore to bring it back. 60k in their favor at the end of the map. Qstronaut take a bow, 700k holding on at the end there, not finding all of those misses where everyone on Hong Kong, aside from F2X, was finding miss after miss in that last quarter.
A major shout out to Hollow-Knees with the backing with Qstronaut as well. If Hollow-Knees was not holding, by the way, their max map combo at the ending against F2X there, this could have been a very different outcome for Singapore here.
Yeah.
So Qstronaut and up at the top, such a great duo to bring them into the ending. A little bit shakier from Singapore than we maybe would have liked, but despite that pick maybe not being quite as much of a shoo-in for them as it would have been earlier, it still came their way. And now it's Hong Kong to try and close this one out. And again, my eyes drawn to that hidden pool. It still has not been touched. And at this point, I'm wondering if Hong Kong is just too nervous to go for it. Oh, nope,
they're just going to go hidden one instead. Overjoy Overdose by Luna Fozer. This is... man, after the last map, after that free mod one, I don't know about this pick, but forced hidden on everyone is something that Hong Kong was better on in the qualifiers. We've been teasing the hidden picks for Hong Kong this entire match long, basically. This one, we've said as well, maybe makes a little bit more sense because lower AR density reading was a bit more contested between these two teams. This one, though, is alt tech hidden. There's some parts of this that feel swingy, even though this is not a swing map. There's a couple of 1/6 in this as well. So this is, it's really, really weird because it just does a bunch of different things, which we've seen both teams have good performances on those types of maps. You look at the very last map we played in Singapore, ended up winning that over Hong Kong. You look at something like the DT3 that is, again, a multi-skill set map. Hong Kong wins that by 65k. You go back to our last multi-skill set map in the Nomad 5. You have Hong Kong winning that. You go back to another multi-skill set map in the Hard Rock 2. You have Singapore winning that. We haven't seen a multi-skill set map like this on Hidden yet, but so far, every time we've had one of these multi-skill set maps, it has been pretty close between these two teams, even going back to the Nomad 2 in this match, which, yeah, is mostly speed, but does still have some other finger control, tech, aim elements to it. That WAP was 77k as well in favor of Hong Kong. So these teams, I think, are going to be very closely matched on this, and I think the one deciding factor is going to be how well they handle the hidden, the forced hidden on everyone on this map.
I am nervous for this pick for Hong Kong. A tiebreaker here would be dangerous for both sides. Hong Kong's looked good at the control. They've also looked good at the finger control. So aim and finger control on this map combined with the hidden. The thing that's working in Hong Kong's favor, however, is that if you look at the qualifiers performance for both of these two teams, Singapore is favored on 10 out of 11 maps. Can anyone here guess what the one map that Hong Kong beat Singapore on was in qualifiers? That's right, it was Hidden 1. So, and by a not close margin, by about 300,000 score. Their next closest, again, being that Hidden 2 at a 14,000 score difference, only in favor of Singapore by a very small margin. We've already seen Hong Kong do well on the finger control through the Hard Rock pull in here. We've seen a couple of struggles on the hiddens for the free mods from their players, but Misha Awa being one of their best players today and being an extremely comfortable hidden presence on their team is going to be a big advantage for them. What I am going to question is how comfortable some of the supporting players on both sides are going to be, and that's really where this is going to come into play. We already see Hibiki with low accuracy. However, on the side of Singapore, we've got Dawnwing and Tebi not too far behind. Hibiki to miss a snap very early on as well. Gonna put Hong Kong down in the onset here. Being held up only by Ak, but not long with F2X finding a break as well. This is already not looking amazing.
But Eagle is going to trade on the side of Singapore. It's now only the 1FC down for Hong Kong. Misha Awa and Flyon holding against Tebi, Dawnwing, and Hollow Knees. Better supporting combo for Hibiki and F2X, but not by too much versus that combo from Eagle. And again, it's the accuracy, honestly kind of evened out at this point with, 99 for Misha Awa, but 98s for multiple on the side of Singapore, and slightly lower AC the rest of the way for Hong Kong, or similar at the very least. And now we get into the second half of this map, Chillier. Almost everyone is holding, 5 full combos still left in the lobby at this point, with nobody having found any other breaks except those few early ones for Hibiki, F2X, and Eagle. They're exactly halfway into the map is about the worst place you can break. It is matched by Hibiki, but that's not one of the FCs. Now it's 2-2 in the FCs. Slight combo advantage to Hong Kong with F2X over Eagle. Tebi finding another break once again. There goes F2X though, and now it's Eagle holding Flyon missing for Hong Kong, and another full combo down. Dawnwing to trade it out. It's Misha Awa and Hollow Knees holding onto the full combos. Hibiki also finding the drop. It's that support from Eagle making the difference right now. 150k and climbing in favor of Singapore as more misses come out for the supporting players on the side of Hong Kong. Misha Awa doing his damnedest to pull this back, but Hollow Knees matching him every step of the way. 99 for both of them. The full combo still intact for either, but the support from Eagle is massive for Singapore right now. The score lead massive as well. 300k in their favor, and Chillier, we're going to tiebreaker. Singapore matches Hong Kong on the Hidden 1, pulls off a win on a map that we thought would be favored towards them, and brings us to the toughest map in the pool, the final decider in this neck-and-neck match.
It's Hollow Knees to do it. The captain of the Singaporean roster, the player who, by the way, played one of the 2 hidden maps in qualifiers, didn't even play the hidden one for Singapore in there, and to come out on top like that is just showing such a display of skill and control with the backing from Eagle, one of the best hidden players on Singapore, if not the best hidden player on Singapore overall. And now we come into the most mechanically intensive map in the pool. It's long, it's burst heavy, it's stream heavy, it has aim, it has buzz sliders, it has everything that could possibly make you nervous, require control, and require your mechanical skill sets to ring in here. And it's all down on the line for which roster is going to be more consistent across the board here. This has been a closer match than I think anyone would have liked. And Hong Kong, a strong mechanics team, does give them a little bit of favor here. I do have to say, however, something that we've been taking a look at in previous matches this weekend is the consistency of teams based on their match costs here. It should be noted that Misha Awa and F2X are the 2 highest match costed players in this lobby by a massive margin. The next closest, however, starting in 3rd place, being Hollow Knees, followed by Tebi, Dawnwing, and Qstronaut, which means that this Singaporean roster is actually more densely populated at the top of their performers than Hong Kong is, with their next closest player being down in 7th and 10th with Hibiki, 8th and 9th being 2 more Singaporean players. So if we're looking at team consistency overall, it is in favor of Singapore. However, on a tiebreaker, that is the type of map that if Hong Kong can somehow pull up a double FC on F2X and Misha Awa, that would shut anyone down.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is on a tiebreaker like this, I personally feel a little bit the opposite, Chillier. I feel like I want the 2 best players in the lobby on my team for a tiebreaker. It's what happened with Spain versus Chile earlier in the weekend. Intercambing and Alfiu sure had really good scores. Intercambing was the top scorer for that map, if memory serves. Might have been close. But Escrupulio and Aleph, those 2 top performers for Spain, pulled up massively for them in the tiebreaker. You don't need all 4 players in the tiebreaker to do that. You just need 2 players who can pop off and carry you. And that's what Hong Kong has with this roster. They have Misha Awa and F2X, who have been performing fantastically so far this match. They've played all 8 maps so far. I think they are almost certainly going to play this map as well. I would almost think as well that Hibiki here is probably playing and just lobby sitting right now, waiting for Flyon as well to join in. Mostly because I think Tsukime, Ming, and RLSC, yes, they've played a couple other maps, but I want people who are not going to be as much on the first map nerves when we come into tiebreaker.
And the nerves are going to be the big difference maker here in this map. And I do think that my hopes are sitting with Hong Kong on players like Flyon, who have been so consistent overall in this lobby thus far. The thing that maybe concerns me a bit, however, is this doesn't really match up to the skill sets of anything we've seen played in this pool at all thus far. This is like your long consistency tiebreaker, and there really isn't a consistency map in this pool. So I do have to say, I do agree with you in part that having the 2 best players on your team in the lobby for this map is a big point for Hong Kong, because this is just mechanics consistency, and generally, if you are the higher skill cap or higher performing player, that is going to favor you. The thing that maybe is going for Singapore here today, however, is that Dawnwing, while not the highest match cost in the entire lobby, is unbelievably proficient at this skill set, and I'm assuming is going to do extremely well on this, backed up by a player like Tebi, who is also very well versed in here. Now, the interesting part is that they're making a lot of last-minute roster switches too. GS Blanken, Tebi up to the top now, Mekeyo, Dawnwing coming back in for that bottom slot, and then Misha Awa, F2X, and Flyon. The question is, who is that 4th for Hong Kong? Or 3rd and 4th now. I'm assuming Misha Awa is playing, but
I'm kind of assuming, yeah. I kind of have to assume. I feel like it should be Misha Awa and Hibiki. I feel like any other combination of 2 other players doesn't really make sense here for Hong Kong. It's going to be Ming instead, apparently, and I don't know how much I like that. Ming has played 1 map so far for Hong Kong in this match. Tebi has played 7, Mekeyo has played 4 at least, Dawnwing has played 5, GS Blank has actually only played 3, so both teams with a player who hasn't played all that much in this match, but I really prefer somebody who's been playing for 15 years over somebody who has not in Ming here. Let's see how this goes. I'm still for sure looking at Misha Awa and F2X on Hong Kong to potentially carry this, and I think, you know, as we've talked about, Hollow Knees not playing this map, but Tebi playing this map for Singapore, I think looks very good. The mechanics maps in this match, though, have been kind of few and far between. We've had the Nomad 2, we've had the Free Mod 2, and
Double Time 1?
And the DT 1, really, and that's kind of it. This has been a really interesting set of maps for this match leading into this tiebreaker.
And you know, the funny part is, even if we picked all the mechanics maps in this pool, I still don't think there would be anything that matches up to how this tiebreaker plays. Again, like, you've got this almost like Goreshit mapping style of like consistency, just like bursts and aim in a like super long format map in here, which again, it's going to be a nerve test at a certain point, right? And like you were saying, I would much rather have a player in for this like GS Blank, who knows this area of the tournament. He knows the pressure of OWC as well as the pressure of a tiebreaker coming in here, compared to some of these other players who maybe don't have quite as much experience or maybe are just jumping into this for the first time. And we're already seeing some early breaks on Hong Kong in a section of the map that we really don't want to be seeing misses on. Now, they're fairly inconsequential due to that fact, given that this map is just over 6 minutes long, but it's not something you want to see. You don't want to give up 300 combo on 2 players right at the start of the map, and now 3 as F2X misses the streams. That's all 3 players missing on burst in a map where that is literally all that exists.
They're all Apraxia misses. Don't worry about it, Chillier. Can we still talk about Apraxia in the year of our Lord 2025?
Absolutely, we can.
There goes Flyon as well, though, unfortunately for Hong Kong, finding another miss. Tebby will trade it out, as Dawnwing's earlier miss was Bancho. And so now it looks like both Tebby and Dawnwing have found some misses. Mikhail and GS Blank on the 2 remaining FCs here for Singapore, as we have a little bit more recovery for Hong Kong alongside that FC from Ming, player who's played 1 map. You know, sometimes it correlates, sometimes you get those kind of second map nerves, especially on a tiebreaker. Sometimes it just doesn't really matter, but 1K combo into this is not that much. Look at the wheel of progress for this map. We're only a quarter of the way in. This is like a 3,000 combo map here, so 1K is really not all that much. We are still early days in this map, and I think the score lead really speaks to that. Only 40K, 45K in favor of Singapore right now, as the combos have largely evened out. The score lead staying pretty much put right now into this next section, entering the second quarter of this map and the second KI time as well. Much more aim focused, much more triple focused in this section as opposed to the longer streams. There goes GS Blank on some of those slider jumps, and now the score lead really starting to move over to Hong Kong. Not super quickly, but another set of chain misses there for Tebby. Going to bring it home. Ming giving up the last full combo on the side of Hong Kong, but only 1 remaining on Singapore as well. Makeo, the last FC in the lobby. Matched pretty much, though, by Misha Awa. Just 300 combo back from that FC, and the support for Hong Kong outweighing the supporting scores from Singapore. Dawnwing doing his best to match Flyon, who actually finds the miss as I say his name. F2X now the only other big support for the side of Hong Kong, and it's Misha Awa and F2X versus Makeo and Dawnwing.
Makeo 50 combo away from halfway. By the way, this map is 3,500 combo overall, so we are now 1,750 halfway through Makeo. Misha Awa approaching that point as well as F2X. It's Dawnwing, the player that we wanted to see come up big for Singapore on this map. Makeo doing an unbelievable job. Tebby finding another break, not doing them any favors alongside GS Blank, but Misha Awa finding a miss is even bigger for Hong Kong. A major combo now lost. It's F2X, the only person standing in between Hong Kong and certain doom on this tiebreaker. As we go through one of the harder streams here, it's all on Makeo. If Makeo does not find a break within the next 30 to 40 seconds of this map, this may be all but lost. 99.31% accuracy, 99.7 for F2X. This is that duo we wanted to see come out for Hong Kong. F2X and Misha Awa, the 2 highest performing players in the lobby. But statistics be damned, it's Makeo Dawnwing to hold on for Singapore, as this lead has now grown to 77,000. It's gonna hit 100K, and on a tiebreaker, Dio, you know how large of a score lead that this can become, especially on a map this long. 100K is a major difference. Here comes the next big spike into the last section of the map, the final quarter. Does anyone miss the stream? It's Ming and Flyon. Dawnwing finds a break along with GS Blank, though, and it continues to be Makeo and F2X. Who is gonna miss first? It's both of them, and that may have just secured Singapore the win.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chillier, this section, this aim section right after that long stream, right after the break, is a nerve killer. And both of those big combos, all 3 of the big combos, fall to the nerves in the aim section. As we move into the ending, the only player to hit it is Tebby, a player many will remember as K_1TTY from years past. One of history's best 4-digit tournament players, not just from Singapore, but anywhere, for several years in a row, racking up some very, very good performances in 4-digit before debuting in the World Cup years and years ago, and instantly becoming a core member of this roster for Singapore. He's not going to be the carry player here. That honor goes to Mikhail, but he carries on the banner of the only remaining combo through the hardest part of the map for Singapore. He helps finish out this map for Singapore with Mikhail at the head, Dawn Wing on the right, Tebby on the left, and GS Blank bringing up the rear. This roster shuts down the Reapers of group stage in Hong Kong and shows that even if Hong Kong did de-seed a little bit, even if they are still better than their qualifiers performance, Singapore's early stage prowess shall not be underestimated. Singapore to take the win 5-4 in tiebreaker over Hong Kong.
And 171,000 score at that, a pretty large score gap for a map like this. And even with Hong Kong at the combos at the ending, we talked about how this map was a solo carry performance winnable pick. Well, look at that. Mikhail being the difference maker, 700,000 score, about 100k almost higher than F2X, who was the next closest. And the backing scores on Singapore just a little bit better than those on Hong Kong at the ending. And the higher seeded team does end up coming on top here today in very, very close fashion. A 5-4 victory for Singapore here. The team that I think some people maybe pinned as winning today, but not in such close of a fashion. In Hong Kong, the hope was alive until the very last second. The 40 seed out of groups, I think regardless of whether or not they lost this match today, still is a complete lie. This is the 31 and 40 seeded teams in groups, and they are putting up scores that I think would defeat teams that are even in the middle seeds coming through here today. And the rest of this group should be absolutely terrified, as this group now pushes to Japan and Singapore having won their first two matches. Hong Kong, Greece now both 0-1, trying to fight in for that second spot between one of those other two.
Yeah, to your point about the team scores being really solid for both of these teams, I look to the Nomad 2 for Singapore. 3.2 million on any Nomad map is still very, very solid. I look to the Nomad 5 for Hong Kong. 3 million on that map in particular is very, very good. 4 million for Hong Kong on the DT1, 3.4 million for both of these teams on the DT3, and then you go back and see 3 million on Overjoy Overdose in the Hidden One for Singapore. I mean, both of these teams had incredible team scores throughout this match, and it just speaks again to how close this match was in spite of the qualifier seeding for Hong Kong, in spite of maybe some tournament expectations that Hong Kong should have been higher placed in the qualifiers, and in spite of the fact that Singapore usually in this tournament, especially last year, drops down to that losers bracket in the very first round of the tournament. So Singapore fighting back, looking to get back into that top 24. This win in tiebreaker versus Hong Kong, a very good first step towards that goal. And for Hong Kong, an unfortunate loss in a year of rebuilding, in a year without their two best players.
Best of luck to these two teams in the remainder of their group. That is going to do it for us for this block of matches. We've got a little bit of a break before the next one in about an hour. It's going to be Spain versus Italy, a group that is also highly contested right now. The teams have all played one match each in that group, which means that whoever wins between Spain and Italy could potentially determine which of those two teams moves on in the second place from that grouping. However, that's going to happen in approximately 45 minutes. We will go live again with them, as well as a significant number of matches remaining here for this weekend. You can see all up on your screen right now. And Dio, I think that gives them plenty of time to go out and grab some banners to support their favorite team.
Absolutely. I've got the Canada banner on my profile. You can find them in the O store. I hear from the mods they're also pretty tasty. I'm not super sure about that personally, but I mean, you know, to each their own. I prefer
5 of them. They might be.
They might be. They might just be tasty for you. That's going to do it for us for now, though. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Once again, congratulations to Singapore. Good luck to both of those teams in the rest of the group stages. And good luck to both Spain and Italy coming up in 50 minutes.